Chen An resolutely set foot on this unfamiliar country to search for his missing sister in America. But soon he faced numerous difficulties, teetering on the brink of being penniless and about to be deported. Fortunately, at this moment, Chen An activated the deadly agent system. Every day he could obtain 3 loyal agents, and by spending money he could unlock various types of attributes to install on them, granting them all kinds of talents. Los Angeles, California, America. Inside the police station, Officer Donnelly looked at Chen An as if he were a stray dog. So you say your sister is missing, but there are no witnesses and no ransom call. Donnelly pushed the complaint form back. She's probably at a friend's place. You know how young people are not coming home for days. My sister is definitely missing. Please find her, Chen An pleaded. Okay. Does she have a history of mental illness? No. Drug use? No. Then could she be having a family conflict and run away? There was no malice in Donnelly's eyes, only numbness, a weariness from seeing too much and no longer caring. Officer, this is my sister's photo. She really is missing. Chen An handed out a slightly crumpled photograph and presented it before Donnelly. Yet Donnelly didn't even glance at it. Expressionless, he said, sorry, we need evidence. Without evidence, we can't investigate. Please go back, maybe she'll come home after a while. Chen An understood. It was a dead loop. Investigation required evidence, but only investigation could find evidence, and his sister was being inhumanly tormented somewhere right now. Chen An walked out of the police station utterly dejected. The night in Los Angeles was biting cold. Homeless people curled up on bus stop benches, covering their faces with newspapers. The city was filled with numbness and suffering. He stood in front of the police station, clutching that photo, his knuckles white, until a passing homeless man bumped into him. Get out of the way. He snapped back to reality and walked back to his rented small apartment. The space was tiny, with only a bed and a table, and even the bathroom was shared. But Chen An paid no attention to any of that. He sat alone on the bed, took out a photo of a girl in a school uniform with a pure smile. Ring. At that moment, the phone rang. Chen An quickly picked up and answered. A fluent Chinese voice came from the other end. Mr. Chen An, I'm sorry, we are still investigating the disappearance of Ms. Chen Wan. It may take some time. Okay. Chen An's tone was utterly flat because this was not the first time he had heard this result. After hanging up, he fell into a long silence. He had originally been an office worker at a private company in Modolongwa, making money from dawn till night and even delivering food in his spare time. With a monthly income of 30,000, it wasn't bad. The reason he worked so hard was to pay for his sister Chen Wan's tuition at a top university in Los Angeles, facing exorbitant fees. He had to strive relentlessly. But whenever he thought of his sister being admitted to such an excellent university, and even as a graduate student, his heart swelled with pride. A little hardship was nothing. Yet such days did not last long. Bad news soon came. His sister Chen Wan had lost contact with him a few days ago. For 7 consecutive days, calls went unanswered, and WeChat messages went unreplied. After reporting it to the police, he learned from the embassy that Chen Wan had disappeared. The news drained all strength from Chen An's body. Countless terrible possibilities flashed through his mind. He immediately booked a flight to America, the so-called land of freedom. He was restless throughout the journey, having recently scrolled through many dark contents about the American underclass and even saw the term execution line. He had thought of asking Chen Wan to come back, but before he could say it, she disappeared. Sigh. The police here are slow and bad-tempered. I can't count on them. But my visa is about to expire. What can I do? The visa he got last month when visiting Chen Wan was still valid, but about to run out, though luckily it allowed him to come so quickly. But even after arriving, he still couldn't do anything. He went to Chen Wan's university and got an unacceptable answer. There was no student named Chen Wan at the school. But he knew it was impossible. His sister had been studying there for a year, and all the relevant documents proved it. Someone must have deliberately erased her presence. Knock. Knock. Someone knocked on the door. Chen An got up and opened it, revealing a blonde landlady about 40 years old. And it's time to pay the rent. With the help of a translation app, Chen An barely understood what she said. His expression turned grim. The rent here was ridiculously high. After 3 days, he had almost run out of money. He could only afford one more day, after which he would have no choice but to return to his country or sleep on the streets like those homeless people. Chen An tried to ask for a discount, but when he saw the tall black man standing behind the landlady, he quickly and obediently paid the rent. Silence fell over the room again. Chen An clenched his fists tightly, unable to help cursing himself. Damn it. Why? Why can't I do anything when my sister is missing? At this moment, he felt like a headless fly. Just seeing the sights of this strange city over these few days had shaken his worldview. It was almost exactly as described online. If only I hadn't let my sister study abroad here. Ding. Detected extreme anger in the host. Deadly agent system successfully bound. A voice resounded in Chen An's mind, freezing him in place. After a moment of realization, his heart surged with immense excitement. System. It's actually a system. He used to read web novels in his spare time, so he knew exactly what a system was, the golden finger for protagonists. Great. With a system, there's hope of finding my sister. System, what functions do you have? Ding. This system is the deadly agent system. It can refresh 3 agents every day who will obey you 100. Chen An was stunned. 3 agents every day. 10 days means 30, 100 days, 300. If this keeps up, I can have agents all over America, even the world. Invincible. Ding. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Please open it automatically. Hearing this, Chen An couldn't wait to say open it. Reward free low-level attribute, draw once English proficiency. In an instant, he felt numerous memories flooding into his mind, transforming him from a beginner, knowing only a few English words, into someone capable of basic conversation. A joyful expression crossed Chen An's face. Now I don't have to worry about the language barrier here. Finding my sister will be a bit easier. Then a blind box-like object appeared before his eyes, making him puzzled. System, what does attribute draw mean? Attribute draws are divided into low, medium, high, and ultimate, costing $100, 1,000 US dollars, 10,000 US dollars, and 100,000 US dollars respectively. The higher the level, the greater the chance of drawing high-quality attributes. Attribute qualities are divided into white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Seeing this, Chen An nodded. He now had a certain understanding of the system. He could only say that heaven helped him. Even without attributes, having 3 more agents daily was already an incredible asset. With attributes, it would double the efficiency. System, how will today's 3 agents appear? Chen An asked curiously. Ding. The host can deploy them anywhere within a 100-meter radius. Would you like to deploy now? Chen An shook his head. Not for now. Let's draw first. As he spoke, he tapped the blind box in front of him. The next second, a white light flashed, and the attribute's power appeared before him. Strong and sturdy physical constitution, twice that of an ordinary person. Not bad. Getting this from a low-level draw is within reason. Then Chen An installed the attribute onto the 3 agents and deployed them. Please customize the agent's appearance. Each agent will have a legal identity, and no need to worry about being discovered. This system is omnipotent. Then a character creation interface appeared before Chen An. He directly set all 3 to 1. 9 meters male white, and then clicked confirm. Deployment complete. They are on their way. Chen An began to quietly wait for the arrival of the death soldiers. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. He quickly got up and opened it to see 3 Caucasian men, 9 meters tall, wearing vests and light green military pants. Master, Chen An said, just call me Mr. Chen. Master sounds a bit strange. He had a normal sexual orientation. If someone outside heard that, it might arouse suspicion. Yes, Mr. Chen. At this moment, Chen An also began to check the information of the 3. Name, please. Name. Constitution 10, ordinary, is 5. Trait, strong and sturdy. Number of implantable traits, 1. All 3 had the same information. System, what does implantable trait 1 mean? Reply, this death soldier can only be implanted with 1 trait at most, which can be removed and replaced at will. Hearing this, Chen An frowned. He thought he could implant unlimited traits, but there was a limit. Is there a way to implant more? Reply to host, yes, you can spend 1,000 USD to upgrade the death soldier system. After 1 level up, your death soldier can implant 2 traits and so on. Seeing this, he understood that all functions of this system revolved around money. However, with death soldiers, the means to earn money were diverse. Moreover, he was in America, known as the land of the free. It was like a fish in the sea. If he were in Dragon Country, there might be some restrictions. Here he had no scruples. Currently, there were several goals. First, find clues about his missing sister, see her alive, or see her corpse. Thinking of this, Chen An's eyes turned red. If Chen An really had anything happen, he would be alone. Second, obtain legal identity in America and make money. These 2 were necessary conditions. Now he had no money at all. After paying his sister's tuition and living expenses, he had no savings. At this moment, he was no different from the homeless on the street. Chen An looked at the 3 and said, you 3 will be called in Dong and Xing in 1. Yes, Mr. Chen. Let's go out and see what money-making opportunities there are, and also investigate Xinling. Xinling was her sister's classmate in America, also from Dragon Country. They had met a few times, but in the past few days he could not contact her. This was very suspicious, making him think that his sister's disappearance was related to her. The 4 were walking on the streets of Los Angeles. It was nightfall, but there were very few pedestrians. The area he lived in was a slum where homeless people gathered. Looking around, he could see scattered tents and several homeless people rummaging through trash. There were even a few bodies with irregular bends like zombies in movies. He knew these people were on drugs. I have to find a way to make money. The death soldiers also need to eat. That's 4 mouths to feed. After thinking he didn't know anyone, had no connections, it seemed that picking up waste was the only way. Low risk, the more people the more you earn, and it was legal. It was the best option for the time being. Don't underestimate scrap recycling. Even in Dragon Country, it was a lucrative industry, with some making millions a year. Waste picking it is. We'll talk later when things get better. Fortunately, the Death Soldiers were strong and sturdy with good stamina. Even if they picked waste all day, they could earn a decent sum. After making up his mind, Chen An opened the map of Los Angeles and headed towards a slightly nicer area. There were basically no houses around here, only a few scraps. They needed to go to a more crowded place where the waste was more valuable. Half an hour later, Chen An and the 3 Death Soldiers arrived at an area with small buildings, and the pedestrians on the street were relatively well dressed. You separate. Prioritize collecting wires, copper pipes, broken appliances. I will contact you if anything happens. Fortunately, he could communicate with the Death Soldiers remotely. This feature was awesome and very useful when used well. The 3 nodded and walked around, each holding a large yellow bag. Chen An also took up the task himself. A little hardship in the early stage was nothing. As expected, there were many good items in this area. There were several valuable cans. Chen An, wearing a mask and holding a broken umbrella, rummaged through the trash can. He also learned from the other 3 that they had good harvests. Just then, 2 homeless men walked slowly from afar, sunken cheeks, hair covering half their faces, holding sticks and other weapons, pushing a cart. It was clear they were hostile. Asian, you don't belong here. Put the stuff down and get out. Get out, idiot. Seeing this, Chen An quickly contacted Dong and the other 2, telling them to come here. He could temporarily equip Strong himself, but it was safer to be cautious. The 2 watched Chen and slowly back away, sneering. Next time, look clearly. This is the territory of the beacon camp. One even spat on the ground near Chen An's feet. Wait, leave half of what's in the bag, or we won't hesitate to beat you down. One of them looked greedily at Chen An's bag, weighed the stick in his hand, and stepped forward. Seeing this, Chen An's face turned ugly. He removed the English proficiency trait and equipped Strong. Instantly, a stream of energy surged, and his strength, speed, and other aspects improved significantly. He put down the bag, pretending to comply. The 2 became even more disdainful. Asians were easy to bully, cowardly. Just as the man reached for the bag, Chen An suddenly burst with arm strength, punching him in the face. The huge force knocked him to the ground with a scream. Chen An could also feel slight pain on his fist, and then quickly stepped back. The other one now reacted. He didn't expect the Asian man to suddenly attack. With a ferocious expression, "Fuck, you're asking for it." Saying so, he swung his weapon at Chen An. But Chen An grinned. At that moment, 3 burly men, 9 meters tall, ran over quickly, surrounding the 2. The aura instantly made the 2 tremble slightly. These 3 burly men. Anyone alone could defeat them, let alone 3. They couldn't understand why this Asian kid could get 3 white men to work for him. You think you're tough? Chen An walked over slowly, looking at the 2 with amusement. If he hadn't prepared today, he would have suffered a beating or even risked his life. This made him keenly aware of the darkness in America. "I'm sorry, we were wrong. This place is yours. We'll leave now." Chen An said, "You can leave, but leave your stuff. And Dong, search them thoroughly and take that cart too." "Oh no, this is everything we own." The 2 were extremely resistant, yet they were still overpowered by Anton and his 2 companions, who then searched them and found some US dollars. "Check their shoes and pants too. Those are the most likely places to hide money." Chen An pointed at the pair's shoes. Anton nodded and immediately began pulling off their shoes and pants, only to meet fierce resistance. Seeing this, Shing threw a punch directly, and the 2 instantly became docile, whimpering softly. After checking their shoes and pants, Anton actually found 2 $20 bills. Chen An's eyes lit up. So they did hide money, $40. "You 2 are quite wealthy." He didn't mind the peculiar odor emanating from the bills and stuffed them directly into his pocket. Chen An then placed the garbage bags into the cart and pushed it away, with Anton and the others gradually following. The 2 lay silently on the ground, utterly despondent. "He's a demon. He doesn't even leave a single thing behind. Damn it. We need revenge." Struggling to their feet, they staggered back toward their camp, a stream of curses spilling from their lips. Meanwhile, Chen An and his group continued collecting scrap. Time quickly passed until 10 at night, and the cart was now packed full, with copper alone making up a quarter of the haul, along with other valuable scrap like aluminum. "Anton, let's go sell these and see how much we can get. If it's too little, we'll have to find other work." He then took out his phone, opened the Los Angeles map, and headed toward the nearest recycling center. Anton pushed the cart behind him, while the other 2 flanked him on either side, a formation that made anyone think twice about approaching. After walking a kilometer, his feet were slightly numb. "Looks like you'll need to buy a car once we have some money. Walking like this isn't efficient, and ITLL wear out our shoes." Chen An murmured to himself. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the recycling center. A massive neon sign flickered, making it impossible to miss. Chen An and the others walked in to find the place piled high with scrap. A bearded man in his 40s approached and said, "Asian kid, take a look at the prices." Chen An took the price list the man handed him and scanned it. Aluminum cans 0. 82. Brass 2. 00. Stainless steel 0. 27. He wasn't entirely sure about the prices, but they seemed about right. "All right, how much will all this scrap get me?" "You need to sort it first," the owner said. Upon hearing this, Chen An instructed Anton and the other two to sort the materials, which they managed to do after a while. The owner began weighing everything and soon announced the total. $150 in total. Chen An's face fell with disappointment. "That's all." Considering this was the work of 4 people, that meant each person earned less than $37.50. Barely enough for a meal. "That's the price. A lot of your scrap isn't worth much." "Fine deal." $150 was better than nothing. He would think of another way tomorrow. For a man from the Dragon Kingdom, there were plenty of ways to make money. The owner handed over $150. Chen An put it in his pocket. Together with the $45 they had taken earlier, his total savings now came to $195. After half a day of hard work, it was still less efficient than robbery. He then pushed the cart back toward the apartment. Today would have to do. Tomorrow he would gain 3 more death warriors, and his earnings would increase. By this logic, he wouldn't have to worry about making money. Soon Chen An arrived at the convenience store downstairs from the apartment. He bought 4 sandwiches and a bowl of instant noodles, which cost him $30. "Anton will have to endure hardship in the early days. Later on he'll treat you to the good life," Chen An said as he handed each of them a sandwich. Although Anton and the other 2 were death warriors who would obey him completely, he still gave them due respect. The 3 remained silent, sitting outside the apartment to eat. He meanwhile went back into the apartment to boil some water for the instant noodles. While waiting, he ate his sandwich. He then took out his phone, its screen slightly cracked, and dialed a number from his contacts. He waited for a long time, but it was still busy. No one answered. "Looks like I have to go to the school again tomorrow. For now the survival problem is solved. Ew, I want starved to death." By now the instant noodles were ready. He quickly ate the noodles and drank the soup, finishing his dinner. Exhausted from the day, Chen An lay on the bed and soon fell asleep. Anton and the others sat outside the door to rest, ready to react at the slightest sound. The next morning Chen An jolted awake, sitting bolt upright. Another nightmare. Ever since his sister disappeared, he hadn't had a single good night's sleep, always jolted awake by nightmares. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 6 a.m. "System deploy today's 3 death warriors," Chen An said. Ding. Deployment complete. Upon hearing this, Chen An got up, washed up quickly, and led Anton and the other 2 downstairs. As they walked out of the apartment, the 3 newly arrived death warriors happened to be approaching from a distance. "Mr. Chen, and Xing, take them to the same place as yesterday and continue collecting scrap. Stick together, and if there's any danger, strike directly." And Xing nodded. "Yes." With that, Xing and the group of 5 pushed the cart toward their previous location. Chen An meanwhile took Anton toward the prestigious university his sister attended. Today, no matter what, he had to find some clue. Soon Chen and Anton arrived at the gates of the California Institute of Technology, where students were walking into the campus in small groups. Fortunately, the university had no access restrictions, so they entered without trouble. But even here, Chen An felt at a loss, unsure how to begin his investigation. "Are you Mr. Chen An?" A voice suddenly came from beside him. He quickly turned to see a black man sitting on a wooden bench not far away holding a book. "You know me." Chen An's face showed surprise. The black man stood up slowly. He was very tall, at least 6'3", and quickly approached Chen An. "Chen Wan mentioned you to me. I've seen your photo. She said you're a great brother." Upon hearing this, Chen An immediately grabbed the man's arm in excitement. "You know my sister? Do you know where she is now?" The black man was clearly startled by Chen An's reaction, but still spoke. "I don't know either. I haven't seen her in the library lately. Did something happen to her?" Chen An nodded. "She's missing." "Oh, that's terrible news. Chen Wan is a good person. We had great academic discussions, and she often mentioned you. She doesn't deserve this. In America, everyone knows that once a person goes missing, there's a 90% chance they won't be found. Even if they are, it's usually a cold corpse." This man was the only person who knew Chen Wan. He wanted to get some clues from him. "I don't know your name yet." "Mr. Chen, my name is Brooke." "Brooke, do you know who my sister was close to recently?" At Chen An's question, Brooke looked thoughtful, recalling his conversations with Chen Wan. He then shook his head. "I'm sorry, I don't know much about Chen Wan's personal life. I'm afraid I can't help." Chen An's expression fell with disappointment. He waved his hand. "It's fine. It's getting late. I need to go to work," Brooke said. Chen An was taken aback. "Aren't you a student at the University of Los Angeles?" Brooke smiled. "No, I'm a dock worker. But I love learning, so I come here early every day to study, hoping to change my station in life." "A dock worker?" Brooke nodded. "Yes, I can earn $150 a day. This job suits me fine. Chen An's expression shifted as an idea sparked in his mind. Since Brooke was a dock worker, he had a channel for an introduction. At $150 a day, 6 people would earn $900. With that capital, he could draw traits. Only by drawing powerful traits could he possibly find his sister's whereabouts. Moreover, he could use the dock as a base to build his own influence. With this in mind, he immediately asked Brooke, "Brooke, is the dock where you work still in need of laborers? I happen to have a few people who want to give it a try. What do you think of the one beside me?" Brooke studied Anton carefully. To be honest, if Chen An were an Asian, he would have thought him a mafia boss. Anton's physique was simply too imposing. Yet for that very reason, he seemed well-suited for dock work. Brooke then said, "Mr. Chen An, am just a temporary worker without such authority. However, I can introduce you to the foreman who oversees our work." Chen An smiled faintly. "Good, let's go now." By now he understood that endless questioning would yield nothing. America was different from Dragon Country. Here relying on others was futile. One had to depend on oneself, as no one would offer a helping hand. Only by becoming strong could he solve the problem. At a critical moment, he wouldn't hesitate to take necessary measures. "What about your sister's whereabouts?" Brooke spoke up. "I'll figure it out myself, but I have to survive first." Chen An lit a cigarette and took a drag. Only tobacco could suppress the restless anxiety within him. "Sorry for the trouble, Brooke." Brooke smiled. "I empathize with your situation. I have a good-for-nothing younger brother too. Joined a gang, got hooked on drugs. I want to earn enough to send him to rehab. That's also why I want to study. I don't want that kind of life. Before meeting you, I met a Dragon Country man who was very kind to me. He patiently taught me math." Chen An was slightly surprised as he looked at Brooke. He hadn't expected this black man to have such a story. In Dragon Country, a love for learning might lead somewhere. But in America, it was uncertain. Subsequently, under Brooke's guidance, they arrived at the San Pedro Port WBCT in Los Angeles. The dock was vast, filled with countless containers. Without pausing, Brooke led him to a rest area where many workers were gathered chatting as they awaited the foreman's work assignments. "And the foreman will be here soon." Chen An then inquired about the details and conditions of the dock work. "Temporary work is unstable. The foreman assigns jobs. If there's none, you'll have no work for the day. And you have to pay a $20 service fee." Chen An's heart stirred. This was just like an agency. The dock union also collaborates with gangs behind the scenes. If you see something, you shouldn't leave quickly or you'll be silenced. Brooke warned in a low voice. "Don't the marshals care?" Chen An asked. Brooke shook his head. "Here no one cares about a temp's life. The gangs act discreetly, and nothing can be traced." Chen An realized he hadn't yet adapted from the habits of Dragon Country. Here death was so commonplace. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, an elderly white man approached, slowly flanked by 2 black men. Seeing this, everyone crowded around. The 2 black men began assigning work. Those whose names were called smiled broadly and headed to their posts. The rest wore anxious expressions. If there was no work today, they'd go hungry. "All right, those not called come back tomorrow," the foreman said flatly. Hearing this, the disappointed workers left without a word of dissent, knowing that the next thing to greet them could be a fist or a bullet. Brooke quickly led Chen into the foreman. The 2 black men immediately grew wary and shouted, "Stop. Old man Jess, my friend here, has something to discuss with you." Brooke said, indicating Chen An beside him. Jess glanced over, his expression shifting. "Asian kid, I don't take on your kind." Chen An smiled. "I think you misunderstand. I have a proposal. Care to hear it?" Jess looked curious. "Let's hear it. I'm curious what kind of deal an Asian could offer." Chen An pointed to Anton beside him. "What do you think of this man?" Jess appraised Anton and commented, "Tall, sturdy. A good worker for the docks. I have many more like him, all willing to work as dock laborers. That would benefit you, wouldn't it?" Jess was intrigued. Such a physique would indeed make dock work twice as efficient. But finding even one was difficult. Where did this man find so many? "How many do you have?" Jess asked. "I'm not sure yet, but I can bring 6 today and arrange more every day." "Good. The dock always needs workers. Bring me men like this, and I'll take them. $150 a day and no service fee. Just deliver them to me daily." Chen An pondered and nodded. Though the earnings were still modest, he needed to establish a foothold first. Once the entire dock was filled with his loyal men, he would have the leverage to negotiate. He then contacted Xing and the other 4, instructing them to come to the dock. Half an hour later, Xing and the 4 arrived at the dock and stood before Chen An. Jess looked at the 5 burly men, all built like Anton, and his expression shifted. Even the 2 black men swallowed hard. The aura was overwhelming. "Do they have IDs?" "I won't take undocumented workers, but it's too troublesome," Jess said. "Anton, show him your ID." Chen An said casually. Anton pulled out the relevant documents from his pocket. Jess scanned them and nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Brooke, take them to your workstation." Brooke said, "Sure, old man Jess. And see you later." Brooke then led Anton and the others toward the containers deeper in the dock, gradually disappearing from sight. Old man Jess, there's one more favor I'd like to ask. Jess paused mid-step and turned around. What is it? Chen An handed over a photo. Please try to find the person in this picture. If you succeed, I'll pay you $1,000 as a reward. Hearing such a staggering sum, Jess' pupils contracted. He slowly reached out, took the photo, glanced at it, and said flatly, a tempting price. It'll spread the word around here. Whether you're found or not is another matter. Then Jess turned and got into his car without looking back, driving away from the dock. Chen An sat down at a McDonald's near the dock, ordered an ice cream, and then took out his phone to check his messages. In the days he had been in America, few had contacted him. Perhaps if he died here, no one would even know. Ding dong. Suddenly his phone vibrated, and the message that popped up caused Chen An's expression to change drastically. Upon reading the message, his face darkened with a frightening intensity. Chen Ling, I know you were looking for me. Chen An has gone missing, and it has nothing to do with me. You'd best leave America, otherwise the only outcome is death, and no one will come to claim your body. Chen An stared at the message, his palm tightening into a fist, the tips of his fingers gradually turning white. Chen Ling definitely knows something. He quickly typed a response wanting to ask the other party. But when he sent the message, a big exclamation mark appeared before his eyes. She had actually deleted him. Damn it. You better not let me find you. Regardless of who was behind this, no matter how strong their background, he would make them pay. However, the key now was to find Chen Ling. But Los Angeles and all of America was so vast, if she was hiding from him, he would have no way to find her unless he had means to locate her. But he didn't know anyone with such skills. Then Chen An seemed to think of something right. I almost forgot this is America. Even Silicon Valley elites could end up homeless due to a career-ending incident. Why not go look for her myself? Coincidentally, he had nothing to do right now, so he got up and walked out of McDonald's, heading towards Dingpongzi Square in Los Angeles. Half an hour later, Chen An arrived at Dingpongzi Square. As he approached an alley, he saw dozens of tents set up inside, and the air was filled with a sour smell and a pungent chemical odor. He recognized the smell as coming from discarded needles after drug use. Some people looked dazed while others lay on the ground fast asleep. Chen An looked for a long time, but found no one he was searching for. These people were nothing but drug addicts. Even if they had skills, their minds were long gone due to the drugs. Chen An then stepped away, aimlessly wandering the streets. Let go. No way. This is all I have, you can't take it. The commotion in the distance caught Chen An's attention. He saw two black homeless men with bare torsos and wearing multiple pairs of pants trying to snatch a laptop from a white man. The man was dressed in a suit jacket and wearing framed glasses, giving off a refined appearance, but the wrinkles and holes in his clothing combined with the weariness on his face told a different story. Let go. This computer is ours now, one of the black men said, pulling out a folding knife from his pocket. His fierce gaze seemed to say, if you resist, it'll kill you. The people around coldly watched this scene and then hurriedly left. At that moment, even if the bespectacled man was unwilling, he could only helplessly let go. After the two black men grabbed the laptop, they quickly disappeared. Only the bespectacled man remained sitting on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. At this point, Chen An slowly approached. Hey, do you know anything about computers? Hank heard the voice and immediately stepped back in fright. I have nothing left, don't rob me. I'm not here to rob you, oh, just take a good look. Chen An was helpless. This man must have been through something terrible to have such a reflex. However, this confirmed the dire state of the lower class in America. It was truly a place that devoured people. Hearing this, Hank looked up, realizing that although the other person looked ordinary, he was clean and tidy, so he should not be a homeless person. This eased his mind slightly, but he remained cautious, asking, is there something you need? Chen An then repeated his earlier question. Can you use a computer? Yes, Hank nodded. I used to be a programmer at a big company earning $2,000 a year. Unfortunately, I was framed and took the blame. I lost my house and car, my wife divorced me, and I was even blacklisted in the industry, losing my job. Why? Chen An raised his hand, signaling Hank to stop. I'm not interested in your story. Just tell me, can you locate someone through chat messages on a phone? If it's possible, I can pay you better than the life of a homeless person on the street. Hank's heart reignited with hope upon hearing this, and he quickly replied, I can, but if the other party has strong counter-tracking measures, it might be difficult. For ordinary people, I still have ways to find their location. Chen An's expression shifted. To his surprise, he had actually found someone with such skills. Chen Ling was just an ordinary student. How could she possibly have counter-tracking measures? He then handed over his phone, pointing at Chen Ling's number and WeChat information. Are you confident? Hank's expression showed hesitation. Is there a problem? Chen An was taken aback. Had he overestimated the other party's abilities? No, it's just that to operate I need at least one computer, otherwise I won't be able to do anything. And my laptop was just snatched by those two homeless men. At this moment, he had to find a way to stay close to this Asian man. It was his only hope. He didn't want to continue living as a homeless person going from feast to famine. This was something he once an elite could not accept. All right, I'll buy you one later. Now follow me. Saying this, Chen An continued walking ahead, while Hank slowly followed behind. Time flew to 7 p.m. At the San Pedro dock. Chen An returned here. Throughout the day, he had gathered basic information about the area. Aside from a small part of the city center being magnificent, the rest of the places were filled with the shadows of homeless people. In just one day, he witnessed dozens of robberies and shootings. This country known as a land of freedom was actually so chaotic behind the scenes. And you're here. At that moment, Brooke walked in with Anton and 6 others, sweat still lingering on his face from work. Mr. Chen, here's your pay for the day, Anton said as he took out 900 from his pocket. Chen An reached out to take it and put it in his pocket, then looked at Brooke. Brooke, let's exchange contact information. I have something to attend to and need to leave now. Brooke nodded, no problem. And after that, he added Brooke's contact number, and then Chen An led Anton and the others out of the dock. Hank followed, silently glancing at Anton and the others from time to time. He couldn't help but ask, Boss, are you the leader of a gang? Chen An shook his head at this. No, they are my brothers who have fought alongside me. I'll bring you the computer soon. Hey, the Asian kid, I finally found you. At that moment, a beer bottle was hurled at Chen An, but Anton quickly blocked it with his hand. Chen An's face darkened as he stared ahead. Each of them clutched weapons like clubs and bats, their eyes gleaming with brutality. Hank had never witnessed such a scene before, and his entire body trembled like a leaf in a storm. Yellow Monkey, hand over all your money, or I won't mind painting your face red. Gray, the manager of Beacon Camp, snarled menacingly. As a former boxer, he held nothing but contempt for Chen An, who appeared frail and weak before him, feeling that a single punch would send the man sprawling to the ground. Huh. Scared now, Asian boy. This is what you get for stealing from us. The 2 vagrants continued to hurl insults at Chen An, their faces brimming with smugness. One of them even licked his lips, saying, Your skin is so smooth. We're going to give you some special attention later. A chill ran down Chen An's spine. He gave a cold command, take them down. Yes, Mr. Chen. The 6 men nodded in unison and strode toward Gray and his gang. The surrounding darkness obscured their view, preventing them from seeing how many men stood behind Chen An. The intelligence had mentioned 3 white men. Why were there 3 more? Gray's brow furrowed in confusion, but he still barked, Get them. Teach them a lesson. Beacon Camp isn't to be trifled with. With only 6 opponents and no weapons, they stood no chance. At Gray's command, a horde of vagrants brandished their weapons and charged at Anton and his men. But what happened next left Gray frozen in shock. With a few swift punches and kicks, Anton and his team sent countless vagrants crashing to the ground. Though the weapons struck Anton and his men, they only let out muffled grunts and showed no signs of stopping. In an instant, the sheer terror of the scene drained the courage from the remaining vagrants. In less than a minute, only Gray remained standing while the air filled with agonized moans. The fallen felt as though several of their bones had been broken, leaving them unable to rise. At that moment, Chen An truly grasped the power of the death sworn. A mere white rank trait yielded such results. He dared not imagine the capabilities of higher-tier traits. Gray clenched his fists, his eyes wary as Anton and his men closed in. Stop right there. I'm a boxer. It'll break your ribs. Unmoved by his words, the 6 men attacked in unison. Gray couldn't muster even the slightest resistance. A piercing scream escaped his lips before he collapsed to the ground, his face bruised and battered beyond recognition. Chen An sneered with disdain. The man's physique was at most twice that of an ordinary person, enough to handle a single death sworn. But against 6, victory was impossible. Strip them all. Don't leave a single thing on them. At his command, Anton and his men began carrying out the order, forcefully tearing off the vagrants' clothes, ignoring their pleas for mercy. Chen An walked over to the 2 vagrants who had been taunting him moments before, a devilish smile curling on his lips. I heard you 2 were planning to give me some special attention. The sight of Chen An's smile sent a wave of terror through them. They frantically waved their hands. Sorry. We were wrong. We swear. Take all my money and this pack of weed too. Everything at Beacon Camp is yours. Their pleas left Chen An's expression unchanged. His gaze fell upon the drugs in their hands and disgust washed over him. Equipping the robust physique trait, he delivered a swift kick to each of their groins, crippling them. Oh, shit. The 2 men clutched their crotches in agony, the pain 100 times more intense than anything they had felt before. Mr. Chen, this is everything they had. $300. Chen An took the money and approached Gray. The moment Gray saw him, he covered his head, begging, Please, no more. Take me to your camp. All right, I'll take you there. Gray dared not refuse. These men were terrifying. He could see one of them with blood still dripping from his arm, yet his face remained utterly expressionless, as if he felt no pain. Chen An frowned deeply as he looked at the wound on Anton's arm sustained while shielding him from a glass bottle. Blood continued to seep from the gash. This wouldn't do. Against mere vagrants it was manageable, but facing gangs and desperados would prove difficult. They needed weapons. In America, citizens could legally own firearms. Almost every household had a gun. Gun shops were as common as convenience stores scattered everywhere. Against guns, no matter how strong or fast Anton and his men were, they wouldn't stand a chance. Anton stopped the bleeding first. Hearing this, Anton tore off a vagrant's shirt with a single yank and fashioned it into a makeshift bandage. Does your camp have medical supplies? Gray nodded vigorously. Yes, follow me. And a computer? Gray nodded again. Yes, but it's old and battered. Gray then led Chen An and his group to Beacon Camp, which was nothing more than a bridge tunnel, a gathering place for countless vagrants. Inside, many vagrants sat with vacant stares, showing no reaction even when they saw Gray. Chen An pinched his nose. The ground was a mess of urine and other foul liquids, making it impossible to find a clean spot to step. Gray approached a larger tent with Anton and Xing flanking Chen and ready to intercept any foul play. In America, one could never be too cautious. A gun hidden inside the tent could spell disaster. Soon Gray emerged from the tent with a medical kit and a battered old laptop, its casing rusted and worn. Chen An doubted whether it would even work. Hey, race everything, Gray said, watching Chen and nervously fearing a single misstep would cost him his life. Without sparing Gray a glance, Chen and turned to Hank and asked, "Can this computer work? Can you get a location fix?" Hank stepped forward, picked up the laptop, and began inspecting it. As he pressed the power button, the screen flickered to life. After a quick check, Hank nodded to Chen An. "It works, but I can only get a rough location, nothing precise." Chen An nodded. "That's enough." He then turned to Gray. "Do you have any more money?" Gray shook his head frantically. "No, you've taken it all." "Anton, go check his tent. Take anything useful." Chen An had no intention of taking the man at his word. Anton entered the tent and began rummaging through it. Gray's expression turned panicked. Moments later, Anton emerged from the tent with a few dollar bills in hand. $400 in total. He hid it inside a jacket lining. Chen An's gaze turned icy as he stared at Gray. "And you said there was nothing left." "I'm sorry. Take it all, boss. I swear I'll never come near here again." "Beat him up," Chen An ordered. Without looking back, he walked away with Hank, while Gray's screams echoed from behind him once more. Chen An felt no mercy for these people. After all, they had tried to kill him. He glanced at his bulging pocket and allowed himself a small smile. Now that he had money, it was time for a tentpole. He wondered what traits he would get, hoping for something that could aid him at this stage. Hank's expression shifted at the sight. As an elite, he had never witnessed such a scene. The wretched state of the homeless around him was a stark reminder. His own situation was no different from theirs, which only intensified his desire to stay close to Chen An. Only by doing so could he secure shelter and protection. He refused to end up like these people, addicted to drugs, skin covered in sores, on the brink of death at any moment. He had to prove his worth. Soon Chen An led Hank back to the apartment in the Koreatown slums. "Let's begin. I hope you won't disappoint me," Chen An said, his tone flat. If Hank proved useless, he would be of no value and would be cast out without hesitation. Chen An had no intention of supporting someone who contributed nothing. Hank quickly plugged in the computer, adjusted his glasses, and began typing furiously on the keyboard. "How long will it take?" Chen An asked. "This computer is too slow with limited memory. At least an hour." "All right." Chen An handed $300 to Anton. "Go buy a few combo meals from McDonald's for our dinner tonight." Anton nodded, took the bills, and headed out of the apartment. The others remained quietly inside. Chen An lay wearily on the bed, eyeing the remaining $140 in his pocket, and decided to use 100 for a 10-pull draw. He said in his mind, "System 10 low-level draws." Ding. Top-up complete. He felt the cash in his pocket diminish, and the number of low-level draws increased by 10. Chen An initiated the 10-pull draw. The blind boxes opened one by one. "Thanks for your patronage." Those 4 bold words appeared before him. Damn it. System, you didn't mention thanks for your patronage was a possible outcome. Ding. Host, keep trying. Chen An was helpless. That was $100. He turned his attention to the second reward. Fortunately, this time a white trait appeared. Visual focus, embed it to greatly enhance your vision, allowing you to spot details others miss. Chen An frowned slightly. This trait might be useful for reconnaissance later. He continued inspecting the remaining rewards. After 5 consecutive thanks for your patronage, a green trait finally appeared, glowing with emerald light. Combat Mastery, embed it to instantly master all known combat techniques, enabling you to take on 3 opponents at once. Combat Mastery, paired with a robust physique, a death soldier's combat effectiveness would skyrocket. Unfortunately, unlocking it cost $100,000. He was still too poor. The rest were all thanks for your patronage. From 10 low-level draws, he got 1 white trait and 1 green trait. He couldn't tell if his luck was good or bad. But $1,000 were spent. Chen An then embedded the combat mastery trait, and countless combat techniques flooded his mind. At that moment, he was confident he could take on 3 of those homeless thugs alone. Indeed, a green trait was far more effective than a white one. He promptly replaced all his Death Soldier's traits with combat mastery. Although this would reduce their physical resilience, it significantly boosted their combat prowess. Next, Chen An embedded visual focus. His vision sharpened. He could see farther with a faint hint of night vision, albeit weak. Just then, Anton and the others returned with dinner. "Let's eat," Chen An said, grabbing his portion and tearing open the packaging to devour it. It was his first decent meal since coming to America. Before, it was nothing but instant noodles or bread. The aroma filled the room, making Hank's mouth water. Seeing this, Chen An said, "Don't worry, there's a portion for you. But you have to succeed in the tracking." Hank broke into a smile. "Don't worry, I'm about to pinpoint their location." They were cautious, changing phones and SIM cards, but data tracking can't be escaped. As a programmer, he had faced hackers far more challenging than this, and always prevailed. In the realm of programs and software, he had absolute authority. The agreed hour passed. Hank struck the final key and Shun Ling's location appeared on the screen. "Chen and I got it. She's at the Black Rabbit Bar in Nanjing City, but I can't pinpoint the exact spot. This computer is too old." Chen An's face lit up with excitement. He hurried over and patted Hank on the shoulder. "I knew I was right about you. Good job. Go eat." Hank eagerly took the burger and cola from Anton. Starving, he devoured them without regard for his image. His eyes reddened. Trashy, greasy food he once looked down on now tasted incredibly delicious. Chen An sat before the computer staring at the red dot marking Xin Ling's location, his eyes icy. "Xin Ling, let's see where you can hide this time. Anton, you'll lead this operation. Your goal is to capture her." He had no intention of going himself, but directing from behind was better. If things went south, the blame would fall on Anton and his men, not him. Soon Anton and the other 5 left the apartment. "Hey, need a taxi, folks." A cab pulled up and the driver leaned out the window to ask. Anton informed Chen An, who chuckled. Taking a cab was certainly convenient. "All right, but there are 6 of us." The driver gave an okay sign. "No problem, I'll call my partner." Minutes later, another taxi arrived. "Get in, friends," the driver called. The 6 split into 2 cars. "Destination?" the driver asked. "Nanjing City Black Rabbit Bar," Anton replied. "Sit down." The car slowly pulled away, leaving Koreatown and heading toward Nanjing City. At the Black Rabbit Bar in a private room, a group of young people were drinking and singing. Amid the lively, cheerful atmosphere, one person was visibly uneasy. "Xin Ling, what's wrong? You've been sitting quietly all this time. You used to be the life of the party," a young Asian man with dyed yellow hair asked, leaning in with concern. Xin Ling shook her head slightly. "Nothing, just not in a good mood lately." The man didn't press further and rejoined the fun with the others. But Xin Ling felt a growing unease. The thought of Chen An sent a wave of fear through her. "Calm down. He won't find me. Once my visa expires, he'll leave naturally. It'll be fine." She tried to reassure herself. Meanwhile, the taxis wound their way to the Black Rabbit Bar. Anton and his 5 companions alighted from the vehicles, poised to stride away. "Hey, pay up. That'll be $300. One of the drivers demanded, extending his hand. Anton gazed down at the driver, his expression impassive and unreadable. "You just took us on a few laps around Los Angeles. Don't think I didn't notice. There's no $300. Chen An had never intended to pay in the first place. The driver's antics had also erased any lingering guilt he might have felt. Paying $300 for a single ride. Only a fool would do that. The 2 drivers erupted in fury at this. "Fuck, you're trying to ride for free." Anton's towering frame loomed almost against the driver as he growled. "And what if we are?" Panic flickered in the driver's heart, but he feigned composure. "I'd advise you not to mess around. All the cabs around here are my buddies. If you don't pay today, you'll never catch a ride again. They'll make your life a living hell." Unmoved, Anton led his group toward the Black Rabbit Bar in the distance. "Asshole," the driver could only roar in impotent rage. "Andrew, this is the big job you talked about. They didn't even pay, and you didn't stop them." Andrew cursed back. "Are you an idiot? 6 burly men. How was I supposed to stop them? 1 punch each, and we'd be dead." "Well, you've got to cover the gas money for this trip." "I'm broke. But we can call some guys, bring some hardware, and wait for them to come out." Nobody stiffs Andrew and gets away with it. Meanwhile, Anton and his crew had already entered the Black Rabbit Bar. Their skin color served as the perfect pass, and the bouncers at the door offered no resistance. In stark contrast to the dilapidated, grimy exterior, the interior was a riot of neon lights and luxury. Fine wines were casually arrayed on tables, and the handbags of wealthy matrons alone could keep a homeless man fed for a month. "What can I do for you gentlemen?" the attendant asked. Anton replied, "Just browsing. Don't mind us." The attendant, discerning that Anton's group lacked wealth, curled his lips and walked off to attend to other patrons. After Chen An had one of his men imbued with visual focus, his gaze swept across the entire first-floor lobby, but there was no trace of Shen Ling. In the apartment, Chen An listened to Anton's report and commanded, "Head to the second floor. Leave a few men to guard the exits." Upon receiving the order, Anton led 3 men toward the staircase to the second floor, only to be blocked by a black security guard. "Hey, only VIP members can go up here. You lot can't even afford a drink. You don't belong." As he spoke, his left hand rested on the holster at his waist, his face full of vigilance. Seeing that even the bar's security was armed, Chen An realized that a direct confrontation was out of the question. They would have to retreat and wait for Shen Ling to reveal herself. The 6 men split up, found seats, and ensured every corner was covered, then settled in to wait. Back in the apartment, Chen An's face also betrayed his anxiety. The sooner they captured Shen Ling, the sooner he could learn his sister's whereabouts. "We'll need to get our hands on some guns later. In America, guns were ultimately what got things done. Hank, can you temporarily disable the surveillance around the Black Rabbit bar?" Hank, who was sipping cola and savoring the rare treat, quickly replied, "I can do that. It'll take some time, but at most I can only keep it down for 10 minutes. Chen An was astonished. He had only asked on a whim, never expecting Hank to actually pull it off. A talent like that would be highly sought after in Dragon Country. Hank had never imagined that in America a single mistake would land him with the blame, drowning in debt, and eventually reduced to a homeless man living below the poverty line with no chance of turning his life around. "Hank, you're a real talent. Stick with me, and I won't treat you poorly." With gratitude shining in his eyes, Hank smiled and said, "And you pulled me out of that miserable life before. I'm truly grateful. Now I'm blacklisted in the industry, and I can't even use my identity anymore. So I'm sticking with you. At least you make sure I get a decent meal. That was America for you. 3 square meals a day, and people would do your bidding." Chen An sighed inwardly. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the early hours of the morning. Then Chen An received a message from Anton. Shen Ling had appeared. At that moment, at the Black Rabbit bar, a group of young people descended the staircase, and among them was Shen Ling, chattering away as they headed for the exit. Seeing this, Anton and his 5 men rose and silently followed. No one noticed anything amiss, and even if they did, no one would meddle. As long as the Black Rabbit bar remained safe, that was all that mattered. "Come on, let's hit the road and go for a spin. This is the life." Shen Ling and her companions had already stepped out of the Black Rabbit bar, heading toward their parking spots. Seeing their chance, Anton and his men quickened their pace and closed in. At that moment, Shen Ling's group noticed Anton's crew bearing down on them. Panic flickered across some faces as they wondered if they had offended some gang. Shen Ling's unease intensified. "Stop! Who are you?" A young man with bleached hair shouted, hoping to halt Anton's advance. But unless Chen An commanded otherwise, Anton and his men wouldn't flinch, even with a gun to their heads. "Get lost." Anton slammed his foot into the bleached-haired youth's abdomen. The force sent the young man crashing to the ground, his forehead bulging with veins as he clutched his stomach in agony, vomiting all the alcohol he had just consumed. The rest were paralyzed with fear. If they had known it would be this chaotic here, they would never have come. Staying in the city center was far better. "You're Shen Ling, right? Come with us." At these words, Shen Ling's face drained of all color. She stammered, "What do you want?" "That has nothing to do with me. I tried to stop it, but I couldn't do anything." Anton pulled a small knife from his waist and pressed it against Shen Ling's neck. "Just come with us, and that's that." The whole incident unfolded in less than 3 minutes. They then headed off into the distance, eager to put the place behind them. "Hey, you bastards finally showed up." Andrew came striding over, shouting from afar. By now, over a dozen taxis were parked along the street, and a crowd had gathered around Andrew. Chen An, listening to Anton's report, heard that the driver had dared to show up again and issued a command in his mind. "The surveillance around here is already jammed by Hank. Hijack a car and head for the San Pedro docks." Upon receiving the order, Anton drove his fist straight into Andrew's face. With a scream, Andrew flew backward, his nose crushed. The other loyal fighters struck simultaneously, and with their combat expertise, they felled a portion of the crowd in an instant. Anton then scooped up Shen Ling and dashed toward a taxi. The hope that had once flickered in Shen Ling's eyes dimmed once more, leaving only boundless terror in her heart. These people were terrifying. Anton and his 5 men quickly jumped into 2 cars, stomped on the gas, and sped away from the chaotic scene. Just then, someone pulled out a Glock pistol and fired several shots at Anton's car. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots echoed through the silent night. "Fuck, don't shoot, that's my car." Andrew yelled as he struggled to his feet, his heart aching at the sight of his car window shattered by bullets. Andrew called the police. A driver said at that moment, never expecting these people to be so ruthless, attacking without hesitation and stealing the car. Meanwhile, Shenling's friends had already dialed the police, then helped the blonde man who was lying on the ground to his feet, their faces still etched with fear. Damn, who the hell did Shenling provoke to get me beaten up like this? Today's events would be unforgettable for them. They would never return regarding this place as a demon's playground. Inside the car, Anton watched bullets whiz past his eyes without a flicker, continuing to press the accelerator and drive forward. Shenling was placed in the back seat with two loyal followers beside her, keeping a tight watch, so she had no chance of escape. Where are you taking me? Shenling's voice trembled with fear. But Anton and the others acted as if they hadn't heard, offering no response, only the rustling sound of the car tires on the road echoing around. This only deepened Shenling's panic, and she began to sob quietly. Soon 2 taxis pulled up smoothly on the shore of San Pedro Pier. The 6 of them got out, then roughly dragged Shenling out. Shenling looked around helplessly and quickly pleaded, "They'll give you whatever money you want, please, just let me go." Anton pulled out a photo of Chen An from his pocket and held it in front of Shenling. "Do you know this person?" Bang! Shenling's mind seemed to explode as she stared at the familiar figure in the photo, and she quickly shook her head. "No, I don't. You've got the wrong person." Hearing this, Anton didn't hesitate and delivered a forceful slap. "Oh!" Shenling was knocked to the ground, her right cheek instantly swelling, her makeup smeared. "They'll ask you one more time. Do you know her or not?" Anton's emotionless voice rang out again. Inside the apartment, Chen An eagerly awaited Shenling's revelation about his sister's whereabouts, the only clue he had left since arriving in America. "Yes, she's my classmate Chen An. She suddenly disappeared a while ago." Shenling, seeing the murderous looks on the faces around her, finally broke down and admitted her connection to Chen An. "Does her disappearance have anything to do with you?" Anton pressed. Shenling was about to deny it when she saw the gleaming dagger in Anton's hand. Anton said, "I suggest you think carefully before you answer, or the response won't be just a slap." The calm words echoed in Shenling's ears, sounding like the whisper of a demon. "I don't know where Chen An is either. After Click took an interest in her, she just vanished. I only arranged for them to meet." A flicker of joy crossed Chen An's face. Although he still didn't know Chen Wan's exact whereabouts, the name Click would be a new breakthrough. So Chen An instructed Anton to inquire about Click's information. Shenling, upon hearing this, quickly spilled everything she knew. Click is the eldest son of the Click family, backed by a Latino gang, and has some influence in Los Angeles. "I don't know anything else. I'm sorry. They threatened me into doing it. They said they'd kill me or even force me into drugs." Anton remained calm. "Are there any other people involved?" Shenling nodded yes. Professor Richard from Caltech and a classmate named Zhou Hao, who is close to Click. Zhou Hao came up with the whole plan. He's the blonde guy you just kicked. Professor Richard was responsible for erasing Chen Wan's records so LAPD would find no leads and eventually give up. "It really wasn't my fault. I never thought Click would make Chen An disappear. I thought it was just for drinks." Anton gave a cold smile. "But you were the one who lured her out, weren't you? She trusted you so much." Shenling's face froze as Anton stepped closer, the small knife in his hand, seeming ready to pierce her neck at any moment. "Wait, I have money. I can also find a way to get Click to show up. Don't kill me. Go on." Anton stopped. Click is always surrounded by bodyguards, and his whereabouts are very secretive. His mansion is nearly impossible to get close to. I need to trick Zhou Hao into getting Click to come out. Chen An listened to Anton's report, lost in thought. Click. He would etch that name into his memory. Now at last he had a target instead of flailing around blindly. As for Shenling, he didn't plan to act immediately. Even in the chaos of America, murder would invite a special investigation from the anti-terrorism unit, whose scrutiny was far beyond that of ordinary police equipped with the most advanced detection gear and armed forces. Even so, it would be difficult to trace it back to him, but it wasn't worth the risk for now. Besides, as Shenling had said, they still needed her to lure out Click. Meanwhile, Anton received his orders and spoke to Shenling, who was kneeling on the ground. "I can spare your life for now. How much money do you have on you?" Shenling wept with joy, her heart pounding more than at any other moment in her life. She quickly opened her bag and pulled out a stack of US dollars. "It's $3,000. That's all I have for now." Anton took the money and put it in his pocket. "Remember, don't even think about leaving Los Angeles. No matter where you run, we'll find you just like we did this time. You'd better cooperate. And if you tell Click or anyone else about this, you'd better pray you don't get a bullet through your head while you sleep." Then the 6 of them got back in the car and sped away, leaving Shenling standing there in the wind, utterly bewildered, before she burst into loud sobs. America was terrifying if she just wanted to go home. She cried for a while, then slowly got up and dragged her weary body away. She thought about running away, going back to her home country. But Anton's words kept echoing in her ears, quickly dispelling that thought. The only way she could survive now was to trick Zhou Hao into bringing out Click. Inside the apartment, Chen An said, Hank helped me look into Click and also Professor Richard from Caltech. He'll get you a new computer tomorrow. Hank nodded, no problem. Meanwhile, Anton and his crew had already parked the taxis in a slum, confident that within a night the two cars would be stripped down to scrap metal, making them impossible to trace. After all, no homeless person would resist the temptation of an unlocked taxi with the keys still in the ignition. Having done this, Anton and the others returned the same way. Chen and I found out about this Click. His background is pretty terrifying. Chen and walked over and looked at the information Hank had retrieved from the dark web. Click, the eldest son of the Click family, was largely as Shen Ling had described, but the subsequent information was more detailed. The Click family members were mostly Latino, involved in smuggling Mexican drugs, and controlled a certain area of the 18th Street gang. They also had connections with several political figures, including FBI agents. Father Carey Weddle was also the manager of the Carey family, with mercenaries working behind him, truly ruthless. Reading this information, Chen An's expression grew solemn. Creek's background was more troublesome than he had imagined. Relying on a few death warriors to move against the Carey family was nothing short of a fool's errand. However, he could still deal with Creek himself, though afterward, he would surely have to endure the Carey family's pursuit. But Chen An had no choice. He had finally found a clue to his sister's whereabouts. How could he give up now? Chen and I've also found information on Richard. That man is a complete beast. Hank's voice was filled with fury. Tell me about it. Chen An also harbored deep hatred for this teacher Richard. He finally understood why the school had no information on Chun Wan. It had all been deleted by him, though he didn't know what methods were used. Richard is a professor on the surface, but behind the scenes he's a demon in human skin. He often lures young, pretty female students to his parties and invites local wealthy tycoons. If he takes a liking to someone, he resorts to coercion, threats, drugging, and other means. Afterward, he takes photos to blackmail them, thus becoming a matchmaker for many local rich men. The gloom in Chen An's eyes nearly materialized. He was certain that his sister being noticed by Creek was connected to this Professor Richard. It said he has even taken many lives, Hank continued. Hank helped me find out where this professor has been recently. He couldn't touch Creek for now, but could he not touch Richard? All right, Hank nodded. Just then, Anton and the others returned, handing Chen and the $3,000 they had taken from Shen Ling. Seeing the money, he knew he could draw again. But he didn't use it all at once. He looked around the shabby apartment. With more death warriors to come, he needed to find a new place to stay. He also needed to get some guns. It's getting late. Let's rest, Chen An said, lying on the bed and silently chanting, System 10 low-level draws. Ding. Consumed $1,000 draw begins. This time, he didn't even look, opening all 10 blind boxes at once. Again, there were 2 traits, but this time both were green, slightly better than last time. Chen An focused on the 2 traits. Pistol proficiency embedded, and you become a gunman with 2.5 years of practice. You can accurately hit targets within 10 meters with a 30% chance of hitting within 20 meters. Stealth embedded, and the noise you make is reduced threefold, achieving true silence. Even if someone breathes by your bedside, you won't notice. Both traits were indeed powerful. He was planning to get some pistols, and this pistol proficiency came at just the right time. He could equip a few gunmen. As for stealth, it was perfect for assassination. Paired with a gunman, it would be twice as effective. A night passed. The next morning at dawn, Chen An slowly woke up. Today's 3 death warriors had refreshed and were already outside the apartment door. He opened the door to see 9 death warriors blocking the way, crowding the entire hallway. Chen An also saw the 3 new death warriors, 2 men and 1 woman. Name Emily, physique 5 traits, stealth, embeddable slots 1. Emily was his creation. She was 18 years old, with a perfect figure and face, blonde hair and big eyes. Her future role was to protect him and carry out appropriate assassination missions. Compared to her, those stars were nothing. Oh my God, who are you and why are you in my apartment? The landlady, an old woman, walked over in shock. The black man behind her changed his expression. Oh, it was obvious to anyone that Anton and his group were not to be trifled with. And this is your doing. My apartment is for 1 person only. If you have this many people, you need to pay more rent. Increase the previous rent by 50. Chen An smiled. Landlady, since you're here, I don't plan to rent this apartment anymore. Hey, raise the rent, take it or leave it. He handed over a $100 bill. But the old woman slapped his hand away. Didn't you hear me? The rent goes up by 50. You owe me $150. As she spoke, greed filled her eyes. Though she didn't know why this Asian man had suddenly started speaking English, she saw it as an opportunity and wanted to fleece him. Heh. Chen An put the $100 bill away and turned to Hank. Are you done packing? Yes, and aside from this old computer, everything else is expendable. Hank walked out of the room with the computer. Let's go then, Chen An said, leading the way out of the apartment. The landlady quickly tried to stop him. Oni, stop him. The black man Oni didn't move. Oni, didn't you hear me? Stop him. Oni had heard, but he didn't dare. He was just here for some extra cash and didn't want to get beaten half to death. Only after Chen An and his group had left did Oni speak. Ma'am, I think we should call the police. Those guys don't look like they're easy to push around. Hearing this, the landlady quickly said, no police. You're done here. Because of your performance today, you're fired. Oni left without looking back. Outside the apartment, he took out his phone and dialed the tip-off hotline. Hello. I want to report tax evasion here with a huge amount. Come quickly. After saying this, Oni spat in front of the apartment and walked away. He had long known that the old lady often cooked the books and evaded taxes. Since she fired him, he would make her life difficult too. In America, tax evasion is the most serious crime. You can murder and still be acquitted, but tax evasion only leads to massive fines and prison time. The IRS agents will turn your life inside out. San Pedro dock. Andrew morning. Chen An greeted. Andrew was sitting in an empty spot reading. He looked up at the sound of the voice and smiled when he saw Chen An. Morning, Chen An. Soon it was time to start work. The Lexus that Jess drove pulled up again, stopping in front of everyone. The door opened, and he slowly stepped out. Jess began assigning the day's tasks. After he finished, Chen An walked over to him. Old man Jess, these are the two new guys. What do you think? Jess looked them over with a satisfied expression. Not bad. Still $150 a day. Go on, as someone will arrange things. But Chen An said, Old man Jess, how can one become a full-time employee? He knew the difference between a full-timer and a temp was like heaven and earth, especially in benefits. Jess sneered. To become a full-time employee, you need to join the union and be approved by the local union chairman. Asian kid, don't aim too high. There are dock workers who have been temporary laborers for over a decade and still haven't become permanent employees. It's not an easy task. Hearing this, Chen An's expression darkened. He did not expect it to be so difficult to become a permanent dock employee here. If he worked for a few years, he would have thousands of death warriors under his command. There would be no need to work as a laborer. It seems I need to think of another way. Isn't this America? The real money can buy everything. He did not believe there was no other way. But I can raise their wages. Jess shifted his tone. Oh, how so? Chen An asked. You introduce me to 6 strong and robust people like this, and the hourly wage will rise to 20, which is $160 a day. What do you think? Chen An nodded, saying that works. Of course, if you can introduce more people besides the benefits, the salary can also increase. This could be a good deal. Jess smiled. Don't worry, old Jess, I still have plenty of people, but it will take some time. Hearing this, Jess chuckled and turned to leave the dock. Chen An quietly watched this scene. The power that a foreman could wield made his desire peak. Now that he had the death warrior system, he would no longer work. He also wanted to try the life of the upper class in America. Brooke, my people will be entrusted to you. Brooke said, don't worry, and I will ensure they won't be bullied, and thanks to you, old Jess has also raised my salary. Then Chen An took Hank and Emily and stepped away from the dock. Hank, I want to rent a house. It doesn't need to be too good, but it should accommodate many people. Is there any? Hank, being a resident of Los Angeles, was the best person to ask. Hank pondered for a moment, saying there seems to be such a place coincidentally very close to the San Pedro dock, but there are often conflicts between the Bloods and the Crips, and it's quite chaotic. However, the rent is also very cheap. Chen An's expression shifted. Let's go take a look. Chaos. What he feared least was chaos. On the contrary, he could develop better in chaos. If he had to choose between an area filled with peace and rich people and one where gangs roamed, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter, as it was beneficial for the death warriors. The wealthy district has its own private armed forces and patrols, and anything done there could attract the attention of the LAPD. Soon Hank led them south towards the dock, arriving at the edge of South Central, where the surroundings had changed significantly. Old cars were parked haphazardly on the street, with a majority of the people on the road being black. The walls were covered with various graffiti. It was undoubtedly an area with chaotic law and order. Chen An, this is the southern area of Los Angeles, where rental houses are everywhere. However, since most of the residents are poor and have limited purchasing power, very few houses are available for rent. Hank introduced. Let's look for rental houses here. The only requirement is that it has to be spacious. Hearing Chen An's demand, Hank nodded. No problem. According to your requirements, there are indeed suitable options here. There used to be a partially constructed building, but later many homeless people moved in. The wealthy invested to convert some floors into residences for them. Of course, there are also better rooms, but they require rent. Chen An looked puzzled. Will those wealthy people be so kind as to fund the accommodation for these homeless people? Hank chuckled. And you don't know. These wealthy people love to do good deeds. Many shelters in Los Angeles are run by them because donating money for charity can reduce certain tax rates and earn a good reputation. Otherwise, those people wouldn't be so kind. So that's how it is. Chen An nodded in understanding. He thought these wealthy merchants had turned over a new leaf, which turned out there was profit involved. However, the partially constructed building Hank mentioned was indeed very suitable for him at the moment. He could place death warriors in the building which could ensure his safety without drawing attention. Soon Hank led him to a 10-story building, its walls covered in various graffiti. There were also many rental advertisements on the walls. Seeing this, Chen An was about to take out his phone to call the number listed, but Hank stopped him, saying, "Boss, no need to make a call. I know there are people renting there at prices definitely lower than those listed here." Then Hank led him into the first floor of the building, arriving at a door and knocking on it. Before long, the door opened, and a black lady appeared, looking at Chen An and the others with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" Hank smiled, saying, "Mrs. Maya, we are here to rent a house. We heard that your house is the best, so we came to inquire." Hearing this, Mrs. Maya's previously confused expression instantly changed to one of delight. "So you want to rent a house? You've come to the right person. Most of the good units in the building are in my hands. What type do you wish for?" Chen An replied, "One with a private bathroom, a bit more spacious, and preferably without any odors." Mrs. Maya nodded, saying, "There is one, but the rent is a bit high. The previous owner was a technician from a big factory, but later he hurt his hand while using machinery and sold the house to me to pay for exorbitant medical fees. I saw him wandering the streets not long ago." Mrs. Maya seemed unfazed, speaking very plainly. Hank, however, felt quite touched because he had gone through similar experiences. Medical expenses in America are indeed exorbitant. Even if you have insurance, they might not reimburse you. This is also why some people would rather endure pain and take painkillers instead of seeking medical treatment. "Take us to see it. If we are satisfied, we will rent it." Chen An said. "All right, gentlemen, this lady, please follow me." Mrs. Maya turned and entered the house to fetch a set of keys, then headed upstairs. They followed all the way to the 5th floor in front of room 502. As Mrs. Maya inserted the key into the doorknob and opened the door, the scene inside unfolded before everyone. Upon entering, there was a living room of moderate size. Although the air had some odor compared to the previous apartment, it was simply much better, at least acceptable. There was also a kitchen, a private bathroom, and a bedroom with good lighting, making this place quite decent around here. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Mrs. Maya asked. Chen An nodded. "It's fine, but how much is the rent?" If it's too expensive, he couldn't afford it. He currently had just over $2,000, part of which still needed to be used to buy weapons and for daily expenses. Mrs. Maya said 600 a month with 1 month's deposit. So cheap. Chen An initially thought it would be around $1,000, but unexpectedly, it was even less than he anticipated. Hank said the rent was low here for a reason. "Can it be a bit cheaper? I plan to stay long-term." Chen An attempted to negotiate. "What's the reason?" Chen An asked. "Starting from the 5th floor, most of the residents above are idle vagrants. Because they hold green cards, they can rent for free, but this often leads to conflicts. The 5th floor is a tipping point, frequently visited by these vagrants who even commit burglary. Can you accept that?" Madam Maya looked at Chen An. After hearing this, he merely waved his hand with a smile. "That's not a problem. I'll handle it my own way." So it's settled at $550 a month. Madam Maya's face lit up with joy. "Then take a look around here. They'll go get the contract. Once you sign it, you can move in today." After she left, only the three of them remained in the room. Chen An suddenly asked, "Hank, do you know where I can buy a firearm, or do you have a gun license?" Hank shook his head with some reluctance. "Sorry, boss, I don't have a gun license. If you want to buy a firearm, you'll have to go to the black market. They'll look for a seller on the dark web, but the price will be high and there's risk involved. It's a shame that California is so strict. In some places, you can buy firearms without a license." Chen An spoke again. "How long does the application take?" 10 days, at least 10 days, maybe even longer." "Too long." Chen An shook his head. "You'd better contact the dark web seller. A higher price is fine. Safety is the priority now. In America, being without a gun is like being a person without hands, utterly unsafe. As the saying goes, you may not need it, but you must have it. Moreover, he would inevitably need it against the Kelly family. Better to prepare in advance, just in case." Before long, Madam Maya returned with the contract. Chen An glanced through it, confirmed there were no issues, signed it, and paid 1100. At that moment, he finally had a place to call home in America. "Mr. Chen, here are the keys. If you have any problems, feel free to come to me. You're the biggest deal I've had in years. I'm very glad, and I hope you won't end up like the last tenant too soon." Chen An smiled. "I won't." Madam Maya left. He sat directly on the soft sofa, enjoying the rare tranquility. Glancing at the remaining 1300 in his pocket, he sighed. Money really doesn't last long. Upgrading the Death Soldier system required 1000, an astronomical sum for him at present. He had to find other ways to make money, not just rely on the dock wages. "Come on, Hank. Let's go buy you a computer so you can better utilize your abilities." Hank smiled. "Thank you, boss. You deserve it." At present, Hank was indeed of great help to him. Whether for future transactions or taking action against Richard, he needed the other's assistance. It was only in America that such talent would be abandoned, or perhaps this place never lacked such people. Stepping out of the graffiti building, Chen An suddenly thought of a critical issue. He didn't have a legal identity in America. Once his visa expired, he would be deported. So he asked, "Hank, do you know the quickest way to get a green card? A forged one works too, as long as it's not discovered." Hearing this, Hank said, "Getting a real green card in a short time is impossible unless you have connections with FBI members. Maybe a bit of money could fix it. You can only forge one. There are such transactions on the dark web. Forging an identity costs 15000. Unless the FBI or certain agencies conduct an in-depth investigation, ordinary police won't find anything. Shopping and opening bank accounts are all fine." Upon hearing this, Chen An understood everything was on the dark web. It could satisfy any need, like a lawless land within America, solving all dirty matters as long as you had money. Soon the two arrived at a laptop specialty store in the center of South Central City. As they stepped forward to enter, the sound of breaking glass came from inside. Chen An halted, looking into the store. Two masked black men were smashing glass counters with hammerheads, stuffing laptops into their pockets or backpacks. The store clerk made no move to stop them, merely watching as if it were routine. "Hurry up." The two swaggered past Chen An, running toward the opposite street. Emily followed them, seized the first opportunity to snatch them. Emily nodded and pursued the two, making not a sound. How could Chen An forget America's classic $0 shopping? The law stipulated that if the stolen amount was under $950 for a first offense, it was a misdemeanor and basically no jail time was served. These two were clearly engaging in $0 shopping. Why shouldn't he rob them? That way he wouldn't have to pay and the investigation wouldn't trace back to him. "Boss, are you thinking?" Hank had clearly caught on to Chen An's idea. "Any problem?" "No problem, but can Miss Emily catch up?" Chen An looked confident. "Don't worry, absolutely. Now let's go change our clothes. These clothes are practically reeking." With that, they headed toward a nearby mall. In a small alley in South Central City, the two black men were panting, stopping there, their faces full of excitement as they looked at the laptops in their arms. "Great. It's always this smooth. Soon we'll be worth tens of thousands. Don't get too cocky. We can't do this for a while. Let's get rid of the goods first and then enjoy ourselves. Otherwise, if we get caught, we'll end up in jail. The total amount we've stolen is at least several $1,000s. Andy, you're right. Let's hurry up. I still feel uneasy." Little did they know, as they basked in their triumph over the stolen tablets, Emily's figure was gradually closing in. Her feet touched the ground without making a single sound. This ensured the two never noticed someone had followed them. The distance shrank. Chen An directly removed Emily's stealth trait and replaced it with combat proficiency, then acted swiftly. Before one of them could react, he kicked him over, eliciting a shrill cry of pain. The man's right leg seemed to be broken. Andy finally realized what was happening. His face darkened. He hadn't expected someone to sneak up behind them for a black-and-black heist. "You bitch. Get lost if you know what's good for you." Andy pulled a dagger from his waist, threatening Emily, hoping the weapon would intimidate her. But he was destined for disappointment. Emily didn't stop as she kept walking toward him. This made Andy uneasy, swallowing repeatedly. As the distance closed, Andy's eyes turned vicious. He thrust the dagger toward Emily's abdomen, but with the boost of combat proficiency, she merely sidestepped and dodged it. Then he kicked with full force between Andy's legs. The most convenient and effective move in combat, one that no one could remain unafraid of. "Shit." Andy's face twisted in pain as the dagger clattered to the ground. Emily picked it up. In mere moments, she had subdued both men, a testament to her precision, though the element of surprise had also played its part. Emily then effortlessly snatched their laptop and bag, striding away briskly, leaving behind only a silhouette. The two men were left stunned, unable to accept that they had been outsmarted in a game of thieves, and by a woman no less. "I think I need to see a doctor," Andy said, sweat beading on his forehead. Chen An witnessed none of this. By the time he received Emily's message, he had already changed his attire and stepped out of the mall. Dressed in a sharp black suit, his decent looks transformed his entire aura. "Boss, you look really handsome in this," Hank complimented from the side. "Let's go, Hank. We're buying a used car. You can drive, right?" Chen An felt it was time to get a vehicle. Walking for an hour or two each time was becoming unbearable. "Boss, we might not have enough money. Even a used car costs over $10,000. A $1,000 car would be nearly scrap," Hank said. Upon hearing this, Chen An gave up the idea. That $1,000 was meant for living expenses and purchasing firearms. Buying a car would leave them penniless. "Forget it then. Contact the seller first, the sooner the better." It seemed time to make a move on Richard. He also considered whether he could squeeze some more money from Xinling. That Zhou Hao appeared quite wealthy. He might as well collect some interest from him first. Hank nodded. They then went to a Chinese restaurant for lunch, ordering 2 portions of egg fried rice with braised chicken legs and spare rib soup. Egg fried rice 9.50. Braised chicken legs 7. Spare rib soup, large bowl 15. Total after tax 33.266. A standard 15 service fee came to 9.90. The total was 75.90, with the tip alone being $9.90. $9.90. American restaurants were ruthless, forcing tips upon patrons. Who had even come up with this practice? After eating, he packed another portion to take home as he left. Half an hour later, they arrived at the graffiti building. Just then, Chen An received a message from Emily saying someone had been lurking at the door and she had already subdued him. Hearing this, he hurried over. When he reached the 5th floor, he saw a figure lying still on the ground. Emily crouched beside him, a dagger pressed against his neck. Chen An drew closer and saw a black man with dreadlocks, his face filled with terror, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Let me go, please. I'm just too hungry. I came to steal some food." "Emily, release him." Chen An then looked at the man. "Who are you and why were you lurking at my door?" The black man let out a long breath as the dagger left his neck, then quickly replied, "My name is Cameron. I live on the 7th floor. I was so hungry I came looking for something." Chen An said coldly, "So you targeted me?" Cameron's face stiffened, his voice dropping. "Sorry, I had no choice. I'm willing to work for you just so I can have enough to eat." Hearing this, Chen An's expression shifted. Maybe he could make use of homeless men like Cameron. They might bring in a decent income each day. So he asked, "How many more are there like you?" Cameron looked puzzled, unsure why Chen An was asking, but answered quickly, "A lot. Above the 6th floor of the graffiti building there are many like me. Barely alive, not dead, living day to day on handouts." "What do you usually do for income?" Cameron said, "Collect bottles or wash cars. About $50 to $60 a day. That's decent money. So why are you still starving? Are you on drugs?" Chen An's eyes narrowed. If they were addicts, they were useless, already ruined. Cameron quickly shook his head. "No, we hardly do drugs. If we did, we couldn't live here. It's just that 2 nearby camps have taken over the territory. We have to go farther, but we're often chased away and can only get supplies from relief stations. We don't earn nearly as much as before. Several have already starved to death, and new people keep moving in." Chen An fell into thought. To be honest, he had tried scavenging before. Though it didn't pay as well as the docks, he wasn't willing to give it up easily. Now an opportunity had presented itself. "Hey, race the deal. I have an opportunity for you all. Are you interested? I guarantee you'll have food every day and some spare cash for clothes." Cameron's eyes lit up at the words. Without a second thought, he agreed. "I'm in. As long as I can eat, you're my boss." Satisfied with the response, Chen An laid out his plan. "He'll send people to drive away the homeless from the surrounding camps or make them join us. After that, he'll ensure no other camp members roam this area, so you can collect scrap in peace. But each of you will need to pay a protection fee of $6 a day. A fair deal, isn't it? $6. Neither too much nor too little. Charging more would be beyond their means, so this was just right, and the numbers would add up." Cameron was stunned. "You really mean to help us?" He hadn't expected not only to avoid punishment, but to receive protection. $6 was nothing compared to having enough to eat. "You're like a god." Seeing his satisfaction, Chen An said, "Go back and talk to them. If anyone wants to join, tally them up for me. From now on, you'll be in charge of this area." Cameron nodded eagerly. "No problem, boss. They'll go tell them. They'll be thrilled." Watching him leave, Chen An and the other 2 walked into the apartment. Emily brought out 2 stolen laptops and a phone. An Inspiron 14, a Pavilion 14A, and an iPhone 17. 2 computers and a phone, not bad. With these we can operate more effectively. Hank said contentedly. As for the fact they were stolen, that was child's play for him. Chen An took the iPhone 17. "My phone was getting worn out anyway." "Good work, Emily. This saves us some money." He then inserted his SIM card into the new phone. As for the old phone, he kept it as a spare. Hank then began operating the computer, skillfully entering the dark web, making Chen An wonder if the guy spent all his free time there scrolling through it like TikTok. While Hank was contacting the seller, Chen An checked on Anton and the others, finding no unexpected incidents. It seemed last night's operation hadn't caused too much trouble. "Emily, I brought you some food." Emily reached out to take it and quietly ate. A knock soon came at the door. Chen An got up to answer it. Opening the door, he saw Cameron and a group of homeless men, black, white, Latino, about a dozen in total. "Is this all?" Cameron explained. "Boss, these are just the ones still in the building. Some went out and might be back tonight. Once they hear about this benefit, they'll agree too. It should come to about 40. Chen An nodded, his gaze calm as he looked at the group. "Anyone on drugs?" "Let me be clear, I don't want addicts." They all shook their heads. "Boss, we don't touch that stuff. You need a health check to stay in Graffiti Tower, so nobody here uses." Hearing this, Chen An felt somewhat relieved. If anyone were using drugs, it would cause serious trouble and might implicate him. However, half of this group were the elderly, the sick, or the disabled, small in stature. Aside from a few who could still fight, the rest were essentially useless. No wonder their turf had been taken. All right, Cameron, gather them first. We'll move tonight, and he'll send someone to assist you. Cameron nodded. Got it, boss. Then he led the group back to the 6th floor, and Chen An closed the door again. Cameron, is he really going to help us? One person asked doubtfully. Asians here have it worse than us. How could he drive out 2 camps? Cameron frowned. You don't understand. The boss is no ordinary man. Did you see the woman beside him just now? Yes, she's gorgeous. One man licked his lips with a grin. Cameron chuckled. Don't let her looks fool you. Look at these injuries. He lifted his shirt to reveal bruises on his stomach and a scratch on his neck. She almost killed me. I still can't forget that look in her eyes. She knows martial arts. She could take all of us down alone. Whoa, that fierce. They stared at Cameron's wounds, not doubting his words. I don't care how fierce she is. As long as he can help us survive, he's our boss, and we follow his every order. Right? If he can really drive out the hyenas and wolves and hold the turf, we'll stick with him. He'll be our boss. Let's see tonight. Maybe our luck is about to change. Cameron had a feeling that this was the best decision had ever made. By 5 o'clock, Anton and the others finished their shift. 8 men at $160 each came to $1,280 total, with 3 meals provided by the dock at no cost. Earning over $1,000 a day. What class did that put him in America? Chen An pondered. Boss, I've found a seller, Hank said, finally reaching a suitable contact. Reliable? Chen An asked. The seller's called Black Wolf. He's got a good rep on the dark web, no issues. What guns do you want? Chen An said, machine guns, grenades, rocket launchers. Got any? Hank's face stiffened. Damn, you're really pushing it, he thought. Are all Asians this aggressive? Boss, are you planning to rob a bank? These heavy weapons aren't easy to get, and they cost anywhere from a few thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. So what do you have? Hank replied, pistols. Only pistols. They're cheap and easy to move. The Glock series, affordable and practical. About $500 each plus extra for ammo. The Glock 19 is the most popular. I recommend that. Chen An calculated how many he could buy with his current funds. At $500 a piece plus ammunition, he could afford at most 4, still enough. He said, all right. Tell him 4 guns plus ammo. How soon can they arrive? Wait, let me contact him. Hank began communicating with the seller. After about 3 minutes, Hank turned back. Boss, he says 10 p.m. tonight at an abandoned parking lot in Koreatown. Chen An nodded. Good, agree to it. He then picked up the phone and dialed Shinling's number. She finally learned her lesson and answered instantly, her voice trembling slightly. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Chen An. Have you gotten Zhou how to set up a meeting with Creek yet? Shinling's face changed. I haven't told him yet. Zhou Hao got hurt and didn't come to school. I'm trying to reach him. Don't give me excuses. I'm giving you until tomorrow to get him out and tell me the location, Chen An said in a low, firm voice. Fine, I'll get Zhou Hao to meet you. With that, Chen An hung up. Just then, Anton and the others returned to Graffiti Tower. Emily opened the door and they walked into the living room instantly, making the once spacious area feel cramped. Seeing this, Chen An knew he needed to move Anton and his men into Cameron's place. Cameron's home had several empty rooms, enough to accommodate everyone. Mr. Chen, hey, raise today's pay. Anton handed over a stack of dollars. Chen An tucked it into his pocket and turned to Hank. Hank, we're heading out. Hold down the fort. No problem, boss. I want to open the door for anyone but you. Chen An led Anton and the 8 others out. It was nearly 6 p.m., and Cameron was already waiting outside. Seeing Chen An emerge with the group, Cameron's eyes widened, his throat bobbed, and his expression tensed. 8 men, each over 6'3", stood before him, an imposing sight. Cameron, are we all assembled? Chen An asked. Almost. 41 men ready to follow your orders. Chen An gave the command. Cameron, lead us to the hyenas camp. The others will split up and approach slowly. Even at night, 14 men walking together would draw too much attention. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen An led Anton and his men out of Graffiti Tower first, following Cameron toward the hyenas camp. The others waited a moment, then filed out of the building, taking different paths, but all converging on the hyenas camp. Meanwhile, the hyenas camp was located in an abandoned garage housing a few scrapped cars and a beat-up van. Countless tents clustered around the vehicles, with a few campfires burning. The van was shaking violently, accompanied by faint moans. Boss, we've got a situation. A voice shattered the intense moment. The van door slid open, and a black man stepped out, pulling up his pants. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? The camp leader hyena barked in anger. There really is a situation. A group of people is heading our way. They'll be here any minute. Hyena sneered with contempt. Is it those troublemakers from Graffiti Tower again? Just drive them off. They wouldn't dare go to Wolf Camp, so they come here. Do they think I'm an easy target? No, they're unfamiliar faces. They don't mean well. Seeing the other man wasn't pretending, Hyena quickly said, "Tell everyone to drop what they're doing and come with me. And contact Wolf Camp. Tell them to get here." With that, he grabbed the iron baseball bat from the driver's seat and led a few men toward the parking lot exit. Before long, the two groups met face to face. Chen An fixed his gaze on the men before him while they sized him up in return. "Cameron, you actually dared to come back. This whole area is Hyena Camp's turf. Did you think bringing some muscle would let you interfere?" Cameron replied, "You were the ones who pushed us to the edge, leaving us no way out. Today our boss is here to teach you a lesson." Hyena twirled the metal baseball bat in a flashy move and pointed it at Chen An. "You think this yellow monkey and a few big guys are enough? You underestimate Hyena Camp. They'll say it again, join the camp, and you can scavenge for scraps or wash cars around here. Dream on." Cameron refused without a second thought. "Hand over 2/3 of what we earn every day? Who would ever agree to that?" Chen An's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected such ruthlessness, taking 2/3 of the earnings. It was a blatant attempt to turn these people into slaves for profit. "Hyena, is it? From now on, this area belongs to Graffiti Tower. You either join or leave." Chen An's tone was absolute. Dressed in his suit, he exuded the aura of a mafia don from the movies. "Dumbass. Who do you think you are, a gang leader? Get them. Cripple them. I never want to see these bastards again." Hyena flipped Chen An the middle finger and cursed. As his words fell, the young men of Hyena Camp gripped their weapons and charged at Chen An. In response, Chen An signaled Anton to strike. Cameron and some of the younger men joined the fray, plunging the scene into chaos. With their height advantage and combat mastery, Anton and his death warriors fought like they were outnumbered by 3-1. In mere moments, the ground was littered with groaning bodies. Cameron saw Anton's fighting prowess and knew they had won. It was even better than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, panic finally flickered across Hyena's face. His men were all young and strong, yet they had been taken down so easily. "Fuck, are these guys special forces or something? They're unstoppable." Hyena saw Anton striding toward him and instinctively stepped back. As the giant closed in, he swung the baseball bat with all his might at Anton's shoulder, but it was deftly dodged. The force of his swing made him lurch forward, nearly stumbling. Seizing the opening, Anton drove a heavy fist straight into Hyena's face. His face caved in slightly as he crumpled to the ground, blood trickling from his nose. Simple and swift. Seeing their leader defeated so effortlessly, Hyena Camp's men lost all will to fight. Within 3 minutes, they were subdued. Against the Death Warriors, they were utterly outmatched. "We actually did it." Cameron watched, trembling with excitement. He never imagined they could defeat Hyena Camp, but he knew it was all thanks to Chen An. Without these incredibly powerful subordinates, victory would have been impossible for their ragtag group of weaklings. With the problem resolved, Chen An walked slowly over to Hyena, looking down at him. "This is Graffiti Tower's territory now. You can get lost." Then he turned to the others. "Of course, if you want to stay, all you need to do is pay $6 in protection fees every day." The men of Hyena Camp exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. "Only $6? Are you serious?" one of them asked uncertainly. "Of course. I want to join." "Me too. I've been wanting to leave Hyena Camp for ages. Only a fool wouldn't join for $6 a day." In an instant, Hyena Camp's men all voiced their willingness to join Graffiti Tower. It was clear how brutally Hyena had been exploiting them. Hyena's face turned ashen. He knew it was over. He had lost his territory, and his former life was gone forever. "Get lost." Chen An kicked Hyena, sending him rolling several meters across the ground. Covered in dirt, he staggered to his feet and trudged away, a picture of utter defeat. Chen An paid him no mind. His eyes fell on the van, and a smile spread across his face. "I was just thinking we needed a vehicle. And here it is." He strode over to it. He quickly reached the van and found a scantily clad white woman inside. Seeing Chen An, she eagerly leaned forward. "You're my new boss now. They'll take good care of you." "Emily, throw her out," Chen An ordered. Emily grabbed the woman and tossed her out of the van. She hit the ground with a soft cry, staring at Chen An in disbelief. He had no interest in her, and she wasn't bad-looking, having been a model before. She tried to approach again, but froze when Emily shot her a look. Chen An began searching the van, pinching his nose. The stench was unbearable, too pungent. But persistence paid off. He found Hyena's stash of dollars, 900 in total. A decent sum. Besides the cash, there were also some knives and weapons. "Cameron," Chen An called. "Coming, boss." Cameron hurried over. "Clean this van thoroughly. Make sure there's not a trace of that god-awful smell left." Chen An ordered. Cameron nodded. "Got it, boss. Leave it to me." "How many people are we? What's the head count?" Chen An asked. Cameron quickly replied, 80 in total. But some are injured and might need medical attention. Chen An frowned. "I don't have any medicine." Just then the roar of an engine sounded in the distance. A battered pickup truck rolled slowly to a stop nearby, and a dozen men climbed out. Chen An immediately sensed something off about them. Their eyes were sharp, their postures disciplined. They had the bearing of soldiers. Leading them was a burly white man in a military uniform, a beard on his face, exuding an air of authority. "It seems you've dealt with Hyena and his crew," said Carl the leader, a smile spreading across his face, apparently unconcerned by Hyena's defeat. To accomplish that in such a short time is indeed not to be underestimated. He began to scrutinize Chen An and the others. "I didn't expect an Asian. Truly surprising." Cameron then introduced, "Boss, this is Carl, the leader of the wolf pack camp. They're different from the hyena camp. Fewer in number, but all young and more skilled in combat." It said Carl is a former Navy SEL, a cut above Hyena. Chen An's expression shifted to surprise upon hearing this. A Navy SEAL reduced to being a vagrant. How absurd. Silence suits you. We were planning to deal with Hyena anyway, so you've saved us the trouble. This area is now the wolf pack's territory. If you wish to join, the age limit is 16 to 30. No addicts, no cripples," Carl declared. Cameron's face fell at these words. The wolf pack camp offered good benefits. No need to hand over dollars plus protection, but the entry requirements were too stringent for most. Chen An chuckled. A Navy SEAL, or not without a gun, he was no match. He had already observed that none of them carried firearms. It made sense. How could vagrants afford guns? "Carl, is it? You're impressive. Join our graffiti tower, or get out of this area." Carl laughed. Big words for someone who'd probably be gasping for air after a few steps. "Do as I taught you. Take them out," Carl commanded, his expression cold. The dozens behind him nodded and advanced in unison toward Chen, and their weapons no longer clubs, but sharp blades. Their methods were far more ruthless than Hyena's. Knowing Cameron's men stood no chance, Chen An sent Anton forward. Anton strode ahead, wielding the metal baseball bat taken from Hyena's crew. Despite their training, some hesitated to strike, having never killed despite their intent to claim territory. Carl's face hardened. "Cowards! Mercy to an enemy is cruelty to yourself." Anton bore no such burden. He advanced steadily, closing in. The opponent swung a cleaver with practiced precision. But Anton sent the cleaver flying with a single swing of his bat, then kicked the man in the abdomen, incapacitating him instantly. Carl's eyes narrowed from a distance. His military background told him Anton's every move was calculated. Was the man like him? The same scene played out elsewhere. Armed with weapons and skilled in combat, the loyal fighters proved formidable. Even the Wolfpack's elite were outmatched. But they still fell short against Anton. Carl's earlier composure vanished, sweat beading on his forehead. He suspected these men were soldiers disguised as vagrants on a secret mission. "Carl, it's just you now," Chen An said. Carl showed no fear, raising his fists in a boxer's stance, ready to fight to the end. Anton and his men closed in, and soon they were locked in a brutal hand-to-hand brawl. Chen An watched in surprise. Carl's combat prowess was impressive, holding his own against three fighters for so long with only minor injuries. Panting heavily, Carl's stamina waned. Seeing Anton and the others still standing, he knew he couldn't win. A minute later, he lay on the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth, bruises covering his body. Chen An approached. "Do you submit? This is Graffiti Tower's territory now." Carl let out a bitter laugh. "It's yours. He'll leave and not bother you again. You're skilled. I value your potential. Join me," Chen An invited again. A special operations veteran, his addition could yield unexpected gains. Carl shook his head. "Join you for what? Scavenging. I have my own matters to attend to. I can help you. As I said, I admire you." Carl slowly rose, dusting himself off, and looked at Chen An. "You can't help me. Would you kill a man? A colonel, no less." Chen An's face flickered with surprise, but quickly steadied. "Give me a reason." Now it was Carl's turn to be stunned. The man hadn't outright refused. Did he think he could act against such a figure? Yet inexplicably he confessed his reason. "He betrayed us. Got my entire squad and my partner killed, for a pathetic $10,000. He sold the operation plan to the enemy for a lousy 10 grand. Afterwards, he drove me out on false charges, and no one did a thing." Carl was nearly roaring by the end. Chen An thought how very American. But betrayal was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. "Carl, I understand how you feel. I came to America with my own vendetta. I can't promise to help you for sure, but if you join once I have the power, I'll act on your behalf. That's better than going it alone. If you trust me, stay. If not, I won't stop you. You can leave," Chen An said calmly. Carl was stunned, his mind racing. This man commanded such a force, and Anton's skills were no less than a soldier's. With nowhere else to go, joining might offer a glimmer of hope. Carl nodded in agreement. "Fine. I accept. You Asians are indeed as persuasive as they say. Congratulations, you've convinced me." Carl extended his hand. Chen An smiled and shook it. "All right, we're all family now. No need for deadly conflict. Same rules as before, a $6 protection fee, and your time is your own," Chen An announced to the crowd. Cameron, tally the numbers. Exclude addicts, record the rest. They're under your management, collect the $6 uniformly. Cameron's excitement barely contained. He nodded eagerly. No problem, boss. Leave it to me. Then Chen An and his men climbed into Carl's pickup, heading toward Graffiti Tower. Soon they returned to the graffiti building. Chen An led Carl and the others back to his place. Boss, you're back. Hank, sitting in front of his computer watching videos, greeted Chen An hastily. Carl, where were you staying before? Carl replied, a cheap apartment nearby, nothing compared to your place, boss. Since that's the case, move in here. The rent's about the same, and being close by means we can look out for each other. There are plenty of rooms here. Cameron and the others can fit up to 3 in theirs, so we can squeeze you in. Hearing Chen An's words, Carl nodded. Yeah, you're right. They'll move in here. By the way, Chen An suddenly spoke up. Wait, you and Anton are going to handle a transaction. I bought 4 Glock pistols on the dark web. Hank will tell you the location later. Carl was startled. Boss, you bought pistols? What for? At that moment, he felt Chen An wasn't as simple as he appeared. For pistols? Was he part of some gang about to have a shootout? To deal with people, of course. Without a gun here, you'll lose your life. Don't you know that? Chen An said. Carl was silent for a moment, then spoke solemnly. Boss, it seems you have people to deal with too. I'm no stranger to firearms, but after my discharge, the U.S. forbade me from using them. I never thought I'd need them again. He then looked at Hank. What's the traitor's name? Hank replied, Black Wolf. It's him. Carl looked surprised. Chen An noticed and asked, what's wrong? Do you know this Black Wolf? Carl nodded. Yes, he's a well-known arms dealer in this area, specializing in guns and ammunition. I've crossed paths with him a few times. Perfect. You're the best person for this transaction. Soon it was 8 p.m. Anton and Carl walked out of the graffiti building, got into the creaky pickup truck, and drove toward Koreatown. On the way, Carl tried to chat with Anton. Hey buddy, judging by your skills, were you also in special forces? Anton said no. Then a professional boxer? No. Anton's words were brief. Seeing this, Carl didn't press further, thinking Chen and didn't want to say. But he was sure the man wasn't ordinary. Before long, they drove into an abandoned underground garage in Koreatown. One of the truck's headlights was broken, casting only a dim light on the surroundings. The silence was unnerving. Just then a blinding white light suddenly flashed not far ahead, and they drove toward it. They saw a Santana parked there with 2 figures faintly visible inside. The window slowly rolled down, and a low voice emerged. Seller's name? Chen. Anton said. Hey, Black Wolf, long time no see. Carl got out of the truck, walked to the car, and greeted him with a smile. Carl, so you're the buyer. Black Wolf inside the car was clearly surprised. He opened the door and stepped out wearing a black trench coat. His bald head was striking and a fierce tattoo adorned his neck. I'm not the buyer, it's my boss. We're here for the deal. Black Wolf raised an eyebrow. You actually have a boss? That's unexpected. Who is it? Sorry, I can't say. You know how it is. Black Wolf chuckled, then took a briefcase from the car. Since it's you, this deal will go smoothly. We're old friends after all. Take a look. 4 Glock 19 pistols, brand new, never used. You can tell at a glance. Black Wolf opened the briefcase, revealing the 4 pistols neatly arranged inside. Carl picked them up one by one, inspecting them with practiced professional ease. Black Wolf, are these guns registered? Black Wolf smiled and lit a cigarette. Of course not. They're ghost guns, just as you requested. The LAPD won't trace them. Ghost guns, as the name implies, had no serial numbers, no traceable origin, making them much harder to track. What about the bullets? Carl asked. I was planning to send the bullets later, but since it's you, no problem. Black Wolf then took out several boxes of ammunition and magazines from the car. 9 by 19 millimeters rounds, 0. 40 each. How many do you want? Carl looked at Anton. What does the boss say? Anton handed over 2200. After paying for the guns, used the rest for bullets. Black Wolf took the money and had his associate verify it. After confirming it was genuine, he said, the 4 guns are 2000 as agreed. With the remaining 200, you can buy 500 rounds. Carl was astonished. That many? What was the boss planning? Black Wolf laughed heartily. A big deal indeed. As a favor to Carl, he'll throw in an extra 100 rounds for free. That's 600 rounds total. Take them. He placed 30 magazines on the ground. I brought this many. He'll send the rest later. That okay? Carl picked up a magazine to inspect it. 10 rounds per mag. When will the rest arrive? By noon tomorrow at the latest, delivered to the usual spot. You know it. Carl looked at Anton. That okay, eh? Anton had already contacted Chen An. After getting a reply, he nodded. No problem. Haha. Pleasure doing business. Next time you need other firearms, come to me. If you've got the cash, I can get you large caliber sniper rifles, even tanks. Carl flipped him off. Stop bragging. Can you even get those into Los Angeles? Black Wolf grinned. I have my channels. Goodbye, Carl. Hope you succeed. Black Wolf got into his car and slowly drove out of the garage. Carl handed one of the pistols to Anton. Know how to use it? Yes. Anton nodded and took it. Then carrying the briefcase with one hand, Carl got back into the truck, and they quickly left the place. Inside the graffiti building, Chen An received word that the transaction had gone smoothly, putting him at ease. Having Carl handle the deal had been the right call. It saved a lot of trouble. It's time to make a move on Richard. Hank, have you located Richard? Chen An asked. Hank nodded. Found him, boss. He spends most of his time at the school, and he's still there now. But according to his schedule, he'll leave at 9:30 and head to his house in the wealthy district. Chen An knew this was the perfect time to strike. He hoped everything would go smoothly. Soon Carl and the other returned safely, placing the briefcase on the table. Seeing this, Chen An reached out to open it, picked up a Glock 19, and began to examine it. The firearm had a matte black finish measuring approximately 185 millimeters in total length, with a 102 millimeters barrel featuring a standard pistol design. Having already embedded the pistol proficiency trait, countless pieces of information about handguns flooded his mind. His hands moved swiftly to insert the magazine into the pistol. He raised his hand to aim as if he were a seasoned veteran of firearms. Carl's pupils contracted at the sight. Boss, looks like you've used guns before. Your chambering technique is so smooth. Not bad, Chen An said as he slowly released the magazine, placed the pistol on the table, and then turned his attention to the remaining three. He handed two of them to Anton and Emily. As for the last one, his gaze fell on Carl. Carl, this one is for you. After all, as a retired Navy SEL, you are the most skilled with a firearm. Carl's face lit up with joy as he reached out to take it. Thanks, boss. I haven't held a gun in months. Once he had the weapon in hand, his eyes turned cold and ruthless. Of course, there's something I need your help with, Chen An said. What is it? Carl asked, curious. He had known that the boss purchase of firearms and recruitment signaled a major operation. Chen An snapped his fingers and Hank brought over a computer. An image appeared before Carl. It was a photo and information on Charles. It's this man. I need you to capture him. He's responsible for my sister's disappearance, so I need to interrogate him. Carl finally understood the boss motive. It was all for his sister. Their bond must be deep. All right, send me the location. He'll take care of it. Chen An smiled faintly. He'll send 3 men with you to ensure nothing goes wrong. He's likely armed, so be careful. Carl flashed a sinister grin. Even if he has a gun, he won't have the chance to use it. I despise scum like him. Good. Get ready and move out. Emily's guns are for you to use for now. 3 firearms should be sufficient. At 9:00, Carl, Anton, and the others got into a pickup truck and drove toward the school. Chen An received updates throughout the journey. At 9:25, Carl and his team parked the truck in a blind spot for surveillance. They put on masks that covered half their faces, their 4 pairs of eyes fixed intently on the school gate. The silence inside the vehicle was suffocating. Anton, drive right up to him, grab him, and leave. If he resists, shoot. He'll handle the rest. Carl began outlining the plan. Anton and the others nodded. At 9:30, a thin, bespectacled white man walked out of the school, carrying a briefcase. After confirming the man was Charles, Carl immediately gave the order. Go. Anton slowly started the truck and approached Charles. Charles, heading toward his car, was unaware he had been spotted. He was already thinking about watching the precious footage in his recordings to satisfy his perverse desires, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as he was lost in thought, a pickup truck pulled up beside him. The door slid open, revealing the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at him. Easy now, darling. Don't resist. Get in the car, Carl said in a calm tone. Charles froze, bewildered about who he had offended, fear creeping onto his face. Without another word, Anton grabbed Charles by the neck and roughly pulled him into the vehicle. The truck sped away, heading toward the port of San Pedro. At the familiar docks, the location offered seclusion and virtually no surveillance, an ideal spot for interrogation. The truck soon stopped inside an abandoned warehouse. Carl kicked Charles out of the vehicle and followed, patting him down. From Charles' bag, he retrieved a pistol and some cash. Which gang are you from? I have connections with your boss. He'll pay whatever you want, just don't shoot. I know the Crick family. Killing me will bring you trouble. Charles blurted out frantically. Anton pressed the gun to his head and asked, Do you know Chen An? Where did Crick take her? Charles' mind raced as he recalled the memory of Chen An. So these people were after that Asian student. She's my student, but she's been missing recently. I don't know anything. Charles tried to lie to Anton and the others. Seeing this, Carl immediately drew a small knife and drove it into Charles' thigh. Don't try to lie to me. Your eyes give you away. Next time it won't be your thigh. Aunt. Charles was overwhelmed by the pain, caught off guard by the sudden attack. Back at the base, Chen An was startled by Anton's report. He hadn't expected Carl to be so ruthless, stabbing someone without a second thought. But soon a look of satisfaction crossed his face. The more ruthless Carl was, the more reliable he seemed. Violence was a necessary tool. Speak. Where did Crick take Chen An? Carl's grip on the knife tightened. If you don't talk, I have plenty of other methods to make you. Seeing Carl's predatory gaze, Charles finally gave in. I don't know much. After Crick took Chen An, there was no news. He didn't tell me anything. Anton held up Charles' phone. Enter the password and unlock it. Charles' eyes flickered, and Carl noticed, immediately pressing down harder with the knife. Oh. Charles let out another agonized scream. Blood pooled on the ground, and his face grew pale. Open it. Carl's voice was ice cold. With no other choice, Charles unlocked the phone. Anton quickly began searching for useful clues. Soon he found a folder filled with numerous recorded videos. Upon opening one, they saw footage of assaults on women and even men, each video featuring different victims, a sight that was deeply disturbing. Carl kicked Charles hard. You scum? Imagine if these videos were leaked. Do you think the people in them would let you live? No. Charles panicked. These were secretly recorded videos involving people from various fields. If they found out he had filmed them, they would truly kill him. You're looking for Chen An, right? I can help you. Just then Anton opened another video, and the image caught his attention. It was Xin Ling. So she was also one of Charles' victims. He must have used this to blackmail her into tricking his sister. As he continued browsing, Anton finally found Chen An's video. In the footage, Chen An's eyes brimmed with tears, her body covered in bruises as she pleaded desperately, even begging for Chen An to appear. Brother, save me. My brother won't let you get away with this. On the other end, Chen An received this message, his rage nearly erupting. He immediately ordered Anton to make a move against Richard. Upon receiving the order, Anton retrieved a metal baseball bat from the car and slowly approached Richard. Witnessing this, Richard's face twisted with terror as he tried to retreat, only to be pinned down by Carl's foot. Our boss said, since you're so fond of spying, we'll cripple your hands. No, we'll pay you. If you kill me, the LAPD won't let you get away. There's nowhere to hide. Richard couldn't believe these people would actually resort to violence. This was Los Angeles. When had it become home to such lunatics? Anton remained unmoved by Richard's words. In Chen An's eyes, the man before him was solely responsible for his sister's suffering. If not for the need to extract information, he would have killed him long ago, even if it meant sacrificing a loyal follower to take the blame. Bang! Anton swung the bat, expressionlessly shattering Richard's hands. The man writhed in agony, but Carl clamped a hand over his mouth, stifling his screams. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal, it'll pass soon, a voice whispered in his ear. Then Anton pressed on. Where was Chen An taken in the end? By now Richard was utterly broken. Without a second thought, he blurted out, I really don't know the specifics. All I know is that Creek took her away and I never saw her again. Anton glanced at Carl, relaying Chen An's question. Is he lying? Carl shook his head. Doesn't seem like it. But we can pressure him a bit more to be sure. Carl then began his own interrogation. Unlike Anton's brute force, he used words to fray Richard's nerves, gradually driving him to the brink. After a full 3 minutes, he could extract nothing more. Carl slowly rose to his feet. Looks like he's telling the truth. We'll have to find this Creek, but he won't be easy to deal with. These few pistols won't cut it. Anton asked again, how much money do you have? Richard, pale as a ghost, hurriedly replied, there's 100,000 in the bank account plus other assets. Around 120,000 total. Carl smacked him hard on the head. That's all. Aren't you a professor? Who are you trying to fool? Richard's face twisted with bitterness. I still have a mortgage and taxes to pay. What's left isn't much. Most of it comes from working with those wealthy clients. On the other end, Chen An's expression shifted. $120,000 was a decent sum. He needed exactly 100,000 to upgrade his system. Since Richard had nothing more to offer, he might as well take the money. Anton, receiving the message, grabbed supplies from the car's medical kit. Patch him up for now. We'll get that 100,000 first. Carl chuckled. You guys are truly reckless. Now I believe that following you gives me a sliver of hope for revenge. He then skillfully bandaged Richard, ensuring he wouldn't die too quickly from the crude treatment. Take him to withdraw the cash, Anton ordered. Soon they all climbed back into the pickup truck and headed for the nearest ATM. A few minutes later they arrived. Inside the vehicle, Carl stared at Richard and waved his phone. No funny business. Withdraw the money and come back, or I'll leak these videos. Richard nodded frantically. Carl opened the door and let him out, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings, ready to react at the first sign of trouble. Fortunately, Richard complied. After withdrawing the cash, he returned to the car. The vehicle slowly drove away. Can you let me live now? Richard pleaded, his voice almost a whimper. No one answered him. Carl sat in the passenger seat, smoking, his eyes deep and unreadable. Anton, what's the boss say? The boss said to kill him. If we're discovered, well, take the fall, the others will be fine. Anton replied, his tone flat. Carl's heart shuddered. What kind of power did Chen An wield to command such unwavering loyalty? It was terrifying. His face betrayed no emotion, as if he were discussing the most mundane matter. Fear gripped Carl's heart. In the back seat, Richard overheard and began thrashing in terror, but Xing and the others held him down firmly. The truck rolled south through Los Angeles. The cityscape receded outside the window, giving way to patches of barren land, more desolate and run-down than South City. To Richard, the road ahead was nothing but darkness. The graffiti tower. Chen An sat silently on the sofa, the grim realization settling in that his sister was likely in grave danger. He couldn't even be sure she was still alive. If something happened to her, he would lose his mind. Creek, you'd better pray you never fall into my hands. An hour later, Carl and the others returned, having changed their clothes. Carl, any issues? No one will find out. Chen An asked. Carl grabbed a can of cola from the fridge, took a sip, and said, "Don't worry, boss. We're fine for now, but I can't guarantee it forever. When it comes to covering tracks, those Mexican cartels are far more ruthless." Chen An nodded. "As long as we're not discovered immediately, that's enough. This time I owe you. Since I've acknowledged you as my boss, I'm in this with you. Besides, this isn't my first rodeo. The world is darker than you think." Chen An smiled. If someone had told him that back in the Dragon Kingdom, he wouldn't have believed it. But now, having seen it with his own eyes, he did. "Hey, race $5,000. Do whatever you want with it." Chen An pulled the cash from the bag and handed it to Carl. Carl didn't refuse. He tucked it into his pocket. "Go get some rest. You can stay with Cameron or rent a place of your own if you're not comfortable." "All right." Carl stood up and left the room. Chen An was now alone with his loyal follower. Hank was stationed in the room across the hall, which he had rented from Mrs. Maya as an extra single. Chen An looked at the remaining money in the bag and spoke to the system. "System, I want to upgrade." Ding. "Would you like to upgrade the follower system? Please click to confirm." Without hesitation, he pressed the button. $100,000 vanished from the bag, and a notification appeared before him. "System upgrading. Remaining time 12 hours. There's still time. 12 hours is bearable." He then glanced at the remaining $15,000. He still needed to arrange for a new identity, and the funds were quickly dwindling. Money comes and goes fast. In the blink of an eye, time arrived at 8 a.m. the next day. With over an hour remaining before the system upgrade was complete, no new deaths sworn had spawned, leading Chen An to speculate that they might only appear after the upgrade concluded. He thus instructed Anong to inform Old Master Jace that the newcomers would arrive at noon, receiving a confirmation of no issues from the other party. Chen An lay on the bed, quietly waiting for the system update to finish. Time quickly passed to 9:13 a.m. when a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The Deathsworn system upgrade is complete. New functions unlocked: shared perspective, doubled slot capacity for embedded traits, and an increase of 3 Deathsworn per day. Shared perspective: you can now view the perspective of any Deathsworn simply by mentally calling their name. You can now embed 2 traits into each Deathsworn. You will receive 6 Deathsworn daily. Chen An gazed at these new features, a look of delight spreading across his face. With shared perspective, he no longer had to rely on Andon's reports. He could directly observe the overall situation. As for the doubling of trait slots and the increase in Deathsworn to 6 per day, it significantly accelerated his development. The $100,000 spent was not in vain, though the next upgrade would require $1 million, posing a far greater challenge. System deploy today's 6 Deathsworn. Ding. Deployment complete. They are en route. He then embedded the traits robust physique and combat proficiency into Anong and the others, boosting their combat capabilities. Next, he embedded combat proficiency and pistol mastery for himself, and stealth and pistol mastery for Emily. Thus, their overall strength was elevated to a new level. Shortly after, Chen An entered Hank's room and asked, "Have you found someone to forge false identities?" Hank replied, "I've found a few candidates, but I'm not sure which one to choose." Hearing this, Chen An inquired, "What are their prices?" "They're all around $15,000. The issue is deciding which one is reliable." Just then, Carl walked in. "Boss, what are you up to?" Chen An said, "I need a legitimate identity. Hank is making contacts. You've come at the right time. Do you know any of these sellers?" Carl waved his hand dismissively. "Boss, you should have said something earlier. Forget the dark web. I know a friend who specializes in green cards. As long as you have enough money, they can even get you a genuine identity. Why settle for a fake one? Not only are those flimsy and easily exposed by the FBI, but they're also expensive." Chen An looked at him with surprise. "How much does your friend charge?" "The price varies. What's the going rate on the dark web, Hank?" Hank, hearing Carl's question, replied, $15,000. $15,000. That's robbery. Carl exclaimed in shock, then turned to Chen An. "Boss, for $15,000, my friend can have it done in 3 days. What do you think?" Chen An nodded. "All right, let's meet your friend." Given the choice, a genuine green card was always preferable. Spending the same amount yielded far superior results. Bringing Carl on board had been the right decision. The man had connections in the United States. "Okay, I'll contact her. I'm sure she'll be thrilled to hear about such a big deal." Chen An asked, "How long has she been doing this?" Carl replied, "A long time, even before I retired. This sort of thing is common. As long as you have a guarantor, you can get anything in America if you have money. She has extensive connections, even inside the FBI. Chen An's eyes darkened. Hey, Carl. I can't believe you called. I thought you were dead. A female voice came through the phone. Carl said, Susan, don't curse me like that. We used to date, remember? Cut the crap. Tell me why you're calling. And don't ask me to help you get revenge. That's not happening. Susan's tone was impatient. It's a big deal. $15,000. Interested? The breathing on the other end quickened. 15,000. Do you even have that kind of money? I heard you've been living as a bum lately. You're not trying to scam me, are you? Carl's face stiffened. How do you all know I've been homeless? I feel like I'm being watched. Black Wolf told me. You know he's a blabbermouth. Carl's tone turned serious. Seriously, someone commissioned me to get a green card. The fee is 15,000. I thought of you. Interested? Fine, let's meet. If you're lying to me, you'll tear your head off and flush it down the drain. The call ended. Carl smiled at Chen An. Boss, it's done. Soon the other party sent the meeting location. Chen and Emily and Carl left the graffiti tower, got into the pickup truck, and drove to the venue. A decent coffee shop. The pickup parked outside, and Chen An and his companion stepped out, walking inside. Carl scanned the room and headed toward a corner. Chen An followed his gaze and saw a professional-looking white woman sitting there who also noticed them. Carl, are these the clients? Carl sat down and nodded. Yes, my boss, Chen An, and this is his. For a moment, Carl wasn't sure if Emily was Chen An's woman or a colleague. She's my bodyguard, Chen An clarified. Right, a bodyguard. Quite capable, Carl added. Susan frowned. What an odd setup. And Carl, how could you take orders from an Asian guy? What were you thinking? Carl said, he can help me get revenge. Susan looked surprised. She knew exactly what Carl was referring to. She studied Chen An, who didn't seem like anyone important. He didn't even have a proper identity. Carl, don't let yourself be fooled, Susan warned as a friend. Carl chuckled. I have my own judgment. Let's talk business. My boss is the one in charge here. Susan stopped pressing and turned to Chen An. Mr. Chen, I need to ask you a few questions for the green card application. Chen An said, go ahead. How many times have you been to the United States? 6 times. Any criminal record? No. I'm from Dragon Country. You know people there are model citizens. Susan's eyes lit up. Dragon Country. I've heard the governance there is strict and it's very safe. Chen An smiled. That's right. Carl, however, shot Chen An a peculiar look. Model citizen. If he didn't know Chen An was carrying a gun and surrounded by ruthless subordinates, he might have believed it. Very well, Susan nodded approvingly. Your information is largely in order. Obtaining permanent residency should proceed smoothly. $15,000, 3 days. I guarantee completion. At these words, Chen An withdrew a thick stack of U.S. dollars from his inner pocket, peeled off 2 bills, and handed the remainder to Susan. Here is the $15,000. Susan's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. You're paying the full amount up front. Don't you fear I'll take the money and vanish. Chen An offered a faint, knowing smile. Then I won't hesitate to act against you, though the price will no longer be so modest. Susan dismissed his warning with a careless shrug, gathered the cash from the table into her briefcase, and said, You'll need an American-appropriate name. Chen An paused thoughtfully before replying, Markin. Susan jotted it down. Very well, Mr. Chen. I'll handle everything. I'll contact Carl once it's finalized. That's all? Chen An asked. He had heard that acquiring permanent residency in the United States was notoriously arduous, often requiring over a decade. Yet here he stood securing it for just $15,000. Clearly, Susan wielded considerable influence behind the scenes, otherwise such a feat would have been impossible. Susan smiled faintly. Indeed, it really is this simple. Goodbye, Mr. Chen. She rose, winked at Carl, and strode out of the cafe. Carl, just how capable is this Susan? Carl replied slowly, she's competent enough, skilled at networking, adept at navigating multiple factions. For sensitive identities or classified intelligence, she's often your best lead. She rarely comes up empty-handed. Is that so? Then she truly is remarkable. Carl grimaced. Boss, tread carefully. She's ice-cold and ruthless, driven solely by profit. Even when I requested her help, she refused outright. That's why we parted ways. And whatever happened yesterday, don't let her find out. She'd sell it to the highest bidder without hesitation. Then she won't take the money and deliver nothing. Chen An asked. Carl shook his head. No, she honors her word strictly. Moments later, the two stepped out of the cafe, climbed into their car, and returned to Graffiti Tower. On the 5th floor, Cameron stood waiting outside the apartment door, and upon spotting Chen An, hurried forward with a bright smile. Boss, here's today's collection. He extended several banknotes. Chen An frowned. We haven't even begun operations today. Why collect so early? And this sum seems inaccurate. Cameron explained, these are advance payments from some tenants. The rest will be settled tonight. The surrounding blocks are now under Graffiti Tower's control. Everyone's elated. Chen An accepted the money and instructed, collect uniformly in the evening. Otherwise things become chaotic. You'll only exhaust yourself. Cameron nodded. Understood. I'll take my leave now. Go ahead. Chen An waved him off, then led Carl and Emily inside. Settling onto the sofa, Chen An held up the phone retrieved from Charles and asked Carl, what shall we do with these videos? Destroy them or keep them? Carl stroked his chin. I'd recommend keeping them, boss. They may prove useful later. Agreed. Chen An passed the phone to Hank. Hank, identify everyone in those videos. Compile their full profiles. Consider it done. Hank took the device and departed to begin processing. Carl, how likely am I to succeed if I move against Crick now? At that moment, he burned with the desire to flay the man alive. Carl offered his assessment. The Crick family is no minor concern. They maintain private security. Hardened enforcers smuggled in from Mexico, deeply entrenched in smuggling and narcotics trafficking. As the eldest son, Crick is constantly guarded, both at home and on the move. A direct strike would be nearly impossible. Chen An leaned back on the sofa, exhaling smoke. What if we lure him out? A flicker crossed Carl's face. If lured, the odds improve significantly, but the Crick family will retaliate swiftly. They'll trace us within hours. Then the 18 gang, even mercenaries, will descend upon us. Their firepower could level Graffiti Tower entirely. Though that's hyperbole, they wouldn't dare launch such a large-scale assault in Los Angeles. Chen An exhaled deeply. His strength remained insufficient. Hence this caution, this restraint. I must act against Crick. If exposed, we simply relocate. Carl understood his boss's urgency, the desperate need to rescue his sister, and said nothing further, idly spinning a dagger between his fingers. Things had already deteriorated beyond salvage. How much worse could they possibly become? Chen An picked up the phone and dialed Shinling. Hello. Have you watched the videos? His tone was calm, detached. Yes. I see you've apprehended Charles. Chen An did not respond. Instead, he continued. Have you arranged to meet Zhou Hao? Should you succeed, I'll consider deleting the footage. Yes. I've scheduled a meeting with him tonight at Rose Hotel. I'll send you the room number shortly. A faint smile touched Chen An's lips. Excellent. I'll await your word. He ended the call. Capturing Zhou Hao would compel him to summon Crick, an operation offering the highest probability of success. Carl, tonight's operation is mine to lead. Chen An turned to him. Understood. At 5 p.m. Anton and 14 others returned, handing over today's earnings $2,000. Since the mercenaries had only deployed at noon, the total fell short by $240. $2,000 a day. Time for an intermediate-level lottery draw, perhaps yielding a green tier or higher attribute. But first, Rose Hotel awaited. Chen An departed Graffiti Tower with Anton, Emily, Carl, and 2 mercenaries boarding a van that glided steadily toward Rose Hotel. Shinling had already sent the address. Meanwhile, in room 601 of Rose Hotel, Shinling sat on the bed, nerves taut, when a knock sounded at the door. She sprang up and opened the door, only to find Zhou Hao, the blonde youth, flanked by 2 black men. Her face paled. Zhou Hao, why have you brought them? Zhou Hao stepped forward, pulling her roughly into his arms, his hands gripping her hips possessively. Bodyguards, given what happened last time at Rose Hotel. Relax, tonight it's just the 2 of us. He glanced at the pair and ordered, wait outside. Then he shut the door and guided Shinling deeper into the room. A quiet breath escaped Shinling. She'd feared Zhou Hao knew more than he let on. But with 2 extra men present, would Chen An still succeed? Failure would seal her fate. By the way, what happened after those men abducted you? Zhou Hao suddenly asked. It's nothing, just a robbery. I gave them the money, and they let me go, Shinling said casually. But Zhou Hao was clearly not so easily fooled. He gradually drew closer, staring intently at her. Are you hiding something from me? Every time I asked you out before, you refused. Today you're being so proactive. Shinling forced herself to stay calm and put on a smile. Really? How you must be mistaken. Who were those people? How dare they act so blatantly? If I find out which gang they're from, it'll make them regret it. The 18th Street gang will show them what regret means. Zhou Hao's face was twisted with anger, harboring deep resentment over what had happened. He was an affiliated member of the Crick family, yet he had been kicked to the ground in the middle of the street. If he didn't teach them a lesson, wouldn't he be looked down upon? I feel like you're hiding something from me today. If those people were just robbing, why did they only target you? Zhou Hao's gaze was piercing as he stared at Shinling. Shinling's heart was pounding with panic. She never expected Zhou Hao, who was usually so carefree, to suddenly become so sharp. But she had to maintain her composure. What's so strange about that? Maybe that's just how they operate. It happens all the time in America. Let me see your phone. The more Zhou Hao looked, the more he felt Shinling was acting oddly. Shinling's face changed at his words. Her phone had messages between her and Chen An. If she handed it over, everything would be exposed. So she quickly stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Zhou Hao. How I finally managed to invite you out. If you're going to be so suspicious, just leave. Seeing this, Zhou Hao thought maybe he was overthinking things. He broke into a smile. All right, let's take a shower. He began to undress. By the way, do you know Chen An? Shen Ling's pupils contracted. Yes, she's my best friend. Why hasn't she come back since last time? Zhou Hao chuckled. Crike took a liking to her and took her away. It's a pity. I had my eyes on Chen An for a long time. If it weren't for trying to please Crike, I would have made my move on her long ago. Shen Ling's heart sank. How I heard Chen An has a brother. Aren't you afraid he'll come looking for you? Zhou Hao sneered at this. And what if he does? This is America, not the Dragon Kingdom. With the Crike family backing us, there's nothing to fear. Besides, isn't Chen An's brother just a wage earner? He'd probably struggle just to make ends meet here. Don't overthink it. But Shen Ling knew that Chen An was not as simple as he appeared. What awaited Zhou Hao would likely be a bitter end. Outside the Rose Hotel, a van pulled up smoothly. Chen An and his group got out and headed into the hotel. Boss, this place is full of cameras. How are we going to take Zhou Hao? Carl asked. Chen An smiled and pointed at the suitcase Anton was carrying. We'll put him in there. His only use to me is to lure out Crike. Once he's useless, there's no need for him to live. Carl chuckled. That's a brilliant idea. Soon they entered the elevator, pressed the button for the 6th floor, and felt the elevator ascend. Having just finished his shower, Zhou Hao was completely unaware of the death approaching him. With a ding, the elevator arrived smoothly on the 6th floor. The 6 of them stepped out and turned a corner in the corridor. Their eyes quickly spotted 2 tall figures standing guard in front of a door. Room 601. Boss, it looks like Zhou Hao is cautious. He has bodyguards and might even be carrying a gun. Chen An said, you and Anton go handle it quickly. That way we won't draw attention. Carl nodded. The 2 of them pretended to be hotel guests carrying luggage and chatting as they walked. The 2 bodyguards glanced at them before looking away. As Carl and Anton drew closer, the bodyguards sensed something was wrong and began to move. Anton struck first. With his doubled physique and mastery of combat, he landed a punch to one guard's abdomen. The immense force sent the man crashing to the ground, writhing in pain. Carl was more direct. He pulled out a pistol and pressed it against the other guard's stomach, whispering, don't move. You're just working for a living. No need to throw your life away. After receiving confirmation that Anton's mission was successful, Chen An led the others forward. Wearing masks, they quickly reached the door. He knocked. Who is it? Inside, Zhou Hao was about to get down to business when he heard the knock. Without thinking twice, he walked over and opened the door. What greeted him was not a friendly greeting or a beautiful woman throwing herself into his arms, but a large boot to the face. Zhou Hao was instantly kicked to the ground. After making his move, Chen An strode into the room. Carl and Anton escorted the 2 bodyguards inside as well. They were replaced by 2 loyal henchmen, and the door was closed again, sealing off the scene within. Zhou Hao, it's not easy to see you, Chen An said, pulling up a chair and placing it in front of Zhou Hao before sitting down. Zhou Hao endured the pain and looked up with difficulty. He saw 2 men and a woman standing before him. His own bodyguards were obediently crouching on the floor. He knew he was in trouble. Zhou Hao glared angrily at Shen Ling, who was on the bed. You bitch. It was you, wasn't it? Shen Ling's body trembled. Hey. The boss is talking to you. Can't you hear? Carl was displeased. He stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Hao by his blonde hair, and lifted him up. The thick muscles on his arms bulged instantly. This terrified Zhou Hao. Who are you? I don't think I've ever crossed you. Do you know Chen An? Chen An's voice was laced with anger. Zhou Hao's heart sank. Damn it. This guy was connected to Chen An. The only person who could be related was her brother. You're Chen An's brother. Not bad. So do you think you'll survive after what you've done? Zhou Hao was baffled. From what he knew, Chen An's brother was just an ordinary person. How did he now have so many white men working for him, and even guns? Where is Crike now? Chen An asked the question that mattered most to him. Zhou Hao replied, Crike is usually at his villa in Beverly Hills. He knows he's made a lot of enemies, so he rarely goes out. Chen An picked up Zhou Hao's phone. Think of a way to lure him out. I can't do that. Zhou Hao shook his head. Someone of his status isn't someone I can just invite. So that means you're useless. Chen An slowly raised his pistol, aiming it at Zhou Hao's forehead. Wait. Zhou Hao cried out to stop him. I can think of something. Crike seems to be planning to attend a party soon. That might be an opportunity. He no longer cared about the Crike family's retaliation. All that mattered was saving his own skin. So you have a way then? Chen An said calmly. Zhou Hao nodded. He'll be at the gathering too. I can help you get rid of the bodyguards around Crick or lead him somewhere as long as you spare my life. Give me a reason to trust you. Who knows if you'll leak the plan later. Zhou Hao was far more troublesome than Shen Ling. He was almost close to Crick. If the other party disclosed the plan, it would be very troublesome. Chen An was unwilling to take that risk. Hearing this, Zhou Hao fell into thought. He knew that if he didn't give Chen An some sense of security, now he probably wouldn't survive the night. So he quickly picked up his phone and opened it. There are some things I've done for the Crick family on here. If you hand this over to the police, I'll go to jail. Is this enough? Chen An took it and looked it over. What was recorded were all the illegal things Zhou Hao had done in America, including smuggling, trafficking, and even participating in several gang fights. If the other party hadn't shown this information, he would never have guessed that a foreign student had done so many things behind the scenes. But since the other party was one of the culprits who led to his sister's capture, he had never intended to let him live. Zhou Hao was just temporarily useful. Carl, what do you think? Chen An's gaze fell on Carl. Hearing this, Carl thought for a moment and said, Boss, it seems this is the only way for now. The information here is enough to get him sentenced for 5 or 6 years. Hearing Carl say this, Chen An nodded. All right, I'll spare you for now. Carl was right. This was the only chance to get close to Crick. Even if there were risks, he had to try. Of course, he wouldn't fully trust Zhou Hao either. Chen An would send loyalists to monitor him, ready to act at the slightest movement. Seeing Chen An's attitude soften, Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Got any money? Chen An spoke again. How much do you want? Zhou Hao asked. As much as you have. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Chen An said with a faint, ambiguous smile. Seeing this, Zhou Hao quickly said, I only have $3,000 in cash on me now and another $10,000 in my card. I can transfer it to you. Chen An waved his hand. I want cash. Give me the $3,000 first. As for the $10,000, go withdraw it. They'll send someone to pick it up. Zhou Hao nodded. The money is all in my backpack. Go get it. Soon a loyalist searched the backpack and found $3,000, handing it to Chen An. He took it and stuffed it directly into his pocket. I'm taking these 2 guns too. Chen An pointed to the Beretta 92F pistols they had taken from the bodyguards. These things cost money. There was no reason not to take them. Zhou Hao nodded. Then Chen An led the group out of the room and into the living room, looking at the 2 tightly bound bodyguards. You 2 have no objections, do you? Chen An said with a smile. No, they're yours. Neither of them dared to object, otherwise they would surely be riddled with bullets in the next second. Seeing this, Chen An knew there was no need to stay any longer. He led the group out of room 601. Chen An, take me with you. Didn't you say you'd let me go? Shenling hurried over and said. Seeing the murderous look in Zhou Hao's eyes, Shenling dared not stay any longer and wanted Chen An to take her away. Chen An sneered. I'm letting you go, but I don't know if others will. Our cooperation is over. Goodbye. With that, he led Carl and the others away without looking back. He knew Zhou Hao wouldn't let Shenling off, but so what? Since she had made a move against his sister, she had to pay the price. You can't do this. Shenling shouted, but Zhou Hao grabbed her by the hair. You've ruined me. If I can't live, neither will you. How could he force me? I had no choice. Should we call the police? One bodyguard said. Call the police, my ass. Let's avoid trouble. Your job is done. They'll transfer the money to your accounts later. The 2 bodyguards got up and left, not wanting to get involved in this mess. By the way, you also need to pay for the 2 pistols. I know. Get lost. What use are you? Zhou Hao was furious, thinking about how these 2 hadn't put up any resistance at all. He wondered if the other party was too strong or these bodyguards were too useless. The 2 shrugged and walked away as if they were used to it. Shenling, you're something else. How do I think we should think of a way out? Who would have thought Chen Wan's brother was so formidable? Richard has already disappeared. You don't want to be next to you. Hearing this, Zhou Hao's pupils constricted. Professor Richard. Damn it. There's important information on his phone. It's hard for the Crick family not to find out. Shenling's expression changed. How should we tell Chen An about this? No, Zhou Hao laughed. He only asked us to help him catch Crick. We don't need to worry about the rest. Let him handle it himself. Hopefully Crick will kill Chen An, and then we can get through this safely. Shenling, from today on, you stay by my side. You're not going anywhere. If you leak anything again, well, all die together. At this moment, Shenling truly regretted it. Why had she escaped Chen An only to fall into Zhou Hao's hands? Her spirit was on the verge of collapse. It all started with Chen Wan. If she hadn't agreed back, then would none of this have happened? A knock came at the door again. Who is it? Zhou Hao was about to properly punish Shenling when he heard the knocking again. But this time he was wiser. He carefully looked through the peephole. The person outside was someone he recognized, one of Chen An's men. Seeing this, Zhou Hao opened the door nervously. Is there anything else? Mister, Chen sent me to keep an eye on you, the loyalist said, and without waiting for Zhou Hao's reply, walked into the house. Seeing this, Zhou Hao's eyes darkened. He hadn't expected Chen An to be so cautious. Shortly after, Chen An returned to his home in the graffiti building. Hank came over then. Boss, hey, raised today's protection money. Also, the number of people in the graffiti building has increased by a few dozen. Chen An nodded and took the money. Carl, go to the nearby pizza place and buy some late-night snacks for everyone. Okay, boss, Carl said and left the room. Oh, boss, I found something major in the phone you gave me yesterday. I'm still trying to crack it. But with this level of secret program, the content inside is probably not simple. Hearing this, Chen An's expression shifted. Could it be that besides those videos, Richard's phone held other unknown secrets? Then crack it as soon as possible. Let me know if you find anything. Hank nodded and returned to his room. Meanwhile, Chen An looked at the US dollars in his hand, preparing to do a 10-draw low-level lottery and 2 mid-level lottery draws to see the difference between the two. The $3,000 in hand vanished in an instant, first resulting in a mediocre low-level 10 consecutive draws, yielding 1 white and 1 green item. Driving proficiency green, after embedding it, can enhance driving skills to the level of 5 years of driving experience, allowing one to shake off some weaker opponents. The white item was somewhat disappointing and not usable. It seems that as the quality of the items improves, relying solely on low-level draws is no longer viable. Chen An focused on the 2 medium-level draws, simultaneously opening both blind boxes, revealing 1 green and 1 blue light before his eyes. A blue item. His face first lit up with joy, then he hurriedly checked the first blue item he had obtained. Godspeed. After embedding, your speed can be increased by 200. If you're fast enough, you can even dodge bullets. Awesome. A doubling of speed should not be underestimated. The faster one is, the greater the advantage in combat. In a gunfight, the first mover holds the upper hand, with speed being the next crucial factor. This Godspeed item can be said to be the most powerful one he currently possesses, surpassing even proficiency with handguns. In high spirits, Chen An quickly glanced at the second item. Disguise mastery. After embedding, you gain a certain level of disguise ability, making skills like makeup and stealth second nature. Although it lacks the impact of Godspeed, it fills a current gap. Disguise is quite useful for him at this moment. In summary, he was very satisfied with this draw. It seems that higher-level draws yield better items. He was curious about what effects purple and gold items might have, and whether there would be other items as well. Chen An then embedded the Godspeed item, instantly feeling his body become as light as a feather. He moved rapidly, covering a distance of 10 meters in a second. Is this what blue items do? He felt that even a sprint champion might not be able to catch up to him. In this moment, Chen An realized he had gained another assurance against Creek. Before long, Carl returned with several large pizzas and colas. He was just a bit hungry and sat down to dig in. Boss, you called for me. At that moment, Cameron appeared in the room, swallowing as he looked at the pizzas on the table. Sit down and eat together, Chen An said. Thanks, boss. Cameron put on gloves, picked up a slice of pizza, and took a bite, his eyes narrowing slightly as he savored the moment's deliciousness. It had been far too long since he had tasted pizza. He hadn't expected it to be this good. You and Anton can take the leftovers and share them with the other brothers in graffiti building. Cameron looked surprised. He hadn't expected Chen An to prepare some for the others as well. That was fantastic. However, he still took Anton and left the room, heading to the 6th floor. The environment here was somewhat poor, with peeling walls and flickering hallway lights. Everyone come out quickly, the boss bought us pizza. As soon as Cameron spoke, doors began to open and the once empty hallway filled with people. Everyone stared at the large bag of pizzas in Cameron and Anton's hands, their throats bobbing. Line up, there's enough for everyone. Remember, this is a treat from the boss. Stick with the boss and you won't go hungry. He might even treat us to a feast from time to time. As Cameron distributed the pizzas, he didn't forget to praise Chen An. The boss is simply amazing. In the past, we never had pizza. We could only eat dry bread. From now on, if anyone harms the boss, I will be the first to object. Cameron, please thank the boss on my behalf. He is just too good. Everyone who received a pizza praised him, their gratitude and loyalty towards Chen An soaring to new heights. After ensuring everyone received a piece, Anton headed towards the 7th floor. Chen An, relying on the shared perspective, witnessed the scene unfold before him as if a screen had appeared, which was quite magical. The residents of Graffiti Building were exactly what he wanted to see. As long as these people felt grateful to him, they could provide convenience for his future development, accomplishing great things with little investment. Beverly Hills. In the villa where Creek resides, 3 young-looking individuals gathered around, with Creek sitting shirtless on the sofa, looking at the 2 people before him. What brings you to me, eh? The 2 were internal members of the Creek family, yet they maintained a very respectful attitude towards the eldest son of the Creek family. Young Master Creek, your men have exposed our smuggling route, and we need you to hand them over. Creek furrowed his brows. Who is it? Charlie, according to our investigation, the other party's phone contains a smuggling route and a list of related personnel from the Creek family, and they have secretly recorded the things you've done. They might be watching it now. Creek understood what they meant, his expression darkening. Fuck. He smashed the wine glass in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Where is Charlie now? One of them spoke up. That's also one of the reasons I'm looking for you. He has gone missing, or rather he was kidnapped. We're here to ask if you've offended anyone recently. Well, I've offended many people, and the Creek family isn't without enemies. How would I know? Creek shook his head. Okay, sorry to bother you. The two, seeing they couldn't get anything out of him, stood up to leave. One suddenly turned back and said, Young Master Creek, just a reminder, be careful and avoid offending anyone again. Creek dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Who was he? The eldest son of the Creek family. Who in Los Angeles would dare to touch him? Unless they were looking to throw their lives away. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and soon it was the next day. In graffiti building, Chen An sat up from bed and said to the system, deploy today's 6 death warriors. Ding. Deployment complete. His scale of death warriors had now expanded to 21. Boss, good morning. Carl sat in the living room, smoking, greeting Chen An as he came out. Chen An nodded. Stay here. I'm going to San Pedro Port to see if we can earn more dollars. He then met up with Anton and a few others along with today's 6 death warriors. 20 people rode in 2 vehicles towards the port. If it weren't for the van being able to carry people, it was likely that 2 vehicles wouldn't be enough. Chen An understood this. As the number of death warriors increased, 2 vehicles were becoming insufficient. Before long, they arrived at San Pedro Port. And you came early today. Brooke was still sitting on the open ground wearing glasses and reading a book. Brooke, you come here this early every day. Chen An sat down beside him and patted him on the back. Brooke smiled slightly. I'm in a good mood. I've managed to gather enough money to send my brother to rehab. Really? I hope your brother can successfully turn his life around and stay away from drugs. Brooke nodded. I will definitely not let him touch it again. I feel like this year has been full of good luck. Salary increases, brother's problem resolved, and even my studies have improved. At 8 o'clock, old man Jess arrived, punctually stepping out of his Lexus, and immediately noticed Chen An. Mr. Chen, there seem to be quite a few people around these days. Hearing Jess' words, Chen An stepped forward with a smile. Isn't it good to have more people? My brothers are quite strong, and with their high efficiency you all can work more easily, can't you? Jess took a puff of his cigarette and smiled slightly. I'm just curious, where did you get all these people from? In response, Chen An casually fabricated a reason. They were all introduced by friends. Well, I heard there were good job opportunities here and came. By the way, I'm here this time to propose a change in our employment arrangement from hourly wages to piecework. My brothers have families to support, and 160 a day is a bit insufficient. He stated his purpose for coming. For ordinary people, hourly wages are definitely better than piecework because the salary is fixed. Even if efficiency is low, they still earn the same amount. But piecework is different. The salary depends on how much one works in a day. The more capable one is, the more they earn, which is particularly suitable for skilled workers. The effects of the two terms combined can greatly enhance their efficiency, enabling them to earn significantly more. Jess' expression changed slightly. Piecework, huh? I need to think about this. He understood the physical capabilities of Anton's group. If they worked on piecework, they would undoubtedly earn more than 160 a day. Therefore, he was somewhat reluctant to agree. However, he also recognized that these individuals were indeed quite capable, and their efficiency had improved significantly during this time. Even the Secretary General praised him, putting him in a difficult position. Old man Jess, if piecework is not feasible, could you let my brothers join the dock union as formal employees? Chen An then proposed a second condition. No way. Jess rejected directly. After a moment of thought, he ultimately compromised. All right, I can change your people to piecework, but don't bring up anything else. One reason is that formal employees receive higher salaries, and those benefits are far more valuable than this. Secondly, he felt a sense of crisis. Chen An could continuously mobilize manpower to work at the dock. If these people joined the union, his position as foreman would surely be jeopardized. He neither wanted to spend money nor wanted Chen An to attract the attention of the union's higher-ups. Chen An smiled upon hearing this. Then thank you, old man Jess. I believe our cooperation will be quite pleasant. Yet he was contemplating how to become a formal employee at the dock and join the union. Everything before him was merely temporary. Joining the dock union was when he could truly develop. However, he could sense that old man Jess was clearly reluctant to let his people join the union, so he needed to think of other ways. Perhaps he could meet with other dock foremen or core members of the union to discuss cooperation. After discussing with Jess for a while and settling on a price, he drove back to the graffiti building with Emily. Upon returning to the living room, Carl stepped forward to hand him a stack of cash. Boss, this is the 1000 that Zhou Hao sent over. Chen An reached out to take it. When does the banquet that Click is attending start? In response to Chen An's inquiry, Carl replied, Zhou Hao said it will be held in a hotel in Los Angeles in 3 days. Then let's prepare for action. Carl hesitated, and Chen An noticed his hesitation, saying, if there's a problem, just speak up. Boss, there will definitely be a gunfight. Shouldn't we buy a few bulletproof vests and grenades? Hearing this, Chen An nodded. That's true. Relying on a few broken handguns does feel a bit unsafe, but isn't buying grenades a bit too high profile? What if the FBI investigates? Just do it cleanly, as long as we don't cause any innocent casualties it's hard to trace back to us. We can disguise ourselves later. Upon hearing Carl's words, Chen An found it reasonable. Since they were already prepared to take action, why worry about so much? His sister was still unaccounted for. Then you should contact Black Wolf to buy some bulletproof vests and grenades. Carl then chuckled, boss, can I buy an M250 as well? I was a machine gunner in the army. Get lost, Carl. That gun is expensive. I only have 1000 on me. I'm afraid I can't even buy the accessories. Chen An didn't expect Carl to ask for so much, and the key was that he was short on cash. You can borrow it. Black Wolf has this service, but I've already been put on their blacklist. You'll have to vouch for me, but I promise I will help you catch Click during the operation. Seeing this, Chen An was silent for a moment, then looked up at Carl. How much can we borrow from Black Wolf? Since we're borrowing, let's borrow a bit more. Boss, it needs to be assessed, but I estimate we can borrow 1000 at once. Upon hearing this, he nodded, then borrow 100 from Black Wolf and use it all to buy equipment, and let's be safe. Got it, boss. He'll contact Black Wolf right away. Carl excitedly picked up his phone, preparing to make the call. At that moment, Hank hurried over, looking visibly anxious. What's wrong? Chen An asked. Hank quickly spoke up, boss, I spent a day decoding that secret program on the phone. It turns out it contains detailed information about Click's family's smuggling route and personnel list. Chen An was astonished upon hearing this and immediately stood up. Quick. Take me to see it. Carl paused his dialing hand, looking over with curiosity. The three then went to Hank's room, which he had transformed into an information station filled with wires and gadgets. Two computers were running simultaneously, displaying codes that Chen An couldn't understand. As Hank operated, countless pieces of information popped up. Even Chen An could recognize that it recorded the times of Click's family's smuggling transactions and some members along with videos. Incredible. Charlie actually has something like this, Carl said with a shocked expression. Boss, this information is too important for the Click family. It's possible they have already launched an investigation and might connect our involvement to Charlie's disappearance. Listening to Hank's words, Chen An asked, do you have a way to prevent them from finding us? Hank replied, I have already formatted the phone, and these backups have been transferred to our computer. They shouldn't be able to locate us, but I can't guarantee offline. Hearing this, Chen An looked at Carl. It seems we need to be cautious recently. Carl nodded in agreement. They'll contact Black Wolf and have him handle it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, outside the graffiti building, Cameron, who was picking up scraps, suddenly noticed two unfamiliar and suspicious-looking individuals. The two glanced at Chen An's pickup truck and felt something was off, quickly sneaking into the graffiti building to report to the boss. The two seemed to notice Cameron's unusual state and quickly followed him into the graffiti-covered building, one of them already resting his hand on his hip. On the 5th floor, Chen An, who was discussing equipment with Carl, looked up at the sudden intrusion of a flustered Cameron and couldn't help but ask, Cameron, what's the matter? Why are you so panicked? Boss, there are two unfamiliar men outside the graffiti building. They lingered by your pickup truck for a while, and now they're coming up. At this, Chen An and Carl exchanged a glance, quickly rose and grabbed their Glock 19s, while Emily stayed close to protect him. The four of them crept closer to the door, lowering their breathing. Soon footsteps echoed from outside, growing fainter as if heading to the upper floors. Carl then spoke. Boss, they must be from the Crick family. The police wouldn't barge in so boldly. Should we take them out? It seems they know about the secret in Richard's phone and tracked us here through the pickup. Carl will need to change the truck's appearance afterward. Chen An emphasized, realizing his carelessness. Then they cautiously opened the door. Carl, gun raised, scouted the area before signaling Chen An and the others to come out. Cameron, how many did you see? Cameron replied firmly, 2. Good, not too many. We'll wait at the staircase for them to come down. Carl began to outline the plan. Soon Carl and Emily took positions on either side of the stairs, waiting in silence. Chen An went to Hank's room, which was closer to the staircase. To be honest, this was his first time using a gun. Meanwhile, the two men had reached the rooftop of the graffiti building. Seeing nothing around, one of them spoke. Where is he? Must be hiding in one of those rooms. Let's go back and report to the boss. We found the pickup. He'll send people to search. After a brief exchange, they started heading downstairs. Perhaps because nothing had happened on the way up, they seemed more relaxed on the descent, though each still gripped a gun. The moment they stepped onto the 5th floor, Carl and Emily pulled their triggers almost simultaneously. The gunfire and muzzle flashes alerted the men to the danger, and they instinctively raised their weapons to return fire. Emily's bullet struck one man squarely in the head, instantly neutralizing him. Carl, however, hit the other in the shoulder, causing him to fire wildly in Carl's direction. Carl had already ducked back, waiting for the right moment. Seeing this, Chen An leaned out from the doorway and pulled the trigger. The pistol proficiency trait greatly enhanced his accuracy. Several bullets flew out, one striking the man between the eyes. His face froze in shock before he collapsed limply to the ground. Boss, great shot. Carl exclaimed, then advanced with his gun to check the bodies. Confirming they were dead, he began to handle the situation. Chen An stepped forward slowly, looking at the gruesome sight of the two corpses. His throat tightened, and he couldn't help but rush to the bathroom to vomit. Pulling the trigger was one thing, but seeing the actual bodies triggered a physiological revulsion that was unavoidable, something he would have to get used to. Chen An silently told himself he had no other choice. Carl walked over and spoke softly. Boss, you'll get used to it. Don't think about how terrible it is. Imagine you're hunting, and they're just animals. It might make it easier. He nodded at Carl's words. What do we do with the bodies? Carl continued, we need to deal with them quickly. The gunshots might have alerted the residents who could call the police. We have to move them or hide them for now. Together they bagged the two bodies and then cleaned up the shell casings and bloodstains. Carl's experience proved invaluable here. He seemed no stranger to this work. After a thorough cleaning, it was nearly impossible to tell anything had happened. Okay, boss. As long as it's not a crime scene expert or a seasoned detective, they won't find a thing. Chen An asked curiously, Carl, did the Navy SEALs teach you this? Carl shook his head. No, this was my first side gig after I retired. Cleaner and Gundam disposal. But the pay was too low, so I quit. Still, I picked up a few skills. You really have done everything. Chen An knew exactly what those terms meant. A cleaner specialized in wiping crime scenes clean without a trace, and Gundam disposal was a euphemism for body disposal. Boss will take the bodies to the pickup and modify the truck's appearance. Otherwise, we'll keep running into trouble. It's not good for the Crick family to find us now. Chen An nodded. Cameron and Hank, give him a hand. Sure, boss. As they went downstairs, Chen An checked the surroundings, making sure no one was around before letting Carl and the others come down. Luckily, the graffiti building was run down and had no surveillance cameras, or it would have been much more complicated. Everything went smoothly. The two bodies were cleverly loaded into the pickup and Carl drove off quickly. Chen An and the others casually went back upstairs. As expected, sirens wailed downstairs about 10 minutes later. Looking out the window, Chen An saw several police cars parked below. A few officers looked wary and didn't enter the graffiti building immediately. Then the resident who had called the police spoke with them briefly, and the officers entered together. Seeing this, Chen An quickly said to Emily, hide all the guns. The police are coming up. Emily nodded and took several pistols into the room where a small safe was kept, one that the police typically had no authority to open. Soon a knock came at the door. Chen An opened it to find the officers standing outside, 3 men and 1 woman. Sir, did you hear any gunshots just now? A male officer asked. Chen An pretended to think, then shook his head. Not really. I was taking a nap. What happened, officer? Yes, someone reported a shootout. We need to check your identification. No problem. Chen An nodded, then turned and went inside to get his ID and visa. Luckily, they hadn't expired yet. The officer took them, reported to dispatch, and after confirmation that everything was in order, returned the documents. Sorry for the disturbance. If you see anything, please contact us. I will. The officers then moved on, knocking on other doors, though some residents were out. Chen An closed the door. Among the 4 officers, the female lead officer Ada kept glancing back at Chen An's door. Commander Ada, is there something wrong with that man? An older officer noticed her reaction. Ada shook her head slightly. No, it's just that I recognize him. He came to our station to report his sister missing. He was there every day for a while. Left an impression. Oh, did he find her? Ada replied, I'm not sure. He stopped coming a few days ago. Is that so? Then it must have been found. Let's continue the investigation. For now, it seems there are no traces left at the scene. Perhaps it was an outsider who has already left. This makes the investigation quite troublesome. Subsequently, the group questioned Hank and Cameron, who also claimed to have heard nothing. The investigation could only be dropped. Chen An stood by the window watching the police cars drive away and breathed a sigh of relief. It was 1 p.m. Carl returned carrying fast food in his hands. Boss, it's all taken care of. The two are keeping Richard company. The pickup has been modified. Its appearance is completely unrecognizable from before. Chen An nodded. Good work. The police just came. If we had been any slower, we would have been done for. Then we were lucky. Then Chen An called Hank over, and the 4 of them ate lunch together. Carl, how do you think we can best leverage this smuggling route and list? Hearing Chen An's question, Carl pondered for a moment before quickly replying. It's simple. We can use it to threaten the Creek family and extort a handsome reward. However, this will also ignite their fury completely. Upon hearing this, Chen An chuckled, as if kidnapping Creek wouldn't anger them just as much. Hank remained silent, knowing this had nothing to do with him. His job was only logistics. That's true, Carl said. Then let's bleed them dry. They're in the smuggling business, overflowing with cash. What do they care about an investigation? We'll use the money to buy gear or skip town to another state for a while. Remember, we still owe Black Wolf $100,000. The longer we delay, the higher the interest. Chen An nodded. Carl's reasoning was sound. Time flew by, and it was soon 5 o'clock. Anton and the others returned safely. Except for a few, most of the loyalists had run back using the swift trait embedded in them. Fortunately, the distance from the docks wasn't too far. Sir, here is today's wages. Chen An glanced at the stack of bills, which was much thicker than before. He took it and counted. The amount surprised him. It was a total of $5500, meaning each loyalist had earned $289. Choosing piecework was definitely the right decision. An income of $5500 a day already rivaled that of some middle-class families in Los Angeles, didn't it? With money in hand, Chen An couldn't resist starting the lottery. As usual, he did 10 low-level draws and 2 mid-level draws, keeping $2500. The lottery ended quickly. He had obtained 3 green traits in total. His luck was poor this time. No blue traits appeared. These 3 traits were sniper mastery. Upon embedding, you master the use of all sniper rifles, achieving precise hits on stationary targets and a 90 chance of hitting moving targets within effective range with a 10 chance of deviation. Tactical mastery. Upon embedding, you possess extraordinary tactical command abilities, effectively guiding your squad. Visual mastery. Upon embedding, your eyesight is greatly enhanced, allowing you to see distant scenes more clearly. Chen An looked at these 3 traits. Each had its merits, especially visual mastery, which was an upgraded, stronger version of visual focus. It would provide a greater advantage when paired with a sniper rifle. He would need to get his hands on one. He wondered if Black Wolf had any. Chen An mused. The day passed quickly. 2 days remained until the operation. At dawn, his biological clock woke Chen An. System, deploy the 6 loyalists for today. Ding. Deployment complete. Chen An smiled. The number of loyalists increased daily, and the wages from the docks provided a steady income that would only grow. Morning, boss. Carl, as usual, was up earlier, sitting on the living room sofa eating a sandwich with Emily beside him. What's that around your neck? Chen An noticed a necklace Carl was wearing that hadn't been there before. Carl reached for it, revealing a silver chain with a bullet pendant. It's my lucky charm. It protects me. I've worn it for 7 years. This operation is dangerous, so I brought it along. Really? Got one for me? Chen An thought it looked nice. No, boss. If you want one, you can find them at the flea market. Chen An waved his hand. Forget it. Let's focus on business. By the way, Black Wolf wants to see us. We bought too much stuff this time and we need to discuss it. We can also settle the loan. Where is he? Chen An asked. In the southernmost part of Los Angeles, his secret base. Next door is Orange County, one of the safest places in California. Lead the way. Let's go. Chen An finished his sandwich in 3 bites, downed his milk, stood up, grabbed his jacket and pistol. Carl nodded, understanding the boss was going personally. This time they brought 3 people: Carl, Emily, and Anton. And Xing was put in charge of leading the loyalists to the docks. Soon they got into the pickup, and Xing drove. With the driving mastery trait embedded, he drove even better than Carl. Following Carl's directions, they drove south for hours. The skyscrapers they could see earlier disappeared, replaced by layers of dilapidated houses. If South City was considered the edge of downtown LA, this place was truly barren. Carl then led them to a bar and stopped. Black Wolf is waiting for us inside, Carl said. The group entered the bar together. It was small with few patrons. Carl didn't linger and led them upstairs. When they reached the top, 2 men stopped them for a pat-down. Boss, we have to hand over the guns, Carl said. Chen An nodded. The 4 of them surrendered their weapons. After confirming they were clean, the 2 men led them to an office. Boss, they're here. Let them in, came Black Wolf's voice. Carl opened the door and walked in, joking. Black Wolf, things must be tough for you running a bar in a place like this. Aren't you afraid it'll go under? Chen An and the others entered, and the door was closed behind them. Black Wolf sat in his chair, scrutinizing the group, his gaze lingering longest on Chen An. So you're Carl's boss. You look like a brat. Chen An stepped forward with a smile. Hello, Black Wolf. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chen An from the Dragon Kingdom. My alias is Black Wolf, a middling arms dealer. Black Wolf introduced himself. I heard you wanted to borrow money from me for gear. Can you afford to pay back $100,000? Well, you have Carl, don't you? What's there to worry about? Black Wolf chuckled dryly. Carl's reputation with me is already in the gutter. Chen An composedly seated himself on the chair opposite Black Wolf, resting his hands lightly on the wooden table as a smile graced his lips. Reputation, even when tarnished, it can be washed clean. Besides, we've completed a deal before, haven't we? And with your abilities, are you afraid you won't get your money back? Chen An's tone was light and relaxed. Black Wolf fixed his gaze on Chen An for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned, revealing 2 gold teeth. Carl, this boss of yours is quite interesting. Carl shrugged. Don't underestimate my boss. He's formidable. So what do you plan to buy with this $100,000? Black Wolf inquired. At this, Carl promptly withdrew a list from his coat and handed it to Black Wolf. It's all here. If anything's missing, well, add more. Black Wolf took the list and examined it closely, his expression shifting from ease to gravity. Carl Markin, What do you intend to do with these pieces of equipment? An M250 grenades flashbangs. These are all heavy firepower that can cause serious casualties. Chen An said, Mr. Black Wolf, you don't need to know that. Do you have these? Oh, and I also need a sniper rifle with some ammunition. Black Wolf paused, his hand tightening on the list, then nodded. I have them, but they're not new, secondhand. They've all been precision calibrated, so you won't need to do it yourselves. Interested? Yes, of course we are. Take us to see them, Carl said. Chen An leaned close to Carl's ear and whispered, Is that okay? Carl shook his head. No problem. These secondhand ones are basically as good as new. There might be some bloodstains from being stripped off others, but otherwise they're fine. Hearing this, Chen An's mind stirred. So these guns were all shipped straight from the battlefield. Still, secondhand ones should be cheaper, right? Just then Black Wolf picked up the intercom and said, Eagle, wait for me at the bar entrance. Got it. Then Black Wolf slowly rose and looked at Chen An and the others. Let's go. He'll show you. You can pick them yourselves. Shortly after, the group walked out of the office. Return their guns, Black Wolf ordered. The two men nodded and handed back the pistols to Chen An and his companions. Chen An felt much more at ease with his gun back. Honestly, without it here, he'd lack a sense of security. Soon they arrived outside the bar where a sedan was waiting. Two of you get in, Black Wolf said as he slid into the back seat. Hearing this, Chen An instructed Emily and Anton to wait there, then opened the rear door and got in. Carl took the passenger seat. The car started slowly heading into a nearby alley. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly labyrinthine until they finally stopped before an unremarkable residential building. Get out, Black Wolf said. The group disembarked. A burly black man called Eagle took out a key, unlocked the iron gate of the building, then turned and gestured for Chen An and the others to enter. Black Wolf led the way, followed by Chen An and Carl. But once inside, they were stunned by the sight before them. The walls were lined with all kinds of firearms, and the surrounding tables were cluttered with gun parts. A veritable arsenal. It was exactly like the scenes in novels. Black Wolf walked over to a wall, took down an M250 machine gun, and handed it to Carl. The M250 you wanted, secondhand, but reportedly used for less than 24 hours. Hearing this, Carl immediately caressed the gun's body. My darling, I finally get to hold you again. Mark and I don't have a sniper rifle here at the moment. ITLL takes some time to have one shipped in. How about a designated marksman rifle, also known as a precision rifle? Black Wolf said. Tell me about it. Hearing Chen An's request, Black Wolf smiled, walked to the wall rack, and took down several precision rifles, placing them on the table before him. M14 EBR, standard U.S. military DMR, effective range 500,600 meters, maximum 1,000 meters. SVD, effective range 800 meters, accuracy 1.5 mil. HK G28, my top recommendation. Not only is it extremely precise, but it's also reliable and durable. It uses 6,251 millimeters ammunition with an effective range of up to 1,000 meters. Plus, this one's been customized by an expert, ready to use right out of the box. Faced with Black Wolf's enthusiastic recommendation, Chen An picked up the HK G28. With his sniper mastery skill already embedded, he instantly became intimately familiar with the weapon and began inspecting it methodically. Black Wolf watched in astonishment. He had assumed the man knew nothing about these firearms, but those practiced movements could only come from someone deeply acquainted with guns. And Chen An was indeed very satisfied with the HK G28. He asked about the price. How much for this gun plus these accessories? Black Wolf replied, the civilian version bear gun is 420 plus the scope at 1500 and the bipod suppressor and grip come to about 1000. The total comes to 6700. Hearing this price, Chen An felt his heart bleed. A single gun cost this much. Converted to RMB, that was over 50,000. Boss, this is actually cheap. If it were a military-grade new one with higher-end accessories, the price would triple. Carl said. And what about the one in your hands, Carl? Chen An asked again. That one's even more expensive. There's no civilian version on the market. The bear gun alone costs 15000, and with all the accessories at least 2000. Chen An looked at Carl and patted him on the shoulder. Carl, listen, switch to another one, or we won't be able to afford the body armor. Knowing Chen An was right, Carl reluctantly put down the M250. Black Wolf recommend a more affordable machine gun. This one's too expensive for us. Hearing this, Black Wolf smiled and walked over to fetch an M249, setting it on the table. M249 military grade, fully automatic secondhand. Bear gun about 6000 with accessories around 7500. How about this? Acceptable. Chen An nodded. The price was reasonable, 3 or 4 times cheaper than the M250. He turned to Carl. This one okay, eh? Don't worry, boss. As long as it's a machine gun, I can handle it. Black Wolf chimed in. Carl's a pretty good machine gunner. Black Wolf, since we're spending so much, can you give us a discount? Black Wolf's expression shifted slightly. This isn't a supermarket, no discounts. The price is already very favorable. At most, he'll throw in a few boxes of ammunition for free. Deal, Chen An said. Free ammunition was better than nothing. What about the other stuff? He looked around. There seemed to be only guns, no body armor. Black Wolf leisurely lit a cigarette, offering one to Chen An and Carl. Those are on the second floor and in the basement. Follow me. They first went up to the second floor where rows of military equipment were displayed, bulletproof vests, goggles, and the like. Black Wolf continued his methodical introduction, Cry Precision Tactical Carrier plus silicon carbide composite plates. This bulletproof vest can effectively mitigate damage from bullets hitting vital areas, and it also allows for attaching magazines at the waist for convenience. So how about it? Interested in a few sets? Chen An asked how much. Full set carrier plus level 3 plates 1500. It's a great deal even for used ones. Black Wolf spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Chen An pondered for a moment before giving the number 10 sets. All right. Black Wolf was quite pleased. This was the largest deal he had closed recently. The arms trade in Los Angeles was not only difficult, but also had few buyers, mostly supplying some chaotic regions. Only someone like Chen An, an Asian, would make such a massive purchase. Then Black Wolf pointed to another direction. How about tactical helmets and military headsets? They can significantly increase your chances of survival. Chen An looked overtempted, but he knew he didn't have enough money on hand. The bulletproof vest alone was already a stretch, and since this wasn't a war, there was no need to be so fully equipped. So he said, better not. These will do. Just prepare 7 Glock 19s with ample ammunition and some grenades for me. Black Wolf's expression fell with disappointment. It was a pity. He had hoped to get the Asian man to buy as much as possible, but it seemed he was more rational than expected. Soon Black Wolf had his men prepare the grenades, ammunition, and other items. And hey Race, everything you asked for: ammunition, grenades, flashbangs, walkie-talkies, 7 Glock 19s, a military telescope, plus these 2 rifles. Total comes to 48910. Hearing the price, Chen An couldn't help but marvel at how profitable the arms business was. Then he said, that's all. Deduct the cost from the loan and give me the rest. Black Wolf nodded with a smile, no problem. But the term is 3 months. If you don't pay back, I'll send someone to find you. Of course, I'm not running a charity. The interest is 6000. If it's not repaid within 3 months, the amount will increase. Any issues? Okay, Chen An said. He wasn't foolish enough to raise objections, and the interest seemed reasonable. Carl chimed in, Black Wolf, don't worry. We'll pay you back soon. Won't even take 3 months. Hearing this, Black Wolf's curiosity was piqued again. Can you tell me what you need all this gear for? I might reduce the interest a bit. Mr. Black Wolf, that won't be necessary, Chen An said, once again cutting off the inquiry. You'll find out in due time. For now, let's finish the deal. Just give us the remaining money, and we're done. Seeing this, Black Wolf realized the man wouldn't talk, only hinting that he would know later. Could these people be mercenaries on some mission? Before long, Emily and Anton drove up in a pickup truck, stopping in front of the apartment building. The HK-G28 and M249 were already packed in gun cases, then wrapped in black long bags and loaded into the vehicle. Bulletproof vests, magazines, ammunition. All were sealed in boxes and carried one by one into the trunk. And hay raced the remaining over $50,000. Taking the cash, Black Wolf handed over Chen and said, thanks, Black Wolf. If you ever need anything, just say the word. If I can do it, I will. You're a good man, and I believe this won't be our last deal. As always, if you want something, I can get it for you. Chen An extended his hand and shook Black Wolf's. I believe you. He then got into the car with Carl and left. With so many firearms, if the police discovered them, they'd never see the light of day outside prison. So they were very cautious, avoiding major roads and taking covert routes. Fortunately, they made it back to the graffiti building without incident. Then they carried the equipment upstairs to the room, one load after another. Seeing the ammunition and magazines spread all over the floor, Hank stood frozen in shock. Boss, isn't this too much? There are even grenades. If these go off in Los Angeles, won't it cause a huge uproar? Chen An sat on the sofa fiddling with the HK-G28A and smiled. Don't worry. They'll disguise everything later. The police won't catch on for a while. These 2 walkie-talkies, one for you and one for Carl. Use them to communicate with me. Carl and Hank each took one. Creek, you'd better pray my sister is safe. Now that he had some firepower, the next step was to wait for the operation 2 days later. At the Beverly Hills Villa, Creek was savoring fine wine, enjoying the service of the maids before, and behind him, his eyes half closed in contentment. Just then a subordinate approached. Master Creek, there's someone outside to see you. He says he's your friend Joe Howe. Creek nodded. Let him in. Yes, sir. Soon Joe Howe slowly walked into the opulent living room, accompanied by a death warrior. The moment the Death Warrior saw Creek, he relayed the information to Chen An. Upon hearing this, Chen An immediately activated the shared perspective and finally saw Creek's face. He was young with blonde hair and a handsome visage that made him look like an aristocrat. A jester's face was tattooed on his chest. "Zhou, why aren't you at school? What brings you here?" Creek asked. Zhou maintained a smile, keeping a low posture. "Master Creek, I heard you're holding a party in 2 days, so I came to ask if you need any help." "Help? What help would I need? Does anyone in Los Angeles dare to touch me? If they do, we'll make sure they're all left without a trace." Hearing this, Chen An knew the man was arrogant. He had considered having the Death Warrior strike, but from the warrior's perspective there were at least 8 men standing around, all armed with pistols at their waists. It was impossible. "Master Creek is absolutely right," Zhou said with a smile, though inwardly he was cursing. "No one dares to touch you. Who do you think you are, the President of the United States? All right, I'll invite you to the party. You've done a lot for me after all, and you're practically a foreign member of the Creek family. Especially the woman you sent me last time. She was excellent." Hearing this, Chen An's grip tightened. Was his sister's whereabouts about to surface? "Master Creek, where did that girl go?" Zhou threw out the question, eager to know Chen Wan's fate. If she was dead, it would all be over. Creek's gaze turned icy. "Since when do I have to tell you my private matters? Is there anything else? If not, get lost." Chen An felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed he would have to capture Creek himself and interrogate him. Zhou naturally dared not ask further. He nodded and left the villa with the Death Warrior. After walking a certain distance, he glanced at the warrior beside him. "Well, the Death Warrior spoke, mister. Chen will tell you what to do when the time comes. Don't ask more." Zhou's face darkened. One after another they were speaking in riddles. He truly wondered how Chen An would manage to capture Creek given such a level of security. It would be an immensely difficult task. Meanwhile, Chen An ended his shared perspective. Gazing at the over $50,000 in his hand, he prepared to perform a 10-draw intermediate lottery and try his luck with an advanced one, striving to enhance his strength as much as possible to ensure absolute certainty. $20,000 vanished in an instant, replaced by blue and green lights before his eyes. He began to inspect each trait one by one. Chen An first looked at the few green traits. Climbing mastery. Upon embedding, you will master professional climbing techniques, able to scale most building facades barehanded with an innate sense of handholds and footholds. This is useful. I can use this trait to have the suicide operatives infiltrate. After all, such gatherings will likely involve body searches, making frontal entry impossible. This trait couldn't have come at a better time, saving a lot of trouble. Interrogation mastery. Upon embedding, you will master efficient interrogation techniques, able to read microexpressions and vocal tones, detect lies, and employ psychological pressure to extract information. Not bad, fairly standard. Rifle mastery. Upon embedding, you will master rifle techniques, enabling precision strikes. Then he turned his attention to the soul blue trait. Strength of an ox. Upon embedding, your strength is greatly enhanced, your hands capable of stopping a full-grown bull in its tracks. An excellent trait. Strength is always the benchmark for close-quarters combat. Combined with combat mastery, it would allow him to take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Chen An was quite satisfied with these traits, but the borrowed $100,000 was nearly spent. After this operation on Creek, he would need to find a way to make money. Meanwhile, on a street near the graffiti tower, several homeless people were collecting plastic bottles and cardboard by a dumpster when a sudden roar startled them witless. "Hey, you bums, this is Blood Gang territory. Daring to pick through our trash here. You looking for death?" A car pulled up and several black men with red bandanas wrapped around their heads stepped out, looking fierce and brandishing knives. "Sorry, we didn't know this was your turf. We'll leave right now." The homeless, not daring to clash with the Blood Gang's desperados, apologized and tried to leave, but were suddenly called back. "Leaving? Think it's that easy? Who's your boss daring to stretch his reach this far? He needs to pay us compensation." Panic flashed across their faces. "All right, we'll call him right now." "Hello? What's up?" Cameron's voice came through the phone. "Boss Cameron, you gotta save us. The Blood Gang's got us, and they want you to come." "Where are you?" After hearing the address, Cameron continued, "Stay there. I'm on my way." "Got it, Boss Cameron." Soon Cameron arrived at the scene in his pickup. Seeing the Blood Gang members, he swallowed nervously, but emboldened by thoughts of his boss' strength, he stepped forward. "Gentlemen, we're from the graffiti tower. I'm not sure how we've offended you." One of the Blood Gang men eyed Cameron for a moment. "This area is Blood Gang turf, didn't you know? And yet you let your people scavenge here." Cameron's face stiffened. "But you never wanted these scraps before. We're just trying to earn a living. It's not easy." "Screw you." A Blood Gang member lashed out without warning, punching Cameron on the right cheek. Cameron staggered back, the wound searing with pain. He hadn't expected them to strike so directly. "You bums think you can talk rules to the Blood Gang? Graffiti Tower think you're something special. Let me make it clear, this whole area is Blood Gang territory. The trash is ours, and only our people pick it. Just then a figure approached slowly. Long time no see, Cameron. At the sound of that voice, Cameron looked up sharply and saw a hyena standing beside the Blood Gang members, having been gone for some time. You're behind this, aren't you? Hyena snorted coldly. You can find allies. Why can't I? Besides, this was always Blood Gang territory. You forced my hand. Grab them. Let their boss come to ransom them. Sensing the dire situation, Cameron shouted, "Run," and fled without looking back, the homeless scattering as well. Hyena and his men gave chase, but Cameron managed to escape. Lucky bastard getting away. But we've got his truck. They'll have to come for it. Hyena then drove the pickup to the Blood Gang's stronghold. Time quickly passed to 5 o'clock. Cameron, having collected protection money, entered the living room with a bruised face and a troubled expression. Boss, hey, raised today's money. But we might have a problem. Chen An frowned. What happened? And who gave you those injuries? Cameron replied, it's the local Blood Gang. Lately, a lot of homeless have joined our graffiti tower, expanding our territory. That got the Blood Gang's attention. I went to talk, and they beat me like this. They also took the pickup. It's Hyena's doing. The Blood Gang never cared about the trash before, but suddenly they do. He must have said something. Carl jumped to his feet. Fuck. That bastard Hyena dared to steal my pickup. Cameron, where's the Blood Gang camp? They'll kill him. That pickup was bought with his hard-saved money and had been his companion through years of wandering. He treasured it deeply. Wait. Chen An raised a hand to stop him. Clashing with the Blood Gang now might jeopardize the operation in a few days. Carl asked, so we just let it slide? Not exactly. Chen An turned to Cameron. Which faction has the deepest hatred for the Blood Gang? Cameron quickly answered, the Crips. Everyone knows the two gangs are always in conflict. Boss, you're not thinking of having the Crips wipe out the local Blood Gang, are you? Chen An nodded. Exactly. On the surface, the Crips do the work, and we can help from the shadows. It's a good chance to test the weapons. Carl's eyes lit up. Boss, that's a great plan. We get revenge while staying low-key. Even if they investigate later, they'll just see it as another Crips versus Blood Gang conflict. Happens all the time. Cameron worried, Boss, will the Crips agree? Chen An gave a cold smile. They will. Do you know where their turf is? Cameron nodded. Yes, I'll take you there. Then let's go. Bring Anton and the others to the Crips territory. By then, all the Death Warriors dispatched to San Pedro Pier had returned, and Xing handed over the day's wages, saying, Mr. Chen, that totals $6600 US. Chen An nodded and tucked the money away. He then led the 6 Death Warriors along with Carl and Cameron into a van heading for the Crips stronghold. Inside the van, each of the 6 Death Warriors, including Emily, clutched a Glock 19 poised for action. Carl also gripped his pistol fitted with a red dot sight, though he had left his M249 behind. It was unnecessary. Guided by Cameron, the van slowly came to a halt before a 3-story building nearby. Boss, this is the local Crips base. Whether their leader O'Neill is here, I cannot say. At that, Chen An and his crew descended from the van, immediately drawing the attention of surrounding Crips members. 2 black men in hip-hop attire strode over quickly. Who are you? No parking here. Move it now. Cameron quickly interjected, friends, this is our boss. He wishes to see your leader for a business deal. Unmoved, the 2 men reached for their waists, ready to draw their guns in intimidation. Yet the Death Warriors were swifter. 2 Glocks pressed against their foreheads, freezing them in place. Their faces shifted from arrogance to terror. Chen An couldn't help but marvel at how American this was. A disagreement, and out came the guns. Fortunately, they were prepared. Since these men refused to comply, they would be forced to submit through overwhelming power. Take me to your leader, Chen An commanded. The 2 men nodded repeatedly and obediently led Chen An and his group into the 3-story residential building. In the corridor, many eyes turned toward them. Some even attempted a sneak attack, but the Death Warriors effortlessly shot them in the arm, instantly cowing the Crips members. No one dared advance further. Thus, they smoothly reached the 3rd floor before O'Neill's door. Be boss. Someone wants to see you, stammered a member. Let them in, a voice came from inside. At that, Ndong stepped forward, turned the doorknob, and slowly opened the door. The group filed into the room. Chen An noticed the black man seated on the sofa ahead. His body was covered in ferocious tattoos, and a scar spanned nearly his entire face. If this were in Dragon Country, parents would surely tell ghost stories about him to scare children. Asian boy, what brings you and your crew to my turf? We have no grudge, do we? O'Neill asked, puzzled. Crucially, he had seen the marksmanship of Ndong and the others on surveillance footage, sensing their mysterious origins. That was why he hadn't ordered his men to attack. He wanted to see their true intentions. O'Neill, leader of the Crips, do you want to swallow up the local Bloods? I can help you, Chen An said with a light smile, cutting straight to the point. Hearing this, O'Neill's first thought was that the Bloods had offended these people. Yet he indeed yearned to wipe out the Bloods in this area. They had been locked in conflict for years, hurting his business. Eliminating them would give him a monopoly. What makes you think you can just wipe out the Bloods? You know they have hundreds of members, most armed with guns, and they're ruthless. He glanced at the few behind Chen An. With just your crew, it seems impossible. Carl then spoke up, how would you know without trying? Unless you're afraid to cross the Bloods. Huh, afraid. All of Los Angeles knows the Crips and Bloods are at odds, clashing constantly. We've lost over 30 members this year alone. But why should I trust you? Hearing this, Chen An slowly turned away. If you want to seize this golden opportunity, so be it. They'll see if the Bloods want to partner with us instead. At these words, O'Neill's pupils contracted, his gaze turning dark. Hey, what do you mean by that? If they allied with the Bloods against him, he would surely pay a heavy price. He couldn't let that happen. Since you don't want to cooperate, he'll find someone else. After all, only one gang can rule this area, Chen An said nonchalantly. At that, O'Neill's face darkened, and he finally relented. Fine. I agree to join forces and wipe out the Bloods. You can't work with them. Chen An smiled, turned back, and extended his hand. Of course. Let's strike tonight late before the Bloods catch on. My people will assist you from the shadows. O'Neill shook his hand, sealing the deal. By the way, after the Bloods are gone, the waste on your turf must be managed by the homeless from Graffiti Tower. No objections. O'Neill was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Waste. That stuff doesn't make money. We have our own businesses. The waste is all yours. Then let's move now. Gather your men, and he'll call mine. All right. O'Neill nodded, picked up his phone, and dialed. Everyone assemble. Big operation tonight. Bring your gear. Soon 4 pickup trucks parked in front of the Crips base, each carrying 6 or 7 members, some armed with guns, others with knives. It was nearly 10 p.m., with few pedestrians on the streets. No one noticed the commotion, and even if they did, they would quickly hurry away. Chen An and O'Neill stepped outside. My men are here. Where are yours? O'Neill asked. Chen An smiled. My people are already near the Bloods base. Let's go. We'll strike as soon as we arrive. O'Neill nodded, half convinced. Though he found Chen An somewhat unreliable, he had already prepared his forces. Today he was determined to clash with the Bloods, especially since their recent dealings had been tense. As O'Neill and his men drove toward the Bloods base, Chen An and his group followed in the van. Carl, bring me my HK G28. I want to test its power soon. Sure, boss. Carl went to the back of the van, picked up the gun bag containing the HK G28, and handed it to Chen An. He took it slowly, unzipped the bag, and lifted the rifle into his hands. Meanwhile, at the Bloods base, inside their leader's residence, Bloods leader Nate, along with Hyena and a few members, were drinking and chatting. Welcome, Hyena, to the Bloods. In just a few days, you've not only brought us a waste business, so profitable, but also snagged a pickup truck today. From now on, you're one of us. Hyena smirked ingratiatingly. Boss, it's my duty. But boss, when will you help me get revenge? Graffiti Tower stole my turf. It's too much. They need to be taught a lesson. Plus, they've got some cash. Nate thought for a moment. Tomorrow I'll have my men teach them a lesson. They need to know no other gang is allowed on Blood's turf. Thanks, boss. Hyena's face lit up with joy, his heart burning with the desire to kill Chen An himself for the humiliation he had suffered. Near the Blood Gang's stronghold, several gang members sat leisurely on chairs, smoking and playing poker, completely devoid of any vigilance. Some members were even snoring loudly on reclining chairs. Bang, bang, bang. The sudden sound of gunshots jolted all the Blood Gang members awake, and they instantly became alert. Some even grabbed AK-47s hidden in their homes, scanning the surroundings, ready to fire at the slightest sign of trouble. Quick report to the boss. The Cripple Gang is charging. A Blood Gang member, clutching a wound on his shoulder, staggered in. Everyone's face turned pale upon hearing this. Why would the Cripple Gang suddenly attack us? Get ready. Gunfire echoed through the night as members of the Blood Gang and Cripple Gang exchanged fire, instantly resulting in several casualties. O'Neill watched the team struggling to advance, a pang of regret washing over him. If this surprise attack failed, reinforcements from the Blood Gang would arrive, and the operation would be a complete disaster. Not only would he have to deal with the police, but the Blood Gang would also launch a fierce retaliation. Where are your men? Why haven't they moved yet? O'Neill demanded of Chen An, who was sitting in a van nearby. Chen An merely smiled. I'm making my move now. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, 6 death warriors armed with Glock 19s and equipped with the lurk trait quietly approached the Blood Gang's vicinity. They then switched to swift and pistol mastery, and gunshots rang out like phantoms near the Blood Gang members. In an instant, 6 Blood Gang members fell to the ground. The 6 death warriors, like specters in the night, wove through various concealed buildings, firing at the Blood Gang members. The Blood Gang suffered heavy casualties in a short time. O'Neill watched in awe, unable to believe that these men had eliminated so many in mere moments. He then turned his gaze to Chen An, exclaiming in shock, "Holy crap, you guys have a sniper rifle." He stared unblinkingly as Chen An calmly picked up an HK G28, quietly set it up on the roof of the van. Equipped with sniper mastery and vision mastery combined with a scope, he could clearly see the distant stronghold. He then began to pull the trigger. Pew, pew, pew. Bullets flew out one after another, taking down Blood Gang members one by one. At this moment, Chen An was like a viper in the night, relentlessly reaping lives. Members of the Blood Gang stronghold cried out in terror, "Take cover. They have a sniper." The Blood Gang members had already lost their will to fight, desperately running towards the surrounding buildings. But in doing so, they exposed themselves to the Death Warrior's gunfire and were mercilessly mowed down. Nat and Hyena, already aware of the situation outside, dared not venture out. Fuck. When did the Cripple Gang's firepower get so heavy? They even have sniper rifles. Did they hire mercenaries? Boss, we need to run. Hyena was trembling with fear. When he was a vagrant, the worst he had seen was knife fights. He had never witnessed a gun battle. Run where? The Cripple Gang came prepared this time. If we want to get out, we have to deal with those people outside first. At that moment, Chen An, while reloading, looked at O'Neill. Shouldn't your men be advancing now? O'Neill nodded numbly. All right, well, make our move now. By now, he had truly realized the terror of Chen An and his men. He was glad he hadn't acted against them earlier, or else his fate would have been no better than Nat's. Afterwards, the Cripple Gang members kept advancing. With Chen An providing cover, anyone who showed their face was rewarded with a bullet. Carl, who was in the car protecting Chen An, had no chance to act. Witnessing this marksmanship, he couldn't help but admire. Boss, have you used a sniper rifle before? That was incredibly accurate. Chen An smiled. No, just instinct. Oh my god. Then you're a natural-born sharpshooter. Soon O'Neill and his men had approached the residence where Nat was hiding. He shouted loudly, Nat, you lose. From now on, this territory belongs to the Cripple Gang. It's time we settle our accounts. You've robbed my shipments over a dozen times and trashed my store. They'll make you pay for all of it. A voice came from inside the residence. O'Neill, you're ruthless, hiring mercenaries. Come on in if you dare. O'Neill recognized it as Nat's voice. Seeing that he was indeed inside, he excitedly ordered, go. Capture Nat and get out of here quickly. Even if the cops are slow, they'll be here soon, and then we'll be in trouble. The Cripple Gang members rushed into the residence, exchanging fire with the Blood Gang inside. Chen An was no longer concerned with what happened next. His objective had been achieved. Just then, Carl's pickup truck slowly pulled up and stopped. A figure was kicked out of the vehicle. It was Hyena, who had tried to escape. Mr. Chen, this man tried to flee, but we caught him. Boss, he's the one who stirred up trouble, causing the Blood Gang to attack us, Cameron added. Hyena trembled like a leaf, not daring to look up at Chen An. Hyena, didn't I tell you to get out of here? I never expected you to come back. Because of you, I've wasted quite a few bullets today. Chen An stared at him with cold eyes, speaking slowly. I'm sorry, I promise I'll leave and never come back, Hyena pleaded. No more chances. Chen An shook his head and got into the car without looking back. Anton, take care of him. Yes, mister. Chen, wait. Bang. Anton pulled the trigger without hesitation. Hyena collapsed to the ground motionless. The group then got into their vehicles, and the two cars slowly drove away, disappearing into the night. Keeping Hyena alive was absolutely detrimental. Given his vindictive nature, he could not be spared. Meanwhile, O'Neill had successfully captured Nat. But then the sound of police sirens wailed nearby, causing everyone's face to turn pale. Go. Split up. If anyone gets caught, I'll make sure your families are taken care of, brothers. Yes, boss. O'Neill grabbed Nat and led a few trusted men to quickly leave the area, leaving the other Cripple Gang members to create a diversion by scattering in all directions. The police who arrived at the scene looked grimly at the groaning Blood Gang members and over a dozen bodies. Damn it, this gang fight has caused such heavy casualties. What happened? Officer, help me. A Blood Gang member, who was not yet dead, cried out. Ada quickly led a few officers over. Quick. Call an ambulance. What kind of weapons did they use to inflict this on you? One officer pressed. Sniper rifles. They were mercenaries. Ada frowned upon hearing this. Have someone investigate the mercenary and security organizations around Los Angeles to find out who did this. They'll make sure they rot in jail. Yes, ma'am. At that moment, Chen An and his companions had already departed from the area. Seated in the car, his face flushed with excitement and adrenaline surging through him, he experienced the thrill of wielding such a large firearm for the first time, something he found unexpectedly exhilarating. In an instant, he became utterly enamored with this sensation. Boss, after today, the entire vicinity will belong to our graffiti tower. We'll be able to scavenge for scrap in more distant places. There were areas we dared not tread before due to the Blood Gang and the Crip Gang, but now those concerns are gone. I believe more and more people will be willing to join Graffiti Tower. Cameron waved his fists excitedly as he spoke. As long as they're willing to join, we'll stick to the old standard $6 a day. But no junkies. Got it, boss. Soon they returned to Graffiti Tower without drawing any attention. Once home, Chen An plopped down on the sofa, gradually calming himself. Tonight's operation had been far too risky. They could easily have been caught by the police. Fortunately, everything went relatively smoothly. As for O'Neill, he believed that a man capable of becoming the leader of the Crip gang must possess his own skills. He wouldn't be easily apprehended, so there was no need to worry. However, he had also noticed a shortcoming of the Death Warriors today: their complete ignorance of indoor combat. Chen An immediately thought of Carl, who might possess expertise in this area. With this in mind, he summoned him. "Boss, you called for me." Carl, smoking a cigarette and bare-chested, walked into the living room. "Yes, I have something to ask you." Carl nodded. "Go ahead, boss. If I know, I'll tell you. We're about to make a move on Crick, and it will definitely involve indoor combat. So I want to ask if you have any techniques in this regard to help us coordinate more seamlessly." Although his skill set included tactical mastery, he had tested it. This ability was primarily used for command and strategy, with very little in the way of practical combat skills. Carl pondered for a moment before speaking. "There is something we call CQB. It enables a team to coordinate more effectively with its own verbal terminology. Every Navy SEAL must master it." Chen An's eyes lit up. "That's it. Tomorrow I'll gather my men on the rooftop, and you'll be responsible for teaching them." The Death Warriors were not rigid. They could learn, and even faster than ordinary people. "No problem." Carl made an okay gesture, then continued. "Susan just contacted me. She said the green card has been processed, and we can pick it up tomorrow." "Good." Chen An smiled faintly. With the green card, many things could now proceed. Without it, doing business here had been impossible, and while it was still difficult, there was now a glimmer of hope. Another reason was that with the green card, he could become an official employee of the San Pedro docks. He had always seen great potential in the dock business. Aside from cargo handling, there were various benefits. One he knew of was container blind boxes. The next morning arrived at 8 o'clock. Chen An sat up in bed, stretched, and walked out of the bedroom into the living room, where he saw Carl doing push-ups. 61 Sixtitwo, 63 64. He chanted the numbers under his breath. When he saw Chen An, he stopped, stood up, and said, "Morning, boss." "Morning." Chen An greeted him and walked to the dining table to eat the breakfast that had been prepared. It must be said the advantage of the Death Warriors was now evident. Emily never failed to have breakfast ready every day. "Carl, what time did Susan schedule the meeting?" Chen An asked while eating. 10 o'clock at the Hoxton Hotel. Chen An nodded. "All right, you and Emily will accompany me as before." In his mind, he said, "System deploy today's 6 Death Warriors." Ding. Deployment complete. In just a few days, his Death Warrior count had reached 33, already taking shape. Apart from the Death Warrior monitoring Zhou Hao and Emily, all the others followed Anton to the San Pedro docks. Soon as the time neared 10 o'clock, Chen An led the two of them, got into the pickup truck, and headed toward the Hoxton Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. At 9:55, they arrived smoothly. Without lingering, they stepped into the Hoxton Hotel. The air was free of strange odors, filled instead with a faint fragrance that calmed the mind. Warm light intertwined with a subtle aroma of wine. This was the most stylish social venue in the city center, as if isolated from the outside world, making one wonder if this was still the same world. As the hotel's ground floor, it served both as a reception area and a dining space. Even non-guests could order meals here. Chen An's gaze swept around and soon spotted Susan, so he walked over. "Miss Susan, we meet again." Susan paused, her hand holding the glass, then looked up. "Mr. Markin, this is your green card." Chen An smiled. "You can call me Chen An. I'm more accustomed to that name." As he spoke, he took the green card. Its main color was green, accented with red, white, and blue elements, featuring the Statue of Liberty as the central visual. Such a small item, yet so precious. He slipped the green card into his pocket and sat down in a chair. "Excuse me." As he spoke, a white waiter approached with a smile. "Sir, what would you like to order?" Chen An took the menu and pointed to several dishes. Omelette, British fish and chips, mushroom soup, and filet mignon. Then he looked at Carl and the others. "Anything you'd like to order?" Carl took the menu and placed his order as well. "Mr. Chen An, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Susan said with a smile, preparing to rise. "Miss Susan, do you deal in intelligence?" Susan paused mid-motion, then sat back down, her face full of curiosity. "What intelligence do you have? Don't give me trivial nonsense or stuff that's common knowledge on the black market." Chen An took a sip of coffee and smiled faintly. "Of course not. Are you familiar with the Crick family?" Susan nodded. "Yes, they're in the smuggling business, mostly Mexicans." "You're not going to tell me that, are you? That's common knowledge among those in the know." "Of course not." Chen An waved his hand. "I'm talking about the Crick family's smuggling routes and a detailed list of their members. Would that interest you?" He had heard from Carl that the woman before him was adept at trading intelligence, and she would surely be interested in this. Sure enough, as his words fell, Susan's expression flickered almost imperceptibly, and then her voice came through with a hint of urgency. "You really have that information? If it's genuine, I think we might have something to discuss." Seeing the keen interest on the other party's face, Chen An realized just how crucial the smuggling routes and list of the clique family in his hands truly were. However, he did not rush into a deal, but instead sought to extract as much useful information as possible. It seems Miss Susan holds this intelligence in high regard. What price would you be willing to offer? At this, Susan replied calmly, the price naturally depends on the specifics. So you must first show it to me before I can appraise it. But I assure you the minimum will not fall below $10,000. If it is quite detailed, it could be worth tens of thousands. Chen An felt somewhat disappointed. Only that much. I thought such intelligence would be worth millions of dollars. Susan reacted as if she had heard a joke, astonished. Mr. Chen, intelligence of that magnitude is beyond the reach of people like us. It pertains to matters between nations. The clique family is at most known in Los Angeles and its surroundings, hardly worth that price. Chen An nodded thoughtfully. He had placed too high expectations on this intelligence. While it might pose a threat to the clique family, to others, it was at best a piece of minor information. Perhaps Susan or the dark web already had intelligence on the clique family. Enough talk. Why not let me see it, Mr. Chen? Susan suggested. Chen An shook his head. That might take some time. I will notify you when the time comes. Hearing this, Susan did not press further. She genuinely desired this intelligence, but since he was not forthcoming, she could do nothing about it. If you make up your mind, Mr. Chen, you can come to me. Susan smiled, rose, and slowly walked out of the Hoxton Hotel. After she left, Carl asked in confusion, Boss, I think our intelligence might sell for tens of thousands at best. Why not deal with Susan? Chen An replied, a deal is inevitable, but have you forgotten that the clique family is also keen on this intelligence? Well, extort them first, then trade with Susan, earning money twice from the same piece of information. Carl's eyes lit up. Boss, you mean to sell to two people at once? That's not allowed. This thing originally belonged to the clique family. How can it be sold to two people? We merely found it and returned it to its rightful owner. The fee from the clique family doesn't conflict with that. Boss, that does make some sense. Soon Chen An noticed something amiss. He had chatted with Susan for at least 5 or 6 minutes, and now another 7 or 8 minutes had passed, yet the dishes had not been fully served. He saw that tables arriving later than theirs had already started receiving their food, which made him frown. Carl, go ask why the food hasn't arrived. Carl nodded and walked over to a waiter. After a long wait, not only did Carl fail to return, but he also ended up arguing with the waiter. Sensing something was wrong, Chen An quickly stood up and approached. We've been here for at least 20 minutes, and not a single dish is fully served. You expect us to keep waiting? Do you think we're pushovers? Carl demanded sternly. The waiter took a step back with a trace of disdain. Apologies, we will try to serve you as soon as possible, but it may take some time. Then why have those who arrived later already been served? Chen An stepped forward, demanding an explanation. The waiter remained indifferent. Apologies, the order may have been mixed up. Mixed up? I think you're doing this on purpose. Carl shouted again. The commotion quickly drew the attention of those nearby. A group of people approached briskly, with several waiters flanking a man in uniform. This is the Hoxton Hotel. No disturbances are allowed. Please leave immediately, Manager Fancardra said sternly. Of the 3 before him, 2 were dressed in a manner that suggested they couldn't afford to dine here. As for Chen An, though decently dressed, he was a yellow monkey, likely unable to pay the bill either. Thus Fancardra treated them poorly, practically driving them out. Fuck. What kind of attitude is this? Carl's face flushed red. He was all too familiar with that contemptuous look, having encountered it often before. Back then he had endured it because he had no money. But now he felt a surge of uncontrollable rage. Just as he was about to lash out, Chen An quickly pulled him back. Calm down, Carl. Hearing this, Carl gradually steadied himself. He knew that starting a fight now would bring no benefit and could trigger a chain reaction that would jeopardize tomorrow's plans. If you continue to cause trouble, I'll ask you to leave. Fancardra repeated. Chen An's eyes darkened. Discrimination in America was so blatant that even waiters displayed it openly, and management not only allowed it, but indulged them. He was naturally vengeful, but with the upcoming operation against the clique family, he didn't want to stir up trouble. Otherwise, he would have found a way to teach these people a lesson. As Chen An and his companions left the hotel, everything inside remained orderly, as if the conflict had been insignificant. Boss, I want to burn this place down and beat those guys to a pulp. Carl clenched and unclenched his fists, clearly agitated. It's okay, Carl. After we deal with the clique family, we'll settle scores with them. They're just snobs, ignore them. Chen An comforted him. His good mood from earlier had evaporated, so he found a simple restaurant for lunch before returning to the graffiti building. Then, lying on his bed, Chen An used his shared perspective to observe Zhou Hao's situation. He saw Zhou Hao entering the clique family's villa once again. Zhou Hao, you and Richard went to the same school. Do you know who he's offended recently? Where the hell is he? He dared to secretly gather information on our clique family, making me get scolded by my father. Even my younger brothers are mocking me. Zhou Hao replied calmly. I don't know either. Professor Richard and I have only met a few times and never interacted much on campus. In his mind, however, he knew Richard was already in Chen An's hands. The Click family is investigating this internally. You should look into it too. Click said. Yes, Master Click. By the way, the venue for the party has been decided. It will be held at the Hoxton Hotel. My partners and friends will attend. Make sure the venue is well prepared, especially the security measures. Zhou Hao nodded. No problem. Leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Chen An's face showed surprise. The Hoxton Hotel. What a coincidence. They had just left that place. Carl, I've got good news for you. Carl, who was inspecting his gear and the M249 in his hands inside the living room, turned his head at the sound. Boss, what good news? The location of Crick's gathering has been confirmed. It's at the Hoxton Hotel. Hearing this, Carl's eyes lit up. Oh, perfect. When the time comes, I'm going to smash that damn hotel lobby to pieces. Check the exact time. It should be evening now. Go scope out the place tomorrow during the day to prepare for the operation. They'll have Zhou Hao take you inside. No guns. Anton and the others will infiltrate from another point to rendezvous. Emily and I will find a high vantage point outside the hotel, just in case. This is a rare opportunity. We can't let Crick slip away. Roger that, Carl replied. Then Chen An continued to observe Crick's situation through the shared perspective. Just then 5 people walked up to the villa. The leader was a middle-aged man with a stern expression exuding an aura of murderous intent. The 5 were uniformly dressed in black suits, giving off a rather oppressive vibe. Seeing this man, Crick quickly wiped the smile off his face and stood up obediently. Dad, why are you here? Chen An's pupils contracted. The man before him was Carrie Weddle, the ruler of the Crick family. Why was he visiting Crick at this hour? Without a word, Carrie Weddle fixed his gaze on Zhou Hao and the death sworn. The 4 men behind him immediately stepped forward. Just as Chen An and Zhou Hao thought their cover was blown, the 4 began a thorough pat-down. Only after searching them from head to toe inside and out, and confirming they carried no listening devices or the like, did they release them. Who are these 2? Carrie Weddle asked, looking at Crick. This is Zhou Hao, a foreign member of the Crick family, and the man beside him is his bodyguard, Crick said. Since when do foreign members of the Crick family include Asians? And you, be careful. Someone's planning to make a move on you. Crick was taken aback. Dad, who wants to make a move on me? I've been staying at the villa lately and haven't caused any trouble. I don't know the specifics, but it's definitely related to Richard. The 2 Crick family members I sent to investigate have gone missing, likely dead. Are you attending the gathering tomorrow? I'm telling you, don't go. Wait until this blows over. On the other end, Chen An's expression darkened. This Carrie Weddle was really getting in the way. If Crick didn't attend the gathering, his plan would fall through and he'd have to wait much longer, something he couldn't accept. He could wait, but his sister couldn't. Crick, however, was displeased. Dad, why not? Ill-arranged bodyguards. They're all professionally trained. Nothing will happen. Besides, the hotel has security checks and pat-downs. No one can sneak a gun in. Better safe than sorry. Can't you listen to me just once? Carrie Weddle slammed the table hard, deeply disappointed in his eldest son. Dad, you're just biased. You won't let me manage family affairs, only giving me trivial tasks. Now you want to control my freedom too. Carrie Weddle's face flushed with anger. You have the nerve to say that. If I entrusted the family to you, Richard would have gotten more than just a few smuggling routes. Besides, I'm not the only one who decides. Your uncles don't agree either. That's enough. Don't make me say it again. With that, Carrie Weddle cut off Crick's protest, stood up, left the villa, and got into his car. Arrange a few mercenaries to guard that fool Crick. Don't let anything happen to him. A member was stunned. Sir, do you think Master Crick will still attend the gathering? Yes, I know his temperament, Carrie Weddle said. Very well, sir. He'll make the arrangements immediately to ensure Master Crick's safety. Meanwhile, inside the villa. Crash. Crick hurled an expensive teacup to the floor, shattering it. Zhou Hao, am I really that useless? Dad doesn't trust me at all. Zhou Hao gave a dry laugh and shook his head. Master Crick, you jest. Your prowess is well known. Perhaps the old master hasn't paid enough attention to you, otherwise he'd surely see your strengths. Crick smiled faintly. Zhou Hao, that's what I like about you. You know how to flatter. I love hearing it. Should I cancel the gathering? Zhou Hao asked nervously. Cancel what? I'm definitely going. If someone wants to make a move on me, let them come. We'll see if they have the guts. If I catch them, they'll pay dearly. Zhou Hao nodded. Then he'll go make preparations. Go on, Crick waved him off. Witnessing all this, Chen An breathed a sigh of relief. Good. That Crick is foolish enough to give me the chance. When I strike, don't you dare beg for mercy. Chen An let out a cold laugh. 6 o'clock in the evening. On the rooftop of Graffiti Tower, 20 Deathsworn had assembled. Even Carl couldn't help but swallow nervously at the sight. He knew their strength firsthand. 3 of them could take him down. And here there were 20. He wondered where the boss had found these people. Boss, hey, raise today's pay, 7500 in total. Chen An casually took the money and pocketed it, then turned to Carl. Teach them CQB, close quarters combat techniques. Just enough to be useful. They learn fast. Carl nodded. Got it, boss. He began by teaching basic room-clearing tactics and maneuvers, followed by hand signals and verbal commands to greatly enhance team coordination. The training lasted 2 hours, and the 20 Deathsworn had essentially mastered the basics. These 20 would be the main force for the operation, while the others stood by outside to handle emergencies. Afterward, they loaded bullets into magazines, 10 Glock 19s, 1 Glock 17, and 2 Beretta 92 FS, 13 guns in total. The remaining Deathsworn had no firearms. They'd simply take enemies' weapons when the time came. After all, he had already collected 3 skill traits: pistol mastery, sniper mastery, and rifle mastery. He could wield any gun he picked up. Thinking about it, it was downright absurd. Time flew to the next day. Chen An slowly awoke, and the Deathsworn beside Zhou Hao relayed the specifics. The gathering was set for 6 in the evening. Just as I thought. Perfect. He'll use this time to stroll around the Hoxton Hotel and map out the routes in my mind. Then he thought to himself, system deploy today's 6 Deathsworn. Ding. Deployment complete. They are en route. At this moment, his Death Warriors had also reached a total of 39. Subsequently, Anton continued to lead the Death Warriors to work at the San Pedro docks, while he, along with Carl and Emily, drove a pickup truck to cruise around the area near the Hoxton Hotel once more. He discovered that the hotel's exterior wall was not a smooth mirror surface. On the contrary, the hotel was built long ago with rough walls and many protrusions. It would still be quite easy for a Death Warrior with climbing mastery to sneak in. Carl, where around here do you think is suitable for a marksman rifle, eh? Chen An asked. Boss, I think the mall across from the hotel is a good spot. Many places there can cover a large area in front of the hotel entrance. The advantage of a marksman rifle lies in medium to long-range combat, enabling precise and fierce suppression. Hearing Carl's words, Chen An's gaze also turned to the mall across the street. It was a 4-story building bustling with people and eyes. Indeed, a good place. Even if discovered later, it wouldn't be easy to trace. About 10 minutes later, he had scouted the surrounding situation. Suffice it to say, if Crick dared to attend the gathering, he would have no escape. Let's go, Carl. Head to the nearby flea market. I need to buy some things for preparation. All right, boss. Carl responded and drove to the nearby flea market. Arriving at the flea market, Chen An began his purchases. Dynamo rope, the strongest commercial fiber he knew of. Its strength is 10 to 15 times that of steel wire at the same weight. Lightweight and wear-resistant, its practicality was maximized. Next were quicklime powder and fingerless gloves. These 3 items were sufficient. He bought enough for 20 people, costing a total of 300. At this point, Emily also brought over a large bag containing various cosmetics and disguise props. With these, the preparations were basically thorough. They loaded everything into the pickup and drove back to the graffiti building. Curiously, Carl asked, Boss, I can understand buying the rope, but what are the cosmetics for? Are we going to put on makeup to catch Crick? Of course it's for disguise. Do you think we'll just openly fight Crick's men? Afterward, surveillance would catch us and the police would immediately issue a warrant. This time it's different from dealing with tramps and gangs. One is a despised rat everyone shouts at, while the other is clearly valued by the capital class. Carl nodded. But boss, who among us knows the art of disguise? Emily does, Chen An said. Hearing this, Carl's eyes lit up as he looked at Emily. Miss Emily, you know disguise. Give me a try. I want to see what different effect it has. Emily, show Carl what you've got, Chen An said. Emily complied, taking out the purchased makeup, wig, beard, and other props. A few minutes later, Carl had transformed completely. His original short hair became a bald head, his beard was shaved off, and his nose, eyes, and mouth all looked somewhat different from before. Carl picked up a mirror and examined himself repeatedly, exclaiming, Oh my God, is this me? It's like a completely different person. With this disguise, even Black Wolf standing before me probably wouldn't recognize me. Chen An was also quite satisfied with the disguise mastery trait. Though there were still some minor flaws, they were insignificant. Time quickly passed to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen An sat calmly on the sofa inspecting his HK G28, loading bullets one by one, preparing for the ensuing fierce battle. Carl had already gone to meet up with Zhou Hao, planning to infiltrate the hotel, first to coordinate from inside and out. At 5:15, Anton and the 20 Death Warriors ready for action gathered on the rooftop, pairing up to disguise each other. Then they packed bulletproof vests, grenades, and other weapons into backpacks. By the time everything was ready, it was 6 o'clock. Chen An looked at the 20 fully equipped Death Warriors and said solemnly, Move out. Immediately after, they left the graffiti building in groups of 2s and 3s, blending inconspicuously into the crowd, converging on the Hoxton Hotel. Chen An took the pickup with Emily and Anton, arriving near the hotel first. Using a walkie-talkie, he contacted Hank to confirm that this area was a surveillance blind spot, and he parked the car there. Anton, you lead the team. They'll tell you the infiltration point later. Anton nodded. With that, Chen An picked up the bag and walked with Emily into the mall across the street. Without any hesitation, they went straight to the top floor. Then, equipping the climbing mastery trait, he climbed directly to the mall's rooftop. After looking around, he finally found a perfect spot, concealed with a great view. Afterward, Chen An and Emily lay there, activating the shared perspective to check on Carl's situation. Inside the banquet hall on the 6th floor of the hotel, Carl had blended in with Zhou Hao. The opulent, luxurious hall was filled with upper-class individuals in gowns and suits, holding glasses of red wine and chatting softly. Zhou Hao and his group of four seemed somewhat out of place, sitting in a corner. Xunling's face was full of tension. Hey, how are you two going to deal with Crick alone? There are at least a dozen bodyguards around, each with a pistol at their waist, and there might be people hidden in the shadows. Carl said calmly, Relax, that's our concern, not yours. But why hasn't Crick shown up yet? Hearing this, Zhou Hao explained, Crick is the main character of this banquet. He won't appear so soon. We'll have to wait. Meanwhile, inside a suite in the banquet hall, Crick was having a heart-to-heart talk with a few friends, laughter constantly ringing out. Young Master Crick, this is a fine cigar I brought specially for you to try. One person placed a box of cigars on the table. Crick looked interested, picked one up, and said, Is that so? Let me try. Just then someone suddenly asked, Young Master Crick, I heard someone's been after you lately. Is that true or false? Crick didn't reply immediately. Instead, he took a deep drag of the cigar, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and then spoke. There is such a thing. And you still dare to come to the gathering, Young Master Crick? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Crick laughed dismissively, pointed at 6 men in the distance, and said, My father arranged these mercenaries for me. Top-notch equipment and skills. What could happen? The others' expressions shifted. So these gentlemen are mercenaries. With them around, anyone trying to move against you would have to back off. Huh. Naturally. Crick laughed heartily, then raised his cigar and wine glass, waving them toward the 6 men in the distance. Friend, care to have a puff? No need to be so tense. The leading black man shook his head. No need, Young Master Crick. Also, please don't reveal our identity so easily. It might give those behind this an opening. All right, mister. Miss Lin, don't be so serious. You're just going through the motions. No one could possibly smuggle a weapon into the banquet hall. Just enjoy the fine wine and have a good time. Click laughed. Sorry, Master Click, but this is our duty. The old master sent us to protect you for a reason, and we cannot afford any negligence. Fine, do as you please. Click said no more, slowly rising and looking at those around him. Let's head out then. This party can't go on without its main character. After Click and his entourage left the suite, the 6 began to converse. Boss, this Click is taking things way too lightly. He's going to make this a lot harder for us. A European-looking man spoke with concern, clad in a bulletproof vest and gripping an M4A1 carbine. Mole, you're getting more timid by the day. What danger could there be? We've pulled off this kind of mission over 10 times. The blonde woman seated across chuckled lightly as she checked the rounds in her pistol, an AK-74 holstered at her waist. White Goose, if you're so brave, why don't you take on the high-paying contracts? Screw you. I'm not looking for death. Once I get paid, I'm going to treat myself to a few men. The curly-haired, rocky-looking middle-aged man teased. I could be your treat. How about it, White Goose? You? I'm afraid you'd die of exhaustion in my bed. White Goose said with a faint smile. Ha ha ha. The others joined in the laughter. Just then Miss Lin, the team leader, spoke up. Everyone check your weapons. Though this mission is easier than usual, we mustn't let our guard down. Often the simplest tasks conceal the greatest threats. Roger that, boss. The 5 nodded in understanding, no one objecting, for Ms. Lin was the most seasoned member of the team, having executed numerous security and elimination missions. Ms. Lin then led the 4 out of the suite, leaving 1 behind to monitor the banquet hall and hotel surveillance, ready to report any anomalies. Outside, 3 of the remaining 4 headed to concealed positions, their eyes fixed on Click's surroundings. Ms. Lin and White Goose stayed by Click's side, never leaving him. From a corner, Carl's face tightened as he spotted them. He could tell at a glance that Ms. Lin and his men were no ordinary guards. Their eyes betrayed them as either security professionals or mercenaries. This complicates things. Click even hired mercenaries for protection. Why didn't you tell me? Carl whispered to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao looked bewildered. I didn't know either. Click doesn't tell me everything. The Death Warrior relayed the situation to Chen An outside. Hearing that Click had arranged for mercenaries, Chen An was momentarily stunned, but resolutely issued the order. Continue. Carl turned to the Death Warrior beside him. What did the boss say? Continue. With those 2 words, Carl understood. He looked at Zhou Hao. Which windows in the banquet hall can be opened? Zhou Hao thought for a moment. The ones in the restroom, I think. Take me there. Zhou Hao nodded, and the two headed toward the banquet hall's restroom, leaving the Death Warrior to watch over Chen Ling. Ms. Lin and his men glanced at Carl and the others briefly before shifting their gaze and continuing their patrol. Click was already deep in conversation with several business partners and officials. Soon Carl and Zhou Hao entered the men's restroom. Scanning the area, Carl spotted a window at the far end. He walked over, opened it, and looked outside. Confirming it was possible to sneak in, he pushed the window fully open. You're not planning to climb up from outside, are you? That's impossible. Zhou Hao was stunned. Climbing 6 stories barehanded. Only rock climbers could do that. Were all these people rock climbers? Don't ask too many questions, Carl said, turning to the women's restroom and opening those windows as well. Then, acting as if nothing had happened, he and Zhou Hao returned to their spots, whispering to the Death Warrior. Checked. No problem. The Death Warrior nodded and relayed the information to Chen An. With the confirmation, Chen An immediately ordered Anton to begin the operation. He then instructed the Death Warriors inside the hotel to observe the positions of the security team, aiming for a surprise precision strike. Equipping himself with tactical mastery, he prepared to coordinate at a moment's notice. He had waited too long for this. Meanwhile, on the right side of the Hoxton Hotel, Anton had assembled 20 Death Warriors. 4 of them carried large backpacks filled with firearms and ammunition. After applying lime powder to their palms, Anton and Xing began their ascent. They had equipped stealth and climbing mastery, making their climb nearly silent and inconspicuous. Their figures rose slowly, gradually shrinking into the distance. Any passers-by who approached were intercepted by Death Warriors who claimed the road ahead was under construction, causing no significant disturbance. After more than 10 minutes of relentless climbing, Anton and Xing finally saw Carl's head poking out. Holy shit. You guys are insane. Carl had never seen anything like it, climbing up barehanded. The boss hadn't been bluffing. He reached out and pulled them in. Anton and Xing made it into the hotel safely, then set down their large packs, pulled out dynamo ropes, and began securing them. They tossed the ropes out the window, letting them drop straight to the ground. The Death Warriors below applied lime powder to their hands, gripped the ropes, and began climbing. Compared to the initial ascent, this was much easier. One person could make it up every few minutes. Meanwhile, Carl headed to the women's restroom to secure another rope. With both sides working simultaneously, the operation was swift. They could finish within half an hour. But at this critical moment, noise came from outside the restroom. Ma'am, you can't go in there. It's out of order. Zhou Hao tried to stop her, but was shoved aside. Get out of my way, you Asian pervert. The woman strode in only to find 10 Death Warriors staring at her. She froze, then panic set in as she tried to flee. Stop, or we'll shoot. Several Death Warriors aimed their pistols at the wealthy woman. Don't shoot. Don't kill me. I have money. I'll give you all of it. A Death Warrior grabbed her by the neck, shoved her into a stall, and confiscated everything she had. The Death Warrior took the cash from her bag and pocketed it, tossing the rest aside with a gesture for silence. The woman, tears streaming down her face, covered her mouth and nodded frantically. The 13 Death Warriors began to don their bulletproof vests, each equipped with a grenade, and 3 magazines were placed in the pockets of the vests. Anong was checking his firearms while Carl was already geared up, gripping the light machine gun, M249, with excitement gleaming in his eyes. The 13 Death Warriors proceeded in an orderly fashion, soon ready and awaiting Chen An's command to launch their attack. The remaining 7 Death Warriors were following closely behind, prepared to pick up any weapons at a moment's notice. Chen An observed the scene through a shared perspective and issued the command to act, subsequently transmitting the locations of all security personnel surrounding the gathering to each Death Warrior, granting them a natural godlike view before he began to wait quietly. At this moment, the Death Warrior who had been sitting next to Shen Ling slowly stood up and walked towards a nearby security personnel. Where are you going? Shen Ling asked, but the Death Warrior paid no heed, causing her to feel increasingly uneasy. The Death Warrior approached the security personnel, who was focused on clerk in the banquet hall, completely oblivious to the Death Warrior behind him. Ms. Lin furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease as his gaze caught the actions of the Death Warrior, prompting a look of vigilance. Is there something wrong with young Master Clerk? Clerk, who was chatting with someone, turned his head and asked, What's wrong, Ms. Lin? Bang! Before Ms. Lin could respond, the Death Warrior swiftly seized the handgun from the man's waist and pulled the trigger, the speed so astonishing that even Ms. Lin couldn't react in time. As he raised his gun, the opponent's gun was already aimed at him. Realizing this, he hurriedly bent down to shield Clerk, feeling the bullets whizzing past around them. Open fire quick! Clerk shouted, astonished that someone dared to make a move in the banquet hall. The 3 moles in the shadows and the nearby security quickly raised their guns to counterattack, but the Death Warriors had already activated the Divine Speed, a tribute taking cover behind obstacles with incredible speed. However, bullets continued to rain down, and it wouldn't be long before they could no longer hold out. Just as Miss Lin, clerk, and the others thought everything was about to end, screams began to fill the air. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out continuously as one death warrior after another emerged, seemingly already aware of the positions of these people, striking with precision, resulting in 4 deaths instantly. The mole's pupils constricted as he quickly squeezed the trigger of his M4A1 carbine, suppressing fire. Boss, quickly take young master clerk to a safe place. Hearing this, Ms. Lin hurriedly pulled clerk towards the second floor, cooperating with the white goose to provide suppressive fire, while the entire banquet hall descended into chaos, countless people crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands trembling. At this moment, Carl raised his machine gun and fired towards the mole's position, flames spitting from the gun's muzzle as bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, forcing the mole to take cover behind an obstacle, with casualties occurring frequently, as the concentrated and precise fire from the death warriors made it impossible for the 3 to retaliate. The remaining death warriors began to pick up the handguns from the security personnel, as well as the few AK-47s available, using these weapons to counterstrike again. With the combination of the death warriors and the divine speed attribute, they moved like tigers among the buildings. Thick-skinned crabs. Are these people sprinters? They run so fast. Members in the monitoring room were astonished at this scene and quickly grabbed the intercom to report. Boss, there are a total of 22 people, all formidable, at least former veterans very skilled at handling firearms, and their individual speeds are terrifying. We must find a way to evacuate. We can't fight this. At this moment, Ms. Lin was leading clerk and a few others into the suite, and upon hearing this news, his face turned extremely grim. Fuck. Young master clerk, who have you offended to send such elite personnel to kill you? Clerk, now devoid of his earlier composure, spoke in a fluster. I don't know, but you have to get me out of here. Boss. The kangaroo has fallen. We are rushing towards you now, the mole said anxiously. Don't panic, he'll think of something. The banquet hall was in disarray with the bodies of security personnel scattered everywhere. Andong, accompanied by the death warriors, had arrived on the second floor, tending to the injured with simple bandaging. Thankfully, none of the death warriors had completely lost their ability to act. Ugh. Hearing a sound, Andong quickly became alert and turned his gaze to see one of the mercenaries among the 5 lying weakly on the ground nearby, unable to move, his face contorted in pain. Noticing this, Andong quickly stepped forward. The kangaroo looked at him, raising his gun, without hesitation, despair in his eyes. Bang! A bullet pierced through his forehead, and Andong immediately began to don the mercenary's gear: an M4A1 carbine, 2 magazines, a tactical belt, and a Glock 17. Chen An observed this scene, thinking to himself that fortunately the mercenary's equipment wasn't top-notch. It was quite similar to that of the death warriors, just with an additional rifle. As for whether this was too cruel towards the mercenary, one could only say it was necessary. This was not child's play, but a matter of life and death. He believed that if the roles were reversed, the mercenary would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Mercenaries fought for money, so there was no point in expecting them to have a conscience. The 21 death warriors, compared to when they first arrived, were now mostly equipped with new gear, holding rifles as they slowly approached the suite. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open and a grenade rolled out. Seeing this, all the death warriors activated the divine speed attribute, fleeing at the fastest speed. Boom! Smoke billowed, debris scattered, and a large pit appeared on the ground. At this moment, the mole and others inside the suite, witnessing all this through the monitoring screen, showed expressions of shock. Fuck. Their reaction speed was so fast. Did they start training to run since childhood? They didn't expect that this grenade didn't kill a single person. Boss, what do we do now? Staying here will eventually get us bogged down, and even if the police arrive, it will take some time. Just as Ms. Lin was contemplating, there came a continuous gunfire from outside the door. The wooden door was blasted open and a grenade rolled in. Get down, Ms. Lin shouted, then pressed clerk down without regard for anyone else. Open your mouth. Clerk, already in a daze, heard whatever Ms. Lin was saying. At that moment, he regretted enormously. If he could escape this time, he would stay in the villa and go nowhere. It was simply too terrifying. He had never seen such a scene. As the thunder of the explosion subsided, everyone quickly raised their rifles and began to fire frantically, and the others did the same, using such firepower to deter the death warriors outside from approaching. Seeing this, Chen An's expression darkened. Mercenaries were indeed mercenaries. Dealing with them was quite troublesome. Thus Chen An commanded directly, "Throw all the grenades inside." Upon receiving the order, Anton and his men began tossing grenades into the room in an orderly fashion. The door, already shattered from the initial explosion, was riddled with holes, appearing as if a single kick could bring it down. 3 grenades arced through the air, landing on the suite's floor, rolling a few times before erupting into blinding flashes and thunderous roars. Mithrin, pulling Crick to the rear, felt the onslaught of tinnitus and panic with each explosion, the surrounding chaos intensifying. A piercing scream rang out. Mithrin recognized it as Mole's. With a worried expression, he slowly raised his head towards the source of the sound. There lay Mole not far from the door, his eyes bloodshot, one arm, missing veins bulging on his forehead as he endured immense agony. Mole, are you all right? Chief, my hand. White Goose, meanwhile, continued firing his AK-74, then pulled a grenade from his belt and hurled it out the door. A boom echoed, but unable to see outside, he asked Groundhog, who was monitoring the cameras, if it had hit anyone. Groundhog, did it hit? Groundhog's gaze was grim. No, it hit one, but strangely he endured the pain and stood up. His pain tolerance is monstrous. White Goose and the others paled. Damn it, who the hell are these people outside? Chief, we need a plan. We're doomed otherwise, or we're almost out of bullets and have only 2 grenades left. Groundhog stated. Hearing this, Mithrin quickly scanned the room. His eyes landed on a deep crater near the door created by the grenades, through which he could glimpse the floor below. A plan formed in his mind. White Goose, throw a grenade into that pit now. White Goose instantly understood their leader's intent. Without hesitation, he hurled a grenade which rolled directly into the hole. An explosion accompanied by the sound of collapsing debris opened a massive gap near the doorway, revealing a suite identical to theirs on the floor below. Hope sparked in Mithrin's eyes. He quickly commanded White Goose, check Mole's injuries and provide covering fire. Don't let those bastards outside in. Groundhog, Crocodile, you 2 escort me and Master Crick. We need to get to the floor below. Roger that, Chief. Groundhog and Crocodile raised their guns, firing precise shots at the doorway. Mithrin guided Crick towards the hole, every second feeling like an eternity. Mole, are you okay? White Goose slapped Mole's cheek repeatedly. The man's face was pallid, eyes shut, completely still. Chief, Mole bled out. He's dead. Damn it. Mithrin's heart grew heavy. 6 of them had started, now only 4 remained. The greatest loss they had ever suffered. Outside, Anton and his men found it difficult to advance through the narrow corridor under heavy fire. Carl spoke. Anton, they're trying to use the hole we made to get to the 5th floor. We can't let them succeed. If they get into the hotel, it's huge, and we'll lose our advantage. We might be stuck here. I know. They won't succeed. Anton's expression remained eerily calm. Chen An observed. I didn't expect we'd lose a death warrior in this operation. He looked at the death warrior covered in blood and barely clinging to life. It took an almost demonic level of execution to do what he did. An ordinary person couldn't have managed it. Even with severed limbs, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Inside the suite, Mithrin, having already pulled Crick down through the hole to the 5th floor, quickly said, White Goose, you and Crocodile cover the rear. Once Groundhog is down, throw the last grenade to buy us time. Got it, Chief. White Goose fired single shots with one hand while reaching for the last grenade at his waist. As Groundhog dropped through the hole, he hurled the grenade, which landed precisely outside the door. Crocodile, go. White Goose shouted, running towards the hole. Crocodile followed. Just as they neared the opening, an unbelievable and horrifying scene unfolded before them. A blood-soaked death warrior from outside, without a moment's hesitation, picked up the grenade on the ground. With his enhanced speed trait fully activated, he charged at White Goose and Crocodile. Oh my god. Shit. Boom. Groundhog, who hadn't gotten far below, was flung by the shockwave. Blood seeped through the back of his clothes. Luckily, the distance and his bulletproof vest saved him from worse. White Goose and Crocodile were not so fortunate. They lay still, devoid of life. Mithrin roared in fury. Fuck. Did they have another grenade? Why didn't they use it before? What the hell is going on? Chief, White Goose and the others are dead too. We need to move. Groundhog struggled to his feet and spoke. Yeah, the team is disbanding after today. 4 dead in 1 operation. Master Crick, who exactly did you offend? If it weren't for the old man's orders, I'd have killed you myself. Crick, terrified out of his wits, couldn't answer Mithrin. The 3 of them stumbled out of the suite and ran towards the hotel exit. They would be safe once they got out of the hotel and into the car. Someone else would handle the rest. Meanwhile, outside the 6th floor suite, Carl's eyes widened as he swallowed hard, still reeling from the scene. A suicide charge. How could these people be so reckless? Even though that man was already dying, few could act so without hesitation. Hearing no movement inside, Anton led the death warriors into the suite. Apart from a few party guests cowering in the distance, there was no sign of Crick. Carl rushed to one of them, grabbing him by the collar. When he saw the man's face, his expression flickered. It was Fancardra, the manager who had looked down on them in the restaurant yesterday. Carl landed 2 heavy punches on the man's stomach. Where's Crick? He wasn't exacting revenge, just conducting a friendly inquiry. Fancardra's face turned red from the blows. He clutched his stomach in pain, unable to speak. Crick has escaped through the hole to the 4th floor and is heading outside. Hurry after him. Anton, having seen everything in the surveillance room, knew Crick was no longer there and led his death warriors in pursuit. Seeing this, Carl elbowed Fancadre hard before following Anton down the stairs of the hotel. Yet without the blessing of a speed-enhancing trait, he couldn't catch up to Anton and the others. Damn, Anton, you guys are way too fast. Despite his considerable stamina and ability to sustain long chases, he was now left far behind, filling his heart with even greater curiosity about where their boss had found such monsters. Only after the group had departed did Fancadre dare to lift his head slowly. What greeted his eyes was the ravaged hotel wall, a massive crater, and bullet holes scattered everywhere. It's over. The hotel's wrecked like this. The boss will fire me for sure. These people are insane. Why haven't the police arrived yet? I'm going to file a complaint. Countless angry shouts and curses erupted. The departure of Anton's group allowed them to reclaim their usual air of superiority, yet they still placed all blame squarely on the police. They dared not utter a word against Anton and his men, fearing that some stragglers might still be lurking nearby, which would cost them their lives. Meanwhile, on the second-floor corridor of the Hoxton Hotel, 3 figures were sprinting at breakneck speed, their faces etched with terror. They could already hear the rapid footsteps closing in behind them. Damn it, how are these people so fast? At this rate, we'll be caught soon, said Mithrin. Boss, you go on ahead. They'll hold them off. The groundhog said as he gradually slowed to a halt, a faint smile on his lips. Let's go together. You can't hold them back. Go now. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Their target is Crick. I have a better chance of getting away. Hearing the footsteps draw ever nearer, Mithrin had no time to think twice. He grabbed Crick and dashed toward the staircase leading to the hotel lobby. Just then they collided with 2 people, Zhou Hao and Xin Ling, both wearing expressions of sheer panic. Upon seeing Crick, they froze in surprise. Fuck. Zhou Hao, you dare show your face? The attackers included the bodyguards you brought. You're the mole, aren't you? Crick immediately demanded. Mithrin swiftly pressed the muzzle of his gun against Zhou Hao's forehead. Master Crick, I had no choice. They forced me into this. They said they'd kill me otherwise. Crick asked, why are they after me? Which family or gang is it? Zhou Hao shook his head. It's none of them. Do you remember Chen An? The one behind this is her brother Chen An. Crick's face darkened. All these men for some worthless woman. You expect me to believe that? Master Crick, we can't keep talking. They'll be on us any second. Let's move. Fine. With that, Crick drew the pistol from his waist and without hesitation pulled the trigger at Zhou Hao and Xin Ling. Before they could even react, both had become cold corpses. Mithrin's face remained utterly impassive as he grabbed Crick and fled once more. Meanwhile, the groundhog leaned against a corner, calmly raising his gun. As the footsteps drew nearer, he suddenly thrust the muzzle out and fired a blind shot. This briefly halted Anton and his men. Carl, take 10 men and circle around from the other side. Flank him, Anton ordered. Got it. Carl nodded, then led 10 death warriors to outflank them. At that moment, across from the Hoxton Hotel, Chen An had already received Anton's message, learning that Crick was about to emerge. A faint smile crossed his face. Chen An quickly set up his HK-G28. Through the scope, he fixed his gaze on the hotel entrance. After a long wait with no one appearing, he furrowed his brow. Mr. Chen, I've spotted a suspicious target. They're trying to drive away. Emily's voice suddenly rang out as she peered through binoculars at a certain direction. Hearing this, Chen An swiftly adjusted his aim. He soon located the suspicious Rolls-Royce Phantom and spotted Crick and the others inside. Though uncertain how they had slipped out, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out in succession. The driver was hit. Mithrin's left hand was struck, and the remaining bullets punctured the tires, instantly immobilizing the vehicle and cutting off any chance of escape. Mr. Chen, a magazine. He took the magazine Emily handed him and reloaded swiftly. Inside the car, Mithrin gritted his teeth as he tended to his wounded arm, his expression ashen. I didn't expect there to be someone outside. That gunshot came from a marksman rifle. We're done for. They had no idea where the shooter was positioned, while they themselves were fully exposed in plain sight. Moreover, the enemy was using a marksman rifle, clearly a seasoned professional. He couldn't fathom any way out. Mithrin, you can't give up. You have to get me out of here. Master Crick, Splat. A bullet struck Mithrin's head, cutting off the words he was about to speak. Witnessing this, Crick was utterly terrified, trembling all over his legs, feeling as heavy as lead and unable to move an inch. Seeing that only Crick remained in the car, Chen An slowly raised his gun and stood up. Emily, let's go. I want to have a proper chat with this Mr. Crick. He holstered his weapon, then climbed down from the rooftop and strode quickly toward the exit of the shopping complex. From the start of the operation until now, a mere 15 minutes had passed. Inside the hotel, the groundhog, who was putting up a desperate fight, heard commotion from another direction. His expression shifted, and he quickly turned to fire. But then he saw two flashbang grenades rolling toward him. Shit! Bang! A blinding white light flashed, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. At such close range, the groundhog panicked and began firing wildly. Seeing this, Carl didn't hesitate. He squeezed the trigger of his machine gun, and bullets poured forth, eliminating the last mercenary. He then regrouped with Anton and the others. Let's get out of here quickly. Crick is already in our hands. Carl, come with me. Carl nodded, and the two of them dashed swiftly toward the hotel exit. The remaining Death Warriors did the same, moving to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the area before the police arrived. Soon they emerged from the hotel and met up with Chen An and Emily, who had just arrived. Move. The helicopter's here. Have the Death Warriors hijack cars and split up to draw their attention. Chen An ordered. He then opened the door of the Rolls-Royce, dragged Crick out like a dead dog, jumped into an inconspicuous sedan, and drove off directly. Thump, thump, thump. The roar of rotor blades could already be heard overhead. Inside the helicopter, the police officer looked down at the countless vehicles below, unsure which one to pursue. He quickly reported into his radio, "The attackers are numerous. Requesting backup. They're attempting to scatter." Police cars on the ground also began emerging from the streets to give chase. Seeing this, Chen An quickly used his driving expertise to replace the Death Warriors' speed trait, enabling them to shake off the police cars as best they could. Fortunately, their car was utterly unremarkable and went unnoticed, soon merging into the flow of traffic. Chen An let out a long sigh, allowing himself a moment of relief, though he knew the situation was far from over. Within a mansion in the affluent district of Los Angeles, Carrie Weddle, who was resting, heard the phone ring. He slowly opened his eyes, picked it up, and answered. "Patriarch, something terrible has happened. Master Crick is in trouble. All the hotel security personnel have been sacrificed, and even the 6 mercenaries we dispatched didn't survive a single one. Master Crick has also gone missing." Carrie Weddle's expression shifted dramatically. "Say that again. How could this happen? Weren't there enough people to protect Crick?" "Patriarch, the specifics are unclear. The area has been taken over by the police, making it difficult to approach. However, it's confirmed that at least 20 people attacked Master Crick. They were highly skilled, all professional mercenaries with years of combat experience. May I ask who Master Crick has offended? This is too ruthless daring to act in Los Angeles." Carrie Weddle rubbed his temples, his mood heavy. "Investigate and gather accurate intelligence as soon as possible. Mobilize every member of the Carey family to search for any trace of Crick in Los Angeles. I cannot let anything happen to my son, do you understand?" A voice came from the other end of the line. "Understood, Patriarch. I will issue the orders immediately." The call ended. Carrie Weddle slowly sat up, put on his reading glasses from the bedside table, and walked out of the bedroom. "Old Master, why are you up?" "You need to rest," the butler said. "Make me a cup of coffee." Noticing the unusual expression on Carrie Weddle's face, the butler realized something might have happened and nodded. "Very well." Carrie Weddle stepped onto the balcony. He had sensed that someone might target Crick, which was why he had deployed the expensive mercenaries he had trained. Yet he never expected the attackers to be so numerous and their firepower so intense. In the end, he had miscalculated. Who was the mastermind behind this? Was it another family or an external force due to business conflicts? No matter how hard Carrie Weddle racked his brain, he could never have imagined that all of this had happened because of a girl. Just then the phone rang again. He answered it. "Patriarch, we can basically confirm that Master Crick was taken by those people. Their exact location is unknown. We have notified key members of the Carey family to monitor important locations. This will take some time. Spare no expense to rescue Crick. I will contact the police to seek cooperation. Whoever did this must die. They will face a full-scale manhunt by the Carey family. Issue a bounty on the dark web for $1 million. Understood, Patriarch. Dad, we heard the eldest was attacked. Is he all right?" Carrie Weddle's second son, Kerr, and third son, Kedwin, hurried over, asking anxiously. Seeing them, Carrie Weddle said, "Your eldest brother has been captured. The situation is unknown for now. Have your people investigate as well." Kerr and Kedwin nodded in agreement. "We've already dispatched people to investigate. There will surely be news. I wonder who did this. Could it be the Fandy family, who are at odds with us?" Though their words were filled with concern in their hearts, they secretly wished Crick dead. This would reduce the number of heirs. It was clear to them that their father favored Crick far more than them. "Third brother, I don't think so. The Fandy family wouldn't benefit from such an overt act. They wouldn't be so brazen. Besides, why would they capture Crick? They'd probably just kill him outright." Kerr nodded in agreement. "Makes sense. So who could it be? It can't be some random person, can it? That would make the investigation very troublesome." Carrie Weddle said, "Investigate in great detail everything Crick has been up to recently. Be very thorough. Then bring the report to me. Is that clear?" Kerr and Kedwin quickly responded, "Yes, Dad." They then left the estate accompanied by 7 or 8 security guards. Even the car windows were bulletproof. Crick's ordeal had clearly instilled fear in them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen An and his team had driven to an abandoned warehouse in Los Angeles. He was certain that the entire city was now sealed off, making escape extremely difficult. Deciding not to leave, he opted to interrogate Crick on the spot to learn his sister's whereabouts. Crick looked at the 4 people in the car, his face filled with terror. He stammered, You are Chen An." He spoke in Chinese. Seeing this, Chen An understood that Crick had encountered Zhou Hao. As for Zhou Hao's fate, it was not his concern. The only thing that mattered now was his sister's whereabouts. "Since you know who I am, tell me, where is my sister now, eh?" Chen An demanded coldly. "You lunatic. For a woman, you used grenades, machine guns, sniper rifles, and mobilized so many people. If you let me go now, I guarantee the Carey family will not pursue this matter." Seeing that the other party not only refused to reveal his sister's location, but also tried to threaten him, Chen An suddenly threw a punch, smashing it into Crick's abdomen. Gag. The immense force caused Crick's stomach to churn violently, his face turning red. Chen An had no idea what Crick was feeling. He hadn't even used his full strength, augmented by the strength of an ox trait. "I'll ask you one more time. Where is my sister Chen Wan? Where did you take her?" Cough. Cough. Crick struggled to speak. "The entire Los Angeles is locked down. They are searching for your trail. If you harm me, the Carey family will join the hunt. Then you will only face death. Let me go now, and I can help clear up this misunderstanding." Chen An delivered a swift front kick, sending Crick flying out of the car and crashing heavily to the ground. He then jumped out and walked slowly towards him. "I only want to know my sister's whereabouts. Stop with your worthless threats. They mean nothing to me." Crick felt as if several bones in his body had broken. He could clearly hear the crack. Terrified by the other's monstrous strength and seeing him approaching step by step, Crick was forced to speak. "Your sister is dead. I gave her to my second brother. Given his nature, she couldn't have survived." Upon hearing this, Carl froze. He could clearly feel the explosive rage emanating from Chen An. Years ago, he had felt that same pain. The loss of a loved one, a pain like having one's heart ripped out. "Say that again." Chen An approached slowly, his voice heavy with barely contained fury. Seeing the danger, Crick quickly said, "I can take you to my brother. There might still be a chance. I didn't know she was your sister. It was that damned Zhou Hao who recommended her to me. I've already killed him for you." Chen An was not listening. The news of his sister's death kept echoing in his mind. His fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, teetering on the brink of sheer rage. The very thing he dreaded most had come to pass. It was all too late. If only he had acted sooner, could his sister have been saved? Crick continued to plead, grating on Chen An's nerves. Without hesitation, he stomped down, unleashing the full force of the strength of an ox trait. Odd. A scream and the sound of cracking bones echoed around them. Crick stared at his grotesquely twisted calf and Chen An's murderous glare, finally feeling an unprecedented terror. A yellow stain spread across his crotch. "Do you know why I came to America?" Chen An asked coldly, speaking more to himself. "It was to find my sister. Now you tell me she's dead. What do you suggest I do? I'm alone in this world now. Tell me, how should I kill you?" Crick, seeing Chen An's bloodshot eyes, trembled as he spoke. I can give you money. How much do you want?" $100,000. $1 million. I can do it. I promise I won't cause you any trouble afterward. Do you think that matters?" Chen An had hoped to extract his sister's whereabouts from Crick, but now that seemed impossible. Crick was of no further use to him. "You can go and be buried with my sister." Chen An turned to Carl. "Is there a way to make him die in agony?" Carl grinned. "Of course. Drowning him in the sea will do. He'll watch himself suffocate to death. I've done it plenty in the Middle East, but this would be my first time in America." Hearing their unabashed discussion, Crick was terrified. "You can't do this. The Crick family won't let you off. You won't sleep a peaceful night after this. This brings you nothing good." Chen An replied calmly, "Simple. They'll just wipe out the Crick family. Your brother was involved too, so he'll get the same treatment." "You're insane." Crick screamed hysterically. "Who do you think you are? The mayor of Los Angeles. The governor of California. The Crick family is untouchable. That's not your concern." He turned to Carl. "Do it. Then we leave immediately." Carl nodded. "FK, Dad won't let you go. He'll turn you all into specimens to keep me company. And your families too. He'll make sure everyone pays." Seeing that his words were useless, Crick resorted to cursing. Chen An ignored him. Why bother with a dead man? The longer they lingered, the more evidence they left. He was sure all of Los Angeles was hunting them now. Fortunately, they had disguised themselves, but it wasn't foolproof. Though America was chaotic, the police were capable. It was hard to avoid leaving some trace. "Sir, these are the things I found in Crick's pockets. I already threw away his phone on the way. Other potential tracking devices have been dealt with." Chen An reached out and took them. A JP Morgan Chase bank card was useless, Using it would get them caught immediately. Next was a group shot with 4 people, Crick himself, one he recognized as Kerry Weddle, and the other 2 were likely Crick's younger brothers. There wasn't a single dollar bill. It made sense. As the eldest son of the Crick family, he never had to spend his own money. About 10 minutes later, Carl and Anton walked over, slowly dusting off their hands. "Boss, it's done. Crick is dead for sure." Chen An nodded. "Change clothes, remove the disguises, and leave." With that, Chen An took off his wig, beard, and other items, dropping them to the ground. He grabbed makeup remover and began wiping away the thick layers on his face. The other 3 did the same. Then they changed into clean clothes. "Anton, hide the guns. Don't bring them back to Graffiti Tower. Even on the street, they're too conspicuous. Only take them out when needed." Anton nodded, picked up the gun bag and 4 Glock 19s and headed in a certain direction. Chen An pulled out a match, lit it, and set the pile of clothes on fire. Only after they had burned to ashes did he leave with Carl and Emily. They hailed a taxi on the road and headed toward Graffiti Tower. Just as they neared the South District, a large number of police blocked the road ahead, forcing the taxi to stop. Chen An grew wary, but after a moment's thought he relaxed. It was probably just a routine check. Ada and a male officer approached. "Get out. Show your IDs," Ada said. The driver quickly raised his hands and stepped out. Chen An and the other 2 did the same. "It's you, eh?" Ada's expression shifted. Chen An's heart raced. Was he that unlucky to be recognized? Armed police surrounded them. There was no chance of escape. "I saw you at Graffiti Tower." At Ada's next words, Chen An breathed a sigh of relief, then forced a smile. "Oh, I remember. You're the beautiful officer who came to question us last time. Just call me Ada. We need to search you now. Please cooperate." Chen An nodded. "Of course. We're law-abiding citizens. Nothing illegal on us." Ada searched Emily while another officer thoroughly frisked the 3 men, checked their IDs, and confirmed they were clean before returning their belongings. "Officer Ada, what happened?" Ada gritted her teeth in anger. "A group of terrorists attacked the Hogston Hotel. They blew a hole through the floor. Over a dozen people died. It's outrageous, and we haven't caught a single one yet. They're all expert drivers. Once they shake us off, they disappear. So the higher-ups ordered a full-scale search of suspicious individuals. Mr. Markin, if you see anyone on this list, please contact us." Chen An looked at the pictures. They were of Carl, Anton, and the others in disguise. Luckily, he wasn't among them. "Sure, Officer Ada. They'll keep an eye out. By the way, did you find your sister?" Ada suddenly asked. Chen An's expression hardened. "How did she know about that?" "Well, I was at the station a few times when you came in, so I recognized you." "I see." Chen An smiled. "Thank you for your concern, officer. I found her. Good. You can go now." Chen An and the others then got back into the car. The smile on his face faded, replaced by a calm demeanor, as he knew he could not afford to stir up any more trouble for the time being. Otherwise, they would definitely be discovered. His only 2 goals now were to bring down the Kerry family and find his sister's remains. Alive if possible, or dead, he needed her body. Soon the 3 arrived safely at the graffiti building. As they entered the home, Hank hurried over. "Boss, everything all right?" Chen An shook his head. "It's fine. How's the cleanup going?" Hank nodded. "I've already covered all the surveillance footage that could expose us. They won't trace it back to us. Even if they find something, it'll be blurry. You all were disguised, which should buy us some time." Hearing this, Chen An felt relieved and took a sip of water from the cup on the table. "Boss, what's your next move?" "If you keep going after the Kerry family, it'll be risky." "The whole of Los Angeles is looking for us?" Carl asked. Chen An nodded. "I will act, but I won't need you for it. I have others." Carl was visibly astonished. He had already begun to suspect that Chen An was the leader of some mercenary group. How else could he command professionals like Anton so effortlessly? Hope began to stir within him. If this were true, perhaps the boss could truly help him exact his revenge. He had chosen the right person to follow. "By the way, this is what Cameron gave me. $700, today's earnings." Chen An nodded and reached out to take it. Soon after, Hank and Carl went to rest. Not long after, Anton and the other death warriors returned one by one, all in different clothes, blending in like ordinary people, and settled into rooms above the 5th floor of the graffiti building. Chen An leaned back on the sofa, contemplating his next plan. Given the current situation, they could no longer make large-scale moves. He also realized that such actions carried immense risk. If one person was exposed, the entire operation could be uprooted. So he decided to form a specialized assassination squad from a few death warriors to handle the dirty work. These warriors would not be the ones currently at his disposal, but those who would appear later. He would ensure these death warriors had zero direct contact with him, communicating only through long-range transmissions, making them seem completely unrelated in the eyes of ordinary people. Even if they were discovered, it would never lead back to him. This plan was nearly perfect. This very force would be used to dismantle the Kerry family, while he merely orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. Chen An felt he had finally found the proper use for his death warriors. That night, many found it hard to sleep. Carrie Weddle, the Los Angeles police, and Chen An himself. At Carrie Weddle's residence, many family elders had gathered. The atmosphere was heavy, and several eyes kept sizing up Carrie Weddle, who sat in the seat of honor. They had, of course, received the news of Carrick's arrest. Just then, Carrie Weddle's son, Carrie Devon, hurried over. "Father, I've checked everything. Here is a record of what Big Brother has been up to over the past 3 months. For anything older, I might need more time." "Show them," Carrie Weddle said. At his command, the two men distributed the documents to the elders, who picked them up and began to read. The list of people he had offended was staggering. 3 months ago, he had smashed up a gangs bar and crippled a man. 2 months ago, he had forced several young women to spend the night with him. In fact, aside from the time he spent in his villa, Carrick seemed to offend someone almost every time he went out. How were they supposed to investigate this? "Elder Carrie, there are too many people involved. We can't possibly check them all." Carrie Weddle had also read the report. His brow furrowed for a moment, but soon relaxed. "You must carry this out. Deploy all our men and interrogate every single person on that list. We will find a clue." "But, Elder, if we deploy everyone, the business will come to a halt. Perhaps they just want money. We could wait for them to contact us." Carrie Weddle snorted coldly. "There is no room for discussion. This is an order. Even if I have to search the entire city of Los Angeles, I will find the person. As for the business, it can wait." Carrier and Carrie Devon exchanged dark glances. Carrick had been captured, and their father was furious. After all, he was the eldest son. If it were them who had been taken, their father would never react this way. In his heart, he wished Carrick would die sooner, though he dared not show it on his face. Carrier was the first to speak. "Father, rest assured I will do everything in my power to find Big Brother and make those behind this pay." Seeing this attitude, the others also nodded in agreement, though each harbored their own secret motives. "By the way, whoever finds Carrick will be put in charge of the business in Mexico," Carrie Weddle suddenly added. The moment the words fell, the hall fell into utter silence. Shock was written on everyone's face. "Elder Carrie, are you serious?" one person asked uncertainly. Carrie Weddle nodded. "Yes." Now no one dared to take this matter lightly. They had never imagined that Carrie Weddle would offer the Mexican business, a major asset that earned tens of millions of dollars annually, something everyone craved a piece of. "You may leave," Carrie Weddle said, rising and walking toward his bedroom, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. He then sat down on a lounge chair in the room, deep in thought. "Whoever you are, you will pay. No one dares to provoke the Carey family like this, not even the Fondy family." He felt a pang of regret at giving up the Mexican business, but he was furious that they had taken Carrick, the son born of his first love, to whom he had always shown the utmost care. With this thought, he picked up the landline beside him and made a call. "Elder Carrie, what can I do for you at this hour?" a deep male voice answered. "I believe you already know about tonight. I want you to find Carrick's whereabouts using your own methods. $5 million, and we'll take the job." "Agreed," Carrie Weddle said without hesitation. "All right, Elder. Leave it to us." The call ended, and Carrie Weddle proceeded to dial others. The next morning at dawn, Chen An slowly woke to find Carl already standing before him, handing him a phone. "Who is it?" Carl shrugged. "Black Wolf." Taking the phone, he said, "Hello, FCK, and are you trying to get me killed?" Black Wolf's furious roar came through the line. Chen An looked puzzled. "What's wrong, Black Wolf? Was it you who did the job at the Hoxton Hotel last night?" Chen An's expression shifted, but he lied casually. "What hotel? I was at home resting all day yesterday." Black Wolf said, "You don't need to lie to me." How could Chen An possibly admit it? If Black Wolf reported him, trouble would follow, so he still refused to confess. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf on the other end of the line asked no further and changed the subject. "I've already left Los Angeles. The impact of what you did is too great. They're about to trace it back to me. I had no choice but to leave. But you still owe me that $100,000. I truly regret doing business with you. You actually bombed downtown Los Angeles. What a lunatic." "All right, that's it. If you want to buy more firearms, get in touch again. This number is no longer in use. I suggest you change your SIM card too." But before Chen An could respond, the call was terminated. "Carl, it seems Black Wolf already knows what we did. How did he find out?" Chen An asked. Carl thought for a moment and replied, "Probably deduced it from the guns. Lately we're the only ones who bought firearms from him, so it was easy for him to figure out. Black Wolf has fled Los Angeles. We should be fine. Also, he said you can't keep using this phone. Get rid of it quickly. I think it might be tapped." Carl nodded. "Don't worry, boss. Black Wolf is trustworthy. He won't sell us out." Chen An said, "I know." From the fact that he chose to leave Los Angeles rather than betray him, it was clear he was indeed a man of his word. After all, he could have reported him to get out of trouble, but he didn't. Then Carl left the room to dispose of the phone. Chen An went to the sofa, sat down, and opened the assassin's facet customization panel. He began to design the faces of today's 6 assassins who would become his first assassination squad. Chen An, age 30, white, with black hair, height 1.88 meters, not particularly muscular, resembling an ordinary middle-aged man. Mao Tu, age 18, white, with blonde hair, height 1.6 meters, slender figure. Yan Hu, age 23, black, with black hair, a fierce tiger tattooed on his chest, height 1.89 meters, strong build with defined muscles. Wei Yang, age 40, white, with graying temples, height 1.7 meters, looks older, but is in peak physical condition. Chen Long, age 18, yellow-skinned, with black hair, height 1.87 meters, an average-looking young man. And the last one, Shen Ho, age 31, black, with black hair, height 1.7 meters, slightly mature build with a beard like an elder, exuding an uncle-like charm. Chen An meticulously crafted the expressions, appearances, builds, and skin tones of all 6, each with their own distinctive features, unlike the current assassins who, aside from facial differences, all shared the same physique. System: deploy these 6 assassins. Ding. Deployment complete. Upon hearing this, Chen An immediately ordered Chen Long to lead the 5 to join the Crips, find them shelter, and prepare for future assassinations. After doing all this, he got up and took Anton to head to the San Pedro docks again. To destroy the Carey family, he would definitely need elite equipment and intelligence. All of this required money. He even still owed Black Wolf $100,000. This time he had to join the dockworkers union no matter what, otherwise relying on the assassin's daily wages would take forever to accumulate enough. He couldn't wait that long. Then he, Anton, and Emily took a van to the docks while the assassins were still on their way. Chen An and his group arrived first. The situation along the way made him realize the severity of the matter. Police cars appeared at almost every corner, undoubtedly a consequence of yesterday's events. Upon arriving at the San Pedro docks, he was about to look for Brooke, whom he hadn't seen in a while, when he saw him surrounded by 5 or 6 men with wheat-colored skin who appeared to be gang members. Seeing this, he quickly walked over and overheard their conversation. "Kid, your brother joined our 18th Street gang, so he's one of us. What do you mean by sending him to rehab? Are you asking for death?" Brooke's face showed fear, but he remained resolute. "He's my brother, not a gang member. I did the right thing by sending him to rehab. How much money do you want? They'll pay, just don't let him touch drugs anymore." Hearing this, the men burst into laughter. "Your brother never said he was quitting. Sending him to rehab without permission means you've offended us, and that means death. Besides, your brother promised to do a job for us. Now that he's gone, who's going to do it?" Faced with their relentless pressure, Brooke didn't know what to do. He never expected that sending his brother to rehab would cause such trouble. "Brooke, what's going on?" Hearing this voice, Brooke's face lit up with joy. He looked up and saw Chen An and the others approaching. The gang members also turned to look. Seeing that he was Asian, they sneered. "What an Asian kid trying to play hero. Don't you know the power of the 18th Street gang?" Chen An said, "I do know. It's just a crappy gang made up of a bunch of trash." "Fuck." One of them immediately threw a heavy punch at Chen An's face. But before it could land, a broad hand caught it. It was Anton standing behind Chen An. He twisted slightly, wrenching the man's wrist to the side, causing excruciating pain. Out. Seeing this, the other 18th Street members bared their fangs and attacked together. Emily swiftly moved, equipped with the combat mastery and strength of an ox traits, achieving a true dimensionality reduction strike. With every move, someone was knocked to the ground. Anton was the same, or just the 2 of them beat the 6 gang members until they couldn't fight back. Witnessing this, Brooke was stunned. "And is this kung fu? That was incredible. You took them down in under a minute." Chen An kicked one of them. "Get lost." A lesson was enough. He didn't want to stir up more trouble during this period. The 6 gang members, gritting their teeth against the pain, stumbled away. After they left, Brooke quickly expressed his gratitude. "And thank you for helping me. I never thought these gangsters would still refuse to let my brother go. If you need help, just tell me," Chen An said. Brooke shook his head. "This isn't your concern, or I can't drag you into it. I think after losing here, they won't come back. After all, my brother was just an insignificant member of their gang." Seeing this, Chen An stated the purpose of his visit. "Brooke, do you know any other dock foremen besides Jess? I want to become an internal member of the dockworkers union. I have many men under me, and I can develop well. You can come and help me then." Brooke pondered for a moment, then said, "There are indeed many foremen in San Pedro. They rarely contact each other, and each has their own income channels. I do know another foreman. I can take you to meet him." Chen An smiled upon hearing this. "That's excellent. Take me to meet him. I'd like to have a chat." Brooke nodded and said, "No problem, and since you've just done me a big favor, I'll take you to see him. Compared to old man Jess, Andre is much easier to talk to." Afterward, the 2 headed toward another area. Before long, Brooke led him to a house converted from a shipping container. "Mr. Andre, are you there? Someone's looking for you." Brooke knocked on the iron door, producing a loud sound. After a moment, footsteps echoed from within, and as the door swung open, a figure appeared before them. Contrary to his expectations, the man was quite elderly, his face etched with wrinkles and hair completely white. Leaning on a cane, he gazed at Brooke with clouded eyes and offered a faint smile. "It's you, Brooke. Didn't you go to Jess' place? What brings you here? Don't tell me you want to come back. I've got no work for you." Brooke said, "Well, Mr. Andre, this is Mr. Chen An. I'd like you to recommend him as an internal member of the Dockworkers Union." "Hello, Mr. Andre," Chen An greeted with a smile. Andre looked him over carefully, then shook his head. "That's not possible." Chen An's expression stiffened. "Mr. Andre, I have people who can handle dock work well. I've got at least 40 men under me, all strong and capable. I'm sure you know what that means." Andre shook his head again. "It's not about capability. San Pedro Dock doesn't allow yellow-skinned people to become internal members. That's a rule set by the chairman, and it can't be changed. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Chen An was furious. Whites could join, blacks could join, but yellow-skinned people couldn't. This was outright discrimination. And Jess had lied to him, saying that working long enough would lead to internal membership. He must have known all along that Asians could never become internal members. Fortunately, he had another plan. He pointed to Anton beside him. "What if he takes the role? Is that possible?" Andre gazed at Anton, a thoughtful expression on his face. Chen An pressed on. "I see you're short on hands and have no work. Probably not making much money, right? I've got the people, you've got the connections. We'll only grow stronger. I can guarantee fresh manpower every day. I was doing the same with Jess before, but he always kept his guard up." Andre said he can do it. As long as he has a legal identity and pays the fee, it's simple. Chen An was taken aback. "Are you saying that becoming an internal member of the dock union only requires paying money, not years of service?" Andre nodded. "That's right." Damn. So Jess had been deceiving him all along. He wanted to tear the man apart, but the current situation was more pressing. "Looks like that kid just tricked you. He loves pulling that kind of stunt." Andre clearly knew Jess' character and saw through it at once. Brooke hadn't expected this either. Of course, the reason Jess dares to say that is because without a foreman's recommendation, it's hard to get into the dockworkers union. Chen An turned to Andre. "Mr. Andre, can I get all my men into the dock union? They'll cover the fees." Since money could solve it, he might as well have all his current loyal followers join the union to establish a foothold. "Of course you can. Money makes it happen. But are you sure you want to join under me? You've seen it yourself. I barely have any work here. Because I'm old and can't compete for jobs anymore. Gradually, fewer people came to me, making things even worse." Chen An smiled. "That's no problem. I have the people. You're still in decent shape, and this is the age to take risks. Just take the contracts, and I'll have my men do the work. Each one can do the job of 3. With higher efficiency, the union makes money too, and they'll be happy to give us the contracts." "By the way, how much do you earn per contract?" Andre replied, "Depends on the pay. If a contract is $10,000 for 3 days, the union takes 60%, and the rest is ours to distribute as wages. If you have 10 such contracts a day, that's $40,000. The more the better." Damn, that meant Jess had been making 10 to 20 times what he paid Chen An. "What you said just now really appeals to me. I'm close to retirement and was hoping to save some money for travel. My kids are married and I have a grandchild now. I was planning to retire early, but now I think I'll work with you for a while. When I do retire, maybe the young man beside you can take my place." Chen An was delighted. That would be perfect. Anton becoming foreman was as good as him becoming one. Then let's work together happily. How about a 50-50 split? Andre said, "Deal. I'm content to get this much just by talking and doing nothing." "Wait a moment, let me tidy up. He'll take you to meet the head of San Pedro Dock." Soon Andre emerged dressed in a formal suit, looking quite different from before. It was clear he had possessed a good demeanor in his youth. "Let's go. Bring the money." Then Chen An and his group headed toward a 3-story building at the dock. He had secretly summoned his loyal men. Jess had treated him like a beast of burden, and he no longer needed to be courteous. Once he became an internal member of the dock, he would naturally be assigned under Andre. His cooperation with Jess was completely over. Soon they arrived at the Dockworkers Union building and went straight to the 2nd floor. "Andre, you're not retired yet. Haven't seen you in months. Now you're using a cane," a middle-aged white man teased. "I'm about to retire, but a big deal came up recently. I've got to give it one last shot." The man laughed. "You don't have any workers under you. Even if you land a big contract, no one's around to do it. Better pass it to us." "Forget it, I've got things to do." With that, he walked away without looking back. Andre's expression remained unchanged as he continued forward. Almost everyone they passed greeted him and exchanged a few words. Chen An realized that Andre had deep connections here. It made sense. Having worked at the dock for so long, his relationships were firmly entrenched. Soon they reached the door of the manager's office. Andre pushed it open directly. "Old friend, how have you been? I've come to see you." Chen An looked in. The man inside was also elderly with graying temples, about 10 years younger than Andre. The old man looked up at the sound of a voice, and upon seeing Andre, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Andre, why aren't you holed up in your tin shack waiting for retirement? What brings you to my place? Andre chuckled as he approached, and took a seat, gesturing toward Chen An and the two others behind him. Figured I'd make a bit more cash before I retire. Let me introduce you. This is Mark N, and his people want to join the Dockworkers Union. And this is Grayson, the head of the Dockworkers Union. Chen An extended his hand with a smile. Mr. Grayson, a pleasure to meet you. Grayson shook his hand out of politeness, then sized up Chen and turning to Andre with a puzzled look. You've worked the docks long enough to know that the San Pedro docks don't hire Asians as union members. Andre replied, I know. It's not him joining. It's the one behind him. At that, Grayson's gaze shifted to Anton, who stood behind Chen An. He nodded approvingly at the man's physique. This one works. But you don't have any other workers under you. He's your referral, so he'll be under your command. You planning to let him starve? Mr. Grayson, you might not know this, but besides him, there are 37 others who want to become union members. They're already waiting outside the union building. Chen An said. Grayson's expression shifted slightly. 37. All built like this one. You know internal members have standards. Chen An smiled. Mr. Grayson, why not take a look? Then you'll understand. Grayson nodded. All right, take me to see them. With that, they all left the office together and headed out of the union building. When they reached the main entrance, they saw a group of loyal men standing in neat rows, their tall, imposing figures drawing frequent glances from passing workers who gave them a wide berth. Andre was stunned at the sight. These are your men. They're incredible. Look at those muscles, those builds. They're born dock workers. What did they eat to grow like that? That bastard Jesse really went all out. No wonder you came to me. Grayson's eyes lit up as he looked at the loyal men. Excellent. No need to look further. They're all perfect. But are their backgrounds clean? Chen An replied, no problem. Feel free to check. Besides, I can bring more men like this from other places. That's good for your union too, isn't it? Grayson nodded. Indeed. With these men, dock efficiency will skyrocket and we'll make more money. Hearing this, Chen An stepped forward and handed over an item wrapped in paper. Then I'd appreciate it if you could process this quickly, Mr. Grayson. The sooner it's done, the sooner we can start working. Grayson's expression shifted. A quick glance at the roughly $10,000 in cash wrapped in the paper made his pupil's contract. He then broke into a warm, friendly smile. Of course, dear Mr. An. Please follow me. Soon they were back in the office. Grayson slipped the $10,000 into a drawer under his desk and began entering information into the computer. Fill in your men's names, ages, and basic info. I need to register them. Chen An nodded. No problem. He picked up a pen and began writing down each loyal man's details. Grayson realized that this Asian man was the true leader of these people. Although the Dockworkers Union didn't allow Asian members, this man wasn't joining, so it should be fine. Besides, this Asian was incredibly generous, handing over $10,000. Since had taken the money, turning a blind eye was only right. By the way, once you become union members, you'll be automatically assigned to work under Andre. You can't go to other foremen's areas unless both foremen agree. That's very okay, Chen An said. Internal members, meaning full-time employees, enjoy many benefits. You can have 3 meals a day at the cafeteria, which provides nutritious food and fruit. Temporary workers don't get that. They only eat cheap boxed lunches. There are also various insurances that the union will handle for you. Your wages will be decided by your foreman Andre. As for everything else, it's all here. Take a look. Grayson handed over a detailed list as he spoke. Chen An took it and scanned through it, quickly understanding why Jesse had been so adamant about not letting Anton and the others become full-time employees. It would cost him a significant chunk of his earnings. After more than 10 minutes, Anton finished filling out his paperwork. Grayson collected it, organized it, and placed it in the drawer. All right, congratulations on becoming internal members of the San Pedro Dockworkers Union. We're colleagues now. Chen An was taken aback. He hadn't expected it to be so fast. It seemed the $10,000 was well spent. The speed was unbeatable. Mr. Grayson, let's exchange contact info. They'll bring more people later, and they'll be just as strong. They'll trouble you to register them as internal members then. Grayson nodded. Sure, no problem. Then hey, race to a pleasant cooperation. Chen An smiled slightly. I believe our cooperation will be very pleasant. You can start taking on jobs now. How much you earn depends on your speed and skill. Grayson then turned to Andre. Old friend, can you still keep up? Andre smiled faintly. I've worked the docks for years and know plenty of clients. Getting jobs is easy. Just wait and see. Come on, it's time for us to get to work. Chen An followed Andre out of the office again. Brooke, having also benefited, became a full-time dock worker and was now brimming with excitement. And thank you. I never thought I'd become a full-time employee one day. This gives me so much security in life. Chen An said, it's nothing. After all, you introduced me to Andre. Besides, you couldn't go back to working under Jesse like this. If he finds out that because of you I and my men left hell hate you and keep making trouble for you. Brooke's face paled. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Just then an accusatory voice rang out from a distance. Andre, what right do you have to steal my men? It was Jesse storming toward them in fury. Earlier that morning had noticed Anton and the others were missing. After asking around, he learned they'd been taken away. He quickly deduced they'd been poached and rushed to the Union building. Anton and his crew had been incredibly efficient over the past few days, earning him a lot of money. He couldn't afford to lose such a cash cow. Andre, however, remained calm. Jesse, I didn't steal your men. They came to me on their own. Besides, they weren't full-time employees yet, so they weren't yours to keep. They can leave anytime, it's all-day labor. Chen An then spoke at the opportune moment, Mr. Jess, let's end our partnership here. My people have already joined the Union as internal members under Andre's recommendation. They are now full-time employees working under Andre. I can overlook the fact that you deceived me before, but don't bother me anymore from now on. Jess' expression shifted upon hearing this, realizing that Chen An knew everything. He had miscalculated, never expecting the other party to have connections with Andre. Friend, there might be a misunderstanding here. If you wanted to become a full-time employee, you could have told me. I could have arranged it. Why didn't you say anything? Chen An replied, are you sure you could have arranged it? If I hadn't found Andre, you would have kept deceiving me all along. Seeing Chen An's resolute attitude, Jess' face turned cold. The Dock Union doesn't accept Asians. How did you join? Andre, are you pulling strings behind the scenes? He'll report this to the union management. Andre chuckled. Who told you that and joined the Dock Union? He didn't. His men did, and they are all white. No problem there. You're as greedy as ever all these years. I have work to pick up now, so I won't waste more words with you. Andre said, walking past Jess and heading toward the dock area with Chen An. Witnessing this scene, Jess' face darkened with fury. Damn it. This Asian was truly cunning. When had he started guarding against him? Now without these men, his own efficiency would plummet. He had just taken on a large order, and it would likely cost him much more now. Andre, I'll remember you. Before long, Chen An and the others returned to the tin-roofed house. The interior was sparse, a tumtor-long wooden bed, a desk, a TV, a sofa, and a Mossberg 500 shotgun hanging on the wall. Mr. Andre, how will you proceed with picking up jobs? Chen An asked as he sat on the sofa. They'll handle the contacts. With your men, we won't lack for big jobs. Andre said as he picked up the phone and began dialing. The call lasted for 10 minutes. During this time, Chen An caught snippets of information. True to Andre's word, he had worked at the San Pedro docks for so long that he had accumulated many clients. Every call seemed to be met with warm greetings. After hanging up, Andre smiled and walked over, taking a bottle of red wine from a wooden cabinet before sitting opposite Chen An. And I've secured 3 unloading jobs this time, 15000 and the biggest at 4000. The 2 smaller ones will take 3 days each, and the largest will need 5 days. Chen An said, so that's a total of 75000. Right, splitting it 50-50 each of us gets about 37000. Andre replied. A look of delight spread across Chen An's face. Just as he had anticipated, joining the Dock Union was the true beginning of his development. Mr. Andre, I don't think we need 8 days. At most 4 days, or even sooner, to finish the work. Hearing this, Andre's expression shifted. That? Impossible. My estimate is already twice the speed of an average person. Even if your men are strong, doubling the speed is already impressive. Chen An smiled. You might not fully understand the strength of my men. I can assure you they are much faster. So feel free to take on as many jobs as possible. After all, with the strength of an ox trait now in effect, the efficiency of his death warriors had greatly increased. This was no exaggeration. Andre's face lit up with a smile. If that's truly the case, I believe we'll grow bigger and bigger. It's an honor. He then poured a glass of red wine for Chen An. Try it. It's homemade, quite good, and low in alcohol. Chen An took a sip and nodded. It tastes excellent. Right? I think so too. Andre chuckled. All right, then I'll take on as many jobs as possible. It might take a little time since I haven't done this in a while, but I've handled deals worth $100,000 before. I'll leave things to you then. If anything comes up, talk to Anton. He'll contact me. I have other matters to attend to. All right. After bidding farewell to Andre, Chen An walked out of the house and looked at Brooke, who stood quietly. Brooke, you'll work here from now on. Your salary will be doubled. Brooke waved his hands repeatedly. And that's too much. Just keep it as before. I'm already thrilled to be a full-time employee. People like us from the slums usually only get temporary jobs. It's settled. I have to go now. Watching Chen An walk away, Brooke felt an indescribable gratitude. He had only known Chen An for a little over 10 days, yet he had been helped so much. He silently vowed to repay Chen An's kindness. He understood the principle of repaying a favor. Meanwhile, sitting in the car, Chen An looked at the less than $10,000 he had left and began pondering what else he could do to make money. It seemed the time had come to leverage the smuggling documents from the Carey family and squeeze some money out of them. After all, they were never short of funds. With this thought, Chen An quickly checked on Chen Long and the others through his shared perspective. He saw that they had successfully joined the Crips and become O'Neill's personal bodyguards. How had they managed that? By showcasing their formidable combat skills and strength, of course. O'Neill was thoroughly impressed with the 6 men. He never imagined his Crips could acquire such powerful fighters. Ruling the underworld of Los Angeles was now within reach. He would leave the task of extorting the Carey family to Chen Long and his men. It was safer that way. Before long, the two returned to their home in the graffiti tower. "Boss." Carl emerged from Hank's room and immediately called out to Chen An. "Boss, come quick." Curious, Chen An walked into Hank's room. Upon seeing Chen An, Hank quickly stood up. "Boss, there's news. The Carey family has placed a bounty of 1 million on the dark web for us." "Is that so?" Chen An stepped forward to look and saw a few blurry photos. They showed Anton and Carl in their disguised appearances. $1 million. The Carey family is indeed wealthy. Check if there are any bounties on members of the Carey family. Hank nodded. "I'll look into it." After some searching, Hank found several bounties. "Found them, boss. And the prices are high. Carey Weddle of the Carey family, $500,000. Carey Trey of the Carey family, $200,000. The second son of the Carey family, Carol, $600,000. Chen An's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect the members of the Kelly family to be so valuable. Can I see who issued the bounty?" Hank shook his head. "I'm afraid that's not possible. Information on the dark web is usually hidden unless the other party chooses to disclose it. The bounty issued by the Kelly family this time is not hidden because it can be easily traced, so there's no need to conceal it." "Boss, do you intend to accept this bounty?" Hank asked. Chen An nodded. "I have that intention, but first give me a copy of the smuggling information on the Kelly family. I have great use for it." "All right," Hank said as he began to operate the computer and soon handed over a USB drive. "Everything is on this drive." Chen An took it and put it in his pocket, continuing. "Can you get me the phone number of any core member of the Kelly family?" Hank replied, "That shouldn't be difficult." Hank then spent $30 on the dark web to buy the phone number of Kelly Chui Fu, the second-in-command of the Kelly family. Chen An noted the phone number and turned to walk outside, returning home, sitting down on the sofa, and began directing Chen Long and the others to take action. At this moment, in a room of the new lair of the cripple gang, Chen Long and 6 others were sitting there. This was a luxury suite provided by O'Neill, equipped with everything necessary. Chen Long took out an old Nokia phone from his pocket and dialed the number given by Chen An. It rang a few times before being answered by a low male voice. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Kelly Chui Fu. I have a list and route of your family's smuggling operations, and I would like to discuss it with you." There was a long silence on the other end of the line, then a voice came through. "You are the ones who kidnapped Kelly Ku. How dare you call to threaten us? Who gave you the guts?" Facing the other party's questioning, Chen Long appeared calm. "So you mean you don't want this information anymore? Then I will prepare to sell it to someone else." "Wait, how much do you want? And also return Kelly Ku to us." Chen Long replied, $1 million. "Don't even think about it, we don't have that much." Kelly Chui Fu directly refused. "Heh." Chen Long scoffed. "You offered $1 million as a bounty on the dark web, and now you say you don't have it. It seems you didn't intend to negotiate, so don't expect to know Kelly K's situation either." "Fine, wait a moment. I need to contact someone, I'll call you back." Kelly Chui Fu then hung up the phone. Seeing this, Chen Long opened the back of the Nokia phone, took out the SIM card, and snapped it in half. Chen An had been watching this scene and ordered Chen Long, "In 2 hours, use another phone to call back." Meanwhile, after hanging up, Kelly Chui Fu left his residence and headed towards Kelly Weidl's manor. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the manor feeling a bit excited. As long as he found Kelly Ku, the overseas business would be his. Although he didn't know why the call came to him, this was an opportunity, wasn't it? As he walked into the manor's living room, the bodyguards he passed greeted him, clearly a regular visitor here. "Mr. Kelly Chui Fu, are you looking for the old man?" the steward asked. Kelly Chui Fu nodded. "Where is he? I have something to discuss with him regarding news about Kelly K's nephew." The steward's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "That's great. It's been clear that the old man hasn't been in good spirits lately. I hope we can find young Master Kelly Ku soon." Then the steward led Kelly Chui Fu to the study and knocked on the door. "Come in." Unable to wait any longer, Kelly Chui Fu pushed the door open and saw Kelly Weidl talking with a middle-aged man. "Agent Millard, you're here too. Chui Fu, why are you in such a hurry?" Kelly Weidl frowned. Kelly Chui Fu said, "Brother, there is news about Kelly Ku." Upon hearing this, both of them changed their expressions. "Chui Fu, have you found that gang of ruthless criminals?" Agent Millard's tone could not hide his excitement. This case was assigned to him, and he thought he could take them out within 3 days, but unexpectedly these people were so cunning that there was not a trace to be found, too adept at hiding. However, he was sure these people were still in Los Angeles. Yes, someone just called me saying they have information about us. As he spoke, Kelly Chui Fuss gaze unintentionally turned to Millard, unsure whether to speak up. Agent Millard, is one of us, go ahead. Seeing Kelly Weidel say this, he had no more concerns, continuing, someone is using our Kelly family's smuggling information to threaten us for $1 million, so I'm sure this gang is the same group that kidnapped Kelly Koo. Did you agree to them? Millard asked. Kelly Chui Fu shook his head. Not yet. I told them to wait, and came here to discuss before making a decision. Very good. Millard clapped Kelly Chui Fu on the back. Those damn guys have finally shown themselves. Give me their phone number, I need to locate their position. This time, they can't escape. Should we contact them now? Kelly Weidel asked. Let's wait and see if Agent Millard can find their whereabouts first. Soon Millard passed the number to the Information Technology Department behind him, but the results left him looking grim. What? We can't locate them, how is that possible? Sir, there's only one possibility. The other party used an old-fashioned phone, and after the call they removed the SIM card and turned it off. We have no way to track them at all. Fuck. Millard cursed, then hung up and looked at Kelly Weidel. These people are cunning, they actually used an outdated phone. I can't track their location. Kelly Chui Fu asked, what should we do now? The other party wants $1 million, agree to it. After that we can set a trap at the trading location, or it might work. Kelly Weidel said. Upon hearing this, Millard's eyes lit up. This could work, as long as they show up for a moment they want to escape. Then I'll contact them. Kelly Chui Fu picked up the phone to dial, but was stopped by Kelly Weidel. They've removed the SIM card, how can you get through? We'll have to wait for them to contact us. Kelly Chui Fu nodded. That's true, these people are indeed cautious. I just wonder what they really want. If it's for money, why kidnap Kelly Koo? I also wonder how the investigation results are going. Millard said the investigation is still ongoing. We are prioritizing inquiries into individuals connected to both Charlie and Crick. Results will be forthcoming shortly. Thus the three of them waited for 2 hours. Just as Millard was about to lose patience, Carrie Triff's phone rang again. This stirred a restless eagerness in Millard and his companion. Carrie Triff picked up the phone and answered, hello, is that you? It's me, Mr. Triff. Have you reached a decision? Chen Long's voice came through once more. Unwilling to concede, Millard stepped outside to contact the technical department again, attempting to trace this phone number. He refused to believe they could remove the SIM card while still on the call. Carrie Triff quickly replied, we've decided. No problem. Do you want cash or a transfer? Cash. Then we need a location. Where do we make the exchange? Carrie Triff asked. The location is the shopping mall opposite the Hogston Hotel. Place the money in the trash can at the far end of the top floor tomorrow at noon. After that you can leave. All right, no problem. Carrie Triff agreed directly. Mr. Triff, I hope you're not foolish enough to contact the police. Otherwise you'll never learn of Crick's whereabouts. Chen Long then hung up and Millard returned from outside. Agent Millard, were you able to pinpoint their location? Asked Carrie Weidel. Millard looked pleased. We've located it, near a seaside area. My people are en route. How did your conversation go? Carrie Triff relayed the transaction location and method, causing Millard to frown. What's their angle? Choosing a spot right opposite the Hogston Hotel. Don't they realize that's the most dangerous place right now? Perhaps they believe the most dangerous place is the safest. Millard said, they'll discreetly deploy FBI agents and police assistants to keep a close watch on the mall. We cannot let them escape this time. Agent Millard, I think we should avoid alarming them. If they suspect an ambush, they won't show up. It might be wiser to maintain a relaxed posture and only tighten the perimeter at maximum speed once they appear. Millard nodded. We'll discuss that later. Perhaps they won't even get the chance to run now. His phone rang. Answering it, he heard, Sir, there's no one nearby. The signal is moving out to sea. I suspect they've thrown the phone into the water. Millard fell silent for a moment. This adversary is indeed cunning. We'll have to rely on tomorrow's operation. They'll surely come for that $1 million. No one can resist such a temptation. Meanwhile, near the shore, the rabbit observed everything. After confirming the police had arrived, she rose and departed. Chen An received the news and smiled faintly. As expected, the Carey family had contacted the police. If Chen Long and the others attempted the transaction, they would be immediately surrounded with no chance of escape. However, he had never insisted on claiming that $1 million. Since it was unattainable, he could simply shift his target to the bounty. While the Carey family was preoccupied with tomorrow's transaction, Chen Long and his team could assassinate certain members of the Carey family. With this in mind, he rose and walked into Hank's room. Hank, if I accept a bounty on the dark web, how does the payment work after completion? Hearing Chen An's inquiry, Hank replied, once you complete a bounty, your dark web account earns points. 1 point equals $10,000. You can withdraw it, but it's black money. Good. Accept the bounties for the Carey family's second son Creel and a few minor leaders within the family. The total should amount to $1 million. He intended to use this commission to upgrade the system again. Since the system deducted money directly, black money wouldn't pose much of an issue. Also give me their dossiers. They'll pay for the information. Yes, boss. Chen An then contacted Chen Long remotely, informing him of the location where the guns were hidden and instructing him to retrieve them at an opportune moment. Time passed, and it was 5 in the evening. He sat on the sofa reviewing the dossier on Creel, the second young master of the Carey family. The man was as despicable as expected, his worth barely reaching $600,000. The remaining targets totaled $400,000, making an even million. He promptly transmitted this intelligence to Chen Long and the other 5, giving them a clear understanding of their objectives. Next, Chen An instructed the 6 to split up and conduct reconnaissance, carefully mapping out the target's routines to ensure swift execution the following day. Having completed this, he moved to the dining table to eat the dinner Emily had bought. Just then Andre's phone rang. "And your men are incredible. They've finished half the work in a single day. I take back what I said before. At this rate, we'll be done in 3 days, not 8. It's simply unbelievable." Chen An chuckled. "Then you'd better find more work quickly, Andre. I've got 6 more men coming in, and I'll send them to you tomorrow." "Owen, you're way too efficient. They'll step up my efforts." "Good. Call me if anything comes up." After hanging up, Chen An murmured to himself, "Looks like he's even more impressed than I thought. Earning $30,000 in 3 days, something I never dared to dream of before. And the pace will only accelerate." Before long, Anton and the others returned, handing over the day's earnings, $13,340. His first thought upon receiving the money was to gamble on the lottery. As for the $100,000 he owed Black Wolf, there were still 3 months left. No rush. Besides, the man wasn't even in Los Angeles anymore. With that thought, Chen An promptly addressed the system. "System, 10 intermediate draws." Ding. $10,000 deducted. "Please commence the draw." He opened all the blind boxes at once, revealing 3 green glows and 1 blue. Examining them one by one, he focused first on the 3 green attributes. Negotiation mastery. Upon equipping, you gain a silver tongue capable of leveraging charismatic speech to achieve suitable objectives. Negotiation. It seemed useless for now. Culinary mastery. Upon equipping, you become proficient in cuisines from various nations. Nothing extraordinary, but enough to satisfy hunger. Wilderness survival mastery. Upon equipping, you gain a working knowledge of survival techniques, making it unlikely to starve in the wild. 3 green attributes, none of which satisfied Chen An, as they seemed irrelevant for the moment. He pinned his last hopes on the single blue attribute. Adaptation. Once embedded, the damage you receive will be greatly reduced as long as it's not a fatal wound you can survive. Gazing at this blue affix, Chen An's face revealed astonishment. This affix was far from ordinary. It stood on equal footing with divine speed and strength, like an ox capable of significantly enhancing a death warrior's chance of survival. The only pity was that for now a death warrior could only embed 2 affixes, so the system's upgrade had to be accelerated. Through the shared perspective, he could already see Chen Long and the others scattered near the target's residence, embedding visual mastery to observe carefully. Chen An inspected all 6 death warriors and found that except for the somewhat troublesome defenses at Creel's residence, the other members of the Creel family were riddled with vulnerabilities easily dealt with by a single person. Upon seeing this, he directly ordered the remaining death warriors to head to Creel's residence to join Chen Long, keep an eye on Creel together, and prioritize making a move on him. Meanwhile, within the Creel Weedle Manor on the other side, the core members of the Creel family were summoned once again to gather $1 million in cash, and the plan was disclosed to them. Upon hearing this, Creel and Devon smiled, expressing joy, but inwardly lamented, regretting that Creek had not died. To avoid alerting the enemy, our Creel family will not participate in this operation. All of you stay obediently at home and go nowhere, understood? Creel Weedle looked at everyone, especially pausing on Creel and the other person, his warning unmistakable. Understood, Dad. Creel spoke first. The others nodded in agreement. Furthermore, since Creel Chief discovered this opportunity, the overseas business will be managed by him from now on. Do any of you have objections? No. No one stepped forward at that moment, as they lacked justification. Even though they deeply resented handing over this business to Creel Chief, he was the one who found it first. It was a pity the call hadn't reached them. And don't tell anyone outside this room, or don't blame me for settling accounts with you. Everyone's expressions shifted. Only then did they truly understand how much the old man valued Creek. He had never spoken to them like this before. Soon after, they left the manor together. In the car, Creel and Devon sat in the back, beginning to converse in low voices. Dad is too biased. For Creek Sake, he gave the business to Treef without even asking us. Hearing Creel's words, Devon sighed. After all these years, you know what Dad is like. You manage the bar and nightclub business, I manage the 18th Street gang, but the smuggling business has always been firmly in Dad's hands, never given to anyone. Anyone can see Dad intends to give it to Big Brother. I don't understand what makes him better than us. Creek will be back tomorrow. Fuck. All that excitement for nothing. Creel smiled and said, forget it'll take you to my nightclub tonight for some fun. Anyway, we don't have to get involved in tomorrow's affairs. Devin nodded. All right, let's go. I heard you recently recruited a batch of smuggled girls. Are any of them good-looking? Devin asked. Creel replied, yes, don't worry. They're all smuggled from Asia and Mexico dreaming of getting rich. They're pretty decent-looking and clean. Then there's some fun to be had tonight. Time passed quickly to the next morning. Chen An woke up in bed and murmured in his mind, system deploy today's 6 Death Warriors. Ding. Deployment complete. The 6 Death Warriors are on their way. Then he had Anton lead these Death Warriors to the dock. He himself sat at the dining table having breakfast while keeping an eye on the situation with Chun Long and the others. Last night the 6 had already retrieved some of the firearms they had hidden in various places. They were now in their rooms assembling and maintaining these weapons. Chun Long held an M4 rifle in his hand, a Glock 19, and a military knife at his waist with a bulletproof vest and several magazines beside him. Mao Tu equipped with an HK-G28 and a Glock 17, along with a butterfly knife on sniper duty. Yen Hu with an M249 and a Glock 19 as the machine gunner. Wei Yang Shenho and Cho Nyo each had an M4A1 carbine and a Glock 19. These weapons were mostly obtained from that group of mercenaries, making their firepower much fiercer. After all, previously they were limited to pistols, but now they were using rifles, these great killing tools, and sustainable weapons, definitely several times more effective than pistols. Once ready, they packed these firearms into backpacks and gun cases, then walked out of the house to head towards Creel's residence. Meanwhile, inside the shopping mall opposite the Hoxton Hotel in Los Angeles, despite the shooting incident next door not long ago, it was still bustling with people. However, plainclothes police officers were already mingling in the crowd. Inside the command center several kilometers away, Millard and Creel Weedle sat there watching the surveillance footage from various large and small monitors around the area. Countless support staff watched closely, not letting any suspicious person slip by. Millard, is this all right? Creel Weedle asked. Millard assured him, no problem. Our officers are ambushed all around the mall, and there are snipers stationed in 2 locations. Once they enter the encirclement, they won't be able to escape. Now we just need to wait for them to show up. Saying this, Millard looked at a nearby officer and asked, what time is it? The officer replied, Agent Millard, it's 9 a.m. There are still a few hours until the agreed time. Millard smiled upon hearing this. Mr. Weedle, let's have a cup of coffee while we wait. In his view, this operation was very easy, requiring no constant vigilance. Meanwhile, on another street, several police cars were parked. Ada sat inside looking at the intelligence passed down to him, frowning. An officer seeing this came over and asked, what's wrong, Commander Ada? We're ordered to stay put and not leave without further commands. They say the criminals who attacked Hoxton are about to appear at the mall opposite Hoxton. The officer was astonished. Where did this information come from? Are these people so bold as to come back again? Ada said, could it be that they aren't that foolish and won't come at all, or perhaps they are confident they can leave unscathed? Commander Ada, that's not for us to consider. We just need to wait here, and we don't even have to patrol. Isn't that good? Regular patrols are very tiring, and we might get attacked. Nerves are always tense, and we could die at any moment. Hearing this, Ada's expression shifted. If most of the officers are deployed here, won't other places be less guarded? Could this be a trap? The officer waved his hand dismissively. Commander Ada, you're overthinking it. The higher-ups wouldn't deploy so many men without a lead. Even if they know the area is full of police, they might not make a move. It's impossible for them to strike twice within a few days. That would be insane. If it were me, I'd lay low for a while. Ada said, I hope so. Time passed slowly. By 3 in the afternoon, Milad saw that no suspicious individuals had appeared in the mall. The bag containing $1 million remained quietly in the trash can with no response from the tracking device attached to it. This made Milad and his team frown deeply. What's going on? Could it be that they know our plan and aren't coming? But why is there no news at all? Carrie Whittle said, let's wait a bit longer. Maybe they'll arrive soon. Even if they don't, it's fine. They'll eventually come for this $1 million, and then we'll have 1,000 ways to catch them. In Milad's view, he had already grasped Chen An's goal to demand money. As long as they couldn't get it, they would grow restless and eventually reveal themselves. Unlike the heavily surrounded mall near a villa in Beverly Hills, 6 figures emerged from an alley. They wore masks and wigs, revealing only a pair of icy eyes. The rabbit directly climbed up the wall beside her, reaching the rooftop, where she had a clear view of the villa's exterior. She set up her HK-G28 sniper rifle. With the embedded visual mastery skill, the rabbit could see the distribution of most people inside the villa. She relayed this information to Chen An, who then passed it to the dragon and the others, giving them an exceptionally clear understanding of the villa's layout and personnel distribution. "Move out," Chen An commanded. As his words fell, the dragon and 4 others quickly advanced toward Creel's villa, familiar with the terrain. They soon arrived before a wall on the southern side of the villa. Climbing in from here would not attract attention. The landing point was a half-meter-high garden backyard with weak defenses. The 5 slung their rifles behind their backs and began climbing the wall with bare hands, while the rabbit kept a vigilant watch on the surroundings. After embedding the stealth trait, they made no significant noise. Using wire cutters, they snipped the barbed wire and successfully entered the villa. The 5 quickly picked up their rifles and strode toward the interior of the villa. At that moment, in the villa's surveillance room, a security guard who had been dozing off opened his eyes slightly and immediately saw this scene. Startled, he grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted loudly, "Intruders! Intruders have entered the villa. They have guns. Master Creel is in danger." Almost instantly, everyone received this message and rushed inside the villa with their weapons raised. Bang! 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 A few bullets whizzed by, splattering blood on the faces of several guards, who showed expressions of terror as 3 bodies lay still on the ground. Seeing this, the remaining security personnel scrambled for cover, too afraid to expose themselves. Still, some managed to enter the villa. The guard in the surveillance room spoke again. "They're on the 2nd floor, heading to the 3rd floor." Just then, he saw the silhouette of the goat outside the surveillance room. Without a second thought, he grabbed the Uzi beside him and pulled the trigger. Bullets poured out like rain, striking the door and leaving craters of various sizes. After the gunfire ceased, silence fell outside. Bang! The door was kicked open. He instinctively pulled the trigger again, but after the bullets ran out, there was still no sign of anyone outside. He quickly looked back at the surveillance screen and was horrified to see the goat clinging to the top of the doorframe, having dodged all the bullets. Fuck! Just as he turned around, several gunshots rang out. The security guard took bullets to the chest and forehead, instantly losing his life. The goat calmly walked into the surveillance room, sat down in a chair, and studied the monitors. He quickly switched between feeds and located Creel's position, as that area was the only one with security personnel. Upon receiving this information, Chen An immediately relayed it to the dragon and the other 3. By the time they got the message, they had already reached the 3rd floor and were engaged in a fierce firefight with the guards there, thanks to the goat providing their positions. The security team was pushed back steadily. Within minutes, 3 were dead, and the rest were pinned down by the machine gunner. Bullets rained densely against the walls, causing large chunks of plaster to fall off, filling the air with dust. Chen An realized that Creel's security was far weaker than Crick's, especially considering that Crick had mercenaries on his side. These security guards were decent against ordinary attacks, but against the dragon and his team, they stood no chance. Their pistol ammunition was also running low. The security personnel outside the villa were kept in check by the rabbit, unable to provide support. Meanwhile, Creel had long been awakened in his room. Listening to his subordinates' reports, his face turned ashen. "Master Creel, what's happening?" 2 fair-skinned, scantily clad women beside him asked in terror. Facing this scene, Creel felt no interest at all. He quickly grabbed the Desert Eagle pistol from the nightstand, his expression tense as he listened to the intense gunfire outside the door. Creel shouted angrily, "Why would someone target me? What's going on?" He quickly picked up the phone and dialed. Carrie Whittle didn't answer, and neither did Creel Devon. "Fuck! Bastards! Where the hell are they?" After venting, he hurriedly dialed Carrie Trafe's number. Fortunately, this time it connected. "Hey nephew, why are you calling me? What's all that noise over there?" Carrie Trafe's voice came through. "Uncle, save me. Someone has broken into my villa and wants to kill me. Those people aren't after that $1 million at all." On the other end of the line, Carrie Trafe heard Creel's screams and shouts, and his expression turned grave as he sat up. "What's your situation now?" "I don't know. The gunfire outside is intense. I feel like I can't hold out much longer." Carrie Trafe said, "Wait, I'll send people right away. Have you contacted your father?" "Dad isn't answering. Help me get in touch with him. Hurry up. I don't think I can last much longer." "All right, stay calm and try to stall for time as much as possible." "Oh, okay." After hanging up, Carrie Trafe immediately called Carrie Whittle, but there was still no answer. Seeing this, he first called his subordinates, instructing them to go to Creel's villa with guns. Then he dialed Malad's number, but again no one picked up. "Damn it. What the hell are my brothers doing?" Meanwhile, Creel kept trying to call Carrie Whittle, but no one answered, and his anxiety grew. As the gunfire outside grew sparser, his fear kept mounting. "Damn it. I should have realized sooner that these people aren't after money. They're targeting the Creel family members. First my brother, now me. What the hell did my brother do to offend someone so badly that they'd go to such lengths?" At that moment, the gunfire outside gradually dwindled to a few sporadic shots, filling Creel with unprecedented terror and confusion. He quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "Hey, what's going on out there? What's going on? Report now." After a long wait, no one responded. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and even the gunfire outside had completely ceased. This situation made Creel's hand gripping the gun tremble incessantly. He aimed at the door, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Click. In the dead silence, the sound of the door opening was jarringly loud, instantly stabbing Creel's nerves. He pulled the trigger frantically. Bang, bang, bang. Until his ammunition ran out, Creel hurriedly fumbled to reload, but by then a flashbang had already rolled into the room. Bang. Opt. The blinding white light caused the unprepared Creel to lose his focus for a split second. Seizing this opportunity, Chen An and his 3 comrades stormed into the room, raised their guns, and shot Creel's hand, sending the weapon flying. The 2 women were already cowering in the corner, trembling in fear. "Who are you? If you want money, I can give it to you. If you want anything, just name it. Spare me. I don't think I've offended you." Creel covered his hand, and, "Have you seen this person?" Creel's pupils constricted at the sight of Chen An's face. In an instant, everything made sense. He never expected that these people were after this woman. "Creek, you've really doomed me." He knew the person in the photo was dead, her body inside the villa, but he certainly couldn't say that, or these people would kill him without hesitation. "You want to find her, right? I know where she is. If you let me go, I can take you there." Just then, Chen An's voice echoed in Chen Long's mind, "Kill anyone who comes, don't spare a single one, then leave." Chen An had figured it out. This Creel was cunning, trying to stall for time. Hearing this, Chen Long directly raised his gun and aimed at Creel. Creel froze, momentarily confused as to why the gun was suddenly raised, and quickly shouted, "Wait, I can take you." Bang. Before he could finish, a blood hole appeared in Creel's forehead, and his body collapsed weakly onto the bed. Yen, who stepped forward and took a photo of Creel's face. Chen Long swiftly turned his gun and pulled the trigger. One of the women was shot in the forehead, her body slumping to the ground, the desert eagle she had been holding falling from her hand. Chon Yo aimed at the last person. "Don't I want say anything?" Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. With the matter settled, Chen Long picked up the desert eagle from the floor and swiftly ran back the way they came to rendezvous with Wei Yang. They scaled the wall as quickly as possible and left the premises. Mao Tu on the rooftop fired several shots at the approaching Creel family members, killing a few before climbing down and running off to the side. The 6 quickly split up to deal with their respective targets. Outside the villa, the Creel family members, who were hiding scattered, emboldened by the prolonged silence of gunfire, cautiously approached the villa. Only after confirming that the attackers had left did they prepare to enter the villa. Just then, several police cars sped toward them. Seeing this, the Creel family members quickly stowed their weapons. Soon the police cars stopped in front of them. Ada and 5 other officers quickly got out, aiming their guns at the group. "Hands up. Don't move, or he'll shoot." The operation leader, Hunter, quickly explained, "Officer, it's a misunderstanding. We are the Creel family's security. Master Creel is inside this villa under attack. We're here to assist." Ada's expression shifted. The Creel family again. Could it be, as she suspected, that the mall incident was just a diversion? They were the closest and had rushed over upon hearing the report, as this was an upscale neighborhood. Otherwise, they would surely face complaints. "Why should we believe you?" an officer asked. Hunter said anxiously, "Officer, go in and see for yourself. Any later, and Master Creel will be in danger." Ada, seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, instructed one officer to stay and watch them while she led the others to the villa's front door. "Open it." Hunter nodded and quickly entered the code. The villa's door slowly swung open, revealing a bloody scene and the metallic scent of blood in the air. Ada's face changed at the sight. She immediately grabbed her walkie-talkie, calling for backup. This was beyond her capacity. "Where is Creel? Take us to him." Ada said to Hunter, "All right, I'll take you there. But be careful. Though it seems they've left, there might still be traps." Meanwhile, back at the command center, Murad and Chris Weedle were growing impatient. "Agent Murad, it seems the bait wasn't taken. Could they have sensed something?" Just as Murad was about to respond, an officer hurried over and said, "Sir, we've received word that Officer Ada is responding to an attack at 455 North Rexford Avenue, Beverly Hills. She's requesting backup." Murad's face flushed with anger. "Who authorized her to leave her post?" "Wait." Chris Weedle raised a hand to stop him, frowning. "That address. It's Creel's residence. He's been attacked." "What?" Murad exclaimed in shock. Chris Weedle quickly pulled out his phone and saw a long list of missed calls. A growing sense of dread washed over him. "Why isn't the phone working here?" Murad said, "Probably too much equipment interfering with the signal." Hearing this, Chris Weedle quickly left the command center, stepped outside, and dialed Chris Trev's number. The call was answered immediately. "Brother, you finally answered. Where are you?" "Creel has been attacked. My men are on their way. The situation is critical." Chris Weedle stood stunned. His worst fear had come true. Murad overheard the news, his expression dark. Fuck. We've been played. They never intended to take the $1 million. Their target was Creel. Murad immediately ordered everyone to head to Creel's residence and seal off the surrounding area, hoping it wasn't too late. Mr. Weedle, let's go now. Maybe they haven't succeeded yet. My people are already there. Chris Weedle nodded, but the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. With 2 sons in danger within days, even a fool could see that someone was targeting the Creel family. At that moment, Chen Long arrived at an apartment complex, ascended to the 6th floor, and stopped before door 601, raising his hand to knock. Who is it? Master, Clear has been attacked. We need to hurry over, Chen Long said. Soon footsteps echoed from within, and the door swung open. Without hesitation, Chen Long raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The person who opened the door wore an expression of shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened before their body collapsed stiffly to the ground. Chen Long swiftly took a photo with his phone and strode away. At the Michelle Cafe, Mao Tu calmly entered, scanned the room, located the target, and quietly pulled out her phone, aiming it at the man. Ma'am, what are you doing? The member looked puzzled, but when he saw Mao Tu draw a Glock 19, his face drained of color. Before he could react, a bullet pierced his brow. Mao Tu pressed a button, snapped a photo, fired a few shots into the air, and then swiftly departed. Yen Hu Wei, Yang Chou Nyo, and Shen Ho each located their respective targets. Some employed covert assassinations while others struck openly, their movements as swift and relentless as demonic reapers. Chen An, observing everything from his home, quickly ordered them to leave, discard their disguises, conceal their weapons, and return to the cripple gang. Upon receiving the order, Chen Long and the other 5 began to act with methodical precision. Meanwhile, at the Clear mansion, Ada and her team now stood in a 3rd-floor room, gazing at Clear's body on the bed and the 2 lifeless women on the floor, their expressions grim. This time they dared to kill Clear outright. Damn it! Who would be so brazen as to strike against our Clear family? Hunter roared in fury. First, the eldest young master was kidnapped, and now the 2nd young master had been shot dead. Just then a police officer rushed over, his face pale with terror. Officer Ada, there are several bodies in the villa's basement. They appear to have been dead for some time, not from today. Hearing this, Ada quickly said, take me to see them. Hunter's expression shifted, and he quickly raised a hand to stop her. Officer, please wait until our people arrive to handle this. Your superior and my people will be here shortly. Ada's face hardened as she warned, step aside. Unless there's something suspicious about those bodies, I have reason to believe you're connected to them. Hunter's face darkened. He could guess that these bodies were likely Clear's doing, and if discovered, it could spell trouble. But her attitude made it clear she wouldn't be stopped. Reluctantly, Hunter relented. Fine, but I'm coming too. After all, this is the Clear family's territory. Since Clear was already dead, even if the body's origins were exposed, there would be no one left to prosecute. Ada nodded without further thought. The group made their way to the basement. Soon they arrived, greeted by a faint, unpleasant odor. Several female bodies lay silently on the floor. Hunter, don't you owe me an explanation? What's the story with these bodies? Hunter shook his head. I don't know. This is Clear's residence. I hope you're not involved. No matter what connections the Clear family has, if it's found that these bodies are linked to you, you will face the full force of the law. Ada turned to her deputy and ordered, have these bodies removed. Then check recent missing persons reports and identify these women. Yes, Officer Ada. Why is everyone gathered here? A voice came from behind. They turned to see Clee Weedle and Milad approaching slowly. Hunter, as if seeing a savior, hurried forward. Patriarch Clear is dead. Clee Weedle trembled, his face unable to conceal his rage. The worst outcome had come to pass. Also, these bodies might be connected to Clear, Hunter whispered into Clee Weedle's ear. Understanding the implication, he thought to himself that Clear really knew how to stir up trouble, keeping bodies in the house as if he wasn't afraid of bad luck. Nevertheless, he had to intervene. Agent Milad, could you let us handle these bodies? The priority now is to find clues and catch those damned murderers. Both my sons have been attacked. One dead, one missing without a trace. Milad nodded. Agreed. No. Ada refused without hesitation. I must take these bodies back. Agent Milad, are you trying to cover this up? Hunter, who had long been irritated by Ada, snapped. Your superior has spoken. Are you going to disobey? Milad found himself in a bind. He leaned close to Clee Weedle and whispered, though her rank is low, her background is formidable. I dare not offend her. Handle it yourself. Clee Weedle's pupils contracted. He shook his head helplessly. Officer, take them if you must. Hunter, take us to where Clear was attacked. Hunter was taken aback. Patriarch, are we just abandoning this? How can we handle it? Even Agent Milad has to tread carefully around her. If you want to be investigated, I won't stop you. Hunter finally understood. Officer Ada was well connected. Wait, you stay too. Ada pointed at Hunter. Hunter's face twisted as if had bitten into a lemon. Officer, I apologize for my earlier words. Could I be excused? No. I find you suspicious. Hunter looked to Klee Weedle. Cooperate fully. With that, Klee Weedle left with Milad. Klee Weedle and his party soon reached Clear's room. Staring at the white-shrouded body, his heart ached. These were his sons after all. Just then, Klee Treef rushed in breathless. Brother, we've just received word. 6 key members of the Clear family have been attacked. All dead. The attackers are still at large. Milad's face showed shock. What? They dare to strike again. Such audacity. Klee Weedle's eyes blazed with fury as he said coldly, they've gone too far. Order everyone to go all out. We must find them within a day. You know who I mean. Klee Treef nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, at the graffiti tower, Chen An successfully received the photos from Chun Long and the others. With these submitted, $1 million would be his, and the system could be upgraded once more. That would spell the end of the Clear family. He then got up and headed to Hank's room. At that moment, Hank was handling the aftermath. It had to be said Hank's abilities were recognized by him, and he was very important to the team. Boss, you're here. Chen An handed over his phone, presenting the photos of the deceased Creel and others before Hank speaking calmly. The bounty targets have all been dealt with. You handle the rest. Hank looked at the photos, a look of astonishment on his face. Boss, you work fast. They'll take care of it right away. Hank said as he took the phone and began to operate it. How long will it take for that $1 million to arrive? Hearing Chen An's inquiry, Hank replied, very soon. As long as the other party confirms everything is fine, the points will be credited. Then we can convert them into cash and withdraw it, and it's very safe. All right, wait for my news from you. Located at the Southeast District Police Station in Los Angeles, Ada was in her office processing the report documents when the door was suddenly knocked. Come in. As she spoke, an officer pushed the door open and entered, saying, We just got word, Captain Ada. Among those bodies, there's one survivor, just unconscious. It's unbelievable surviving for so many days in that place. Ada was stunned. Really? Where is she now? Maybe she can provide evidence of the Creel family's crimes. I've been watching them for a long time. This is definitely a breakthrough. The officer replied, She's receiving treatment at the hospital, still unconscious. Let's go. We'll pay her a visit. Ada stood up and walked out of the office. Soon she arrived at Sacred Heart Hospital with an officer stopping in front of a critical care ward guarded by several officers. Seeing Ada, they all spoke up. Captain Ada, how is she? Ada asked. She's out of danger. All the information is here. She's a Chinese national who came here to study, disappeared over 10 days ago. Her name is Chen Wan. Ada listened to her subordinate's report, and when she heard the name Chun Wan, her expression froze. Did you say her name is Chun Wan? Yes, Captain Ada. I have to admire this young lad's resilience. Anyone else with these injuries would be a cold corpse by now. Do you know her, Captain? The officer asked. Ada didn't reply, her brow furrowed. Of course she knew Chen Wan. She was the missing sister of Chen An. How did she end up in Creel's villa? Where is she? Take me to see her. Ada spoke again. She's inside, still unconscious. Ada nodded and walked in, her eyes immediately falling on Chen Wan lying in the hospital bed. Her face was bruised and her body bore multiple wounds, some already scabbed over. It sent a chill down Ada's spine. Rage burned in Ada's eyes as she could already imagine what the girl had endured. Chen An. Why did he lie to me? Ada remembered the second time she met Chen, and when he had told her he had already found his sister. Yet here she was in Creel's villa. He must have been lying. Philip, does this Chen Wan have a brother? Philip looked surprised. How did you know, Captain? Yes, she does. According to travel records, he's in Los Angeles now. Should we call him in? Maybe we can get some answers. Ada nodded. Call him. This Chun and his key. All right. Meanwhile, at the graffiti building, Chun and was sitting in the living room waiting for news from Hank. Carl was still exercising nearby, as if that was his only pleasure unless there was an action that got him excited. According to him, it was just a habit. Having witnessed too much, nothing else piqued his interest. Boss, it's done. The money is all on this card. Hank came to Chen An and handed him a bank card. Chen An excitedly took the card and patted Hank on the shoulder. Good job this time. What do you want? They'll buy it for you. Hank scratched his head. Nothing much. If you insist, boss, maybe a few more computers and some equipment. No problem. List what you need and find Emily, she'll get it all for you. Thanks, boss. Lucky to have met you. Carl leaned in. Boss, what are you going to do with that million? Buy gear. With that kind of money, you could be armed to the teeth. Chen An said, I have other plans for this million. The gear will have to wait. Carl, are you getting antsy again? Carl chuckled. Just bored with nothing to do. There will be work for you later. Chen An said, then got up and went into the room, lying on the bed, holding the bank card in his hand, speaking to the system in his mind. System, I want to upgrade. Ding. Are you sure you want to upgrade this system? Yes. Ding. System upgrading, estimated time, 24 hours. The money in the bank card disappeared without a trace. Chen An's face lit up with joy. In a day, the system would finish upgrading. What new abilities would it unlock? But then he thought of his sister who was most likely dead, her body never found. A wave of loss and sorrow washed over him, hard to suppress. He fell into a long silence. Ring. The phone broke the somber mood. Chen An picked it up, saw an unfamiliar number, but still pressed the answer button. Is this Mr. Chen An? Hearing the male voice on the other end, Chen An replied, speaking. Who is this? Mr. Chen An, please come to Sacred Heart Hospital. Your sister is here receiving treatment and needs you. Boom. The news exploded in Chen An's mind like a nuclear bomb, even making him suspect it might be a trap set by the Creel family. But his hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. What if it was true? Mr. Chen An, are you still there? Chen An's breath quickened. I'm here. You said my sister is at Sacred Heart Hospital. I'm on my way. Yes, Mr. Chen An. Chen An confirmed the information, then hung up, overjoyed. Great. His sister was alive. Without a second thought, he got up and walked out of the room. Carl was startled by Chen An's expression. Boss, your smile is terrifying. Chen An said, I need to go out. You and Emily come with me. No problem. I've been itching for some action. Carl agreed immediately. It's not a fight. My sister's been found. Carl was stunned. Sister? Didn't Creel say she was? She's not dead. She's in the hospital now. That's great news, boss. Let's head out. Then the group got in the car and drove to Sacred Heart Hospital. At Sacred Heart Hospital, the pickup truck came to a smooth stop in its parking spot. Chen An quickly opened the door and stepped out, striding toward the hospital entrance with Emily and Carl following steadily behind him. Following the room number provided by the officer, they soon arrived at the ward door where two policemen stood guard. The pair noticed Chen An approaching and their expressions turned wary. Sir, may I ask who you are? Chen An replied, I'm the patient's brother. You call me here. One officer nodded upon hearing this and said, please show us your identification for verification. Chen An retrieved his documents from his pocket and handed them to the two officers. After confirming they were valid, one of them spoke, Mr. Chen An, the patient has not yet regained consciousness. Officer Ada is accompanying her. You may enter. Hearing Officer Ada's name, Chen An's heart stirred. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. Last time he had told her had found his sister, but now in this situation he was likely under suspicion. He would need to come up with a convincing explanation. Stepping into the ward, his eyes immediately fell on Chen An lying in the hospital bed. Seeing her injuries, the fury in his gaze was impossible to conceal. Mr. Chen An, we meet again. Ada was sitting by the bed smiling at him. Chen An feigned just the right amount of surprise before replying, Officer Ada, thank you for helping me find my sister. Ada looked at Chen An and said slowly, no need to thank me. We discovered Miss Chen An at Creel's villa. She was still alive, but if we had arrived a day later, things might have turned out far worse. As she spoke, Ada carefully observed the changes in Chen An's expression. Chen An's face displayed both anger and confusion. Officer Ada, who is this Creel? Please make sure to catch him. My sister must have been taken by them. Mr. Chen An, please calm down. Creel is already dead. Hearing this, Chen An was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. Good riddance. I wonder which kind soul did the deed. I must thank them properly. Officer Ada frowned. Mr. Chen An, those people were criminals. You shouldn't have any contact with them. Even if Creel committed many wrongs, he couldn't be executed privately. Chen An nodded repeatedly. You're right, Officer Ada. I was just too happy, wasn't I? Ada detected no unusual reaction from Chen An. Only the joy of an ordinary man who had found his sister. It seemed highly unlikely that he was connected to the attack on Creel. Still, she asked the pressing question. Mr. Chen An, why did you lie last time when I asked, claiming you had already found her? Chen An thought to himself, here it comes, but his face betrayed no change. He even activated the negotiation mastery trait to make his words more convincing. I've been in America for a while now. After searching so long without success, I had started to give up. So when you asked that time, I thought it best not to trouble the police department anymore and told a lie. Ada responded, how could you give up? The Los Angeles Police Department wouldn't have stood idly by. By doing that, you essentially threw away your chance. Officer Ada, I understand. That's why I'm so grateful you helped me find my sister again. Seeing Chen An's genuine emotion, Ada was moved and fully convinced that he had nothing to do with the attack on Creel. After all, in her eyes, he was just an ordinary man who had come to America searching for his sister. He couldn't possibly have such capability. This was one of the key reasons. By the way, since your sister may have evidence related to Creel's crimes, and although he's dead, the Creel family is still behind him, we need to ask some questions. For now, you cannot leave this ward. Chen An nodded. All right, good. I'll take my leave now. You stay here and take care of Miss Chen An. With that, Ada walked out of the ward, leaving only Chen An and the other three inside. Carl secretly gave Chen An a thumbs up. The boss acting was incredible. He made it seem like he knew absolutely nothing. But now Chen An's face had turned ice cold. Looking at his sister's tragic condition, he had already decided that once the system finished upgrading, he would continue his assault on the Creel family. At the morgue, Creel Weddle stood silently, his face expressionless. Before him lay two corpses. They were Crick and Creel, his two sons. Beside him stood an Iraqi-faced man with a fierce gaze, and behind him his team members. Mr. Weddle, this is how we found them. Based on our analysis, after capturing Master Crick, they used violent interrogation methods for a while before killing him. Coleman spoke. Did you find any clues? Creel Weddle asked. Not yet. And Master Crick was drowned alive. The method was brutal. This was definitely a revenge killing. Their target is indeed your Creel family. Creel Weddle's voice turned icy. Find these people. They'll pay whatever you ask, but I want them alive. They'll make them pay no matter the cost. Coleman nodded calmly. Agreed. My team and I will take this job. But you need to provide useful leads. Fine. Creel Weddle then turned to his side, frowning. Trevor, where is Creed Wynn? Why hasn't he come? His two brothers are dead, and he doesn't show up. Hearing his elder brother's angry words, Trevor replied helplessly, Brother Creed Wynn refused to come. He's been staying at home, even spending a fortune on top-tier security. He's clearly terrified. Creel Weddle's expression softened slightly. Then tell him to stay put at home and send more men. You've seen their capabilities. Ordinary security can't hold them off. Yes, brother. By the way, there's one more thing. Among the bodies taken from Creel's basement, one person survived and has been revived after treatment. Creel Weddle waved his hand dismissively. So what if she survived? Creel is dead. Even if she wants to say something, there's no proof. Right now, finding the murderer of my sons is the priority. Coleman, do you have any ideas? Coleman looked surprised. Mr. Weddle, you're asking me. We're just the muscle. Gathering intel is your forte. You should check with your contacts in the police department. I know you have a way. Coleman thought for a moment and said, $6 million. I can get a friend at the CIA to dig up some leads. Their fees are steep, as you can see. Deal. Creel Weddle agreed without a second thought. 3 days at most, 3 days, and we'll find the clues. No matter how well they hide high-tech, we'll uncover them. When that happens, Mr. Weddle, please have the $10 million ready. Coleman said. They'll have it ready, including your fee, as long as we catch them. Pleasure doing business. Coleman said as he left with his team. After they departed, Carrie Triv said, Brother, can Coleman really find them? Even our Carey family and the police haven't been able to track them down so quickly. Don't underestimate these mercenaries, especially a top-tier team that has completed assassination missions across multiple countries. Such a team could just as easily kill members of the Carey family in a short time. That's why we must hire them, otherwise we can't handle this. Listening to Carrie Weddle, Carrie Triv nodded, half understanding, then continued. By the way, we have reliable intel that the Fondy family has been making moves recently. They might strike against us. Carrie Weddle's expression turned cold. Send someone to teach them a lesson. Tell them that even if the Carey family is in a tight spot, they are not to cross the line. Yes, brother. Inside the Fondy family's meeting room, several core members sat upright, each with a different expression. The family head, Carter Fondy, a man in his 30s with curly blonde hair combed slightly back to reveal his forehead, sat calmly in the main leather armchair, smoking a cigar. As you all know, the bounty we posted on the dark web has been claimed. According to reliable sources, both Creel and Crick are dead, along with several other members. I believe this is an opportunity. While they're busy hunting the killers, we can make a move on the Carey family's business. The Carey family has long run smuggling and drug operations, while we control the docks and gambling. We've often clashed over business. Carter Fandis' words reached the ears of the assembled members. Carlian, the second-in-command of the Fondy family, rubbed his chin and offered his view. I think we should wait a little longer. Carlian, is there a problem? Carter Fondy asked. Think about it. The mysterious force targeting the Carey family hasn't been caught yet, which means they're likely to strike again. So we might as well wait until their conflict is over before we make our move. That group is formidable and carries out orders without hesitation. The word that comes to mind is absolutely loyal death warriors. As he spoke, Carlian picked up the remote beside him and pressed play. The screen at the center began showing a video. The screen displayed the fierce confrontation between Anton's team and the mercenary squad at the Hoxton Hotel, where one of the death warriors unhesitatingly picked up a grenade on the ground and perished alongside the enemy. Fuck. What kind of monster is that? No wonder the Carey family is being pushed back. Dealing with an opponent like this is a nightmare. Carter Fondy fell silent. No one wanted to provoke such a terrifying adversary. He then said, Carlian, you're right. I think we can wait a little longer. There's no rush. I agree, we should wait. If we can take over the Carey family's smuggling business combined with our Fondy family's docks, the money we earn will multiply several times over. No one objected. Time passed until noon the next day. Chen An had been waiting by the hospital bed, growing increasingly worried as his sister had yet to wake up. He had called the doctor several times, but each time the doctor said she was fine. Ding. The Death Warrior system has been upgraded. New function unlocked: remote transport. The number of embeddable traits has increased to 3. The daily number of Death Warriors obtained has increased by 3. Remote transport: you can freely teleport any non-living object to any of your Death Warriors. The number of traits the host can embed has increased to 4. The daily number of Death Warriors obtained has increased to 9, and the number of embeddable traits has increased to 3. Chen An stared at this new ability, his lips slightly parted, his heart shaken with awe. The ability to teleport objects remotely was incredibly powerful, from small items like pistols to large ones like tanks and even planes. It was an absolutely game-changing ability. Next, the daily number of Death Warriors had reached 9. It seemed that each level up added 3, which was likely the pattern. The only thing that puzzled him was that his own embeddable traits had increased to 4, while the Death Warriors only had 3. Did that mean the Warriors got 1, and he got double? He couldn't figure it out for now, and the system offered no explanation, so he let it go. They'll kill you, will kill you all. Chen An, suddenly sitting up in bed, shouted, and swung a punch at Chen in, her eyes bloodshot. Carl was startled and rushed forward, while Emily also hurried over. But the punch was calmly caught by Chen An. Sister, it's me. Hearing his voice, Chen An slowly turned her gaze. When she recognized Chen An, she froze in disbelief. Brother. Yes, it's me, sister. You're finally awake. Chen An hugged her tightly, then said to Carl, Carl, go call the doctor for a checkup. Okay. Woo-woo. Brother, is it really you? I'm not dreaming, am I? Chen An sobbed in his arms. You're not dreaming. I came to America to find you. Where is this? Chen An asked. Los Angeles Sacred Heart Hospital. You're receiving treatment. Hearing Los Angeles, Chen An's body trembled almost imperceptibly, her eyes filled with boundless rage. Brother, I want to kill them. I want them dead. They must die. Seeing the undisguised murderous intent in Chen An's eyes, with none of her former gentleness left, Chen An, his heart ached. Okay, brother, will help you. Zhou Hao and the others are already dealt with. I won't spare the rest either. Hearing her brother's words, Chen An's expression shifted. She had guessed that her rescue was his doing. She vaguely remembered being trapped in that dark basement, forcing herself to hold on, her only goal being to kill Creel and the others. Soon the doctor arrived. After a thorough examination confirmed she was fine, Chen An finally relaxed a little. Sister, a police officer will come to ask questions later. Just answer whatever she asks. Chen An nodded. Before long, Ada stepped into the ward again and said to Chen An, Miss Chen An, how are you feeling? My sister is recovering well, Chen An answered for her. That's good, otherwise I'd feel guilty. He then approached Chen An. I'd like to ask how you ended up in Creel's basement. It will help with our investigation. Even though Creel is dead. Hearing that Creel was dead, Chen An's pupils contracted. Creel was dead. Was it her brother's doing? Afterward, Chen An answered Ada's questions. Upon learning of Chen An's ordeal, Ada was filled with indignation, never imagining that Curiel would stoop to such deeds in secret. Regrettably, Curiel was dead, leaving no way to uncover evidence of the Curiel family's crimes through him. Ada then remarked, Ms. Chen An, you are fortunate to have survived safely. It is a pity that the others did not make it. Officer Ada, are we free to leave at any time? Chen An inquired. Ada replied, yes, once, Miss. Chen An's injuries have sufficiently healed, and she is discharged from the hospital. However, you must not leave Los Angeles for now. Should there be progress in the case, we may need to ask further questions. All right, then I shall not disturb you any longer. With that, Ada exited the ward, also dismissing the officers stationed at the door. Only their own people remained in the room. Sister, focus on recovering from your injuries. Emily will stay with you. I need to prepare for what lies ahead. Go ahead, brother. I can take care of myself. She knew he was likely preparing to deal with the Curiel family. She wondered what her brother had been doing lately. He had changed, even managing to kill Curiel. She was somewhat familiar with the Curiel family, knowing them as a ruthless underground force in Los Angeles, armed and dangerous. Rest well, and I'll take you out of the hospital in a few days. Then Chen An instructed Emily to stay and protect his sister. He left the ward with Carl, his gentle demeanor vanishing, replaced by a cold ferocity. How dare they treat his sister like this? The Curiel family deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Carl, contact Susan for me. Tell her I want to discuss the matter from last time. Carl nodded. Got it, boss. He knew his boss was about to make a move again. He dialed Susan's number, and by the time they reached the hospital's first floor, he hung up and turned to Chen An. Boss, Susan is free now. Then let's go, Chen An said, heading toward the nearby pickup truck. Soon they drove eastward through Los Angeles, arriving at an apartment building after over 10 minutes. This is Susan's place. Carl replied, yes, let's head up. Chen An followed Carl into the apartment. He sought Susan out to sell the smuggling documents of the Curiel family he had obtained. Since dealing directly with the Curiel family had proven futile, he would instead sell the information to Susan for funds, then use the money for lottery draws to enhance his death soldiers. Under Carl's guidance, they reached a door on the 8th floor and rang the bell. After a moment, the door opened and Susan appeared. "Mr. Chen and we meet again. Please come in." They entered and sat on the sofa. "Susan, I've decided to sell you the smuggling documents of the Curiel family. How much can you offer?" Susan responded, "I need to examine them first before I can set a price based on the intelligence's value." "Very well." Chen An nodded, then pulled a USB drive from his pocket. "It's all on here. Take a look." Susan took it, inserted it into her computer, and began to browse. Soon the detailed information on the Curiel family's smuggling operations appeared before her. Susan started reading, while Chen An waited quietly. "Mr. Chen An, this is quite detailed. Although some parts are already public knowledge, it still holds some value." "How much?" That was Chen An's primary concern. $15,000. "What do you think?" Susan proposed. $20,000. "Your offer is too low." "Mr. Chen An, I wouldn't deceive you. 15,000 is a fair price. This intelligence won't sell for 20,000 because it simply isn't worth that much." Chen An hadn't expected that what was worth $1 million to the Curiel family would now be valued at only 15,000. However, other factors were at play. Firstly, the Curiel family might not have intended to pay anyway, so they wouldn't reject any price he named. Secondly, the value of intelligence differed drastically depending on whether it could be used as leverage against them. "How about 18,000? I know you can still make a profit." Susan pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Agreed, but you must sell me any similar intelligence in the future." "No problem." Chen An smiled. "Then the documents are yours. Pay up, preferably in cash." "Cash? All right." Susan walked into another room and returned with a bag. "The money is all here. A pleasure doing business. I've heard that the eldest and second sons of the Curiel family are dead. If you sell this intelligence to the Fondi family, you might gain unexpected returns." Chen An remarked, "That's your affair. I won't get involved. Goodbye." He left the room with Carl closing the door behind him. Susan stared at his retreating figure and murmured, "Was it you?" After leaving the apartment, Chen An turned to Carl. "Contact Black Wolf for me. Tell him we need to buy more equipment." Carl nodded. "Got it, boss." They returned to Sacred Heart Hospital. Carl drove off to another secret location of Black Wolves who, according to Carl, had temporarily left Los Angeles, but still had people who could be reached. Chen An went back to the ward where he saw Chun Wan lying in bed, her eyes closed in sleep. He didn't disturb her, but took a seat. "Emily, please go buy 3 lunches." Emily nodded and left the ward. Chen An then looked at the $15,000 he had just obtained, directly depositing $10,000 to initiate a 10-draw premium lottery, curious to see what he might get. He called out in his mind system, "Perform 10 premium draws." Ding. $10,000 deducted. Commencing premium 10-draw lottery. Chen An opened them all at once. Several beams of light appeared before him, 4 blue and 1 purple. Seeing the purple term, his heart stirred with curiosity. What abilities and effects would a purple term bring, given that even blue terms were already formidable? The 4 blue terms appeared. Reaction Master. After embedding, your reaction speed increases by 200, allowing you to respond faster than others and achieve a dimensional advantage. This was excellent. Combined with super speed, it would be terrifyingly powerful. Precision Thrower. After embedding, your accuracy with grenades greatly improves, enabling precise strikes within 200 meters and allowing throws from tricky angles, making you a true precision thrower. This was also good. Grenades were often one of the key suppression tools in individual combat, and with this term, future operations would become far simpler. Chen An then turned his attention to the other 2 blue affixes. Auditory diffusion. Upon embedding, your hearing will be greatly enhanced. Even the slightest sound will be magnified infinitely in your ears. This one is good. It can be used for reconnaissance. Eagle Eye. Upon embedding, you can freely adjust your visual range up to 1,000 meters. Impressive. This is equivalent to having a pair of binoculars perfectly suited for use with a designated marksman rifle or a sniper rifle. Finally, Chen An looked at the first purple affix he had obtained, unable to contain his excitement. Sonar positioning. Upon embedding, you can emit faint sound waves from your mouth, inaudible to ordinary people, with a maximum range of 10 meters. Through the feedback, you can accurately perceive everything within that range, granting you a natural eye. No wonder it's a purple affix. This ability is terrifyingly powerful. It's essentially like having X-ray vision, allowing you to understand all conditions within a 10-meter radius. With proper utilization, it can play a huge role. Chen An immediately began to experiment with these affixes. He embedded Eagle Eye, walked to the window, and looked outside. He could clearly see a building 1,000 meters away, even spotting 2 people being intimate, which startled him so much that he quickly adjusted his vision back to normal. Don't people draw the curtains when they do things? Then, he embedded auditory diffusion. He could clearly hear every footstep passing by outside the ward, and even the heartbeat of Chen An lying on the hospital bed sounded like a drum in his ears. Finally, he turned to his most anticipated affix, sonar positioning. After embedding it, he found he could emit a unique sound wave. With a slight tremor of his lips, an invisible and colorless wave spread out, enveloping the entire ward and then the adjacent room. In the next moment, a clear image of the adjacent ward appeared in his mind, 4 people, all male in form, 2 patients, and 2 family members. To verify its accuracy, he deliberately went to check the adjacent ward and found it matched his perception perfectly. Then Chen An sat back down and began to re-emd affixes for his loyal retainers. The normal retainers still had sturdy physique strength of an ox and super speed when not in action. Anton's super speed pistol proficiency, auditory diffusion. Emily reaction master super speed combat proficiency. Chen Long's super speed rifle proficiency reaction master. Mao Tu eagle eye sniper proficiency stealth. Wei Yang auditory diffusion sonar positioning rifle proficiency. Chen Yo precise thrower super speed reaction master. Inhu adaptation strength of an ox super speed. Shen Ho rifle proficiency climbing proficiency super speed. Chen An had equipped each person with affixes tailored to their respective roles, thereby strengthening the team's overall capabilities. As for himself, he could switch freely without being fixed to a specific set. Thus, his assassination squad was beginning to take shape. Next, he could continue to deal with the Carey family. Although yesterday's assassination had put them on high alert and might be dangerous, it didn't matter much because his retainers could summon 9 new ones each day. Even if they were wiped out in a single failure, they could be replenished the very next day. Before long, Emily returned, having bought 3 servings of fast food. Chen An took one and opened it. Not bad, a balanced mix of meat and vegetables in line with Chinese fast food since Emily had bought it from a Chinese restaurant. Sis, get up and eat. Chen An slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of panic within them, until she saw her brother by her side, which brought her a deep sense of reassurance. She then sat up. Is this fast food? Chen An nodded. Yeah, I was worried you might not be used to anything else. Chen Wan's face showed emotion. In this world, only her brother would take such meticulous care of her. She would never trust anyone else again. Eat up. We can talk about everything after you recover, Chen An said as he opened the meal box and placed all the meat into Chen Wan's portion. Bro, that's enough. Keep some for yourself. Chen Wan said. It's fine. I order supper every night, so I won't go hungry. You're the one who's lost so much weight, you need to replenish yourself. Eat more. Throughout the meal, Chen An kept chatting with Chen Wan, hoping to help her emerge from the shadows. Although a smile eventually appeared on Chen Wan's face, it was tinged with bitterness. Time passed, and it was 7 in the evening. Chen An was watching videos with Chen Wan when Anton and Carl walked in. Bro, who are they? Hearing this, Chen An said, this is Anton. Oh, like Emily, he's my bodyguard. And this is Carl, my friend. Carl's expression shifted, surprised that the boss considered him a friend. He quickly smiled and said, hello, I'm Carl. I gave those guys Richard and Joe how a good beating and turned them into fertilizer. Thank you, Chen Wan said. Mr. Chen, this is today's pay. Anton approached and handed over a thick stack of US dollars, probably around 30 to 40,000. Boss, the docs pay this much, 30 to 40,000 a day. Carl asked in surprise. This is nothing. The real big money is yet to come. Chen An smiled as he put the money into his pocket and continued, how's the contact with that person? Carl replied, I've made contact. Should I call him? Go ahead. Chen Wan listened, bewildered. Bro, what do you do to earn $30,000 a day? Chen An thought for a moment and said, it's like being a middleman, introducing people to work at the docks and taking a cut. Otherwise, your brother might not even have enough to eat. I'm sorry, Chen Wan began. Before it was because of me that you had to work so hard. And now it's because of me that you quit your job and came to America. Don't blame yourself. After I came here, I found it suits me well. I earn more than back home. Once your brother makes enough money, I'll take you out to have fun. Chen Wan let out a soft laugh. Bro, haven't you said that 100 times already? Have I? I don't remember that. All right, this time it's for real. Carl walked over and handed him the phone. Boss, it's for you. Chen An took it, and a familiar voice came from the other end. And you want to buy equipment? What are you up to now? Was that thing with Creel the other day you're doing? It was me, Chen An said calmly. I knew it. You're always stirring up trouble. And you still owe me that $100,000. You haven't paid it back. Yet you have money to come buy equipment for me. Chen Wan interjected, there are still 3 months left on the loan. Paying early or late doesn't make a difference. But right now I urgently need to buy some equipment. The last batch is almost used up. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a voice replied, all right, I can do it. But I can't get into Los Angeles right now. You'll have to come to me, and you'll need to figure out how to get the equipment into the city yourself. Chen An chuckled. No problem. He had just acquired the long-distance transportability, which would make this task a breeze. All right, this time you bring your own money. I won't lend you any more until you pay me back, Black Wolf said. See you later then. The phone clicked off. Brother, what equipment do you want to buy? Chen An asked, puzzled. Chen An reached into his coat and pulled out a Glock 17 pistol. This is the equipment. How can we be here without a gun? Of course, he had obtained it via long-distance transport from the Death Soldiers, as he hadn't brought the gun with him when facing Ada to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Brother, when did you learn to use a gun? Chen An replied, just recently. Once you've recovered, he'll teach you. You can't get by here without knowing how. Okay. Chen An nodded, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination. She too wanted to grow stronger and not hold her brother back. By the way, brother, aren't you planning to go back? Chen An's expression shifted. He knew exactly where his sister meant. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. Not for now. Do you want to go back? Chen An said no. Where you are, it'll be. All right, then America will be the place where we siblings rise. Listening to her brother's impassioned words, she wondered what had happened to him during her disappearance, how he had the means to kill Creel and even get his hands on a gun. Time slipped by, and soon it was the next day. Chen An woke up from the recliner beside the hospital bed, glanced at Chen An, who was still asleep, and picked up his phone to check the time. 8 o'clock. Anton stood guard at the ward door, ever vigilant, while Emily had gone to buy breakfast. Carl had returned to the graffiti tower to rest. Due to Chen An's special circumstances, the police had arranged a private ward, so they simply stayed there. It was expensive, but at least no one disturbed them. Soon Emily returned with breakfast. After waking Chen An and eating together, Chen An slowly rose. Sis, Emily will protect you. I need to step out for a while. Go ahead. With that, Chen An led Anton out of the ward, exited the hospital, got into the pickup truck, and headed to the graffiti tower. A dozen minutes later they arrived. He said directly in his mind system, deploy today's 9 Death Soldiers. Ding. Deployment complete. 9 Death Soldiers are on their way. Chen An immediately ordered them to report to Inxing at the San Pedro docks. He calculated that the Death Soldiers now numbered 70 in total. Boss, morning. Carl walked out of the graffiti tower. Morning. Carl got into the car, and Anton started the engine, driving slowly out of Los Angeles. Soon they reached the checkpoint on the eastern edge of the city. Dozens of police cars were parked there with officers meticulously checking every passing vehicle. Clearly, they hadn't given up the pursuit. But Chen An wasn't worried. He slowed down and waited for the inspection. Soon it was their turn. Gentlemen, please show your IDs. Chen An and the others got out and handed over their documents. 2 officers examined them, confirmed they were valid, and began routine questioning. Where are you heading after leaving Los Angeles? Chen An replied, we're going to Orange County, not far from here, to meet a friend. We haven't seen each other in a while. Honestly, I finally have a vacation, so I'm going to see him. I see. When do you plan to return? Probably within today. All right, have a pleasant trip. The officer handed the IDs back to Chen An and moved on to the next car. The 3 got back in the car and drove out of Los Angeles. The vehicle merged onto the highway. Carl, where's the meeting place? Black Wolf said. In response to Chen An's query, Carl said, it's a bit far. Black Wolf is extremely cautious and picks remote spots. It might take a while to get there. All right, as long as we can get there. By the way, boss, what do you want to buy this time? Hearing Carl's question, Chen An smiled faintly. Bullets and grenades need restocking. Then there are those accessories and tactical helmets I've been eyeing. If there's a rocket launcher, even better. Carl's eyes widened in shock. Boss, with all that stuff, how are we going to get it into Los Angeles? Would be stopped at the checkpoint for sure. Chen An said, I have a way. Don't worry, you'll make sure it gets in safely. Carl didn't press further, trusting that his boss had a plan and would deliver on his word. An hour later, following Carl's directions, they arrived at a small town. The environment was pleasant, but it was sparsely populated, lacking the hustle and bustle of downtown Los Angeles. After winding through several streets, they stopped in front of a 3-story building. We're here, boss. Black Wolf said he'd be waiting for us. The 3 got out. The man codenamed Eagle, whom they had met before, was sitting at the front door reading a newspaper. He nodded slightly at the sight of Chen An and his companions. Black Wolf's inside. Go on in. He then returned to his paper, indifferent. Chen An led Carl and Anton inside. Contrary to his expectations, there were no guns in sight. Just an ordinary residential house. It seemed Black Wolf still kept his weapons stored separately. And you bastard, we meet again. Black Wolf descended the stairs in a loose pink pajama set, which clashed oddly with his fierce, intimidating face. Black Wolf, you look more spirited than a few days ago, Chen An said with a slight smile. Damn it. It's all your fault stirring up such a big mess. I haven't slept a wink, and I barely escaped Los Angeles. Chen An asked the question that had been on his mind. Black Wolf, why were they after you? Obviously. When they couldn't find you, they came after me, the gun dealer. And it wasn't just me. They went after every arms dealer in Los Angeles. Because guns don't just appear out of nowhere. Chen An nodded, his expression apologetic. Sorry for causing you trouble. Forget it. It's over now. How much money did you bring this time, and what do you want? Black Wolf asked. Not much, Chen An waved dismissively. 50 grenades, 300 rounds of each type of ammo like before, a few of those tactical helmets I saw last time, and if you have a rocket launcher, give me a couple of those too. Black Wolf stood dumbfounded, then burst out, fuck. Are you planning to blow up City Hall? Why buy so much? Don't worry about that. Do you have them or not? I brought $100,000 this time. Chen An placed a stack of cash on the table. Black Wolf's eyes lit up at the sight of the $100,000. And I have to ask, are you really going to use these weapons against the cops? If so, I can't sell them to you. Upon hearing this, Chen An cast a reassuring glance at Black Wolf. Rest assured, Mr. Black Wolf, we would never do anything so foolish. Our target is the Kree family, that I can guarantee. Good. I have the equipment you mentioned, but with such a massive quantity, how do you plan to transport it into downtown Los Angeles? Even I couldn't manage that. Black Wolf's face showed curiosity. Apologies, I cannot disclose that. Otherwise, not only would I be in trouble, but you would be as well. Black Wolf's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Many conjectures arose in his mind. Could the man before him belong to some mysterious department, perhaps even involving other nations? If so, these were indeed people he could not afford to offend. Little did Chen An know that the lie he had casually fabricated would lead Black Wolf down such a path of thought. Follow me. Black Wolf rose and walked toward the door. Seeing this, Chen An picked up the $100,000 from the table and followed him outside. They headed to Black Wolf's armory in the area. At the Beverly Hills estate of Kree Weddle. At this moment, Kree Trevor, Kree Devon, and other core members were all residing here to prevent the hidden adversary from picking them off one by one. Kree Devon sat in a chair, his condition far from well, with dark circles under his eyes. The brutal deaths of his two elder brothers had plunged him into immense terror, leaving him sleepless and plagued by nightmares. Even though he was the only surviving son, and the future heir was assuredly his, he could muster no joy. Coleman and his mercenary squad were also present. Some smoked, others stared blankly, their faces unreadable. Before long, Kree Weddle slowly emerged from the bedroom, approached the group, and turned his gaze to Coleman. Tell us what you've uncovered. Coleman nodded, his eyes fixed on the core members of the Kree family. According to intelligence from my CIA contact, there were 6 people who attacked Kree, well-equipped and with passable marksmanship. 5 men and 1 woman, the woman was a sniper. Many groups match this description now, but after elimination we've narrowed it down to 6 suspicious individuals. They're members of the Southside Crips. Hearing Coleman's words, Kree Trevor spoke directly. What are we waiting for? Let's wipe out this Crips gang right now. It wasn't just Kree Devon who couldn't sleep, the others felt the same. Until these people were eliminated, they would remain in constant danger. Coleman ignored Trevor and looked instead at Kree Weddle, knowing he was the one who truly made the decisions. The others were irrelevant to him, as their relationship was purely transactional. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. Coleman, eliminate this Crips gang. ITLL be ridding Los Angeles of a cancer. And bring those 6 back alive. Agreed, but I need a deposit first. You'll also need to pay the $6 million for the intelligence. Kree Weddle replied. The money will be transferred to your account shortly. Don't disappoint me. Coleman gave a faint smile. Rest assured, Mr. Kree Weddle. Well, prepare now. You'll hear from us within 3 days at the latest. If we don't return, it means we've failed and died. With that, Coleman led his 8 men out of the hall and toward the estate. Brother, should we have our members and the 18th Street gang assist? I'm worried Coleman won't be able to handle it. Remember, the mercenaries guarding Creek were all wiped out last time. Kree Weddle shook his head. These 2 are not on the same level. It should be fine, but it's wise to prepare a backup plan just in case. Leave that to you. Kree Trevor nodded with a smile. Sure thing, big brother. Remember to coordinate with Coleman to avoid friendly fire. After giving his instructions, Kree Weddle turned his gaze to his last son, Kree Devon. His emotions were indescribably complex. He did not wish for his sole remaining bloodline to perish, yet the boy's performance was deeply disappointing. Unfit to inherit the Kree family. Meanwhile, Kree Devon felt a glimmer of hope. If Coleman could eliminate these people, he would finally be free from this life of constant fear, and his inheritance of the Kree family would be within reach. In his heart, he prayed for Coleman and his men to succeed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen An had followed Black Wolf to the so-called armory, a small aged courtyard and house that must have been over 100 years old. Black Wolf, you sure store your weapons in all sorts of places, Chen An remarked. It can't be helped. We small-time arms dealers can't keep all our stock in one spot, or we risk losing everything. Having multiple hideouts is best. This is America after all. Regulations are still pretty strict. Not like the Middle East, there I could actually get my hands on tanks and mortars. As he spoke, Black Wolf led the 2 into the house. The furniture was thick with dust and cobwebs hung everywhere. Just as Chen An wondered where the armory could be, Black Wolf walked to a spot on the floor, blew away the dust, and revealed a pull ring. With a gentle tug, a basement entrance appeared, revealing a short staircase of 3 or 4 steps. Business is tough. These old relics are just gathering dust here. Black Wolf sighed. What do you mean, Black Wolf? How long have these weapons been sitting here untouched? Chen An asked. Black Wolf thought for a moment before answering. About a year, I'd say. This place is so remote, I hardly ever come here. If I hadn't been hiding out this time, I might not have remembered it at all. Damn, you're selling me equipment that hasn't been used in over a year. Chen An felt like Black Wolf was trying to cheat him. Black Wolf waved his hand dismissively. The guns might not work, but grenades, tactical helmets. Those should still be fine. They'll give you a discount later. Let's take a look first. Chen An nodded helplessly. The three descended the stairs and soon reached the basement. Black Wolf flicked a switch and the overhead bulb illuminated the surroundings. The basement was quite spacious, about 50 or 60 square meters. Various firearms were scattered on the floor, and long guns hung haphazardly on the walls. Chen An even spotted a World War era M1 carbine and an M1903A4 sniper rifle. Black Wolf, I think you could sell these as antiques. They look like they've been here for 100 years, not just one. Carl couldn't help but mock. Black Wolf rubbed his nose with a finger. Don't misunderstand. I bought this basement from an old veteran, and these guns were already here, so I just left them. The Real gear is over here. Black Wolf led them to another area. Chen An's eyes followed, and he saw a collection of grenades. By the look of them, M67 fragmentation grenades and M111 offensive grenades. Apart from grenades, there were also numerous boxes containing firearm accessories along with tactical helmets and earphones, among other military equipment. And these accessories are all brand new and sealed. If you want them, you can take them all. Red dot sights and other magnifying scopes, grips, suppressors, extended magazines, laser sights, and goggles. These are all high-quality items that can greatly enhance your team's combat effectiveness. I purchased them years ago, but never used them. You're quite fortunate. Chen An's expression shifted as he stepped forward to inspect them. No problem, Black Wolf. How much will all this cost in dollars? Black Wolf pointed at the accessories and said, this red dot sight is $100. The vertical grip is $35, the angled grip is $60, the pistol suppressor is $400, and the multi-caliber rifle suppressor ranges from $700 to $100. The prices for the rest are similar. Overall, it's quite a bargain. A bargain indeed. Chen An calculated that the accessories alone would cost $40,000 to $50,000. What about the grenades? Chen An asked. Black Wolf replied, 50 grenades for a total of $2,500. Quite a deal, isn't it? Chen An chuckled without comment, then turned his gaze to the tactical helmets and said, Black Wolf, give me an introduction. This is the Score Fast tactical helmet with protection rated at level 2A. It can be paired with tactical earphones, is lightweight and has a front interface for attaching night vision devices and quad-tube goggles. Priced at $140 each, it's a helmet commonly used by mercenaries, Navy SALs, and Delta Force. There are only 12 available, so you can take them all if you want. Chen An calculated in his mind. 12 helmets would cost $16800, another hefty expense. What about rocket launchers? Do you have any? Since he was buying, he might as well go all out and deliver a massive blow to the Carey family. Black Wolf's eyes lit up. And are you serious? Do you really want to buy those? What do you think? Do you have them or not? If not, forget it. I do. Is there anything I don't have? Black Wolf grinned confidently and walked to a corner covered by a tarp. With a single tug, he revealed a heavy machine gun with several rocket launchers and ammunition arranged in wooden crates beside it. Black Wolf, impressive. Where did you get something like this? Chen An stared at the heavy machine gun, feeling a sense of familiarity as it reminded him of the guns he'd seen on TV as a child. Such an antique was indeed a rare sight. Mounted on a 4-leg stand, the massive weapon would likely require 2 people to lift, making it suitable only for defensive positions rather than prolonged mobile operations. Interested? They'll sell it to you for $100, Black Wolf said. Chen An was taken aback. An antique like this, and you're charging so much. Are you robbing me? And you don't understand. Even if it's outdated, such a high destructive weapon is a rare commodity. Having it can increase your survival rate by 50. If you mount it on a vehicle, you might even be able to take down a helicopter. Forget it. Chen An waved his hand. He didn't have much money left and had no interest in buying this item, especially since it wouldn't be useful for now. Pointing at the rocket launchers beside him, he asked, how much for these rocket launchers? Haha. Black Wolf smiled at Chen An, and the latter's heart sank at the sight. The 153 Malawian kwaches SMAW launcher costs $130 each, and the ammunition, armor-piercing, and thermobaric rounds are both around $300. So expensive. At that moment, Chen An truly understood what it meant to spend money like water. $100,000 couldn't last him an hour, even with his frugality. After some thought, he decided to make the purchase. Then he'll take 2 launchers and 6 rounds of ammunition. Use the rest of the money to buy bullets. With that, Chen An handed over the over $100,000 to Black Wolf. Black Wolf accepted it with a smile. No problem. He then pulled out his walkie-talkie and said, "Come in and start moving the goods." Within a minute, 3 men entered the basement and began carrying out boxes of grenades, accessories, and ammunition. "And from now on, you're my VIP customer. I've given you a discount and used the remaining money to buy bullets, enough to last you a while." Black Wolf's delight was understandable given the sheer volume of Chen An's purchase. Previously, others had only bought 1 or 2 guns. In fact, had even hoped Chen An would buy the heavy machine gun, but unfortunately the latter didn't have enough funds. "Black Wolf, since I've bought so many weapons from you, is there anything you can throw in as support?" Chen An said. Upon hearing this, Black Wolf drew a silver pistol from his waist and handed it to Chen An. "This Desert Eagle is one of my collectibles worth $8,000. Consider it a gift, a token of my friendship." "Great." Chen An smiled, took it, and began toying with it in his hands. Getting a free pistol was a nice bonus. Although he had already obtained a Desert Eagle from Creel, it paled in comparison to this one. Soon the 3 of them exited the basement. Black Wolf covered the entrance, sprinkled some dust over it, and then walked out of the house with Chen An and Carl. "Boss, everything has been loaded onto the pickup truck," a subordinate reported. "Good, go to Eagle to collect your pay." Black Wolf said, then turned to Chen An. "And our deal ends here. How you transport these weapons into Los Angeles is your own concern. I can't help with that." Chen An nodded and looked at Carl. "Wait here. They'll move the weapons to a location and someone will help us transport them." "Got it, boss." He then drove south alone, veering onto a small path until he reached an abandoned, derelict building. Chen An parked, got out, and walked to the rear of the truck where the weapons were stored. Staring at them, he activated his remote transportability. The items before him gradually vanished, only to reappear in the room where Chen Long and the others were staying. Satisfied with his work, Chen An dusted off his hands, got back into the truck, and drove away. He picked up Carl and headed toward Los Angeles. In an apartment within Crypt territory, Mao Tu opened the door and entered only to find Chen Long and the others organizing the equipment Chen An had just sent. Seeing Mao Tu, Chen Long asked, "Why are you back?" Mao Tu's face was expressionless as she said, "We've been spotted. Seems like it's the Carey family." Chen Long and the others froze. Seated in the car, Chen An immediately received a message from Chen Long. His brows furrowed as a sense of shock washed over him. He hadn't expected the Carey family to trace Chen Long and the others so quickly. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent, so he promptly instructed Chen Long and the team to gear up and prepare to strike. They had just acquired a batch of new equipment, and now the Carey family was eager to test it out. Might as well give them an unforgettable experience. One could only wonder what kind of firepower Chen Long and his 6 companions would unleash with these new arms. Thus, Chen An quickly issued an order instructing Chen Long and the 6 others to be ready at all times. Upon hearing this, the 6 did not hesitate for a moment, swiftly taking out their guns and starting to assemble the newly purchased accessories, even trying on tactical helmets and bulletproof vests to see if they fit, each preparing for their own tasks. Meanwhile, Mao Tu continued to ascend to higher ground to observe, striving to relay information back at the earliest opportunity. In room 402 of a building across from the apartment, Coleman and the other team members were all stationed here, also organizing their equipment and standing by, while an observer by the window was constantly watching the situation of the apartment. "Captain, it seems like they have no intention of coming out. Are they inside?" One person raised a question. After all, they did not dare to enter and confirm, fearing that they might alert the other party. However, what they did not expect was that Mao Tu had already discovered them using the Eagle Eye skill. Mantis, according to the intel, the other party has basically stayed inside the apartment, except for meals, protecting the crippled gang leader O'Neill. So they must definitely be inside the apartment right now. Coleman did not respond, instead looking at a member who was rapidly operating at the computer, saying, "How is it?" "Captain, I've successfully hacked into the surveillance of the opposite apartment, and I can basically confirm that those 6 are indeed inside the apartment along with many members of the crippled gang." "Well done, Spider." Coleman smiled slightly, then looked at the other team members with a serious expression. "The operation will be tonight. Bring your night vision goggles and leave no members of the crippled gang behind. We must capture those 6 at the fastest speed. It's fine to injure them as long as they are still breathing." "Understood, Captain. Simple, tonight is our home ground." Coleman reminded, "Be careful, we still do not know the strength of the other party. The members of the Cree family will help us evacuate the surroundings and keep an eye on the entire apartment to prevent them from escaping." We need to complete this quickly before the police arrive, otherwise each of us could earn over $1 million. The team members listened, their faces brimming with excitement. $1 million, they hadn't received such a generous reward for a long time. After all, this was America, where they generally performed security tasks, and most of the time it was quite safe, but the rewards were pitifully low. Now being able to earn $1 million with one operation was enough to make them happy and excited. In the Sacred Heart Hospital, Chen An returned here. Sister, I bought you milk tea. Saying this, he inserted a straw into the milk tea in his hand and handed it to Chen An. Thank you, brother. Chen An took it and started sipping. Brother, I didn't expect you to remember that I like this kind of milk tea. Of course, I didn't expect Mishui City to open here in America, so I bought it as soon as I saw it. Chen An said, then sat down. Chen An took a few sips and turned to him saying, by the way, brother, the doctor just told me that I can be discharged the day after tomorrow. Really? That's great. You can come live with me when you get out. Chen An's expression paused as if he thought of something, and he quickly stood up. Carl, you and Emily stay here with my sister. I need to return to the graffiti building for a while. No problem, boss, you can leave this to me and Emily. Chen An nodded and looked at Chen An. Sister, I might have other matters to attend to, so I may not be able to see you until tomorrow. I can take care of myself. Seeing this, Chen An stepped out of the ward. The reason he returned to the graffiti building was that he had just received another message from Mao Tu confirming that the positions of Chen Long and the others had basically been discovered. It was possible that the other side was preparing to take action at any moment, and he needed to make preparations. Although he did not need to act himself, he still needed to provide convenience to Chen Long and the others, utilizing the remote transportation capability, which could definitely play a significant role. Another reason was that he needed to accept the bounty for the Cree family members. After all, free money should not be turned down. After a dozen minutes, Chen An parked the car in front of the graffiti building, quickly walked inside, and went to the 5th floor. Instead of returning to his room, he went to Hank's room, where Hank was watching an American drama and eating potato chips. Seeing someone come in, he turned his head to look, and upon seeing it was Chen An, he quickly stood up. Boss, you're back. Help me take on the bounties for all members of the Cree family. Chen An spoke calmly, but what he said was enough to scare someone half to death. Boss, do you really want to take them all? If they're not completed within the stipulated time, it will affect your reputation, and later on it might be impossible to trade on the dark web. Hank said. Chen An smiled slightly. It won't happen. The Cree family will soon disappear from the land of Los Angeles. All right. Seeing his boss so determined, Hank did not say much more and began to log into the dark web to accept the bounties listed there. Such a large batch of acceptance naturally caught the attention of the Fondy family, who issued the bounty. At this moment, Carter Fondy was playing a beautiful melody at the piano in the manor when suddenly a sound of footsteps startled him, causing Carter Fondy to frown. What is it? This member quickly spoke, his tone mixed with shock. Uncle, just now someone accepted all our bounties. Carter Fondy's expression changed. Is it the same person? Yes, Uncle. What do you think this person is trying to do, taking on so many at once? Do they want to annihilate the Cree family? Upon saying this, he felt somewhat incredulous. He could not imagine who besides them had the capability to confront the Cree family heathen. Obviously, the authorities would not, as the taxes they paid each year could support several communities. This is a good thing. Carter Fondy revealed a smile. If they really have the capability, then we can acquire the Cree family's assets without lifting a finger. If it doesn't work out, we won't lose anything. So, Uncle, are you suggesting we just watch? Yes, for now, do not act, observe the situation. If there's an opportunity, we can also lend a hand to the person behind the scenes. The enemy's enemy is a friend. At this moment, Chen An was already back home with the photos of the Cree family bounty members sitting on the couch, starting to transmit the appearances of these individuals into the minds of Chen Long and the 6 others, so that if there was an opportunity, they could strike and eliminate them. Then with a wave of his hand, several boxes of grenades for rocket launcher rounds, as well as several AK-47s, handguns, bulletproof vests, and other equipment appeared before him. These were all excess, as there were only 6 people in Chen Long's group, and they did not need so many. As for the grenades, they would be transported over after use. It was absolutely impossible for one person to carry so many grenades. If one were not careful, it could cause an explosion and trigger a chain reaction, which was quite dangerous. Time passed slowly, and before long it was 5 o'clock. Anton and the Death Warriors also returned to the graffiti building. Chen An instructed Anton to bring 10 people preparing to carry out a surprise attack, in secret making 2 preparations. Soon Anton appeared in the living room with 10 Death Warriors. Looking at the already crowded space, he thought it might be time to change their residence. However, it was essential to resolve the current situation first. Anton, you all take up your guns, bring ammunition and gear, and hide near the crippled gang's apartment. If you hear gunfire or explosions, act immediately. and take down all members of the Kelly family nearby. Remember to take photos of any targets with a bounty. Chen An said to Anton and the 10 others. Anton and the others nodded in understanding, then gathered their gear into backpacks or bags, did some light camouflage, and left the graffiti building heading to the designated location. After giving these instructions, Chen An calmly sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and awaited the enemy's arrival. He only needed to sit back and watch as these people fell one by one. Using the shared perspective, he saw the scene before Chen Long and his 6 companions. The 6 were now fully equipped, and the room was filled with a chilling atmosphere, eerily quiet. Mao Tu was able to use a tiny gap in the window to see the situation in the opposite building with the eagle eye trait. He spotted a white man holding binoculars scanning the area. Evidently, he was one of the attackers, though it was unclear how many others were present. Moreover, it appeared that these were mercenaries sent by the Kelly family. When did mercenaries become so brazen as to appear in Los Angeles? It seemed that Kelly Weidel was truly enraged this time. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the streets around the apartment were unusually quiet, all of which hinted at an ominous premonition. Soon Chen An, through Mao Tu's perspective, saw the people across begin to take action, a cold smile appearing on his lips, finally unable to hold back. At the same time, he instructed Chen Long to commence their actions. Except for Yin Hu and Chon Yo, the rest were armed with a rifle and a handgun each, while Yin Hu was equipped with a light machine gun M249 and carried a rocket launcher on his back. As for Chon Yo, he had only a Glock 19 strapped with grenades and also carried another rocket launcher. The 6 began to exit the room, with Mao Tu heading to a suitable shooting position, while Wei Yang went to the main power switch to prepare to cut off electricity to the entire apartment. Inside the opposite building's room, Coleman and his team also donned elite American tactical gear, even better than what Chen Long's 6 had. The machine gunner held an M250 light machine gun, while the others were armed with 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles, and the sniper used an M110 semi-automatic designated marksman rifle. Captain, the other side is moving. When did they discover us? Spider exclaimed in surprise while looking at the screen. The others turned to look and saw that Chen Long and his 6 had already picked up their guns and donned their gear ready for battle, realizing that the other side knew of their presence. Coleman's expression darkened. It seems the other side is not to be trifled with. Their counter-surveillance capabilities are strong. Spider, keep a close watch on their positions and report back to us. Spider was about to agree when the screen suddenly went dark, rendering everything invisible. No, Captain, it seems they cut the power. Now the entire apartment's surveillance is down. Coleman, instead of being disappointed, became pleased. They made a foolish decision. Without night vision, losing the light makes them like headless flies, which is more advantageous for us. It seems they want to use the advantage of darkness to fight us, but little do they know we have night vision devices. One team member chuckled. Let's move out of quick battle, quick resolution. Leaving Spider to monitor the situation, the other 8 exited the room. Vulture, you head to a high point to snipe the target. They must have snipers as well, and that person is yours to take care of. Vulture made an okay gesture. No problem, Captain. The rest follow me. Meanwhile, the power outage of the entire apartment naturally caused dissatisfaction among many, especially Shaquille O'Neal, who angrily rushed out of his room while watching the game. What's going on? Is there a power outage, or is someone causing trouble? A flashlight beam shone over, and 2 core members of the crippled gang approached, saying, Boss, I'm not sure what's happening, but I think I saw Chen Long and his group with guns. What does Chen Long want with a gun? I didn't assign them any tasks. O'Neal frowned. Not sure they won't say anything if we ask, and their gear is actually the same as those American soldiers, with bulletproof vests and tactical helmets. Hearing this, O'Neal's expression changed. Fuck. Get out of here fast. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the quiet night began to be filled with the sound of gunfire. A core member's voice came through the intercom in a panic. Boss, it's bad. We're being attacked, and we are in a firefight. O'Neal naturally heard this and looked grim. What kind of people did Chen Long provoke? We need to leave here quickly. The intercom crackled again. Boss, it seems they are mercenaries, and they have sniper rifles. A lot of our brothers have been killed, and the area around the apartment is swarming with enemies. We can't escape. Upon hearing this, O'Neal finally stopped in his tracks, his face solemn. He knew that he might die here today, and the only way to survive was to seek refuge with Chen Long and the others. Let's head back to the room and assess the situation further. This was the only decision he could make at this moment. Meanwhile, Coleman and his team had clearly defined roles as they entered the apartment, beginning to take out the stubborn members of the crippled gang. With their night vision devices on, they were like kings of the night, existing in a dimension of their own. However, Chen Long and his 5 companions had already taken up ambush positions in the second-floor corridor, with Wei Yang using hearing diffusion and sound wave localization to continuously probe the surroundings. The gunfire from the first floor continued for a long time before falling silent, bringing about a brief quiet. Through his hearing diffusion ability, they could clearly hear footsteps coming up towards the second floor. They could also hear Chen Long and the others breathing. All guns were pointed toward the stairs as Coleman and his team quickly reached the corner of the stairway, just a few steps away from the second floor. At that moment, everyone stopped as a team member took out a drone from his backpack, began to control it, and the wings spun slowly, taking off toward the second floor. Coleman and his team watched the screen, confirming the safety above. Bang! Intense gunfire erupted from the second floor, instantly alerting Coleman and the others, who realized that Chen Long and his team were waiting just ahead. Chen Long and his six also knew Coleman's position, and with both sides aware of each other's location, it would come down to whose tactics and equipment were superior. However, just as Coleman and his team were discussing strategies, Chon Yo had already drawn 2 offensive grenades from his waist, his eyes seemingly guided by an inner line, and swiftly threw them at a tricky angle toward the staircase of the second floor. Under the influence of the term precision thrower, 2 grenades rolled down the stairs without a doubt. Seeing this scene, Coleman and the others changed their expressions drastically, shouting, "Get down!" Boom! A dazzling fireball lit up the night, causing a brief tremor in the entire corridor, and once again silence fell around. Wei Yong utilized sound wave positioning to clearly observe the situation below the stairs. According to the information received, there were 8 individuals in total, all lying on the ground. The member controlling the drone at the front had been blown to a pulp with no chance of survival. Based on the information relayed by Wei Yong, Chen An instructed Chen Long and the others to advance, seizing the moment to eliminate this group of mercenaries. Receiving the order, Chen Long and his 4 companions began to walk cautiously towards the stairs. Even without night vision goggles, with Wei Yang's assistance, they were still able to proceed without much hindrance. The distance gradually closed in. Meanwhile, Coleman snapped back to reality from the explosion, shaking his head as he looked at the deceased team member, his expression grim. Fall back. Their thrower is no simple opponent. Without regard for the fallen comrade, they began to retreat in an orderly fashion, the mood heavy, as they felt the misfortune of their initial assault. The last person kept their gun aimed at the staircase above. Upon seeing a figure appear, they hurriedly pulled the trigger. Chen Long and his 4 companions quickly recoiled, then raised their guns to fire back. Chon Yo did not hesitate, pulling out another grenade and throwing it downwards. Seeing the grenade come again, one of the team members was startled, reacting swiftly and leaping towards the first floor. Boom! The sound of the grenade explosion echoed behind him, and he felt a sharp pain in his back. Damn! Is throwing grenades all you guys are good at? A member of the Beast Squad angrily remarked, then pulled out a grenade, yanked the pin, and hurled it upwards. Although it lacked the precision of Chon Yo's throw, it still halted Chen Long and his companions in their tracks. The 2 groups fell into a stalemate, once again all eyes fixed on the staircase, none daring to act rashly. Seeing this, Chen An directly commanded Anton and a few others hiding near the apartment to take action, aiming to surround the group. At this moment, outside the apartment, several members of the Kelly family were waiting. Some were smoking and others had already laid down. They knew that the events inside the apartment did not require their intervention, and the members of the crippled gang had already been subdued, retreating into the apartment without posing any threat. They naturally did not need to exert themselves too much. Uft, uft, uft. But just then a fierce gunfire erupted from the surrounding darkness. A member who was chatting saw a bullet hit a teammate in the forehead, falling to the ground, and shouted in terror, "Enemy attack." Everyone grabbed their guns and randomly shot in all directions. However, Anton, accompanied by 10 professional equipped assassins, was a complete, overwhelming force against these members armed with mere handguns. One member watched as those around him fell one by one, his face showing unprecedented panic, as if death itself was continuously harvesting their lives. "FK, these people are demons, we are no match for them," one member of the Kelly family exclaimed as he began to run into the distance. Others followed suit, frantically fleeing in all directions. "Stop! Everyone halt!" A core member of the Kelly family shouted angrily. "You all!" But before he could finish his words, 6 or 7 bullets struck his chest, his voice caught in his throat, unable to utter a sound. As he was about to close his eyes, he saw a cold-faced man approach, expressionless, pulling out his phone to take a picture of him, then, without hesitation, pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, a bullet whizzing past and hitting one of the assassins in the thigh. The assassin reacted quickly, swiftly taking cover behind nearby cover as countless bullets struck the previous position. Seeing this, the assassin relayed the message to Anton and the others. On the rooftop, Vulture, witnessing this scene, cursed FK. Their reaction speed is so fast it's quite troublesome. Anton and the others had already dealt with most of the surrounding Kelly family members when they discovered that there were also snipers hiding in the opposing building. Chen An quickly ordered Anton and the others to deal with the opposition, while also instructing Mao Tu to attempt to locate their positions. Following the order, Mao Tu and Anton's group began to inch closer to the building. Vulture clearly noticed this scene and picked up the walkie-talkie, saying, "Captain, the situation is amiss. There's suddenly another group of enemies outside the apartment. A portion of the Kelly family members were eliminated by them, and they are now heading our way. I think you need to hurry." After that, he hurriedly grabbed his gun, preparing to find a more advantageous position ready for battle at any moment. On the other side, hearing the news relayed by Vulture, Coleman's expression turned grave. "The enemy has more than just 6 people. The intel is incorrect. We need to leave here, otherwise we might be surrounded later. All right, let's get out of here." With Vulture providing cover outside, there shouldn't be any problems, one team member said. Then the 7 of them began to retreat in an orderly manner, all eyes focused on the staircase. They would fire without hesitation at the slightest movement. Above, Wei Yang's lips moved slightly, immediately sensing that Coleman and the others wanted to leave, and thus relayed this information to Chen An. Upon receiving the news, Chen An had already been equipped with the terms tactical command and skilled in planning, and quickly devised a plan. "Chen Long, Yen Hu, you two find a safe window, descend to the first floor, and open a breakthrough." As he spoke, he temporarily granted them the term climbing proficiency. After receiving the order, Chen Long and Yen Hu nodded and hurriedly walked back, arriving at the nearest door, directly kicking it open, and found that no one was inside. The two quickly arrived at a balcony. Looking outside, it appeared to be the spot where Anton and the others had just clashed. Seeing this, Chen An felt assured to let the two begin their actions. Chen Long opened the window and quickly climbed out, using the surrounding points of leverage to gradually make his way to the first-floor balcony. The two successfully reached the first-floor room. The moment Chen Long stepped into the room, his eyes sharpened as he raised his hand to catch a rolling pin swung by a white woman. Seeing this, the woman displayed a look of terror, her body retreating continuously. She wanted to speak, but saw Yen Hu making a shushing gesture, forcing herself to stop. Yen Hu bound her hands and feet without further ado and walked towards the door. Chen Long's term climbing proficiency was replaced with sound wave positioning as he began to check the situation behind the door. Confirming there was no one, he gently opened the door. On the other side, Chon Yo also threw out a grenade appropriately to attract attention, striving for an opportunity. Chen Long peered through the gap, left by the slightly ajar door. Though his naked eyes could barely discern the scene ahead, the moonlight faintly outlined the silhouettes of Coleman and his men, who were now nearing the apartment exit, preparing to withdraw. Upon gleaning this information, Chen Long swiftly retreated back into the room to avoid exposure. Meanwhile, Yen Hu set down his machine gun, slung it behind him, and proceeded to remove the rocket launcher strapped to his back. He saw that a warhead was already loaded inside, ready to fire at a moment's notice. "Ready?" Chen Long asked. Yen Hu hoisted the launcher onto his right shoulder and gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Chen Long slowly pulled the door open, poked his head out once more to confirm that Coleman and his men hadn't noticed them, and quickly waved his hand. Understanding the signal, Yen Hu promptly stepped outside, holding the rocket launcher. He estimated the distance to the enemy at 20 meters. Steadying his stance, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. A sharp whoosh tore through the air. The deafening noise instantly caught the attention of Coleman and his men, some of whom had already left the apartment. "It's a rocket." "Run!" someone shouted. Everyone dashed out of the apartment, knowing full well that surviving a rocket blast was as improbable as winning the lottery. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted beside Coleman, the shockwave hurling him out of the apartment. As it was Yen Hu's first time using the weapon, the shot went wide, but its power remained devastating. The Beast Squad members who hadn't fled were instantly engulfed in the blast, 3 of them dying on the spot. 1 member was incapacitated. At that moment, Wei Yang's team sprang into action. Chon Yo descended the battered staircase, also brandishing a rocket launcher, and fired another round at the same spot, without a second thought. Boom! This shot was more precise, finishing off the severely wounded soldier. The 5 of them then advanced with Yen Hu's M249 light machine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained down on the apartment exit like a storm. Chen Long and the others followed suit, with continuous bursts of fire slowly closing in. The sheer ferocity of their assault prevented Coleman's remaining men from re-entering the apartment, stripping them of their greatest advantage in the darkness. "Captain, how can they see us without night vision? And when did rocket launchers get into Los Angeles? What the hell is this?" Mantis demanded, urgently seeking answers. "We miscalculated. These men are formidable fighters, exceptionally skilled, and we can barely find a weakness. With 5 of us already down, we're no match. We have to fall back and look for another chance. Call in the Carey family members. Tell them we can't hold out." Mantis nodded, about to make the call, but a bullet struck him square in the forehead. His face frozen in its original expression, he collapsed stiffly before Coleman. "Cover me," Coleman shouted to his sole remaining teammate, then swiftly ducked behind a car tire and spoke into his radio. "Vulture, what's your status?" "Captain, their sniper has made a move. I'm trying to locate their position." Vulture relayed. "Damn it." Coleman felt as if his throat were constricted. The enemy refused to engage in a direct firefight, instead relying on overwhelming artillery to nullify their strengths, leaving them already crippled with losses. He could hear footsteps growing louder inside the apartment. Without hesitation, he hurled a grenade inside. Boom. Flames erupted, though he couldn't tell if it hit anyone. It was his only way to buy time until Vulture could eliminate their sniper. "Spider, get out of there too." No response came from the radio. Coleman tried again. "Hey, Spider, can you hear me?" "Damn, Spider's in trouble." "Leopard, get all your grenades ready to throw in." Everything was spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, in room 402 of the opposite building, Anton and 10 others stood silently. At Anton's feet lay a corpse, Spider already cold. Anton then sat down at Spider's computer and began taking over the surveillance system to locate the sniper. The remaining Death Soldiers kept a close watch on Coleman and his teammates' hiding spot, forming a pincer movement. Witnessing this, Chen An took a calm sip of his drink, knowing the outcome was already sealed. He shifted his gaze to Mao Tu. Mao Tu had climbed to the highest point of the apartment, using Eagle Eye to scan the opposite building, searching for the enemy sniper's position. Soon Mao Tu spotted a gun barrel protruding from a window. Chen An relayed the information to Anton, who switched the surveillance feed and locked onto Vulture's room 1200. "6 of you go kill him." The designated Death Soldiers nodded and quickly strode out, heading for the 12th floor. In less than a minute, the 6 Death Soldiers had reached the 12th floor corridor. Upon receiving Chen An's order to fire, Mao Tu pulled the trigger. The bullet flew from the muzzle, striking the spot just above the gun barrel where he estimated the sniper's head would be. The bullet shattered the glass and entered the room. Mao Tu kept his eyes fixed on the window, unsure if the enemy was dead. But when the gun barrel suddenly disappeared, he knew he hadn't killed him. Inside room 1200, a Vulture was lying on the ground. He touched his neck and felt a trace of blood, a chill of fear running through him. If not for his habit of tilting his head back, that shot would have been fatal. "Captain, my position is compromised. I can't provide support." "All right, Vulture, get out of there now. If Spider's in danger, you're not safe either." Coleman's voice came through the radio. Hearing this, Vulture grabbed his M110 semi-automatic sniper rifle and headed for the door, but stopped as he reached it. Footsteps were unmistakable outside. He knew his position had been discovered. Damn, so fast. He pulled out a grenade, quickly cracked the door open, tossed it out, and retreated rapidly. Boom. The door was blown apart, but the 6 Death Soldiers outside remained unharmed, having already taken cover in a safe spot. Hearing the steady, purposeful footsteps still outside, his face fell. He knew this might be where he met his end. Drawing his pistol, he prepared for a desperate fight. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, silence fell over the room. Vulture's body lay on the floor, surrounded by the 6 Death Soldiers, one of whom was wounded in the arm and another in the leg. Chen An received the news with a faint smile, then instructed Mao Tu to focus on the remaining 2. However, the commotion had already alerted the police. A fleet of patrol cars was speeding toward the scene, but was intercepted halfway. The obstruction was orchestrated by Carrie Weddle's men, aiming to delay the police's arrival, and by Coleman, time to shift their target. "Step aside, or we will open fire," an officer shouted, raising his pistol with a wary expression, ready to pull the trigger at the slightest threat. A member of the Carey family quickly raised his hand, smiling as he spoke. "Officer, there's a misunderstanding. We're here to ask for help. My home was attacked, and they have guns." "Where?" "In the nearby community. We were going to call the police, but when we saw you, we rushed over. Sorry for the trouble." The officer lowered his guard slightly, reported the situation to his superior via radio, and upon receiving orders, said to his colleagues behind him, "You go ahead, I'll accompany him to check things out." Upon hearing this, the other officers restarted their patrol cars and drove toward the apartment building. However, various unexpected incidents continued to arise ahead. Road damage, forced detours, or traffic accidents slowed their progress considerably. Meanwhile, in the open space outside the apartment, the car where Coleman and his companion had taken cover was already riddled with bullet holes and billowing thick smoke. "Captain, why haven't the Carey family arrived yet? We've run out of grenades." At this moment, not only were Chun Long and his team in the apartment engaging them, but Anton from the building across the street was also firing at them. Coleman's face was grim as he slumped to the ground, unable to conceive any means of escape. All retreat paths had been sealed off. Just then, another grenade was thrown from the apartment, landing precisely at the feet of the last remaining team member. The Leopard tried to run backward to dodge, but this exposed a flaw, and he was shot dead on the spot by the hidden Mao Rabbit. Boom. The explosion of the grenade rang out in time. Coleman was forced to duck to avoid the blast, and as the footsteps drew closer, he quickly reacted, raising his 416 Hong Kong dollars and firing ahead with a frantic look, determined to fight to the death. Yet it was futile. Chen An knew better than to charge recklessly, so he looked at the grenade in front of him and waved his hand, causing a grenade to appear in Chen Yo's grasp. Chen Yo then pulled the pin and tossed it swiftly, landing accurately near Coleman. Seeing that the man still refused to show himself, even then Chen Yo's face turned ashen with despair. Boom. This time Coleman could not evade and took the full brunt of the blast. Despite wearing body armor, he spat blood and collapsed, his limbs pierced by shrapnel and rendered immobile. Even his rifle was damaged. He knew today would be his end. Then he saw Chen Long and the other four emerge from the apartment, calmly walking up to him. Only then did he finally see the faces of his enemies, only to be mercilessly gunned down. With the last man eliminated, Chen An knew the night's operation was a success. He then instructed Chen Long and the team to retrieve and transport any usable supplies. He had long coveted the mercenaries' equipment. He then ordered Anton and the others to withdraw. Though he wondered why the police were so late this time, he estimated they would arrive soon. Carrie Trafe was at Weedle's estate, awaiting updates. Just then the phone rang, and he quickly picked up. "How's it going?" "Not entirely clear. Our men stationed near the apartment have lost contact, but judging by the intense gunfire, it sounds like grenades were used." Carrie Trafe cursed under his breath at the incompetence. Useless at a critical moment. Then quickly ordered, "Move in closer and see what's happening." "All right." After hanging up, Carrie Trafe walked into the hall. There the core members of the Carey family were still seated. He approached Carrie Weedle. "Brother, the situation is unclear, but the fighting was fierce." Carrie Weedle frowned. "What do you mean unclear? Did it succeed or not?" "Well, our people were too far away and don't know yet. It might take some time." "No need. They'll call and ask." Carrie Weedle dialed Coleman's number. It rang several times with no answer, so he called the other team members. All went unanswered. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Could it be that Coleman and his men are in the middle of the operation and can't answer? "I think so. How else could everyone not pick up? It's been less than 10 minutes since the operation started." Carrie Trafe nodded in agreement. "Brother, don't worry. They'll ask again. There should be news soon." "Go ahead," Carrie Weedle said. Meanwhile, the gunfire near the apartment had ceased. Chen Long and the others were gathering the mercenaries' equipment. Though some had been destroyed by grenades, plenty was still usable, and that meant money. Whenever Chen Long found a good piece of gear, Chen An would use his remote transport ability to teleport it to himself. Once the scene was mostly cleared, he prepared to have Chen Long and the team leave. But just then O'Neill's figure suddenly appeared on the first floor, immediately drawing the attention of Chen Long and his team, who aimed their guns at him. "Hey, Chen Long, it's me, O'Neill." O'Neill, unarmed, walked in with two core members of the Crips. Seeing the carnage and the bodies on the ground, his pupils contracted. "Holy shit, what have you done?" Chen Long said, "Don't ask too many questions, Mr. O'Neill. You came at the right time. Now you need to get us out of here. If we're caught, you won't escape either. I know you have the means, and this happened on your turf. You don't want to be arrested, do you?" "But I didn't kill these people." O'Neill was reluctant to go with them, as it would mark him as an accomplice. "Does it matter?" Chen Long said. "But I wouldn't mind killing you either. It's your choice." Wei Yang and the others had finished packing and stared coldly at O'Neill and his two men. Seeing this, O'Neill realized it wasn't a choice, but a forced decision. "Fine, I have a way out of here, but you need to protect me." Chen Long nodded. "No problem. You've seen what we can do. Follow me." O'Neill led Chen Long and his team toward a certain direction. Chen An watched everything unfold. He had spared O'Neill because he still had use for him. After all, the man had survived for years unscathed and surely had his own hiding spots. Chen Long, no matter how skilled at concealment, was already too exposed. Moreover, the Los Angeles gangs were highly profitable, and Chen An didn't want to give up that channel. O'Neill was the key to unlocking it. With that in mind, Chen An stopped focusing on Chen Long, and the others closed the shared perspective and gazed excitedly at the equipment before him. Among it was the M250 light machine gun that Carl had been longing for, a true treasure. Yet the mercenaries hadn't fired a single shot from it. Chen An slowly rose to his feet and approached the equipment, beginning to take stock one by one. An M110 designated marksman rifle, 3 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, 4 individual night vision devices, 3 tactical helmets, 4 bulletproof vests, and a quantity of ammunition. The pistols were too numerous to count, all obtained from members of the Carey family. It could be said that virtually every usable weapon from this operation was gathered here. Chen An smiled faintly. Indeed, plundering is the fastest way. This equipment is enough to arm most of the Death Warriors. Moreover, there were excellent pieces like the night vision devices. Had it not been for his sonic positioning ability, he might have truly fallen into the hands of these mercenaries this time. He then returned to the sofa, calmly lit a cigarette, and picked up his phone to view the photos Anton had sent all of key members of the Carey family. He estimated he could earn about $100,000 from this, and with the equipment added, perhaps $200,000. He couldn't help but sigh. This method of making money is indeed fast, but it's a pity I lack connections now. I can't even start a security company, let alone an ordinary business. Inside Carey Weddle's manor, everyone had a grim expression. Just then Triv's phone rang. He hurriedly picked it up and answered. An urgent voice came from the other end. Boss, the mercenaries are all dead, their equipment stripped. Our nearby members have also been eliminated. The police have arrived, and we are fleeing. At these words, everyone's face changed. It really failed. Carey Devon was filled with terror. A failure meant he would have to continue living in the anxiety of being assassinated at any moment. The others felt the same, and for a time no one spoke. Even Carey Weddle frowned, feeling helpless. Since even a well-equipped squad like Coleman's had failed, they had exhausted all options and still couldn't kill these people. At this point he was somewhat afraid, wondering who had provoked such terrifying beings. What kind of grudge could warrant such merciless extermination? The phone rang again, this time for Carey Weddle. He answered, and Milad's roaring voice came through. Weddle, what is the meaning of this? Do you realize the consequences of causing such a commotion? Within just 1 month, 2 extremely severe incidents have occurred in Los Angeles, and both are related to you. Higher-ups are already investigating. Think about how you will face them. Carey Weddle said helplessly, this has nothing to do with us. It's the work of that criminal gang. You should go after them. Don't lie to me. The dead are either your privately hired mercenaries or your members. What else do you have to say? I can no longer help you with this. Explain it to the FBI yourself. The line went dead. Silence fell over the room. Everyone dared not even breathe, waiting for Carey Weddle's decision. He sighed as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Seek police protection. Try not to go out. He'll think of another way. With that, Carey Weddle did not linger and left the place. Once his figure disappeared, the others dared to whisper among themselves. Who do you think the other party is? Can we negotiate a settlement? If this continues, not only will more die, but it will also affect business. How can we negotiate? We can't even find them, and we've already tried to kill him. Do you think negotiation is possible? Fuck. But staying here is no different from being in prison. Chen An was unaware of the Carey family's regret and fear. Just then he emerged from Hank's room, glanced at the additional $100,000 credited to his card, and kissed the bank card in excitement. Then he said in his mind system, 10 more high-level draws. Ding. Please confirm whether to deduct $100,000 for a 10 draw. Confirmed. Ding. Deduction complete. The money in the bank card instantly returned to 0. 10 blind boxes appeared before him. Chen An directly clicked to open them, and 4 blue lights emerged. No purple traits, a pity. Chen An remarked. Purple traits were immensely helpful, but their probability was relatively low. Only the ultimate draw could guarantee them, but that cost $100,000 per draw, which he couldn't afford yet. Firearms Master. After embedding, you will have absolute familiarity with all firearms. Though not a sharpshooter with pinpoint accuracy, you can achieve a hit every time. Chen An's face lit up with joy. This was essentially a fusion of traits like pistol proficiency and rifle proficiency. With this trait, he would no longer need to frequently switch. It was undoubtedly the most useful among the blue traits. He continued to look at the next ones. Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. After embedding, your physique becomes 3 times that of an ordinary person. This trait was also excellent, an upgrade of strong and robust. A 3-fold physique meant he would be a walking human weapon. Martial Arts Prodigy. After embedding, you not only master exquisite combat techniques, but also the way of weapons, enabling you to use anything you pick up. Combined with Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound, this would make him a veritable Tyson, or even stronger. It was a pity not to go into boxing. He would have to see if there was an opportunity later. Aviation Master. After embedding, you can master the piloting skills of various aircraft, achieving stable flight. Chen An was surprised. Why give me this? Did it want him to fly a helicopter? It seemed useless for now, but as the saying goes, it's better to have it than not. It might prove useful later. It could be said that all 4 blue traits this time were very useful, so he replaced the traits of his Death Warriors with a new set. The combination of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound, divine speed, and strength of an ox turned them into walking beasts. Soon after, Anton and the others returned safely. Chen An had already retrieved their equipment, and now they looked like ordinary passers-by, facing little obstruction. Sir, there was a sudden incident at the dock today, Anton suddenly said. Chen An frowned. What happened? Someone caused trouble, seemingly from a gang. Brooke was injured and many things were smashed. Their target was clearly our area. I suspect someone is behind this. Is that so? I understand. We'll go take a look tomorrow. Several suspects came to mind: Jack, or the gang members he had taught a lesson to last time. The doc had only seen conflicts with these people. Jack, I hope it's not you. If you refuse to accept the dignified exit, don't blame me. In any case, he was determined to take over the San Pedro dock area. It was only a matter of time, and he believed it wouldn't be long before it was done. Once that was accomplished, whether he wanted to establish a security company or do something else, it would be highly advantageous. With the title of Union President, he had a natural advantage. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chen An woke up. The first thing he did was summon the 9 death warriors for the day, and then he headed to the Holy Heart Hospital. After checking on his sister's condition and confirming that everything was fine, he got back in the car with Carl and headed to the San Pedro dock. Soon Chen An arrived in front of Andre's tin house. At this moment, Andre was sitting on the sofa leisurely sipping coffee. Upon noticing Chen An's arrival, he quickly stood up with joy and walked over. And what a surprise to see you here. Your people are simply amazing. Their efficiency has increased at least 3 or 4 times. As the number of workers grows, this speed is still improving. Now there are many jobs at the dock that require our assistance. Chen An smiled and replied, really? That sounds great. Then the two of them sat down on the sofa, and Chen An asked the purpose of his visit. I heard from Anton that someone has been causing trouble for us lately. Andre nodded. Yes, there is such a situation, but your people are quite capable, and there have been almost no losses. So you're here to resolve this matter. That's right. Although it hasn't had much impact, who knows, they might start shooting later. Do you know who sent those people? Andre provided an answer, members of the 18th Street Gang. They are ruthless and loyal to the Clee family gang, most of whom are Mexicans. I can recognize them. As for who ordered them to do this, I have someone in mind. Is it Jack? Chen An replied calmly. It seems you guessed it too. Your people have caused him substantial losses in business recently, and given our unpleasant relationship, I suspect he is behind this. That fits his character well. Upon hearing this, Chen An's expression turned contemplative. The 18th Street Gang, huh? It seems it's time to stir up some trouble with them. He remembered there was a bounty on the gang members. After all, their boss is from the Clee family. This matter should be left to Chen Long and the others. By the way, and due to the increasing number of orders we have received, some foremen are unhappy and are saying they want to restrict us. Andre said. Upon hearing this, Chen An directly rejected, impossible. We rely on speed to make money. If we have fewer orders and less work, no matter how fast we are, we won't earn much. But this will impact the interests of other foremen, and no one will support that. You know, once it draws attention, the minority submits to the majority. We need to find a solution. Chen An fell silent for a moment, but soon offered a solution. I will send someone later. You tell them they can collaborate and the profits will be split 50-50. Do you think they will agree? Since it's about interests, we should cooperate with these people and bind them together. Who would turn down money? This way, wouldn't all the people at the dock eventually become his death warriors? Then the position of the Union President would be just a matter of a word. Andre's eyes lit up. This method works. I think they will agree, especially since some foremen have previously wanted to poach Anton and the others. Your idea is excellent. I will talk to them later. Chen An smiled slightly. Then I will leave it to you, Andre. Don't worry. Andre assured, then seemed to think of something and spoke again. And recently, many unclaimed containers have arrived at the dock. We are preparing to auction them off. Do you have any connections in this area? Container auction. Chen An knew about this. He had seen videos of this type before on his phone, which is similar to blind boxes. The owners of these containers were either incarcerated or had accidents leading to them being unclaimed. The dock bought these containers at a very low price, then auctioned them off. The contents were entirely based on luck, randomly appearing, possibly sports cars or antiques, or it could just be a pile of junk. But for the dock auctioning the containers, they could not possibly lose, earning at least $20,000 to $30,000 a day. I think of someone who seems very suitable. Chen An said. Who? Brooke. He is quick-witted and good at communication with a solid amount of knowledge. He would be the perfect fit. Andre's expression changed slightly. Brooke. That's fine, but he didn't come today. Upon hearing this, Chen An looked puzzled, as Brooke rarely took leave. After all, taking a day off meant his whole family would go hungry. Is that so? Then I will contact him later. I won't disturb you any further. Chen An said, stepping out of the room and taking out his phone to dial Brooke's number. After a few rings, it was answered. Hello, Mr. Chen An, why are you calling me? Brooke's voice came through amidst some surrounding noise. Brooke, why didn't you come to the dock today? Did something happen? Mr. Chen and I took a leave of absence. There are some personal matters at home. My brother has died, and I am currently burying him. I might not be working at the dock anymore. Chen An frowned. Wasn't your brother sent to a rehabilitation center? Why did he die? Those people from the 18th Street Gang took him out again and forced him to transport drugs. He was shot dead by the police on the spot. I only received this news today. Why won't those people let my brother go? With my brother gone, making money has no meaning. Chen An fell silent upon hearing this, unsure of what to say. He could only offer some comfort. Brooke, do you want to take revenge personally? On the other end of the line, Brooke paused surprised and replied, Mr. Chen An, what do you mean by that? The 18th Street Gang killed your brother. Don't you want to deal with them personally? Chen An's words echoed in Brooke's ears like the whispers of a demon. I do. Mr. Chen and I want to avenge my brother, but there are too many of them. I have no chance. At this moment, Brooke clenched his fists, anger flickering in his eyes. He understood one thing: merely studying is useless. One also needs absolute power. He was clear-headed and could tell what Chen An meant, so he did not want to give up this opportunity. This was the only chance to avenge his brother. All right, I will tell you what to do later. Chen An's expression was exceptionally calm. He just happened to be planning to deal with the 18th Street Gang. Helping out wouldn't hurt. Sometimes he would do his best to assist friends, but he would be ruthless against enemies. Thank you. Meeting you is truly my luck. Is there anything I can do to help? Brooke said. There will be later tasks. For now, take good care of your brother. Chen An said before hanging up the phone. He then left the San Pedro dock with Carl. Not long after Chen An departed, a worker quickly approached the dock area where Jess was stationed and came before him. Old man Jess, the Chen An you mentioned has appeared. Upon hearing this, Jess paused, his fingers scrolling on his phone, and slowly raised his head. How long did the other party stay? Not long. He just stayed in Andre's room for a while and then left. By the way, he made a phone call in the middle of it. Jesse furrowed his brows, his mind racing with thoughts, uncertain if the reason the other party had come to the dock was due to his dealings with the 18th Street Gang. At this moment, he felt a twinge of regret, realizing he had been too impulsive, having already offended Andre and Anton, leaving no room for retreat. Recently, the guild had been dissatisfied with Andre's actions, providing him a potential breakthrough to disrupt Andre's orders. After all these past few days, he had truly witnessed the incredible work speed of Chen An's subordinates, which was simply absurdly fast, leaving him envious and regretful. Had he not deceived Chen An back, then all the money earned during this time would have been his. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but resent Chen An, recalling that when the latter had worked under him, he had never been this fast. This was a sign of distrust. With that in mind, he drove towards the guild building, planning to unite with other foremen to resist Andre. This situation couldn't continue, especially with someone nearing retirement, making so much money. At St. Heart Hospital, Chen An entered the ward. Brother, you're here. Chen Wan was sitting up in bed, scrolling on her phone, and straightened up upon seeing him. Chen An noticed his sister looked well, feeling relieved as he sat down beside her. By the way, brother, the doctor said I can be discharged tomorrow morning, and then I can move in with you. Chen An smiled and nodded. All right. You did this right. Chen Wan opened a video showing the gruesome scene outside their apartment, which was currently being reported by the news. Chen An did not hide the truth, nodding. Yes, they came looking for trouble, so I gave them a little lesson. Brother, I want to take action myself. Oh, I don't want those people to die so easily. Chen Wan clenched her fists tightly, a murderous intent flickering in her eyes. The faces of those people were deeply etched in her mind. Hearing this, Chen An affectionately replied, No problem, my sister can torment them however she likes. Brother, I can help you. You know I'm studying law and am quite familiar with the legal processes here in America. You can ask me anything regarding this aspect, and I can also assist you when you start your company. All right, Chen An smiled. From now on you will be the exclusive attorney of my company. Oh, I can't do without you. Brother, you're teasing me again. I am not that capable. Chen An then used a shared perspective to see where Chen Long and his group were currently taken by O'Neill. Beverly Hills and the dark sewers. O'Neill and Chen Long's figures appeared here, surrounded by dampness, essentially a gathering place for the homeless. O'Neill was lying on a somewhat dilapidated wooden board talking on the phone, while Chen Long and his group stood quietly beside him, their gear temporarily stowed away, leaving only inconspicuous handguns and rifles. Okay, then we'll trouble you. We'll come over shortly, O'Neill said before hanging up the phone. Damn, when have I ever stayed in a place this shabby? O'Neill stood up with some disdain, glancing at Chen Long. Chen Long, in a while we can move. At that time there will be a comfortable hot shower available, and there won't be this rotten smell. It's really nauseating. Saying this, O'Neill even covered his ears. Mr. O'Neill, do you want to control all the territory in the South District? We can help you, Chen Long said. O'Neill was taken aback. You guys are crazy. We just made such a big stir, and you want to take action again. We'll definitely be found out. Don't put me in danger, okay? Chen Long remained unperturbed, continuing. You want to deal with the 18th Street Gang, right? We have the capability to wipe them out. At that time, you'll be the only gang leader in the South District. Doesn't that tempt you? Hearing this tempting proposition, O'Neill fell into conflict. Undoubtedly, if the 18th Street Gang was eliminated, he would truly have the final say in the South District. This was something he had always wanted to achieve. Now that the Blood Gang had been wiped out, only the 18th Street Gang remained, and he could handle the rest. What do you want to do? O'Neill asked. You just need to lure out the leader of the 18th Street Gang, and we will take care of their territory and members, And finally, you can hand over the leader and core members of the 18th Street Gang to us. How about a reward of $300,000? Chen Long's expression was calm as he looked at O'Neill. Inviting the leader of the 18th Street Gang is no problem. The key is, can you really eliminate a gang without anyone noticing? He was somewhat skeptical. Are you in or out? You'll deal with the bodies afterward. Upon hearing this, O'Neill fell into conflict, but recalling the terrifying firepower Chen Long had displayed back at the apartment, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. All right, as long as you can take care of the 18th Street Gang, I'll pay you $300,000 and even share a portion of the money I earn from business afterward, as long as you continue to work with me. All right, it's settled then. Chen Long patted O'Neill's shoulder. Haha, having you guys is truly my good fortune. O'Neill couldn't help but laugh. With Chen Long's 6 elite members, how could he not soar to great heights? Let's go. My men are coming. Let's leave this place now. The group then stepped outside. Meanwhile, Chen An, watching all this, smiled slightly at being able to deal with the 18th Street Gang, while also earning an extra $300,000, was a win-win, truly deserving of him. At this moment, the phone rang. Chen An picked it up, and on the other end came the excited voice of Black Wolf. And you really are not one to stay put. You already know, Chen An chuckled. It's all over the Los Angeles Times and the news. How could I not know? By the way, let me tell you, not only the FBI, but even the CIA is looking for you guys, so be careful. It's best to leave Los Angeles and come play cards with me, haha. Chen An replied, I'll be careful. Your firearms are of great quality, so send some more later. Of course, all right, I'll stop here. Contact me if anything comes up. Black Wolf then hung up. By the time it was 6 p.m., Chen An directly arranged for his assassins to head to various locations in Los Angeles to watch for any members of the Cleary family, and if the opportunity arose, to carry out assassinations. He wanted to instill fear in people like Cleary Wydell at any given moment. Meanwhile, O'Neill had also obtained the contact information for the leader of the 18th Street Gang, Hunter, and called to arrange a meeting. The reason was simple. He claimed to have business to discuss, and the other party would certainly agree, as the strength of the 18th Street Gang was significantly greater than the crippled gang, and considering the losses from the apartment incident yesterday, Hunter was not worried at all. After hanging up the phone, O'Neill turned to look at the 6 individuals, including Chen Long, and said, Hunter has agreed to meet me at 8 p.m. tonight. You can act at that time. Their territory is vast. Besides the South District, the 18th Street Gang has a presence in other areas as well. Chen Long replied, well, leave the other areas for now and focus on the South District. Make sure you keep Hunter and his men occupied until we return. No problem. Do you need me to provide some manpower? O'Neill asked. No, just have your people clean up the bodies afterward. Hearing this, O'Neill assured, no problem. We're professionals at this. Besides, most of the 18th Street Gang members are illegal immigrants. Without legal status, it's impossible to trace them. With that, Chen Long led Mao Tu and the other 4 away to prepare. They had already gathered some information about the 18th Street Gang's territory in the South District from O'Neill, combined with the intelligence Hank had obtained for Chen, and they had essentially mastered 99% of the information. Time quickly passed, and it was 8 p.m. In a private room of a bar, Hunter sat smoking with several core members of the 18th Street Gang, waiting for O'Neill's arrival. Boss, someone is targeting the Carey family now. If we come out, won't we be spotted? A nearby subordinate asked. I've already thought of that. That's why I chose a bar across from the police station for the meeting. I doubt anyone would dare to act here. Besides, I've arranged many gang members around. No firearms can get in, so don't worry. I suspect the Crips invited me to ask about the apartment incident, since that's their turf. Another spoke up, but boss, the one who attacked Creek is clearly connected to O'Neill. After all, those 6 people appeared in his apartment. Hunter smirked. That's exactly why I want to capture O'Neill. Then we can force him to reveal their whereabouts. That way we'll take the initiative, and maybe the Carey family will take us in as adopted sons. As you know, Carey Weddle only has Carradwin left now, leaving many businesses vacant. Everyone's eyeing them. Several gang members couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No wonder you're the boss, always thinking ahead. Yeah, now we just wait for O'Neill to come and see what he has to say. Just as they were talking, the door opened, and O'Neill walked in with 3 burly black bodyguards. Damn, Hunter, long time no see. O'Neill smiled and sat down across from Hunter. Hunter frowned, spit it out. Why did you invite me here? O'Neill ignored the question and said, not letting me bring guns. Are you afraid he'll kill you? Hunter laughed. You misunderstand. We didn't bring guns either. It's fair. I was just worried you'd bring those 6 people to kill me. So where are those 6 from the apartment? Tell me, and they'll put in a good word with the Carey family. You'll get a reward. O'Neill immediately cursed, motherfucker. You dare mention the apartment. Do you know how much I've lost? I don't even know those 6. They were just temporary security hires. How was I supposed to know they'd clash with your Carey family? And you didn't even give me a heads up before starting the fight. I invited you here for an explanation. Hunter was taken aback, surprised by O'Neill's attitude. It seemed he might not be lying. While the negotiation was underway, Chen Long and the other 5 arrived at the 18th Street Gang's territory in the South District. It was a poor neighborhood with garbage and excrement littering the streets and walls covered in all kinds of graffiti, silently telling tales of chaos and violence. The 18th Street Gang's stronghold was in a building similar to a graffiti-covered high-rise mostly occupied by gang members. Except for Mao Tu, the other 5 wore jeans and t-shirts looking like ordinary people as they strode toward the building. Mao Tu used her eagle eye to observe the surroundings and quickly found an ideal spot. She climbed up and reached the destination. Observing everything, Chen An transported an HK G28 precision marksman rifle to Mao Tu, followed by a pistol and other gear. Everything was ready. Then he turned his attention to Chen Long and the other 4. Through the shared perspective, Chen An saw them sneaking into the building heading toward the top floor, Hunter's office. Even if someone passed by, Chen Long and his team's ordinary attire didn't arouse any suspicion. But on the 9th floor, an unexpected incident occurred. A gang member opened a door and stepped out, spotting Chen Long and the others. He immediately called out in alarm. "Hey, who are you? You can't go up there. Stop right now." Wei Yang, walking at the back, showed no expression. He drew a Glock 19 from his waist and fired a single shot, hitting the gang member right between the eyes. Thanks to the gunmaster trait embedded in him, his accuracy had greatly improved. The pistol was equipped with a silencer, so the sound was barely noticeable. Chen Long and the others casually strolled to the 10th floor, the top level. In the corridor stood many 18th Street Gang members holding pistols or shotguns. They quickly noticed Chen Long and the 5, but before they could react, they were met with relentless gunfire, each shot hitting a vital spot. In an instant, most were dead or wounded. These men had no professional training. They scattered in panic, firing wildly. Yen Hu picked up a fallen shotgun and pulled the trigger, unleashing a ferocious barrage that took out those hiding behind walls or wooden crates. The others didn't dare to slack off either. They picked up weapons from the ground and opened fire. Soon the corridor was in shambles, and the gunfire gradually died down into an eerie silence. Watching this, Chen An clenched his fists. Unbeknownst to him, his death warriors had become so formidable, effortlessly overpowering these untrained gang members. Soon the 5 arrived at a door that seemed out of place with its surroundings. Yen Hu raised the shotgun and fired several quick shots, blasting the handle to pieces. But they didn't rush in. Wei Yang's lips moved slightly as he activated his sonic positioning ability to probe the room. He quickly received feedback: 2 gang members inside. One near the door, the other behind a desk not far away, staring intently at the door. Upon receiving this information, Chen An smirked. "You like to hold positions. Let me treat you to a flashbang." With that, he took out a flashbang and transported it over. The next moment, a flash grenade appeared in the hands of Chen Long, Yen Hu, and Chen Yo. The moment their gazes met, Yen Hu kicked the door open, and Chen Long and Chen Yo wasted no time in hurling the flashbangs into the room. Gunfire erupted incessantly inside, but as the flashbangs detonated, a blinding white light flooded the space, catching 2 gang members off guard. They hadn't anticipated Chen Long and his crew possessing flashbangs. The nearest one's vision went dark instantly, and with ringing ears, he fired wildly at random. The member hiding behind the table fared no better, though he could still see his head spun and his ears buzzed, rendering him unable to hear anything beyond the door. As Yen Hu tossed a 3rd flashbang, it exploded, and the 5 of them surged into the room. Chen Long struck swiftly, shooting the nearest gang member dead with a single bullet. Meanwhile, Yen Hu pulled the trigger of his shotgun, sending rounds hammering into the table. Under such relentless fire, the cowering member behind it trembled, then raised his gun and shouted, "I surrender, don't kill me." Yen Hu's shotgun ran dry just as the gang member rose to his feet. Chen Long showed no mercy, firing a bullet into his chest. The terror on the man's face lingered before he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Just then, Wei Yang's ears twitched, and he spoke calmly. "About a dozen people are approaching. Chen Yo searched the room for something valuable, like a safe. They'll handle those outside." Chen Yo nodded and began rummaging through the room. Meanwhile, rifles and machine guns along with ammunition materialized in the hands of Chen Long and the others, all prepared for them by Chen An. Chen Long led the 4 outside, and soon fierce gunfire erupted. Inside, Chen Yo continued his search, quickly discovering a waist-high safe that required a password. Seeing this, Chen Yo aimed at the surrounding cameras and fired, disabling them. Then, placing his hand on the safe, the massive shell-proof container vanished into thin air in an instant. At Chen An's feet, a safe with bits of wall plaster appeared. "Remote transport is so convenient. We just need to catch Hunter and force him to give us the password." Chen Yo then found some rings and documents, scooping them all up. After confirming there was nothing left to take, he strode out of the room. The corridor was now littered with the corpses of 18th Street gang members. Chen Long and his companions calmly picked up their weapons, transporting them to Chen An. Meanwhile, several cars pulled up outside the building. Gang members armed with pistols and AK-47s stepped out charging toward the entrance. Mao Tu didn't hesitate, pulling the trigger. Thud, thud, thud. Members fell one by one, unaware of where the shots came from, scrambling for cover in utter chaos. In less than a minute, Chen Long and his team reached the ground floor, shooting down the remaining gang members before stepping out. The building was a scene of carnage, yet they bore only faint traces of blood. A few men hurried over from a distance, their eyes widening and legs trembling at the sight. They had never witnessed such brutality. Their past gang skirmishes paled in comparison, mere child's play. Boss, leave the rest to us. We'll make sure it's clean. Chen Long patted the man's shoulder. It's in your hands. Without looking back, he led Chon Yo away, driving off in two of the 18th Street gang's cars, disappearing from the crypt's site. After they left, one man swallowed hard. Where did O'Neill find these guys? They're terrifying. I almost pissed myself. Enough talk, get to work. Chen Long then picked up Mao Tu and rushed toward Hunter's location without a moment's pause. In the bar's private room, O'Neill and Hunter were still locked in a heated argument. O'Neill aimed to stall while Hunter pressed for information on Chen Long and his team. O'Neill, I don't care what you say. If you don't hand over their whereabouts today, you're not leaving here. Hunter's face twisted with malice as his underlings stepped forward. O'Neill's bodyguards moved forward in response, a fight seeming imminent. O'Neill thinking of resisting. This bar is full of my men. How long can you and your 3 lackeys last? Hunter, how many times must I say it? I don't know those people. Anxiety crept into his heart. When would Chen Long and the others arrive? He feared Hunter might strike at any moment, unsure if his 3 bodyguards could hold their ground. Boom. A deafening crash came from outside, as if something heavy had slammed to the floor, instantly alerting both O'Neill and Hunter. What's that? Hunter asked. Don't know, boss. Go check it out. A member nodded, drew a dagger from his belt, and crept toward the door. Given the proximity to the police station, they dared not fire guns, so they had all brought sharp blades instead. This gave Hunter an edge while O'Neill's men came unarmed. In a conflict, this would tip the scales in their favor. As the member reached the door, turned the knob, and slowly opened it, everyone in the room watched intently. The door swung open, and a large hand reached out, yanking the member outside. Opt! A scream rang out, then silence fell again. The door was pushed open once more. Chen Long straightened his collar and led his 5 companions into the room. Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Chen Long sat down beside O'Neill, a faint smile on his face, his eyes fixed on Hunter. Traces of blood still stained his hands. Chen Long, you're finally here. O'Neill breathed a sigh of relief. You're the 6 who killed Creek. Hunter frowned, unease stirring within him. That's right. We're here to invite you to come with us. Chen Long stated. Dream on. Hunter snapped. My men are on their way. Get them, 100 for each one you catch. Several 18th Street members, greed flickering in their eyes, advanced on Chen Long. Stop. Chen Long drew a Glock 19 from his coat, aiming it at them. Take another step and I guarantee you'll have a new hole in you. Hunter chuckled. The police station's right across the street. I don't believe you'd dare shoot. Go ahead if you've got the guts. In the face of Hunter's arrogant words, Chen Long and his companions remained remarkably calm before Chen Long slowly lowered his gun. Seeing this, Hunter sneered contemptuously, believing they were frightened. He secretly rejoiced, thinking his choice of location was indeed correct, though he wondered how these people had passed the rigorous inspections and managed to bring in their weapons. But before he could celebrate, he saw Chen Long draw a military short blade from his waist, narrow, thin, gleaming with a cold matte steel sheen that sent chills down one's spine. Chen Long's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Mr. Hunter, since you refuse to cooperate, allow me to teach you. With that, he swung the blade toward the several 18th Street gang members wielding knives. Get them. Kill them. $10,000 each. Hunter, not one to be easily intimidated, barked the order. The gang members roared and charged at Chen Long and his 5 companions, brandishing an array of weapons. Chen Long moved with swift agility, his body enhanced by the 3 attributes: tiger's roar and leopard's thunder, strength of an ox and child of martial arts, each complementing the others. With a single swing of his blade, he instantly severed a man's arm. Opt! He then spun to evade the slashes of the others, kicked off the ground to leap into the air, and drove his foot into another's chest. The force was enough to shatter granite. The gang member could not withstand it, his body flying backward unconscious. Twirling the military knife in his hand, Chen Long brought it down in a vertical slash toward another opponent. The man, already trembling from Chen Long's ferocious aura, stumbled backward, too terrified to even raise a defense. Mao Tu produced a butterfly knife, her hands a blur as she executed a rapid succession of moves: horizontal slashes, straight thrusts, diagonal jabs. In moments, the 2 gang members before her were left with not a single patch of unscathed flesh, a gruesome sight. O'Neill, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine and murmured, "Is this the legendary Kung Fu?" Footsteps echoed. The commotion drew the attention of the other 18th Street gang members inside the bar, who rushed toward the scene. Wei Yong heard the noise and led Cho Nyo and the others out of the private room, followed by the sounds of brutal screams and heavy objects crashing to the ground. Shen Hao's battle-axe leg technique was even more destructive than a blade. Those struck by his kicks suffered at least comminuted fractures, and in severe cases instant death. 5 minutes later, the four of them walked calmly back into the private room. Silence fell once more, leaving only Hunter and the few 18th Street gang members sitting on the sofa, their faces etched with terror. "This can't be real. This is the kind of kung fu you only see in movies." Hunter muttered, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. "Mr. Hunter, will you come with us now?" Chen Long approached, pressing the bloodstained blade against Hunter's neck. "Don't be hasty. They'll go with you." Hunter, thoroughly frightened, agreed immediately. The other core members nodded, frantically afraid that a moment's delay would see them meet the same fate as those around them. Chen Long turned to O'Neill. "They'll leave this to you." O'Neill replied, "Leave it to me." He then watched as Chen Long escorted Hunter and the others out of the private room and out of sight. The bodyguards behind him let out a long breath. The violence they had just witnessed was so brutal that even these professionally trained men felt their own combat prowess paled in comparison. "All right, stop gawking. Have the nearby crew come clean up. Keep it discreet. The police station is nearby." "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, Chen Long and his 5 companions had already forced Hunter and his 3 men into a car, heading toward the shore of San Pedro Harbor. Inside the car, Hunter's voice trembled with fear. "You want me to help you deal with the Kelly family, don't you?" "If you let me go, I can help you." Chen Long asked. "What's the combination to your safe, eh?" Hunter's face paled. "What safe? I don't know what you're talking about." Chen Long drove his fist into Hunter's abdomen with such force that his face turned crimson and veins bulged. "I'll ask you one more time, what's the combination to the office safe?" 4456681, Hunter gasped. On the other side, Chen An received the message and approached the safe, entering the code 456681. With a click, the safe door swung open, revealing its contents. Chen An's eyes lit up. What an unexpected find. Inside the safe lay several stacks of US dollars, roughly 60,000 in total. In addition, there were a few pieces of jewelry along with a luxury mechanical watch and a gold ring. Together, they must be worth at least $100,000. Adding the $300,000 O'Neill had promised, this operation netted nearly $400,000. No wonder he's a gang boss. Just the cash and jewelry alone amount to $100,000. How much is in the bank accounts? He continued to monitor Chen Long and the others. By now, they had taken Hunter to a warehouse near the docks, one of many such structures scattered across the area. Chen Long roughly dragged Hunter out of the car, forced him to his knees, and aimed a gun at him. Meanwhile, Shun Ho began searching the men, retrieving several bank cards. "Now give me the pins for all the cards," Chen Long demanded. Hunter pleaded, "There isn't much money on the cards, gentlemen. Everything valuable is in the safe. I can take you there. Let's talk." Chen Long kicked Hunter in the back, sending him sprawling face first. Shen Ho yanked him back up. With their hands bound, they were powerless to resist. "They'll tell you, but only if you let me go afterward." Chen Long replied, "That can be considered. It seems you have no intention of releasing us, so I won't say a word." Suddenly, Hunter put on a defiant front. Seeing this, Wei Yong stepped forward slowly. Hunter looked at the elderly man and for some reason swallowed hard. Then to his horror, he saw several silver needles glinting coldly in Wei Yang's hand. Chen An had already equipped Wei Yong with the interrogation expertise attribute. Wei Yong seized Hunter's right hand and slowly inserted a needle under his fingernail. The excruciating pain made Hunter scream, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "You still have 9 fingers and 10 toes. If you don't talk, you'll continue." Wei Yang's voice echoed like a demon's, fraying Hunter's nerves. The other 3, witnessing the scene, broke down. "They'll talk. They'll talk." They quickly divulged the pins for their bank cards. Chen An then instructed Chonyo to go to a nearby ATM to withdraw money, while Wei Yong continued his interrogation of Hunter, curious to see how long he could hold out. There were plenty more methods waiting for him. Finally, Hunter, upon reaching the 4th finger, could no longer endure and divulged the password to his bank card. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong ceased his actions. Chen Long inquired once more, "Speak. Tell me the secrets you know of the Carey family. If they are of great import, I might consider sparing your lives." "Really?" A glint of light flashed in Hunter's eyes. "Really?" After hearing this, Hunter began to speak. "My standing in the Carey family is not high. I was merely the gang leader of the 18th Street they propped up. I am not privy to their confidential matters. But I do know that in 3 days a smuggling cargo ship belonging to the Carey family will dock at Darrell Pier. Apart from the core family members, no one else knows this." "Then how do you know?" Chen Long said. Well, I overheard it when a core member let it slip while we were drinking. Chen Long nodded. This piece of information is somewhat acceptable. What is being smuggled on that cargo ship? Hunter said, various luxury counterfeits, Hermes, Chanel watches, clothing. In short, things like that. Even the core members might not know the locations for smuggling items like drugs. Upon hearing this at home, Chen An's eyes lit up. This was a fine opportunity. If he could seize the goods and sell them, it would be a considerable sum. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. He then had Chen Long inquire about the exact time and location. At what time in 3 days, and at which specific spot at Darrell Pier? Hunter looked steadily at Chen Long. If I tell you, you must release me. Chen Long smiled. I promise to release you on my life. Hearing this, Hunter trusted him somewhat, and said, at 11 p.m. 3 days from now, the Carey family will be waiting at Pier 6 of Darrell Pier. They will then unload the goods and transport them away separately. Chen Long nodded, and then looked at Hunter. You're not lying to me, are you? No, I swear, every word is true. How can I trust you? Upon hearing this, Hunter thought for a moment, and then said, I sold this information to an intelligence broker. They confirmed it's genuine. You can check on the Heavenly Intelligence website. What is that? Chen Long asked. The Heavenly Intelligence Network. No one knows who created it. It sells all kinds of intelligence, from what your family did a few days ago to top-secret national operations. It's the largest intelligence website in Europe and the Middle East. The Heavenly Intelligence Network. No one knows who created it. It sells all kinds of intelligence, from what your family did a few days ago to top-secret national operations. It's the largest intelligence website in Europe and the Middle East. Hearing this information, Chen An was slightly startled. He hadn't imagined such a website existed in the world. It was essentially a vast repository of information. A fine asset indeed. You're quite the talent selling out your own people's secrets like that, Chen Long said. I was too broke. Besides, they'll never know it was me. Hunter gave a dry laugh. Well, it seems you haven't deceived me, Chen Long said, turning to look at Chon Yo, who had returned with the money. How much? $30,000. So little. Chen An found this hard to believe, suspecting that Hunter and his men had other accounts with more money. Why so little? Are you hiding some? Chen Long demanded coldly of Hunter. No, this is all that's left. As you can see, we're very poor. The Carey family takes the lion's share. That's why I had to sell intelligence. Seeing that Hunter didn't seem to be lying, Chen An was slightly disappointed. He had expected at least $500,000 or $600,000. This was far below expectations. Now Hunter and his men were of no further use. Let's go, Chen Long said, walking towards the car with Mao Tu and the others. Hey, didn't you say you'd let us go? Hey, didn't you say you'd let us go? Hunter sensed something was wrong. Chen Long turned his head. That's right, I said I wouldn't kill you. I never said I'd let you go. Hunter was stunned. What do you mean? You won't kill us, but you won't free us either. You'll find out soon enough. Then the group got into the cars. The headlights illuminated the darkness as the two vehicles slowly drove away, leaving Hunter and his men struggling violently behind. Fuck, come back. Chen Long and his men had tied them securely. Unable to move an inch, they could only roar incessantly, hoping someone would come to rescue them. Time passed. 10 minutes later. A figure appeared furtively at the scene, but Hunter Sharpie spotted him and shouted loudly, Hey, brother, come over and help us. Hearing the sudden shout, Brooks' body trembled. He followed the direction of the voice, and his pupils contracted. He recognized these 4 men. They were from the 18th Street gang, and one of them was his younger brother's boss, Cormier. Ring, ring. The phone in Brooks' pocket rang. He quickly answered it. Chen An's voice came through. You see them, don't you? These are all core members of the 18th Street gang. Didn't you want to avenge your brother? There's a gun on the ground to your left. What you do next is up to you. Then the call ended. Brooks' gaze shifted, and he saw the Glock 17 pistol on the ground. He slowly walked over and picked it up. Hey, come untie us, and he'll give you money, $10,000, Hunter shouted loudly. By now Brooke had approached. His steps were trembling, a testament to his intense nervousness. He looked at Cormier and spoke. Why did you send my brother Bruce to his death, eh? Cormier frowned. What are you talking about? I don't know you. Untie us now, or watch out for your family. We're the 18th Street gang. Hearing this, Brooke was filled with rage. His brother had smuggled drugs for this man, and in the end Cormier didn't even remember his name. He was just an insignificant person. Hunter clearly sensed something was wrong. His tone softened immediately. Brother, I know your brother. He was a pride of the 18th Street gang. I grieve for his death. Untie me, and he'll pay you. How about $100,000? Though he had no money now, the priority was to get them to untie the ropes. After that, he could do whatever he pleased. Chen Long and his men were already gone. This black man was no match for them. But he's dead. You killed him. I want revenge for my brother. Brooke was now fully enraged by their indifferent attitude. Shit. Who the hell is Bruce? We don't know him. You're crazy. Hunter was on the verge of losing his mind. First one madman, then another. Why did they all come for him? Bang! Brooke pulled the trigger with trembling hands. Cormier was hit, but the shot went wide and wasn't fatal. He began to plead frantically. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have caused your brother's death. I can apologize, I can pay compensation. Brooke didn't believe a word. He pulled the trigger again. This time Cormier was shot in the head and fell to the ground motionless. The remaining 3 Hunter included turned pale with terror. Wait, brother. Bang, bang, bang. Brooke didn't hesitate. He fired, killing Hunter and the other 2. He knew this was his only chance. Chen An and his men, who had been watching from the shadows, reported the situation to Chen An. Chen An received the message from Chen An and smiled faintly. Brooke had not let him down after all. If the other party dared not pull the trigger, he would have looked down on him and would no longer entrust him with important tasks. After all, a man who could not harden his heart was not fit to follow him. Just then his phone rang. Glancing at it, he saw it was Brooke calling. He answered and Brooke's trembling voice came through. I shot them. What should I do? Chen An replied calmly, do nothing. Put down the gun, go home, take a hot shower, and get some sleep. Tomorrow is a new day. The rest will be handled. Okay. Hearing this, Chen An hung up, then picked up the phones of Hunter and his men and headed to Hank's room. After hanging up, Brooke put down the gun and quickly left, a certain shackle in his heart finally broken. After Brooke departed, Chen An and his team reappeared to clean up the scene. Meanwhile, Chen An arrived at Hank's room and placed several phones on the table. Hank, check these phones for any important information and let me know what you find. Sure thing, boss. Hank nodded. Chen An then returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. Just then Anton and the others returned, handing over the day's earnings. Sir, we made $50,000 today. We also ambushed several members of the Carey family, all successful. One of them was even on the bounty list. Chen An nodded and took the money. The dock business was growing rapidly. In a few days, daily revenue would reach $100,000. This was a stable long-term income supplemented by the occasional earnings from Chen Long's team. With 2 high-profit ventures, he was essentially free from financial worries. His sister was being discharged from the hospital tomorrow, so it was time to move to a new place and buy a car. The pickup truck was getting too shabby. Just then Hank hurried over. Boss, I checked those phones you gave me. The important info is all here. With that, Hank handed him a tablet. He took it and browsed through the information, frowning slightly. Only 2 pieces of data were truly useful. One was the record of Hunter selling information to the Heavenly Intelligence Network, proving he hadn't lied. The other was the chat log with Jess. Without a doubt, the 18th Street gang's disruption at the Andre Dock area was Jess doing. Jess? Very well, Chen An murmured. Since the other had already made a move against him, he would show no mercy. Hank, can you find Jess' address? Chen An asked. Hank nodded. Yes. Good. Find it as soon as possible. I have a use for it. All right. By the way, do you know about the Heavenly Intelligence Network website? Chen An suddenly asked again. Hank looked puzzled and shook his head. No, boss. That's fine. Hey, erase the URL. See if you can log in. Chen An wrote down the website Hunter had mentioned and handed it to Hank. Hank took it and headed to his room. After Hank left, Chen An turned and led Anton inside, where a large number of guns and bullets lay on the floor. He had no use for so many, and some were so old they might jam at any moment. It would be better to sell them as scrap metal. Fortunately, these old firearms could be sold to Black Wolf. He would likely take them. As for Hunter's jewelry and gold ornaments, he needed to find a sales channel. He would ask Carl and the others later. Just then Chen Long sent another message. They had returned to O'Neill's side and $300,000 had been deposited onto a card. The next second, a bank card appeared in Chen An's hand, holding exactly $300,000. This O'Neill is much richer than Hunter. The more he thought about it, the more he felt O'Neill had a sharp mind. Keeping him around might yield pleasant surprises. Killing him would serve no purpose. By midnight, Hank came again. Boss, I found Jess' address. It's in a middle-class community in the South District. All the details are here. Chen An glanced at it and transmitted the information to Chen Long and his 5 teammates, instructing them to act at night. They received the order and prepared silently. Oh, boss. About the Heavenly Intelligence Network you mentioned earlier, I accessed it using the URL you gave me, but it requires an internal referral. Luckily, I logged in using Hunter's account. It's an intelligence trading website. Take a look. Hank swiped the tablet and entered the Heavenly Intelligence Network. Chen An browsed with interest. The site was filled with all kinds of intelligence, and one item caught his attention. Israeli Air Force Base deployment map. What drew him wasn't the intelligence itself, but its price, a staggering $10 billion. Damn, that was expensive. Moreover, it showed that 2 copies had already been sold. He wondered who the buyers were. Probably only nations and super-rich magnates could afford such a sum. However, Chen An noticed that this type of intelligence required a level 5 user to purchase, and Hunter was still at level 0. There was no point even thinking about it. After a quick scan, he realized that the information he wanted was either unaffordable or useless to him for now. He handed the tablet back to Hank and dismissed the others. He lay down on the bed and gradually drifted into sleep. By 3 in the morning. At the Morning Light Valley community, Chen Long, Cho Nyo, and Mao Tu arrived wearing masks. They soon stopped in front of Jess' residence. It was a standard 2-story villa with a small attic, a yard, and a garage. The three easily leaped over the fence and approached the front door. Chen Long placed his hand on the doorknob and twisted with force. Crack! The doorknob broke like a toy. He pushed the door open gently, and the three walked in calmly. Mao Tu used sonic positioning to scan the entire house, quickly locating Jess. He was lying in bed, lost in a pleasant dream. With a clear target, the three moved softly, ascending the stairs toward Jess' room on the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Mao Tu raised a hand to signal them to stop. Her sonic positioning detected that Jess had moved his arm. He might have been alerted. They drew their Glock 19s from their waistbands and advanced again. Soon they were near the door. Inside, Jess was already awake, a pistol in hand, aimed at the door, while his other hand reached for his phone on the nightstand. Cho Nyo used his climbing trait to position himself above the door, then kicked it with full force. With a loud crash, the door collapsed. Bang! 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 The fierce gunfire echoed indoors as bullets whizzed past Chen Long and the other two, striking the wall not far away and sending up a faint cloud of dust. Chen Long and his companions had already taken cover behind the nearest obstacles, dodging the incoming fire. As the magazine of Jess' pistol ran dry, seizing the opportunity, Mao Tu raised her gun, leaned out, and pulled the trigger. A bullet flew with precision, striking Jess' gun-wielding hand. Out! The searing pain caused the pistol to fall from his grasp. Cho Nyo dropped from the doorframe, swiftly charging into the room. With a clean kick, he sent Jess tumbling off the bed, then aimed his gun at the man's head. Don't move. Jess froze in place, fear rising in his heart. Who are you? Why did you break into my home for no reason? If you want money, I can give it to you. Chen Long and Mao Tu approached. The boss said not to kill him, just cripple him. That's worse than death. Chen Long spoke calmly. His words sent a chill down Jess' spine. Who were these people? Without even stating terms, they were intent on ruining him. Wait. Before Jess could finish, Mao Tu raised her gun and fired at his limbs. The bullets struck the crucial joints with unerring accuracy, ensuring that even if treated, he would be paralyzed from the limbs down. No. Why are you doing this? Jess felt the agony radiating from his extremities and numbness creeping into his chest as his limbs gradually lost all sensation. Let's go. With such loud gunfire, the police will be here soon. Chen Long didn't linger, leading Mao Tu and Cho Nyo as they swiftly departed. Sometime after they left, the neighbors, roused by the gunshots, gathered outside Jess' residence. The patrolling police soon arrived, their expressions grim upon hearing the report. They entered the house with guns drawn. They quickly discovered Jess lying unconscious on the floor, immediately called for an ambulance and requested backup. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chen An awoke from his bed, received the report from Chen Long and his team, and dismissed it, speaking to the system. System, deploy today's 9 loyal warriors. Ding. Deployment complete. They are on their way. He glanced at the number of loyal warriors, which had nearly reached 100, on the verge of breaking into 3 digits. He then instructed Anton to send the loyal warriors to the docks, while he himself got into the car and headed towards Sacred Heart Hospital. A few minutes later, Chen An stepped into the hospital room, finding Chen An already changed out of her hospital gown into casual clothes, her complexion much improved. Brother, you're here. Chen An smiled. Come on, I'm taking you home. Carl then entered the room from outside. Seeing Chen An, he quickly said, Boss, the medical fees are paid. She can be discharged. It came to $10,000. Chen An's eyes widened. That expensive? It's only been 3 or 4 days. He knew hospital costs here were high, but this far exceeded his expectations. No choice about it. Sister Chen An doesn't have medical insurance, so it's bound to be this pricey. Carl shrugged, indicating there was no way around it. Hearing this, Chen An dropped the matter, though he silently vowed that this hospital had better not cross him. He then led Chen An out of the room and into the open air. Chen An took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air, free from the stench of blood and the smell of disinfectant. It was a long-missed feeling. Carl, do you know where we can rent a decent house in a good community? I'm planning to move us there. Carl thought for a moment. I do know someone. She used to work as a real estate agent. She's my ex-girlfriend, though I'm not sure if she's still in that line of work. Chen An was taken aback. Another ex? Just how many ex-girlfriends do you have? Carl chuckled. Just a few. I was quite lively when I was younger, went to a lot of parties and dated quite a bit. Brother, you should learn from Carl. You've never even had a girlfriend, have you? Chen An interjected. Carl looked astonished. No way, boss. With your charisma, you've never had a girlfriend. Chen An, if you don't know what to say, just keep quiet. It's not that I haven't found the right one, and I don't have any plans for now. Chen An defended himself. He'll stop. Chen An covered her mouth. Carl, give her a call. If she's still in the business, we'll go with her. Carl nodded. No problem. He then took out his phone and dialed. After a while, the call was answered. Hey. Carl, you're still alive. I thought this was a scam call. Carl's face stiffened, but he forced a smile. Tiana, how have you been? Busy or not, I've got work to do. Chen An listened in speechless disbelief. Just how much of a player was Carl in the past? Every call to an ex started with asking if she was dead. Hey, don't hang up. Are you still working as an agent? Yeah, what else would I do to make a living, came the reply. Just say what you want. Don't waste my time. Carl said, I've got a deal here. Someone wants to rent a community house, and I thought of you. Interested in meeting? There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice returned. Fine, come over. You know where I work. You'd better not be messing with me. The call ended. Carl smiled at Chen An. Boss, it's settled. Let's get in the car and go see her. This Tiana seems to hold quite a grudge against you. Chen An wore a faint smile. I'll let her be bitter. I was the one who wronged her first. Carl said nonchalantly, then took the driver's seat. Chen An and the others got into the car, and they set off toward their destination. Inside the Carrie Weddle estate, the core members gathered once again. Many had heavy dark circles under their eyes. Even within the heavily guarded estate, they could not escape the nightly fear and nightmares. Boss, a few more Carrie family members died yesterday. Haven't the police found anyone yet? Carrie Triff was livid. When had the Carrie family ever been so humiliated? Carrie Weddle frowned deeply, tossing a file onto the table. This is what we've found so far. Based on the investigation, Chen An, Hillary, and Fondi Reed are the three prime suspects. Hearing this, everyone picked up the documents to examine. The information clearly laid out the suspects' motives and connections. Especially this Chen An. As you know, the police rescued someone from the basement at Carrie's place. That person is Chen An. And she has a brother named Chen An who arrived in some time ago. He filed multiple reports with the police, but then suddenly stopped. That makes him highly suspicious. As the crowd listened, their gazes inevitably fell upon the photograph of Chen An before them. Carrie Trafe said, Boss, she doesn't seem to have any background. It's unlikely she could have caused such a massive incident. Just the firearms alone are beyond what an ordinary person could afford, let alone enemies so well-trained. He deemed this possibility unlikely. Carrie Weddle shook his head, holding a differing view. Hiruk and Fondi Reed. One is the scion of the Fondi family, the other the son of the deputy police chief. If they wanted to go after Crick, they wouldn't resort to such methods. The only likely candidates are this Chen An and her brother Chen, and though other possibilities cannot be ruled out. Hearing Carrie Weddle's analysis, the others found it reasonable. Cridwin even spoke up, a rare occurrence. Dad, who cares if it's them or not? Just bring them in for questioning. They're both insignificant nobodies. Even if they disappear in Los Angeles, no one would notice. Carrie Trafe nodded. I agree with the third young master's suggestion. We'll know the truth once we capture and interrogate them. All right, it's settled. Dispatch members of the Carrie family now to locate these two. You can check with the police station to find out which hospital they're in. The group nodded and began deploying their subordinates to scour for Chen An and his sister. Meanwhile, Chen An and his party had arrived at a real estate sales office in downtown Los Angeles, where they parked and got out together. Boss, this should be the place. It's just as I remembered. With that, Carl led them toward the sales office. At the entrance, they immediately noticed a black woman standing about 1.7 meters tall, clad in a tailored suit. Tiana, you're still as sexy as ever after all these years. Carl stepped forward, greeting her with a smile. Tiana rolled her eyes dramatically and said, Carl, you've aged. Spit it out. What business have you brought me? Carl gestured toward Chen An and said, This is Mark Ma, my friend, and also my boss. He wants to rent a few suitable community houses. What do you think? Tiana's eyes lit up at this. Community houses weren't something just anyone could afford. The minimum rent was $1,500 a month. She never expected that after not seeing Carl for years he'd bring her such a lucrative deal. Carl, you're not that old after all. You're still handsome. Carl smiled faintly. You're still as pragmatic as ever. All right, talk to my friend. Tiana turned her attention to Chen An. Sir, do you have any specific requirements for the environment and size of the house? Chen An appeared thoughtful before replying. The space needs to be reasonably large, at least 2 stories. It must also have a backyard, a garage, and sufficient privacy. Hearing Chen An's conditions, Tiana's eyes gleamed. Undoubtedly meeting these requirements would command a high rent, and in turn her commission would be substantial. Mr. And these conditions are easy to fulfill. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Chen An shook his head. Not for now. I'll let you know if anything comes up. All right. Tiana nodded and continued. What's your expected budget for the rent? That's not a concern. I don't consider cost, but I need to move in as soon as possible, preferably immediately. Tiana couldn't hide her smile. She hadn't expected Carl to introduce her to such a wealthy client. Mr. And please follow me. As she walked toward the interior of the sales office, she passed by Carl and playfully patted his backside, shooting him a flirtatious glance. Soon they entered a lounge. Tiana handed a tablet to Chen An. Mr. And please take a look. These are all the community houses we currently have for rent, and they all meet your requirements. Chen An took it and began browsing. Tiana turned to Chen An and Emily. What would you like to drink? A glass of warm water, Chen An said. Chen An also asked for warm water, while Emily declined. Tiana, get me a Coke, ice cold. Carl didn't stand on ceremony. All right, please wait a moment. Thanks to Carl for bringing in a big client, Tiana's demeanor had softened considerably. By the time Tiana returned with the drinks, Chen An had already selected a community house and spoke slowly. The Ralph community looks excellent to me. I plan to rent several units there. Are there any adjacent houses also available for rent? Tiana nodded eagerly. Yes, Mr. An. The houses in Ralph community are indeed good, but the high rent means few are leased out. The privacy is relatively high and security and sanitation are professionally managed. How many units would you like to rent? In response, Chen An calmly replied, 3. Tiana said, we certainly have those, and they perfectly match your requirements. Each has an independent garage and backyard, ample space, and even a third floor. The facilities are mostly brand new. But the rent might be a bit steep, 4,500 a month per unit. For 3, that's 13,500 a month. Can you accept that? Chen An replied, no problem, I can accept it as long as the houses are good enough. Tiana said, then let's go see the houses now. If you're satisfied, we'll settle it. All right. The group then left the sales office once more. Tiana drove the company car ahead, leading the way toward Ralph community. In the car, Chen An looked curious. Brother, over 1300 a month. That's nearly 100 RMB back home. Isn't that too extravagant? Chen An remained composed. Not at all. Your brother's got a bit of money now, so of course we should live well. Back home we were stuck in small studios. With the means, we ought to upgrade our lifestyle. Moreover, his choice of Ralph community was strategic. It was close to the South District and also the shortest distance to San Pedro Port. 14 minutes later, they smoothly entered Ralph community. Rows of detached villas lined the streets, the ground was clean, and the air was fresh, a stark contrast to the South District. This made Chen An appreciate the allure of money even more. This was merely a mid-tier community, high-end communities, estates, and even the opulent Beverly Hills were beyond imagination. The pickup truck pulled up smoothly in front of a villa. Everyone got out and immediately saw a modest front yard with a cobblestone path in the middle, flanked by neatly trimmed lawns adorned with vibrant greenery. To the right of the house was a garage spacious enough for 2 cars. Mr. And this is it. What do you think? Chen An nodded. The first impression is good. Let's see how it is inside. Upon hearing this, Tiana smiled. Please follow me inside. I assure you you'll be satisfied. In the Ralph community, aside from the price, everything else is among the best of mid-tier communities. With that, Tiana walked to the door, took out the key, and opened it. Mr. And if you move in later, we can install a smart lock free of charge. For now, it's not installed yet. She then led Chen An and the others inside. The first thing that caught their eye was a spacious foyer, its floor covered in a plush carpet, with shoe racks on both sides, seamlessly connected to the living room. They stepped into the living area where sunlight streamed in through the windows, bathing the entire room in a warm, soft light. A light gray L-shaped sofa complemented an aged walnut coffee table, and opposite them a brick fireplace was embedded into the wall, its black iron railing exquisitely crafted and vintage. On the mantelpiece rested several oil paintings and a blue and white porcelain vase, adding a touch of color to the space. Adjacent to the living room was an open-plan kitchen. Pristine white custom cabinets paired with quartz countertops, a built-in double-door refrigerator, a dishwasher, an oven, and a microwave, all fully equipped for immediate occupancy. Chen An took it all in from top to bottom, finally understanding what true living meant. The environment here was incomparably better than the graffiti building by hundreds of times. Mr. My favorite part of this house is the backyard. Please follow me, Tiana said with a smile. She led Chen An and the other 3 to the door leading to the backyard. Upon stepping out, they were greeted by a neatly manicured lawn, its edges crisply defined by dark pebbles. A set of rattan outdoor sofas and a swing were arranged there, perfect for relaxation. Sitting here in the afternoon with a cup of tea and a book would be incredibly pleasant. On the other side stood a barbecue grill, ideal for casual cookouts and parties. Mr. And are you satisfied? Tiana asked nervously. Chen An nodded. I'm very satisfied. What about you, sis? Chen An nodded repeatedly. Satisfied, extremely satisfied. I've never lived in such a nice house. It's exactly like the house of my dreams. What about you, Carl? Carl said, I'm fine with anything. I've even lived in a basement, so any place is fine. Hearing this, Chen An turned to Tiana. Let's sign the contract then. Can we move in immediately? Tiana's face lit up with joy. Yes, Mr. An. Once the contract is signed and the deposit and rent are paid, you will have the right to occupy these 3 houses. No one can prevent you. Shall I prepare the contract now? Seeing Chen An nod, Tiana hurriedly walked toward her car to retrieve the contract. Chen An continued to explore the place. Boss, are we moving here? What about the graffiti building? Carl asked. Don't worry about that. They'll have someone watch over it, Chen An replied. After all, not all his loyal followers could fit into 3 houses. At most 10 could stay to protect him, while the rest would remain at the graffiti building. Now that the housing issue was settled, he wouldn't need to think about it for a long time. Next was the car. He just didn't know what kind of car to buy, and he also needed to get a driver's license. In America, a driver's license often served as a walking ID, as there was no national ID card. People primarily used licenses or green cards for identification. Before long, Tiana returned with a contract in hand. Mr. And is a 1-year lease term acceptable? No problem, Chen An said. As for the other matters, you can discuss them with my sister. She's more knowledgeable about these things. Chen An, upon hearing this, came over, picked up the contract from the table, and began to review it. She then asked Tiana about certain issues and details in the contract, displaying a professionalism that impressed Chen An. Tiana was also surprised that this Chinese lady was so well-versed in American law. Fortunately, she hadn't tampered with the contract, or she might have lost such a valuable client. Bro, there's basically no problem. Just pay 1 month's deposit and 1 month's rent, Chen An said. All right, let's sign the contract. Soon they smoothly signed the contract and paid the deposit and rent, totaling $27,000. It was a staggering amount, but fortunately his current situation allowed it, as the dock alone earned more than that in a day. Mr. And I wish you a pleasant stay. If anything comes up, feel free to call me. Hey, race my business card, and here are the keys to the 3 houses, Tiana said, handing over the items. She then approached Carl, gave a charming smile, and said, Carl, remember to call me. They'll buy you a drink. Carl's eyes lit up. Sure, Tiana. Afterwards, they went to the living room sofa area. Carl, come with me to the graffiti building to move our stuff, Chen An said. Okay, boss. Sis, you and Emily stay home. We'll be back. Then Chen An and Carl walked out, got into the car, and drove toward the graffiti building. Soon the pickup truck came to a steady stop in front of the graffiti building. The two got out and headed inside. On the 5th floor, they ran into Cameron. Boss. Cameron, what are you doing here? Is something wrong? Chen An asked. Nothing much. I just noticed you haven't been around much lately, and wanted to ask if something was up. We could help. Chen An smiled. It's nothing. I've been at the hospital taking care of my sister these past few days. By the way, Carl and I are moving out soon. He'll leave this room for you. Huh. Boss, you're moving. Who do we give the money to? Are you abandoning us? Cameron asked in surprise. Not at all. The others will stay here. You can hand the money over to them. If anything comes up, you can tell them, and they'll let me know. I see. Cameron nodded. They'll get back to work then. Go ahead. By the way, there are basically no restrictions in the South District anymore. You can go anywhere to collect scrap or do small business. Keep expanding. I'm leaving that task to you. Okay, boss. Cameron smiled. The two then returned to the room. He asked Carl to go get Hank while he sat on the sofa ready to do a 10 pull on the premium lottery. The reason he rented instead of buying was precisely this. Money had to be spent where it mattered. He said to the system in his mind, system, recharge $100,000 and do a 10 pull. Ding. Please confirm the recharge. Recharge. As Chen An silently commanded, 10 blind boxes appeared before him. He opened them all at once, and the first one glowed with purple light. A purple trait had appeared again. Following that, 3 blue lights appeared, and Chen An began to examine them one by one. Breath holding like a turtle, once embedded, you will possess an extraordinary ability to hold your breath, allowing you to stay submerged for much longer. Like a fish in water, once embedded, you will gain swimming skills rivaling a champion, truly becoming like a fish in water, a fearsome aquatic predator. Gazing at these 2 blue attributes, his eyes lit up. These 2 attributes were perfectly suited for underwater combat. In just 2 days, he would be seizing the smuggling vessel of the Carey family, and with these traits, the task would be twice as effective with half the effort. He then turned his attention to the remaining attribute. Medical expert, once embedded, you will master highly professional medical knowledge and techniques, effectively minimizing the risk of secondary damage to wounds. Not bad, Chen An murmured, then looked at the final purple attribute. What would it be this time? Phantom, once embedded, no matter what action you take, you will not make a sound. You will be a phantom walking in the dark, utterly silent. This attribute was unbeatable for assassination, absolute silence regardless of movement. It was essentially an upgraded version of stealth. With this attribute, the dead soldier's capabilities would be elevated once more. If he had possessed it earlier, he would never have been discovered while dealing with Jess. Chen An immediately embedded the phantom attribute, and tried to shout loudly, yet not a single sound escaped his lips. He then drew his Desert Eagle pistol from his bosom and pulled the trigger, aiming at the wall not far away. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Witnessing this, Chen An understood the limitation of this attribute. While his own actions produced no sounds generated through a medium remained completely unaffected. Still, if even gunfire could be silenced, that would be true invincibility. Such an effect would likely require a golden or higher tier attribute to master. Boss, what happened? Carl and Hank hurried over, their expressions tense, clearly alarmed by the gunshot. Nothing, just testing the gun, Chen An said, then turned to Hank. Hank, we're moving. Pack everything up. Hank nodded. Got it, boss. Before arriving, Carl had already filled him in. He couldn't believe how fast the boss had made money, leaping from a street vagrant to a middle-class resident in a community. It was simply unimaginable. The group then worked together to load the basic belongings onto the back of the pickup truck. There wasn't much, mostly Hank's computer, since they had only moved into the graffiti tower about 10 days ago. Carl, you and Hank go ahead. I need to take care of the rest, Chen An said. Sure thing, boss, Carl replied before driving off toward Ralph community. He returned to the room alone, entering the bedroom to see the pile of firearms and ammunition on the floor. He needed to dispose of them quickly. So he pulled out his phone and called Black Wolf. And why are you calling me at this hour? Out of bullets again? Chen An chuckled. Not exactly. I've got some guns here. Do you want them? There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice returned. And what do you mean? I'm an arms dealer. Why would I be short of guns? And why are you selling me your equipment again? The price is very cheap. They're just pistols and AK-47s seized from the Carey family. I have no use for them, and I thought of you. Don't you need to restock your inventory as an arms dealer? Do you want them or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Hearing this, Black Wolf replied, and you make a good point. These guns may be worn, but they can still be sold to those poor countries in the Middle East. It's still some cash. Come to my place. A smile spread across his face. All right, I'll send someone over. I won't come myself. I also want to buy some bullets and grenades from you. Fine. Chen An received the confirmation and hung up. He then called Anton back from the docks, instructing him to handle the transaction with Black Wolf. At noon, Anton arrived at the van parked outside the graffiti tower, started the engine, and drove slowly toward the outskirts of Los Angeles. He passed through the checkpoint smoothly and left the city. Upon receiving this news, Chen An waved his hand and had all the useless firearms and ammunition loaded into the van. With that done, he strode out of the graffiti tower and hailed a taxi to Ralph Community. South District Police Station. Ada was processing documents. Recent cases spread across the desk: the Hoxton Hotel, the Jelly apartment, and the detailed list of deceased Carey family members. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door opened, and an officer stepped inside. Grove, what is it? Grove said. Officer Ada, just now a suspicious person was loitering at the station entrance. I brought him in. He's been identified as a member of the Carey family and is now in the interrogation room. Would you like to see him? Ada's expression shifted. Take me there. He had been troubled by the Carey family case and was unwilling to let any opportunity slip. Soon they arrived at the interrogation room. A man sat in the chair looking nervous. Seeing more people enter, he quickly spoke up. Officers, what is this about? I was just strolling near the station. Why am I being detained? Ada sat down in the interrogation chair and said calmly, because you're a member of the Carey family and surveillance footage shows you weren't just taking a casual stroll. He displayed the footage, which showed the man skulking near the station, glancing furtively at the building, obviously keeping watch. Bob Carey family member, 3 criminal records, the most recent 3 months ago. Am I right? Tell me, what were you doing lurking around the station? Ada asked. Officer, is it a crime to stroll near the station? I didn't do anything, Bob said nonchalantly. Is that so? But you robbed a jewelry store a while back. Since you've walked right into our hands, it saves us the trouble, Ada said, glancing at the documents in his hand. Bob's face changed. How do you know? He had been so careful with that job. No one escapes our investigation. Now tell me your purpose near the station. If you cooperate, it might lighten your sentence. Bob, realizing he wouldn't be leaving the station, said, It's nothing important. I was just told to keep an eye out for a man named Chen An. Chen An. Ada's expression shifted. Why are you looking for Chen An? Bob shook his head. I don't know. We were just told to find Chen An and Chen Wan. That's all they said. Ada fell into thought. Why was the Carey family suddenly searching for Chen An? Could the mastermind behind the attack on the Carey family be Chen An? Impossible. He had no opportunity to commit the crime. When he rescued Chen Wan from Creole, he had suspected Chen An, and he had observed him secretly for a long time since. There was nothing suspicious. Most of the time, the timelines simply didn't align. Grove, how is Chen Wan doing lately? Ada inquired. Grove replied, Nothing much, she's being discharged from the hospital today. Where did she go? Grove shook his head. I didn't pay attention. You said we didn't need to watch her anymore. All right, I understand. Ada's thoughts were in turmoil. Was Chen An truly the mastermind behind the scenes? And why had the Carey family suddenly sought him out? Lock him up for now, Ada said to Bob, then stepped out of the interrogation room. She needed to question Chen An again. Even if he wasn't the mastermind, she needed to know why the Carey family had started looking for him. Ralph community. Chen An returned home. Chen Wan was sitting on the sofa with Emily standing beside her. Sis, where are Carl and the others? Hearing his question, Chen Wan looked over. Bro, they went to the house next door at No. 8. Chen An nodded. I see. The allocation of the 3 houses was essentially complete. He, Chen Wan, and Emily lived together. Carl, Hank, Anton, and 3 loyal subordinates lived at No. 8, while another 6 loyal subordinates moved into No. 6. It was neither cramped nor understaffed. Before long, Carl entered the living room. Boss, you're back. Chen An nodded, then continued. By the way, I'm planning to buy a car. Any recommendations? Carl pondered for a moment before replying. Boss, what's your budget and requirements? Chen An said, no specific requirements. Just needs to be reliable. Price isn't an issue, the pickup truck is too worn out, and its performance is lacking. Upon hearing this, Carl suggested a few models. The Honda Civic, Ford F-150XL, and Toyota Tacoma are all excellent choices with great value for money priced around $30,000 to $40,000. I'd recommend the Toyota Tacoma. It's the best long-term value, great for off-roading daily use, and extremely durable. Chen An nodded approvingly. Sounds great. I'll take it. I'm planning to buy 2. Carl will leave the car purchase to you. Sure, Carl agreed. Just then, Emily returned with takeout. It was still quite inconvenient in America. Food delivery apps had very limited options, so one still had to go out and buy things in person. After dinner, Chen Wan and Emily went to the mall to buy household items. Carl went to get the car, and Chen An was left alone at home. Just then his phone rang. He picked it up, frowned, and muttered, Why is Ada calling me at this hour? Nevertheless, he answered. Chen An, I heard your sister was discharged from the hospital today. Yes, Officer Ada. How did you know? Chen An said with a smile, but inwardly he realized that Ada must have been keeping an eye on him. Luckily, he hadn't acted personally, leaving the work to Chen Long and the others. The doctor at the hospital told me today, so I called to check in. Chen An expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Officer Ada. My sister is fine now. By the way, where are you now? I need to talk to you about something, Ada said. Hearing this, Chen An's expression shifted slightly. He thought to himself, is she looking for me because she's found something? But then he reconsidered. He hadn't slipped up at all. If she had, she wouldn't be coming alone. She'd have brought the police. With that in mind, he answered truthfully. Officer Ada, I'm at Ralph Community No. 7. You can come find me. All right, wait for me. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Chen and didn't dwell on it. About 10 minutes later, a police car pulled up outside No. 7. Ada in uniform got out, walked to the door, and rang the bell. Hearing the commotion, Chen and got up from the sofa and opened the door to find Ada standing outside. Officer Ada, you're here. Chen An, is this your house? Ada asked. Of course not. It's just a rental. I can't afford a place here. Chen An replied, then invited her in. Once inside, Ada's eyes scanned the room briefly before returning to Chen An. Where's your sister? She went shopping at the mall. She won't be back for a while. Chen An walked over to the water dispenser, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to Ada. Thanks, Ada said, taking the glass and sitting on the sofa. Chen An sat calmly across from her, blew on his water to cool it, and took a sip, showing no signs of nervousness. Chen An was well aware that Ada had been observing his every move since she entered. Officer Ada, is there something you want to discuss with me? Has the Carey family received their due punishment? Ada shook her head. Not yet. Hearing this, Chen An sneered inwardly. Of course not. The reason I came to see you is that members of the Carey family are looking for you. Upon hearing the latter half of Ada's statement, Chen An's heart sank. Had they been discovered? But he forced a look of panic onto his face. Officer Ada, they're not going to try to hurt my sister again, are they? You have to protect us. Ada said, Mr. Chen, please calm down. We won't ignore this. We'll dispatch officers to protect you. I came to ask if you know of any important reason why the Carey family might be looking for you. Chen An shook his head. I don't know them at all. As for my sister, she's just a victim. Ada asked several questions, and Chen An answered each one without revealing anything amiss. This left Ada feeling puzzled. From what she could see, the Chen siblings seemed to be innocent bystanders. Their travel records mostly showed them in Los Angeles. They were Asian, and they didn't have much money. They hardly seemed like the type to orchestrate so many attacks. Seeing this, Ada essentially ruled them out. Perhaps the Carey family in desperation was trying to capture them to extract information about the real culprit. After all, the two were somewhat connected. All right, Mr. Chen. We'll have officers patrol the area. If anything happens, contact me. Chen An nodded. Okay, Officer Ada. I won't disturb you any further. With that, Ada stepped outside, and Chen An saw her off until she got into her police car and drove away. Then he closed the door. His expression turned eerily calm, tinged with a hint of coldness. Thanks to Ada, he had obtained this crucial piece of information. The Carey family was already searching for them, which meant they had found some connection. This meant he needed to accelerate his plans against them. He had to eliminate the Carey family as soon as possible, otherwise he and his sister would always be in danger. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chen An was roused by the ringing of his phone. He picked it up and saw it was Andre calling. He pressed the answer button. "Hey Andre, what's going on?" Andre said, "And come to the dock at 9. I've spoken with the other foremen, and they're willing to sit down and talk." "All right, I'll come find you then." With that, Chen An hung up, got up to wash up, and headed to the living room on the first floor. "Morning, boss." Carl and Hank were sitting at the dining table having breakfast. "Morning." He sat down across from them and began to eat. "Boss, the cars have been bought and are parked in garage 7. Carl said. Chen An nodded and continued. "By the way, later go find Susan and ask if she can get a driver's license. The sooner the better. I need it." Carl said, "No problem, he'll go find her later." Then as he ate, Chen An dispatched the 9 death warriors for today, sending them to follow Anton to the dock. A few minutes later, Carl left to find Susan. Chen An went inside house No. 6 and headed straight to the backyard where there was a medium-sized storage room. Chen An waved his hand and countless grenades, ammunition boxes, rocket launcher shells, over 30 intact pistols, and some rifles along with tactical gear, all piled up in the space at once. These weapons quickly took up half the storage room, but houses No. 7 and 8 also had storage rooms which now served as his arsenals, ready for use at any time. After finishing, he walked outside to garage 7. A Toyota Tacoma was parked there. The other car had already been driven off by Carl. He got into the Tacoma and headed for the port of San Pedro. He wondered how the dock would react after Jess had been gone for several days. 13 minutes later, he arrived smoothly at the dock, parked in front of Andre's tin shed, and got out. "And haven't seen you in days, got a new ride," Andre said with a smile as he stepped out of the shed. "Yeah, the old pickup was too beat up, so I swapped it for this one." "Not bad, a Toyota Tacoma. Very practical, good taste," Andre praised. "How are the other foremen feeling?" Chen An asked. Hearing this, Andre's expression turned serious. "Haven't said yet, but getting them to agree to a 50-50 split. The odds are slim. So there's a chance. Leave it to me." Chen An smiled slightly, his tone light. "Where are they? Take me to them." "They're all in the meeting room at the Union Building." Chen An nodded, then led Anton and Andre to the Union Building. Upon arrival, the three got out, and under Andre's guidance, they headed to a meeting room on the 3rd floor. Anton pushed the door open, and Chen An walked in first, his gaze sweeping around the room. About 6 foremen were sitting in chairs. Their eyes also sized up this unfamiliar Asian man, their brows furrowing. Andre sensed, when did the docks allow yellow men to join? One man said, his tone full of disgust. Hearing this, Chen An stopped and gave the man a long, hard look. "Drav, the workers under me were all recruited by Mr. And so of course he has to be here." Drav persisted. "So you're the one who let him join the union? This violates union rules, Andre. I'm reporting this to the vice president." "How, I think you've misunderstood. I haven't joined the San Pedro Dockworkers Union," Chen An said calmly. "No? Then what are you doing here?" Drav asked even more impatiently. "Because those workers are all my men. So tell me, can I be here or not? Let's talk about the purpose of this meeting and stop dwelling on these pointless issues." Chen An took the main seat with Andre on his right and Anton on the left. The others frowned at the sight, but he was right. It was time to get down to business. They had inquired over the past few days and found that the efficiency of Andre's dock area was 4 to 5 times greater than theirs, with even fewer men. Those workers were incredibly capable. You all know what you want: to make more money. You've seen the situation at Andre's dock. Those men are elites I recruited from all over. They're strong and fast, and I can bring in more every day. At this, one man objected. "You're disrupting the balance at the docks. This is absolutely unacceptable, and we oppose it." Chen An smiled, scanning the group, and said calmly, "What if I told you that you could also get a share of these workers? Would that interest you?" This news hit them like a bombshell, stirring a ripple in every foreman's heart without exception. They knew that if they could have these workers, the efficiency of their orders would skyrocket, meaning their earning speed would follow suit. "Are you serious?" one foreman couldn't help asking. Chen An sneered inwardly. All that talk about unacceptable, it was just because the benefits didn't reach them. Once they saw the money, who would oppose it? But his tone was warm as he said, "Of course it's true. Andre's dock is already saturated with workers. The rest can be allocated to you. That's why I asked Andre to bring you all here." Several foremen nodded at this. "If that's the case, we have no objections. If everyone's efficiency improves, doesn't that restore balance?" "Right, that makes sense." Chen An knew he had almost convinced them, so he continued, "But the profit split will be 50-50. 50-50? Absolutely not. We can offer the highest worker wages, but a 50-50 split is out of the question. Mister, and you must be joking. We don't make much as it is." With a 50-50 split, our profits would shrink even more. We already have to hand over 60% to the union, so what's left for us is pitiful. Hearing this, Chen An continued. Do you know how much Andre has earned these past few days? $100,000. That's in less than 10 days. And he splits it 50-50 with me, so your worries are unfounded. The men's pupils contracted at the figure. That much money. Think about it. If your wages double or triple, the pressure from your mortgage and car loans eases, your kids' education improves, and you can afford a better place to live. And a little vacation every now and then. What a wonderful prospect. I'm thinking of your best interests. Chen An's persuasive words reached everyone's ears. Many were touched and began to waver. All right, I'm willing to cooperate with you, one man finally said. The others followed suit, and Andre watched from the side, filled with admiration. Chen An smiled faintly. There was a reason he could command a salary of $30,000 back home. Convincing these foremen was well within his abilities. Then it's settled. Starting today, we'll send some people to work at your dock area every day, and we'll split the order profits 50-50. No problem, right? Chen An's voice was calm, but his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he awaited their response. No problem, mister. And we agree. All of them wore satisfied smiles. Who would oppose a profitable venture? Good then, let's have a pleasant cooperation. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. You can discuss matters with Andre or my agent Anton. With that, Chen An stood and walked toward the conference room exit. Pausing before Delove, he stated flatly, I want to cooperate with you. The smile on Delove's face instantly vanished. What do you mean by that? The meaning is clear. I don't like you and don't want to work with you. Do you understand now? Chen An enunciated each word. He still remembered Delove's earlier attitude. Since the man hadn't shown him any respect from the start, there was no need to cooperate with him. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to the union? How dare a yellow-skinned man speak to me like this? Delove fumed. Suit yourself. I'm not a member of the dock union, and the others won't agree anyway. Having said that, Chen An didn't linger. He walked out of the conference room, followed closely by Andre and Anton. Only the foremen from various docks remained. Let's go. I'll tell the chairman about this. Since when do yellow-skinned men deserve to cooperate with us? Delove shouted. But no one around him responded. Delove, mister. And said he's not in the dock union. What are you going to tell the chairman? That's right. With mister. And around our earnings can double. If you want to report him, go ahead. With that, some foremen rose and left the conference room. You're all traitors. Delove was furious, his chest heaving, yet he felt utterly powerless. Alone he could do nothing. In his heart, regret festered. If only he had spoken more softly earlier, there might have been a chance. But it was too late. Meanwhile, Chen An and the other two had already left the union building. Andre has just been absent lately. Andre nodded. Yes. Word is he was attacked in a home invasion 2 days ago. He was shot and is now in the hospital. They say he's paralyzed from the neck down. So Jess' foreman position is vacant. Can we arrange for Anton to take over that area? Chen An proposed. That's possible. The other foremen are all focused on making more money now. They'd be happy to recommend Anton as the new foreman. Then I'll leave it to you. Any problems? Chen An said. No, it's a simple matter. He'll be off then. Contact me by phone if anything comes up. With that, he got into his Toyota Tacoma and drove toward Ralph's community. A dozen minutes later, Chen An parked the car in the garage and headed inside. Entering the living room, he saw Chen Wan and Emily sitting there. Brother, you're back. Chen An nodded lightly. Oh, brother, you asked me before about the process for starting a security company. I looked it up, and it seems a bit troublesome. Hearing this, Chen An grew interested. He walked over and sat beside Chen Wan. Tell me about it. The core requirement is getting a license from the BSTS. You also need to apply for a tax ID, take the OM license exam, and have nearly $1 million in funds. Those are easy to handle, but the BSTS license might be tricky. They probably want to issue one to an Asian. Chen An fell into thought. He'd have to pull some strings, otherwise the security company wouldn't get off the ground. The highest-ranking person he knew was Officer Ada. Maybe he could ask for her help. It seemed his earlier plan needed to be accelerated. He had to arrange for loyal agents to infiltrate the FBI, CIA, and police departments. As long as they kept climbing the ranks, they would be immensely helpful to him. Directly penetrating the core of American institutions. He had originally planned to do this later, but now it couldn't wait. And with the abilities and methods of his loyal agent's, promotion would be a breeze. Brother, are you listening? Chen Wan's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Leave the BSTS license to me. Can you handle the rest? If you need money, just say so. No problem. Everything else is easy to manage. But do we have that much money? Chen An smiled faintly. Not now, but in a few days we will. Then he'll go register. Go ahead. If you're unsure about anything, ask Hank. He's good with computers. Once Chen Wan went upstairs, he began checking on the Chenlong squad. There were no emergencies. O'Neill's hideout was quite secluded. In just one day, the entire South District was essentially controlled by Crip gang members, while the 18th Street Gang had fled to other areas. He then assigned new traits to the 6 members of Chen. Chen Speed Gun Master Tiger's Roar Thunder's Echo, Mao Tu Eagle Eye Gun Master Phantom, Wei Yang Enhanced Hearing Sonar Positioning Gun Master, Cho Nyo Precise Thrower Speed Phantom, In Hu Strength of an Ox Gun Master Tiger's Roar Thunder's Echo, Shun Ho Gun Master Breath, Holding Like a Turtle at Home in Water. The 6 now had new traits. Chunlong remained the assault unit, Mao Tu the sniper, Wei Yang the scout, Cho Nyo the artillery, In Hu the machine gunner, and Shun Ho the underwater combatant. All these traits were chosen for tomorrow's operation to ensure absolute success. He hoped the smuggled goods would be worth at least $1 million. For the next while, Chun and mostly stayed at home. Carl returned at noon, saying a driver's license would cost $1,000. Naturally, Chun and agreed without a second thought. Soon the day of the operation arrived. In the morning, he drove Carl, Emily, and Chen Wan to a shooting range on the outskirts of Los Angeles, where he personally taught Chen Wan how to shoot. She was indeed his sister. She learned quickly and showed real promise. With more practice, she'd be fine. They didn't return until 4 in the afternoon. Afterward, Chen and went to House No. 6, sat down on the sofa, and began using a shared perspective to direct the Chunlong squad to start the operation. Over the past 2 days, Chunlong and the others had repeatedly scouted the area around Daryl's Pier No. 6, becoming thoroughly familiar with the surroundings. Now the 6 were preparing their gear for tonight's mission. For the first time, the Chunlong squad looked somewhat professional. Their equipment alone was worth at least $400,000 to $500,000. Soon it was 10 o'clock at night. Chunlong and his team set out. At 10:30, the 6 members of Chunlong's team arrived at a concealed area of Pier 6 in Darol and began donning their gear, tactical belts, body armor, tactical helmets, and the newly acquired binocular night vision goggles that allowed them to see clearly in the darkness. They then put on windproof veils, wrapping themselves tightly so that no one could discern their identities. Simply standing there, they exuded an aura of intimidation at every moment. Chunlong raised his wrist and glanced at the time on his watch. Move out. Mao Tu, gripping an M100 precision marksman rifle, approached the elevator and began climbing higher, using his climbing expertise, soon reaching his destination, the control room 30 meters above the ground. He then set up an M110J precision marksman rifle and, utilizing his eagle eye expertise, surveyed Pier 6, ready to gather intelligence and report at any moment. Chunlong led the remaining 3 to the vicinity of Pier 6, awaiting for the members of the Carey family to appear. Meanwhile, Shun Ho had already entered the water, moving beneath the surface like a fish capable of holding his breath for up to 3 hours. He remained prepared at all times to handle any unexpected situations, ready to launch a surprise attack from behind. Time quickly passed to 11 o'clock. Finally, their targets arrived. 4 vehicles, 3 sedans and a truck, slowly approached and stopped at Pier 6. Several members of the Carey family stepped out, led by a Latino man in a suit. Chunlong and his team did not act immediately, waiting instead for the smuggling vessel to arrive. The man took out his phone and made a call, then waved his hand to his subordinates, and together they boarded a 10-meter-long boat heading out to sea. Witnessing this, Chen An's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the transaction to take place at sea, which meant only Shun Ho could be sent to investigate. On the other side, upon receiving the order, Shun Ho swam with all his might, his swiftness expertise making him no slower than a fish. Mao Tu then reported that a small cargo ship had stopped 300 meters off the coast, and the Carey family's boat was heading toward it. Chen An remained calm, knowing that the Carey family members would eventually have to return to the pier. If Shun Ho could successfully eliminate them, it would save a lot of trouble. If not, Chunlong and the others were ready. He focused intently on Shun Ho's situation. Aboard the Hala cargo ship, a dozen Mexicans stood at the vessel's edge, gripping their guns and keeping a vigilant watch. As the Carey family's boat pulled up alongside the cargo ship, the men above, evidently following orders, lowered a ladder. A dozen Carey family members climbed up and boarded the ship smoothly. "Where's Harama?" asked Porter Carey, the head of the Carey family's smuggling operation. "In the cabin." Upon hearing this, Porter Carey led his men straight into the cabin. Soon they reached a resting area where a man was leisurely smoking, seated calmly on a plush sofa. "Harama, long time no see." Porter Carey walked over with a smile, arms open. Harama rose and embraced him. "Long time no see, Porter. You're handling this again." "Yes, there's some trouble within the Carey family now. Those cowards are too scared to come," Porter Carey said. "I've heard about the Carey family's troubles. Who did you offend to provoke such retaliation?" Porter Carey shook his head. "Who knows? They say it was Master Carrick's doing, but he's gone to meet his maker now. But those people are truly mad, attacking our family members indiscriminately. If I ever find out who they are, I'll make sure they pay. Haha, I always knew Carrick would make enemies." I've had my clashes with him too, Harama laughed. All right, we'll talk later. Take me to see the goods. The Carey family's business has been sluggish lately, and we need some smuggled goods to make money. If it weren't for the generous pay, I wouldn't want to come to Pier 6. It's too dangerous these days. Harama patted Porter on the shoulder. Don't worry about that. We're at sea now. Even if those people wanted to come, they couldn't reach us. My guards are all around. Relax, I'll take you to see the goods. With that, the two headed toward the cargo hold. Meanwhile, Chen Ho had already swum near the small cargo ship, observing the 20-meter-long, 5-meter-high vessel. With his climbing expertise, getting aboard would be no problem. Chen An immediately equipped Chen Ho with the climbing expertise Ghost and martial prodigy expertise. Chen Ho began climbing onto the ship, his movements utterly silent thanks to the Ghost expertise. Soon Chen Ho successfully infiltrated the ship, replacing climbing expertise with sonic positioning before beginning his mission. He wielded a military knife, making not a sound even as he ran. The crew on the deck remained completely unaware. Chen Ho struck with precision, one stab in, one stab out, quickly dispatching one man. With the foresight provided by sonic positioning and his ghostly agility, he moved through the ship like a black specter, reaping the lives of the crew one by one. In the cargo hold, Porter Carey looked at the bags and necklaces before him and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Your imitations are as realistic as ever, absolutely indistinguishable from the real thing. Harama smiled. Of course, the East does this professionally. Their craftsmanship is superb. I think it's called Iwu. Oh, I've heard of that. By the way, Porter, the pile in the corner is genuine. Don't mix them up. Those jewels are worth $1 million. Porter Carey nodded. I understand. Have someone move the goods to our boat. No problem, Harama said, pulling out a walkie-talkie. Send a few men to the cargo hold. Beep beep. After a moment, there was no reply. What's going on? Are these people asleep? Harama frowned. Hey, can you hear me? He tried again, but the walkie-talkie remained silent. Even the dullest among them realized something was wrong. Harama, what's happening? Is the signal bad? Impossible. We've never had signal issues before. Something must have happened outside. Let's go check. Harama, Porter Carey, and over a dozen family members headed out of the cargo hold. By now, over a dozen bodies lay scattered across the deck, the stench of blood permeating the entire ship. Even the lookout station high above had been eliminated. An eerie silence surrounded them. Chen Ho appeared at the cabin entrance, now wielding an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, and began advancing deeper inside. He reached the corridor within the cabin and stopped, faintly hearing the sound of footsteps that grew steadily louder. Chen Ho listened to the footsteps, his gun aimed at the right side of the corridor, his gaze sharp as he silently awaited the prey to deliver itself. Moments later, several figures emerged. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Ho did not hesitate to pull the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets that instantly riddled the three leading members of the Carey family, turning them into sieves. Fuck. Porter Carey, who was at the rear, cursed at the sight, then quickly halted, daring not to advance further. He turned to Halima beside him. Why is someone shooting? Where are your men? Halima was equally bewildered, having no idea what was happening. He pulled out his walkie-talkie again and demanded, Where the hell are you? Where are the people? Mister Halima, I'm not sure, came the reply only from the captain and the first mate. The rest remained utterly silent. Realizing this, he began to grasp the situation. Porter, my men have likely been taken out. How did the enemy board the ship? We're over 300 meters from the shore. If they came by boat, would have spotted them, one member said. Could they have swum over? Porter Carey kicked the man upon hearing this. Are you insane? Swimming here is impossible. They'd run out of stamina, and how would they climb aboard? Then how did they get on? Halima asked, puzzled. Forget about that for now. Can you deal with them? It seems like there's only one. Porter Carey inquired. That depends on your men. I can't do anything, Halima shrugged as his own men were already neutralized. Just then a grenade rolled precisely to their feet. Everyone's pupils contracted. How had it been thrown from such a distance? Boom. The grenade exploded instantly, striking the nearby Carey family members. Several died on the spot, while the survivors, even if alive, were bleeding profusely, writhing on the ground in agony. Witnessing this carnage, Porter Carey stumbled backward, realizing that with their few shoddy pistols, they stood no chance against the enemy. A hail of gunfire followed, and the fallen members' bodies were peppered with blood falling still. Porter Carey fired wildly, his expression frantic, unable to fathom how the enemy had sneaked in with such equipment. Bang! A bullet struck Porter Carey's forehead. His face froze, and his body crashed to the ground. I surrender. Halima, seeing that only he remained within minutes, lost all his nerve and raised his hands. At that moment, he caught sight of the assailant, his eyes widening in shock. The figure before him was equipped with elite tactical gear and night vision goggles. Could this be a U.S. Special Forces operation against them? If so, they truly had no chance to resist. But why hadn't his men sent out any warning? Where is the cargo? Take me there. Chen Ho said coldly, his gun trained on the man's head, ready to fire if he resisted. All right, I'll take you. Halima quickly complied, raising his hands as he led Chen Ho toward the cargo hold. A minute later, they arrived inside. Back home, Chen An saw the goods through Chen Ho's perspective, and his eyes lit up. He hadn't expected so much. He immediately instructed Chen Ho to ask how much the cargo was worth. How much is all this worth? At this, Halima quickly replied, these are high-end counterfeit luxury goods, not valuable, but if sold as genuine, they'd be worth 3,000. But the jewelry in the corner is real, worth $1 million. Hearing this price, Chen An's face broke into an excited grin. He was more than satisfied. He then ordered Chen Ho to steer the ship to the dock. You have them sail the ship to the pier, Chen Ho commanded. Okay. Halima nodded and spoke into the walkie-talkie. Move the ship forward closer to the dock. Roger. The Hala set sail again, slowly heading toward Derol Pier 6. Chen Ho then escorted Halima to the deck. Watching the ship inch closer to the pier, he had single-handedly taken control of the entire cargo vessel, eliminating a key member of the Carey family in the process. On the pier, Chen Long and his 4 teammates prepared to provide backup. Soon the cargo ship was less than 20 meters from Pier 6, and they moved forward. Abrupt gunfire shattered the night. A bullet struck Halima in the chest, the immense force piercing through him, and he died instantly. Chen Ho reacted swiftly, dropping to the ground to dodge the bullets. Chen An was also startled by the sudden turn of events. Was it the Carey family or another faction? Chen An quickly looked toward Mao Tu. She was scanning the surroundings with her eagle-eye vision and soon spotted a group clad in elite American gear, speeding in several Humvees with a heavy machine gun mounted on one, the source of the recent fire. This was clearly a U.S. Special Forces unit, though its exact identity was unknown. He immediately ordered Chen Ho to retreat to the cargo hold while Chen Long and his team fought a delaying action and withdrew. There was no need to engage them unnecessarily. Moreover, reinforcements would keep pouring in, making the risk too high. Since they had already secured the goods, there was no reason to stay. But just then Mao Tu reported again that the pier was surrounded on all sides by both special forces and a large number of police. Hearing this, Chen An's face darkened. How had they learned about the Carey family's smuggling operation? He quickly deduced the answer: the Heavenly Intelligence Network. Hunter had mentioned selling the information there, so it seemed the buyer had purchased the same intel and knew about tonight's illicit deal. Nevertheless, he soon devised an escape plan, ordering Chen Long and his team to retreat through the water. Upon receiving the order, Chen Long and the other force swiftly moved toward the shore, while Mao Tu quickly descended from her vantage point and followed. It was a race against time before the enemy noticed. Just as Chen Long's group neared the shore, they were finally spotted. The heavy machine gun on the Humvee roared to life, its fire blanketing their area. They're over there. Voices were faintly heard. Chen An frowned. This was no simple smuggling bust. Such firepower suggested Halima might be a major criminal. Meanwhile, Chen Long's team began to counterattack. Cho Nyo hurled grenades, blowing up the lead Humvee until it smoked and ground to a halt. What kind of vehicle was this? Its armor was so strong. A single grenade could only stop it without causing significant internal damage. Several Special Forces soldiers widened their eyes in shock as they saw the exceptionally accurate landing point of the grenades thrown by the enemy, their charging speed visibly slowing. Chuishite, fire at will. Ankaleev commanded. The Special Forces began to suppress Chen Long and his team with dense firepower, preventing them from counterattacking and urgently calling for air support. Wei Yong, utilizing the hearing diffusion skill, clearly heard the enemy's communications and realized they had to evacuate quickly. Cho Nyo swiftly took out 4 grenades and threw them with all his might. The grenades arced through the air and exploded violently the moment they hit the ground. Boom. The tremendous noise from the 4 grenades bought precious time for Chen Long and his team to escape. They immediately turned around and ran with all their strength toward the shore of the dock. Een, who sprinted toward the shore while continuously sweeping fire with his M250 light machine gun, accurately hitting the heavy machine gun position on the Hummer, causing a brief interruption in enemy fire. Chen Long and the others seized the opportunity to return fire, hitting several Special Forces soldiers. In less than a minute, Chen Long's team reached the shore and unhesitatingly leaped into the water. Chen An quickly activated the like a fish in water skill for them, and the 5 swam underwater like fish, swiftly diving into the distance. Several Special Forces soldiers rushed to the shore, spreading out in a fan shape to search their tactical flashlights, sweeping the water's surface but finding no trace. Oh my God, are these people world champion swimmers? They disappeared without a trace in just a few seconds. A Special Forces soldier exclaimed in shock, having witnessed the 5 jump into the water only to vanish in a very short time. Commander 5 armed militants escaped underwater, requesting reinforcements and to block the Durol dock area. We have injured personnel, requesting medical support. The action team leader Ankaleev urgently reported through his smart communication wristwatch. Ankaleev, what happened? Why did the operation fail? This isn't like you. A stern voice questioned from the other end of the communication. Commander, the targets are extremely unusual. Well-equipped with top-notch marksmanship, even their grenade throws are incredibly precise, suspected to be elite mercenaries. We have sealed off the land area, but they chose to withdraw quickly underwater, and we are powerless against that. The other party was silent for a moment before replying, understood. You should now check the cargo ship for any remaining enemies. I will send people to seal off the nearby sea area and dispatch police patrol boats to search for the target's traces. They chose the most foolish way to escape. How far can they swim? It's truly ridiculous. After finishing the communication, Ankaleev ordered the nearest 4 people, you come with me, to board the ship for inspection. The others will stay back to guard the shore in case the targets return, while also looking after the injured. After saying this, Ankaleev led the 4 aboard the speedboat heading towards the distant cargo ship. Meanwhile, inside the cargo hold of the cargo ship, Chen An's figure quietly appeared. He quickly touched the piled-up cargo, which instantly vanished. After the last batch of real jewels was remotely transferred by Chen, and he also ordered Chen Ho to evacuate immediately. Chen Ho quickly ran out of the cargo hold and onto the deck, where he immediately noticed the approaching speedboat in the distance. Without hesitation, he turned and jumped into the water from the other side of the ship. Seeing this scene, Chen An also let out a sigh of relief. He calmly lit a cigarette, standing in the empty yard while gazing at the mountain of spoils deep in thought. Why did the American Special Forces appear exactly at that moment? After racking his brain with no results, Chen An turned his attention back to the cargo before him and smiled slightly. What he cared about most was that batch of real jewels worth up to $1 million. This was the second time he had made such a huge profit in a single operation since the last time, but he needed to find a safe channel to sell them. After temporarily storing the cargo in place, Chen An left house number 6 and returned home to rest. On the other side, Ankaleev and his team of 5 did not rashly board the ship. They cautiously dispatched a drone for reconnaissance first. The first frame of footage returned by the drone showed a dozen corpses sprawled across the deck. Ankaleev's pupils contracted sharply. Captain, who did this? The methods are too brutal. A team member's voice trembled. The smuggling leader, Halima, is also dead. The situation is more complex than anticipated. Another group has struck before us. Quick, go check if the cargo is still there. Ankaleev urged anxiously. At that moment, 2 MH-60M Black Hawk Special Operations helicopters hovered above the cargo ship, their mounted machine guns locking onto the deck. Once the helicopters confirmed safety, several team members descended onto the deck via a rope ladder, and Ankaleev also led his team to meet up with them. What happened here? An FBI agent who arrived on the same helicopter asked Ankaleev. We were ambushed. The target jumped into the sea to escape. Please have your people immediately search the surrounding sea area. Ankaleev replied. Understood. What do we need to do now? It seems there are no survivors on the ship. This is a smuggling ship. There is important information in the cargo on board that must be found. Just as the two were conversing, a team member rushed over to report, Captain. The cargo hold is empty. All the smuggled goods are gone. Impossible. Ankaleev firmly denied the intelligence is absolutely accurate. The items must still be on the ship, including that key item. Captain, could it have been taken away by the group that just exchanged fire with us? Ankaleev shook his head firmly. Absolutely impossible. It would take a lot of time and tools to move those goods. They must still be on the ship. Search more carefully. FBI agents, please assist in the search. This item is crucial. If lost, the entire operation will fail completely. Ankaleev said to the FBI agents. Several FBI members nodded in agreement. Okay. At Pier 3 in San Pedro, 6 figures silently surfaced like ghosts and slowly came ashore. It was Chun Long and his team. Chen An collected their equipment. At this moment, they were just 6 ordinary people soaked to the skin. They were a full 5 kilometers away from Durol dock, and they had swum there in about half an hour. Even more astonishing was that the stamina of the 6 had only been reduced by half. All of them quickly changed their clothes, flagged down 2 taxis, and left the scene. This night in Los Angeles would surely leave many unable to sleep. Inside the estate of Clee Whittle, the urgent ringing of the phone broke the silence of the deep night. Clee Trev, sitting in the living room, quickly grabbed the receiver. What's the matter? Why are you calling so late? Mr. Trev, something happened at Durol Pier 6. Our people are completely wiped out. What? Clee Trev suddenly jumped up from the sofa, his voice trembling. How could this happen? The specific situation is still under investigation, but preliminary signs indicate it seems to have been done by the U.S. Special Forces. Hearing you. S. Special Forces Klee Trev could no longer maintain his composure and immediately rushed toward Klee Weidl's bedroom. He hurriedly knocked on the bedroom door. Come in. The voice of Carrie Weidl came from the bedroom. Hearing this, Carrie Trevor did not hesitate for a moment, pushing open the door and stepping inside. Brother, the cargo at Darrow Pier 6 has been seized by the police. Has that item been discovered? He stated directly. At these words, Carrie Weidl, who had been lying on the bed, sat up straight, his expression shifting unpredictably as he fixed his gaze on Carrie Trevor. Are you certain it was the police who detained it? Not yet confirmed, but according to intelligence, U.S. Special Forces are taking over the area along with FBI agents. Find out the details and also investigate who leaked this information. Eliminate them all. Understood, brother. They'll go assess the situation. With that, Carrie Trevor turned to leave. Wait, Carrie Weidl called him back. Why is there still no news on Chen An and the other? Even two ordinary people should not have taken you this long to handle. Carrie Trevor quickly explained, brother, those two vanished without a trace after being discharged from the hospital. It may take a bit more time. The men we had watching the police station were all arrested. Carrie Weidl waved dismissively. Leave it. They'll find someone else to deal with them. Your job now is to investigate Pier 6. The more detailed, the better. Carrie Trevor nodded, feeling relieved as he exited the bedroom. The next morning, Chen An rose from bed and walked into the living room. He then set about customizing the 9 death warriors deployed that day, adjusting their physiques to appear normal and ensuring each had distinct features. Yesterday, he had clearly noticed that Chen Long and the other 5 were struggling, so he decided to add 6 more, naming them Zishu Si, Shiwu Ma Yuji Su Go Haiju. Also named after the 12 zodiac signs, he then sent them to report to Chen Long and follow his lead in their operations. The remaining 3 Chen and named Klein Mundo and Hog. Their mission was to infiltrate departments like the FBI and CIA. Likewise, they were not to contact Chen An directly. Mundo headed to the CIA recruitment office, Klein to the FBI, and Hog to the police station. As for their chances of success, he believed them to be high. As death warriors, the 3 possessed formidable skills, and no department would turn away talent. Having done all this, Chen An began his breakfast, planning to have Hank find a seller on the dark web to dispose of the jewelry. But just then an unexpected incident occurred. The doorbell rang urgently, and Emily went to answer it. As the door swung open, several police officers barged in. Hands up. Don't move, or we'll shoot. Chen An's eyes narrowed. He could have taken them all out in an instant, but he refrained. He didn't believe they had anything on him. After all, he hadn't acted directly in those incidents, and the one time he did, he left no trace. Officer, entering my home without a warrant is grounds for a complaint. One officer stepped up to him, staring intently. You'll have to come with us. We suspect your involvement in the recent Carey family case. Without waiting for Chen An's protest, he produced handcuffs, snapped them on his wrists, and escorted him outside. As he passed Emily, he transmitted a message. Emily, you know what to do. Emily gave a slight nod. He was then shoved into a police car, which sped away from Ralph Community. The police car soon stopped in front of a station. Chen An remained calm throughout, stepping out slowly. The officers roughly escorted him to an interrogation room, then left him alone. Meanwhile, no sooner had Chen An left than Chen Wan learned from Emily that her brother had been taken. Her face showed no panic. Did my brother say anything? Emily replied. He told you to find Ada and bring Carl. He said you'd know what to do. Chen Wan nodded. I understand. She then called for Carl. Upon hearing that the boss had been arrested, Carl was anxious and immediately drove Chen Wan to the police station. In the car, Chen Wan dialed Officer Ada's number, which was quickly answered. Hello, who is this? Officer Ada, it's me, Chen Wan. Is. Chen Wan, what can I do for you? Have you found new leads on the Carey family? Chen Wan said, no, it's about my brother. He's been arrested. Was it your station? Ada frowned on the other end. No, I didn't issue such an order. Your brother Chen An was arrested. By whom? I don't know. Do you know which station he's at? Those officers broke into our home and took him. They might have been bribed by the Carey family. He could be in danger. As she spoke, Chen Wan pretended to sob. Seeing this in the rearview mirror, Carl silently admired her. Truly the boss sister, just as good at pretending. Based on what you've said, I think I know who it might be. Come to the South District Station and he'll take you there. Thank you, Officer Ada. Hanging up, Chen Wan said, Brother Carl, head to the South District Station. Got it. At the Romo Police Station. Chen An sat idly in the interrogation room, knowing through Emily's perspective that Chen Wan was on her way. Just then the door opened, and a white man entered, taking a seat at the interrogation table. He spoke flatly. Chen An, a native of Dragon Country, arrived in Los Angeles a month ago. How did you manage to move into a mid-tier community like Ralph in such a short time? Is it linked to the murder of Click? Chen An smiled faintly. He was now certain these people had no evidence against him, and his arrest was likely illegal, probably orchestrated by the Carey family. So he said, "That money was all earned by me. Feel free to check. I have a job at the San Pedro docks." At this moment, having a legitimate job proved useful. They had no grounds to suspect him. Moses Rocca, of course, knew the source of his income, but he was relentless. He sneered viciously at Chen An. "You think having a job clears you? Impossible. Furthermore, according to our investigation, you had a clear grudge against Click. I need not elaborate on your sister's ordeal, so there's reason to suspect your involvement in the Hoxton Hotel incident. You are also a suspect in the subsequent conflicts with the Carey family. Do you confess?" Chen An stared at him as if looking at a dead man. The man's greatest mistake was bringing up his sister. A sneer curled on his lips. "These are all your conjectures. What evidence do you have?" Moses Rocca smiled, cruelly rising and stepping closer to Chen An. "You'll confess." Seeing Moses Rocca like this, Chen An knew that the other party was going to use extrajudicial means to coerce him, and his gaze turned cold, contemplating whether to resolve the situation here. Moses Rocca approached, raising his fist. "He'll give you a chance. Do you admit your guilt? Is the matter concerning the Kelly family related to you?" At this moment, Chen An had already equipped the skill strength of an ox and child of martial arts. If Moses Rocca intended to strike, he would resolve the situation in the next second, even if it meant leaving Los Angeles afterward. Seeing that Chen An remained silent, Moses Rocca's expression darkened. "All right, it seems that without some means you want speak." Just as Moses Rocca was about to take action, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open and a police officer entered. "Officer Moses, someone is looking for you." "Let them wait," Moses Rocca replied, preparing to continue his actions. "No, sir, the person is a police inspector specifically requesting you." The officer continued. Hearing this, Moses Rocca frowned and asked, "What is her name?" "Ida." She said her name is Ida, and she is a female officer. Upon hearing this name, Moses Rocca's expression shifted as he murmured, "Why her? Take me to see what the situation is." Moses Rocca shot a fierce glare at Chen An before following the officer out of the interrogation room. Realizing this, Chen An knew that Chen An and the others had arrived. On the other side in the hall of the police station, Ida and Chen An stood together with Chen An's eyes red, softly sobbing. Seeing this, Ida patted her back and comforted her. "Don't cry. If your brother is wrongfully accused, he will be fine." Chen An nodded, "Yeah." Carl observed the surroundings, pondering where to explode if the boss did not come out. Tap, tap, tap. A hurried sound of footsteps approached, and Moses Rocca walked over with a smile. "Ida, what brings you to our ROM police station? Is there something you need?" This person before him was the daughter of the chief, with a grandfather who was a major general, a background too intimidating for him to provoke. "Moses Rocca, did you arrest a person named Chen An from the Dragon Kingdom? Do you have proper procedures? His family is suing you for illegal entry. Do you know the consequences?" Hearing this, Moses Rocca's heart sank. The Kelly family hadn't mentioned that Chen An knew Ida. Initially, he thought he could force Chen An to confess, as he was just an ordinary person easily dealt with, and then hand him over to the Kelly family. However, the situation had now become troublesome. "Answer me, is there any truth to this?" Ida, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that only Moses Rocca could have ties to the Kelly family's illicit dealings. "Ida, this is the ROM police station, not your territory. We have found some evidence that this Chen An is related to the recent Kelly family incidents, so is it problematic to bring him back for questioning?" At this moment, Chen An interjected. "Officer, it seems you don't have an arrest warrant. Taking my brother away like this is illegal entry. I have the right to sue you, and I have evidence you could be suspended for this." Moses Rocca frowned. "How do you know we don't have an arrest warrant? And who are you? You have no right to interfere in my duties. Then do I not have the right to interfere?" At this point, a middle-aged man in police uniform stepped forward, and Moses Rocca's pupils shrank upon seeing him. "Director Brandon, what brings you here?" "Uncle Brandon," Ida smiled. Brandon smiled slightly. "Ida, you have grown taller since we last met. How is your grandfather?" "He is well and active." "Uncle Brandon, this Moses Rocca arrested my friend without an arrest warrant, which clearly violates federal law." Brandon looked at Moses Rocca, his expression turning serious as he scrutinized him. "Is what Ida said true?" Moses Rocca found himself in a difficult position. Seeing his expression, Brandon knew Ida was telling the truth, leaving him with little to say. The facts were clear. "Release him, do you hear?" "Yes, Chief." Moses Rocca nodded repeatedly and quickly walked toward the interrogation room. Soon he arrived at the door of the interrogation room, slightly adjusting his expression, pretending to enter casually. He immediately spotted Chen An sitting on a chair with a calm smile. "Officer, are you about to continue using extrajudicial means against me?" Hearing this, Moses Rocca's face darkened, but he helplessly said to the officer beside him, "Release him." "Understood." The officer approached Chen An, slowly raising his hand. With a click, the handcuffs were successfully removed. Chen An moved his wrists, slowly stood up, and walked toward the exit of the interrogation room. Officer, even if you do this, I will still complain about your illegal entry and arrest. You. Moses Laka's expression was furious, but he found himself powerless against Chen An. With the chief present, what could he do? Would he dare to go against the chief for a bit of money from the Kelly family? Soon Chen An reached the hall of the police station. Brother, Chen An shouted, running over to hug Chen An. I almost thought you were dead. Oh, thankfully Officer Ida helped us. We are both alone. If you were gone, how could I live? This scene made the surrounding police officers feel sympathy. Oh, this was simply too pitiful. Chen An twitched his mouth, thinking, sister, are you overdoing the act? Chen An glanced sideways at him, playfully winking. Moses Laka, did you use extrajudicial means? Ida looked at him suspiciously. Director, I didn't. This Mr. Chen An has no injuries on him at all. Moses Laka quickly explained, as if he were charged with using extrajudicial means he would really be dismissed. Ida approached Chen An and asked, Chen An, did Moses Laka use extrajudicial means against you? Chen An nodded. He had that intention, but was stopped by you. Moses Laka, you still deny it? Ida questioned. Moses Laka smiled bitterly. Ida, you can't just believe everything your friend says. Oh, we need evidence. Fortunately, he had cut off the surveillance beforehand, or else it would have left a hidden danger. Chen An waved his hand. Forget it, Officer Ida, but I will definitely complain about this officer's illegal entry. Let's leave first. I'm afraid this officer might go crazy and suddenly empty his magazine, which would be dangerous. He wouldn't dare. Ida said. Moses Laka, you are temporarily suspended until the results are out, then we will decide on the punishment for your actions this time. Upon hearing this, Moses Laka's face turned flustered, his lips parting as if to speak further, but Brandon cut him off directly. Enough, say no more. Ultimately, this is your fault, do you understand? Yes, Chief. Moses Laka lowered his head slowly, then walked toward the exit of the police station. As he passed by Chen An, he cast a venomous glare, thinking to himself, if it weren't for this man, he wouldn't have been suspended. An Asian dared to oppose him. Now that Ada was protecting him, it wouldn't last forever. He refused to believe there was nothing he could do. Chen An also stared intently at Moses Laka's retreating figure. It seemed he needed to have Chen Long and the others take action. This Moses Laka clearly held a grudge, and leaving him alive would always be a threat. However, if they made a move, it might be deduced that Moses Laka's death was connected to him, given their recent conflict. He needed a solid alibi to avoid suspicion. His gaze quickly fell on Ada, and an idea formed in his mind. Chen and I believe Moses Laka won't trouble you anymore. You can go back now. He'll chat with Uncle Brandon for a while. All right. Chen An nodded. Thank you, Officer Ada. It's nothing. I promise to do my best to prevent the Carey family from retaliating against you. Hearing this, Chen An led Chen Wan and the others out of the station. After they left, Brandon spoke with a smile. Ada, is that man your boyfriend? Ada shook her head. No. They're just pitiful siblings. Penniless when they arrived in Los Angeles, constantly bullied and even targeted by the Carey family. I couldn't bear it, so I help when I can. You're too naive. That Asian man seems far from simple. Don't let his demeanor fool you. Brandon remarked casually. Huh. Uncle Brandon, why do you say that? They seem perfectly normal to me. Just a gut feeling. Both that burly man and the blonde girl give me a peculiar sense. Brandon said. You call it a feeling. It's probably off. I've suspected them too, but all the evidence falls apart. Ada replied. Enough, let's not talk about them. We haven't seen each other in ages. Come to my office for a chat. Sure. Ada nodded. 10 minutes later, Ada stepped out of the office. Uncle Brandon will take my leave now. Drop by my place when you have time. Brandon smiled from his chair. All right. Ada then walked out of the station, her face showing surprise. Chen An, why are you still here? Chen An and the others hadn't left. They stood by the Toyota Tacoma. Seeing Ada emerge, Chen An smiled. Officer Ada, I'm truly grateful for your help today. If you'd arrived a moment later, Moses Laka might have beaten me black and blue. So my sister and I insist on treating you to a meal. Ada waved her hand repeatedly. That's not necessary. No, Officer Ada. We Chinese have a tradition of hospitality. If you refuse, we'll feel uneasy. Hearing this, Ada pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, but let's keep it close. Find a restaurant nearby. Sure. Chen An smiled and nodded. They then went to a restaurant near the station for a meal. Meanwhile, Chen Long, upon receiving Chen An's orders, dispatched UG and Shi to eliminate Moses Laka. As for the location, he had already had Hank pinpointed earlier. Everything was going according to plan. Having dinner with Ada was also to establish an alibi, whose testimony could be more convincing than that of a police inspector. That was why he insisted on inviting her. Afterward, Chen An and the other four ordered several dishes in the restaurant and began chatting. Meanwhile, outside a standalone house, Moses Laka parked his car and strode quickly toward the door, his expression grim. Once inside the living room, he pulled out his phone and dialed Carey Weidl's number. The call was quickly answered. Mr. Weidl, don't you owe me an explanation? On the other end, Carey Weidl sounded puzzled. Mr. Moses, I'm not sure what you mean. You told me to arrest Chen An. He knows Ada. Hearing this, Carrie Weidel frowned. He naturally knew who Ada was. Every family and gang in Los Angeles did. She was like a stubborn burr, unmoved by any amount of money and relentlessly persistent. If not for her being the chief's daughter with connections, she would have died 1,000 times over. But how did these two know each other? Also, I might get suspended. You need to take responsibility, Moses Rocca continued. No problem, Carrie Weidel said. This is my fault. $1 million will be transferred to your overseas account later. The previously agreed amount will also be included. Hearing this, Moses Rocca's mood improved slightly, and he added, Don't worry, I have other ways to deal with that Chen An. I'm not fond of him either. This time I'll leave it to you. Then he'll trouble you. There'll be plenty of benefits for you. All right, that's it. Goodbye. Moses Rocca ended the call, then went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, grabbed a can of iced cola, and sat down on the sofa. Just then the figures of Shi and Ug silently appeared near Moses Rocca's house. One wore a green snake mask, the other a chicken head mask, their eyes cold and emotionless. Chen An had ordered them to act directly. Shi held 2 Uzi submachine guns with a Glock 17 at his waist, while Ug carried a Remington 1100 shotgun and a Glock 17. Using the ghost trait, they easily slipped into the house through a second-floor window. Moses Rocca was still in the living room, watching TV, completely unaware of anything amiss. Even when Shi and Ug stood behind him, he didn't react, still laughing at the TV. Seeing this, Ug pulled the bolt chambered around, aimed at Moses Rocca's back, and coldly pulled the trigger. Bang! The immense force of the shotgun sent Moses Rocca flying, and he landed on the floor face down, still alive for a moment. Terror filled his heart. Why had 2 people suddenly appeared behind him? But no one gave him an answer. Ug fired several more shots until Moses Rocca lay still on the ground, then said, Take anything valuable in the house. The boss wants us to make it look like a burglary. Shi nodded. Let's go. With that, Ug holstered his weapon and ran out of the house, while Shi pulled the triggers, spraying bullets wildly from both Uzis, destroying the scene and leaving the walls riddled with holes. Then he too quickly departed. Chen An, dining in the restaurant, received the news and smiled faintly. Officer Ada, thank you again for your assistance. You're welcome to visit my place sometime, Chen An said with a smile. No need, but the Kelly family might still make a move against you. Stay cautious, Ada warned with a wave of her hand. Well, be careful, Chen An nodded. By the way, your sister has been found. Don't you plan to return to your country? Ada asked again. Not for now. There are unresolved matters with my sister, and I've found a job here. I'd like to give it a try, Chen An replied. Hearing this, Ada nodded slightly. Such situations were nothing new to her. Many people chose to stay in America to pursue opportunities, and it was none of her concern. All right, thank you for your generous hospitality today, Ada said, rising to leave, but her phone suddenly rang. She answered it. Uncle Brandon, is something the matter? Do you know where Chen An is? Brandon's voice carried a hint of urgency. Ada glanced at Chen An across from her, a puzzled expression on her face. Uncle Brandon, he's right here with me. You mean he's been with you since you left the station? Brandon pressed. Yes, he wanted to thank me and invited me to dinner. We're at a restaurant near the station. Uncle Brandon, what's happened? Sensing the gravity in Brandon's tone, Ada felt something major had occurred. There was a brief silence on the line before Brandon spoke again. Moses Rocca was found dead at home, shot multiple times. The scene was brutal, and some valuables are missing. Ada was stunned by the news. Moses Rocca, whom they had met just an hour ago, was dead. In such a short span, she understood why Uncle Brandon's first question was about Chen An's whereabouts. Clearly, Chen An was a suspect. Yet he had been with her the entire time without making a single call or stepping away. Which restaurant are you at? Brandon asked. The one across from the station. All right, wait there. He'll be right over, he said, and hung up. Chen An observed Ada's shifting expression, deducing she had learned of Moses Rocca's death. Feigning ignorance, he asked, Officer Ada, is something urgent? If you need to leave, don't feel obliged to stay with us. Ada replied calmly. Chen and Uncle Brandon just called. Moses Rocca is dead. A flicker of surprise crossed the faces of the four. Chen Wan murmured, Officer Ada, are you joking? We just had a disagreement with Officer Moses Rocca, and we haven't even filed a complaint yet. In her heart, she suspected her brother was behind it, but she couldn't fathom how he had managed it without making a single phone call. Just then the restaurant door swung open and Brandon entered with several officers. His gaze swept the room, quickly spotting Ada and the others, and he strode over. Brandon's eyes held caution and hostility as he looked at Chen An. Uncle Brandon, Ada greeted. He gave a slight nod. Mr. Chen An, are you aware that Moses Rocca is dead? Brandon asked directly. Chen An nodded. Yes, Ada just informed me. Do you have anything to do with this? Brandon pressed. Chen An shook his head emphatically. Chief Brandon, I'm just an ordinary person. How would I dare harm Officer Moses Rocca? Besides, I've been with Officer Ada the whole time, never leaving her side. Mr. Chen and I apologize, but we can't take your word alone. Would you mind coming with us for questioning? It won't take much of your time, Brandon said. Chen An nodded in agreement. Soon the group headed back to the Rom police station. In the lobby, Chen An gave a wry smile. Officer Ada, I must be terribly unlucky. 2 trips to the station in one day. Don't worry, Chen An. If you're innocent, you'll be out soon enough. This time, he wasn't roughly thrown into an interrogation room. Instead, he sat on a chair in the lobby waiting for Brandon's investigation. A few minutes later, Brandon approached again. Mr. Chen An, you and your people are free to go. Sorry for the inconvenience. Chen An stood up and waved dismissively. It's fine, understandable. Officer Ada will take our leave now. Ada nodded. All right. After Chen An and the others left, Ada asked, Uncle Brandon, is Chen An in the clear? Brandon shook his head. Should be fine. I checked the surveillance footage. From the moment they left the station, none of the 4 left or made any calls. There's no way they could have ordered Moses Rocca's elimination. Besides, new information suggests Moses Rocca was likely killed by a burglar. It might just be a coincidence. I think so too. Chen An was with me the entire time, Ada added. On the way to Ralph's community inside the Toyota Tacoma, Emily was driving while Carl sat in the passenger seat. Chen Wan remained silent. No one mentioned Moses Rocca, an unspoken understanding among them. Soon they arrived at house No. 7. The 4 got out. Sister, go back with Emily. Carl, come with me, Chen An said, heading toward house No. 6. Got it, boss. Shortly they reached the backyard of house No. 6. Carl's eyes widened in surprise at the piles of goods. Boss, where did you get all this? Took them from the Kelly family. I plan to sell them. Most are fakes. Only the jewelry in the corner is genuine. Do you have a buyer? If not, I'll have Hank make some calls. Carl's lips parted to speak, but Chen An cut in. Don't tell me your girlfriend is a jeweler again. Carl shook his head. No, boss. The fakes need to be passed off as real, which requires a lot of manpower. It's tricky. Better to sell them all at once. As for the jewelry, it's even more troublesome. Without connections, the price will be slashed. Buyers aren't fools. Hearing this, Chen An pressed. So you have no solution? I don't, but someone else does, Carl said. Who? Old friend Black Wolf. Carl replied. Chen An's expression shifted. Black Wolf? Isn't he an arms dealer? Did he switch to jewelry? No, he has connections, including jewelers. He might be able to help. Chen An, lost in thought, decided after deliberation to seek out Black Wolf. After all, transactions on the dark web were far less reliable than dealing with a trusted acquaintance like Black Wolf, and the price would undoubtedly be rock bottom. All right, you come with me to see Black Wolf and ask if he knows anyone who wants to cooperate. We'll decide after that. With these words, he walked out of residence No. 6 with Carl, got into the car, and drove toward Black Wolf's residence. Inside the Carrie Whittle estate, Carrie Whittle, sipping afternoon tea while seated in a chair, pondered the meaning behind Moses Rocca's recent words. How could this Chen An, a man from the Dragon Kingdom, know Ada? Was there police involvement behind this? Could it be that the police were planning to secretly execute the Carrie family? Yet he quickly dismissed this notion. It was utterly impossible, and if they were to act, they wouldn't go to such trouble. The only uncertainty was whether Chen An truly had ties to Crick. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed. A member of the Carrie family approached Carrie Whittle and leaned in to whisper, Mr. Whittle, Officer Moses Rocca is dead. He was found in his home. Hearing this, Carrie Whittle's pupils contracted. Is the information accurate? It's confirmed to be true, the member nodded. At this moment, Carrie Whittle's emotions were a tumultuous mix. He could vaguely sense that Moses Rocca's death was connected to him and by extension to that Chen An. It seemed Chen An's suspicion was growing ever deeper. Before this news had fully sunk in, Carrie Triff also strode over quickly. What is it now? Carrie Whittle asked, rubbing his brow. Brother, the smuggling matter has been cleared up. The leak was Donovan. He accidentally revealed the information to Hunter while drunk. Coincidentally, Hunter went missing a few days ago, and there's been no news since. Carrie Whittle asked, is this also related to Chen An? No, Carrie Triff shook his head. When Hunter disappeared, he went to see O'Neill, the boss of the Cripple Gang in the South District. Also now, only the Cripple Gang remains in the South District. Our 18th Street Gang has no members left there. I think they've all been dealt with by this Cripple Gang. Recently, I've heard that O'Neill has a group of mercenaries around him, ruthless in their methods. Carrie Whittle frowned after hearing this. Where did this O'Neill come from? How dare a mere gang make a move against our Carrie family? I'm not sure, brother. Should we send someone to track them down? Carrie Triff asked. Yes, send men to find this O'Neill. Even if they're not connected to Chen and they're tied to the smuggling, they definitely know where that thing is. Hearing Carrie Whittle's command, Carrie Triff nodded. All right, brother. I feel the truth is about to come to light. After Carrie Triff left, Carrie Whittle turned to another member and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Find someone, whether mercenaries or desperados, to capture Chen An and his sister Chen Wan and bring them to me. I want to interrogate them personally. Yes, Mr. Whittle. After the man left, Carrie Whittle murmured to himself, sigh one misfortune after another. What is going on? Meanwhile, Chen An and the others had already driven out of Los Angeles and arrived at the tranquil town where Black Wolf lived, parking the car directly in front of a small building. Seeing the unfamiliar car, the eagle at the door looked wary. However, upon spotting Chen An and Carl stepping out, his expression softened, and he said with a smile, "Carl, in here to buy equipment again. You two come around every few days. At this rate, you'll buy up all the boss stock." "Eagle, where's your boss? I need to see him about something," Chen An said with a smile. "He's inside." Eagle opened the door. Chen An and Carl entered the building and went up to a room on the second floor where they found Black Wolf running on a treadmill. Seeing them, Black Wolf looked surprised. "And what brings you here?" "Running low on bullets." He paused the treadmill and wiped his sweat. Chen An smiled. "I'm here to pay you back that $100,000. Black Wolf looked skeptical. "Why are you repaying it now? Didn't you say it would take 3 months? "I've made some money recently, so I have sufficient funds," Chen An said. "All right, hand it over." Black Wolf slowly extended his hand, but Chen An made no move. Seeing this, Black Wolf frowned. "And are you messing with me? I don't have time for your games." "Black Wolf, it's not that I won't give it to you, but I can't produce it right now." Hearing this, Black Wolf's face darkened. "If you don't have the money, why talk about paying? Don't tell me you want to borrow more. No way." Chen An explained, "I'm temporarily short on cash, but I have a batch of goods worth $1.3 million. If you can find me a buyer, I'll be able to pay you back." Black Wolf's eyes lit up. "And why didn't you say so sooner? Let's go to the living room and talk details about what goods you have." Soon they headed downstairs to the living room. "Spill it. Where did they come from? What kind of goods?" Black Wolf asked directly. "From the Carey family. Jewelry, luxury items, that sort of thing." Chen An didn't deceive Black Wolf. There was no need, since the latter already knew about his feud with the Careys. "You robbed Pier 6 and Daryl?" Black Wolf exclaimed in shock. Seeing such a strong reaction, Chen An was momentarily puzzled. "Black Wolf, this isn't like you. It's just over $1 million worth of goods." Black Wolf looked at Chen An. "And do you really have no idea what's in that batch of goods?" At these words, Chen An sensed something was off. "Black Wolf, is there something else in that cargo?" Black Wolf lit a cigarette and let out a long breath. "You're something else managing to haul those goods away under those circumstances. You ran into U.S. Special Forces, didn't you?" Chen An nodded. "That cargo contains some very important intelligence. A surprise, you could say. I won't tell you what it is. Go check the goods yourself." "I'm not entirely sure." Hearing this, he finally understood why the U.S. Special Forces had shown up at that time. It was because of something in that cargo. He hadn't examined it closely when he got it. "Let's talk about the goods. I can find a buyer, and I can even get you a very high price." Hearing Black Wolf say this, Chen An raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Black Wolf smiled at Chen An. "But what's in it for me?" Chen An asked, "What do you want?" "I don't have any money. At most, I can give you a cut of the goods proceeds." Black Wolf shook his head. "I need you to do me a favor." "Deal." Upon hearing this, Chen An was taken aback. "No way you want me to do a favor for this. If you asked me to assassinate the mayor or the governor, would I have to agree as well?" Black Wolf said, "You're not qualified for that, and the matter is quite simple. It's related to that jeweler." "Let's hear it. He'll consider whether to agree." Chen An replied, "The task is also simple. The jeweler's son was kidnapped while traveling in Thailand. Your mission is to rescue him. How about it? Simple, right? For someone who escaped from the U.S. Special Forces, this should be a piece of cake." Chen An's expression shifted. "That far? I thought it was within the United States." Black Wolf sighed helplessly. "If it were in the U.S., I wouldn't need your people. I could handle it myself. But it's too far and none of my men are available for the mission right now." "Are you in or not?" Chen An pondered. The mission's difficulty was actually not high, but it required accurate intelligence, otherwise it would waste too much time. He was willing to give it a try, but the benefits couldn't be this meager. So he turned to Black Wolf and demanded, "Black Wolf, I can agree, but can I ask for a little extra benefit?" Black Wolf smiled faintly. "You really never lift a finger without profit. Am I asking you for a favor, or are you asking me?" Chen An said and broke. "This trip is so far it'll waste a lot of my time and cost me a lot of money. All right, how about this? The $10,000 you owe me is forgiven, and he'll give you a quarter of the mission fee, about $500,000. Black Wolf said. Upon hearing this, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "No problem, but I have a few more requests." Black Wolf waved his hand. "Let's hear them." "You arrange the travel, and you cover the cost of ammunition, okay?" Hearing this, Black Wolf was stunned. "And are you trying to bleed me dry? You want to use my ammunition too?" Chen An shrugged. "I don't have much ammunition, and you might need to provide the firearms too." Broke. "Fine, I'll arrange the travel and cover the ammunition. Any other conditions?" Chen An smiled, knowing when to stop, and shook his head. "No more." "Good. Now come with me to meet the jeweler and discuss the details." Black Wolf said as he stood up and walked out of the building. "Okay, Chen An nodded and followed. Then the two got into a car and drove away from the town. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at an open field where a helicopter was quietly parked. Chen An got out of the car and saw this a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He couldn't help but ask Black Wolf, "Are we taking the helicopter?" "Yes, the jeweler lives in San Francisco," Black Wolf said. Then the four boarded the helicopter, which slowly rose and headed toward San Francisco. It was Chen An's first time in a helicopter, and he curiously glanced at the interior. "Black Wolf, how much does this helicopter cost?" Faced with Chen An's question, Black Wolf laughed. "Want to buy one? I can sell you this Airbus H-125. It's not expensive, just $1 million. The price is reasonable. They'll buy one from you sometime, but not now." Soon the helicopter arrived in downtown San Francisco. Looking down, they could clearly see that most of the buildings were built on slopes, forming a peculiar downhill road section. Chen An's knowledge of San Francisco came only from the movie Jackie Chan Adventures, so it was more or less accurate. The helicopter then landed on the rooftop helipad of a skyscraper, and the four disembarked. "Wait here, we'll be back soon," Black Wolf said to the pilot. The pilot nodded and gave an okay sign. Then Black Wolf led them toward the elevator, and once inside, he pressed the button for the first floor. "Black Wolf, is this entire building yours?" Chen An asked. "No, I don't have that much money to buy a skyscraper," Black Wolf replied. "Then how can you park the helicopter on top?" Black Wolf turned to look at him. "I rented the spot for a while. As long as you have money, you can park anywhere." Chen An nodded, having learned something new. Then they exited the building, hailed a taxi, and after about 10 minutes finally stopped in front of a villa in an upscale neighborhood. The four got out. The security guard at the gate, apparently under orders, slowly opened the gate, and Black Wolf strode in. Chen An followed, thinking to himself that this jeweler was extremely wealthy. This wasn't just a villa. It was practically the scale of a small estate. Under Black Wolf's guidance, they arrived at the living room on the first floor of the villa. "Black Wolf, my friend, you're finally here. Please have a seat." In the distance, three figures approached, 2 men and 1 woman. The speaker was also of Asian descent, with a crew cut and casual attire, showing no sign of being a wealthy businessman. The woman was a white blonde girl, quite attractive, while the other man was likely a bodyguard, evident from his muscular build. Soon they all sat on the leather sofa. Several maids served tea and gently placed it before Chen An and the others. "Mr. Chen, I'm here to discuss your son's matter," Black Wolf said. Shin Qingshan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Thank you for your trouble. My son has been kidnapped for some time. We paid them a ransom of $5 million, but they still won't release him." Chen An paused, holding his teacup. He had to admit those people in Southeast Asia were truly ruthless. Not even $5 million satisfied them. They were determined to squeeze you dry. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. We've prepared our men and can move to rescue your son immediately." At this point, Shin Qingshan noticed the unfamiliar faces of Chen An and Carl and asked Black Wolf, "Who are these two?" Black Wolf introduced them. "Chen An is from the Dragon Kingdom, just like you. He will be in charge of this operation." Chen An smiled and nodded slightly. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Hello, Chen An. I didn't expect to meet a fellow countryman here." Shin Qingshan reached out and shook Chen An's hand. Then he looked at Black Wolf. "Any issues?" Black Wolf chuckled. "Are you doubting Chen An's men's capabilities? Don't worry, they managed to escape from AU's Special Forces encirclement. Their strength is guaranteed." Upon hearing that they had escaped from AU's Special Forces siege, Shin Qingshan felt somewhat reassured. "So the fee is still $6 million, right?" Black Wolf looked hesitant. Seeing this, Shin Qingshan directly asked Black Wolf, "If there's anything else, just say it. He'll try to accommodate. While transportation and firearms are a significant expense, we might need an additional $1 million, Mr. Chen. Is that acceptable?" Chen An thought to himself, wow, he had been shortchanged. The $1 million for ammunition and firearms would never be fully used by him. The rest would all go to Black Wolf. He had to admit Black Wolf was a true businessman, asking for an extra $1 million just like that. "No problem." Shin Qingshan agreed, without hesitation, nodding. As long as it could save his son, this was nothing. Chen An then spoke up, asking, "Mr. Chen, do you have any information about the kidnappers who took your son? That would increase our chances of rescuing your son." Shin Qingshan nodded in response, "Of course. When my son went missing, I used my connections and managed to find some clues. The kidnappers are a Thai gang called Bantala with about 100 to 200 members. However, they have few firearms, and those they do have are quite outdated. The gang's leader is a Thai named Surya. Their base is in Bangkok, the capital of Thailand." Upon hearing this, Chen An nodded. Having precise information was good. It would save a lot of trouble. "By the way, Mr. Chen An has a batch of jewelry, high imitation goods, that he wants to cooperate with you on. The value is around $1.3 million. As long as my son is rescued, everything is negotiable," Shin Qingshan said flatly. Chen An smiled. "That's a given. Mr. Shin, just wait for the good news." Should I bring back Saria's head for you? Shen Qingshan's pupils contracted, and even He Lang looked at Chen An in surprise. Was he that serious? A photo should suffice for something like this. No, just send me a photo. Shen Qingshan waved his hand, repeatedly wondering where He Lang had found such a ruthless person. Then it's settled, Mr. Shen. Send me the deposit, and I'll send people to rescue your son immediately. He Lang slowly stood up and said, No problem. I want to see you out. The four of them walked out of the villa together. Chen An then said, He Lang, you're not being fair. $250 million is 1.5 million, isn't it? He Lang replied, We need funds for the members along the way, the Thai guide, and most of all transporting weapons and equipment and bribing the American soldiers at checkpoints and the Thai border troops. That will cost around $1 million. Hearing this, Chen An smiled. I have a way to safely smuggle the weapons into Thailand without spending that money. He Lang was astonished. Really? You have that kind of skill, eh? Really, just leave it to me. He was joking. The ability for long-distance transport was no laughing matter. As long as a death warrior was there, goods could be transported there. All right then. That way you can get a share of over $1 million. No problems, right? Chen An nodded, agreed. With this million, plus the 1.3 million from the goods, that's a total of 2.3 million. After that, he could try his luck with the ultimate blind boxes that cost 100,000 each. Afterward, the four of them took the helicopter back to the town. They agreed on a meeting time with He Lang for the next day, then got into a car and headed towards Los Angeles. By 5 in the evening, Chen An and Carl had returned to Ralph Community. They parked the Toyota Tacoma in the garage and hurriedly took Carl towards house no. 6. Inside the house, 6 death warriors were sitting in the living room. Chen An said, Follow me. The 6 slowly stood up and followed him to the backyard. Looking at the pile of goods, Chen An spoke. Search. See if there's anything suspicious. The 6 death warriors and Carl began rummaging through the goods. About 10 minutes later, one of the death warriors discovered a peculiar USB drive. Chen An took it and examined it closely. Its design was unique, unlike ordinary USB drives. He could tell it was a USB drive only because of the interface. Boss, I recognize this. Carl leaned in, his expression showing surprise. Tell me about it. Carl nodded. This is a USB drive exclusive to CIA agents. It usually contains important national intelligence meant to be sent back to the United States. I came across these during my time in the Navy SEALs. Hearing this, Chen An's expression shifted. This small object had prompted the deployment of U.S. Special Forces. What kind of intelligence could it hold? Come on, let's show it to Hank. He walked out of the house and entered house no. 8, where Hank lived. Anton and the others were sitting there. Sir, perfect timing. Here is today's pay, a total of $100. Why so much today? Chen An asked. Well, some of it is from the auction of Blake's container blind boxes, and we also just completed a big deal. Chen An nodded in understanding. Tomorrow, don't go to the dock. We have a big job. Take 10 men and Carl to Thailand. No problem, sir. Boss, finally some action. I've been idle lately, feeling bad for taking your money without doing anything. Chen An smiled. I'm sending you to liaise with the people there. Leave the fighting to Anton and the others. Oh, and he'll bring your M250 for you. Shoot as much as you want. He Lang is covering the expenses. Carl's face lit up with joy. Thanks, boss. With Anton and me working together, that Bantala gang will vanish from Thailand in no time. All right, we'll discuss the details later. For now, let's see what's on this USB drive. They quickly arrived at Hank's office. The room now had 4 additional computers and had been transformed by Hank into a network base. Boss, you're here. Hank was calibrating equipment and quickly stood up when he saw Chen An approach. Can you crack this? Chen An handed him the USB drive. Hank took it and examined it, frowning. Boss, if I'm not mistaken, this is a USB drive used by CIA agents, right? Yes, you're right. So, can you do it? Hank thought for a moment, then said, I need some time to try you. I can't guarantee it. It'll take at most 2 days. Hearing this, Chen An said, All right, go ahead and work on it. Let me know when you have results. Then Chen An and Carl returned to the living room on the first floor. Carl, you and Anton will be in command of this operation. Any problems? Carl shook his head. No problem. This time, he didn't plan to use Chen Long and the others. They were reserved for dealing with the Kelly family and couldn't leave the vicinity of Los Angeles for now. Having Anton and the others handle this would be fine. It might even build their reputation, which would be beneficial for establishing a security company later. Afterward, Chen An returned home. The next day, he woke up early, summoned today's 9 death warriors, and immediately ordered them to stand by. Carl and Anton were waiting in the living room. Morning, boss. Yeah, let's go. Let's see what goodies He Lang has prepared for us. 3 vehicles, 11 death warriors, along with Chen An and Carl, were heading toward the Black Wolf's residence. Half an hour later, they came to a halt before the Black Wolf's abode. There stood the Black Wolf and his men, evidently having awaited their arrival for some time. Hey, are these your people? The Black Wolf remarked. Chen An nodded. Yes, they'll be handling this operation. How are the preparations for the equipment? He inquired further. All set. They'll take you to make your selections. Follow me. With that, the Black Wolf and his cohorts climbed into the Hummer before them, slowly starting the engine and driving down the road ahead. Seeing this, Chen An and his team followed suit. Before long, they arrived before a massive warehouse. Everyone alighted from the vehicles. Chen An surveyed the warehouse before him, musing that the Black Wolf might have stashed an entire arsenal within. Truly a dream of limitless weaponry. The Black Wolf had already swung open the doors. Turning to Chen An, he said, "Come in. Pick whatever equipment you desire." Hearing this, Chen An led Carl and the Death Warriors into the warehouse. As his gaze swept across the space, it was not the imagined arsenal that greeted him, but only 3 large trucks. Yet the truck beds were wide open, revealing armories within. An array of firearms, large and small, lay quietly arranged on the gun racks lining both sides of the containers. Carl's eyes lit up as he spotted the object of his desire, an M250 light machine gun. He strode over swiftly and grasped it in his hands. Black Wolf, are all these available for our use? Chen An asked. The Black Wolf nodded. Of course. Make your selections. You'll transport them into Thai territory afterward. Any issues? No problem. With matters settled, Chen An instructed Anton and the others to choose their respective firearms and gear, taking as much as they could. About 10 minutes later, the weapon selection was nearly complete, and Anton and his men returned. Carl handed over the list. Chen An took it and began reading slowly. 9 M7 assault rifles, 13 Glock 17s, 1 M250 light machine gun, 1 AWM high-precision sniper rifle, 1 M100 designated marksman rifle, 12 quad-tube night vision devices, 12 sets of tactical vests, and 12 tactical helmets, 3 RPG launchers with 12 rounds of ammunition, 50 M67 hand grenades, 30 M84 stun grenades. Also 3 Humvees, one of which is fitted with a 6-barreled M134 minigun. For ammunition, 2,000 rounds of 7.62 millimeters and 500 rounds for the rest. That's all. Chen An finished in one breath and stared quietly at the other. The Black Wolf stood frozen on the spot. I can let slide the 50 grenades and stun grenades. But what the hell are the Humvees and the minigun? I don't recall offering those. He was already beginning to regret agreeing to prepare equipment for Chen An. This was far too much. Coupled with the fact that nearly all the firearms were fully accessorized, the total value had already exceeded $1 million. Chen An smiled and patted the Black Wolf on the shoulder. Black Wolf, how can we manage without decent rides? What if something goes wrong during the hostage extraction and evacuation? All our efforts would be for nothing. Besides, since you've already provided so much equipment, what's a little more? 3 extra Humvees and a minigun are nothing. It's not like I won't return them. Hearing Chen An's words, the Black Wolf's face showed hesitation. Seeing this, Chen An pressed on. Tell you what, he'll return these 3 Humvees exactly as they are afterward. If any are damaged, he'll compensate you for it. I'm just being cautious, not trying to rip you off. At this, the Black Wolf finally relented. Fine, but I only have 2 Humvees on hand right now. The third might take 3 days to be delivered. Chen An waved his hand dismissively. Forget it then. Just the 2 will do. Fit them with the M134 minigun. Don't tell me you don't have one. I saw it in the truck bed just now. Fine. They'll have it installed for you. Soon, all the firearms, equipment, and ammunition were loaded onto one of the trucks, including the M124 minigun. The 2 Humvees were also parked outside the warehouse. Everything good now? The Black Wolf asked. Chen An gave a slight nod. Excellent. Now have Carl and his men transported into Thai territory. My equipment will follow shortly. All right, said the Black Wolf. A truck pulled up outside the warehouse and Carl and his 11 men all climbed inside. Chen An approached for a final farewell. Carl, try to stay close to Anton. Don't separate from each other. If anything comes up, just tell Anton. He'll get in touch with me. Carl nodded. Got it, boss. Then 2 of the Black Wolf's men closed the truck's cargo doors. The driver stepped on the gas and the vehicle drove off into the distance. Watching the truck gradually disappear from sight, Chen An turned to the Black Wolf. What transport method are you using to get Carl and the others into Thailand? The Black Wolf replied, first by plane, then by sea. It's the only way that's hard to detect. The journey might be tough, but it's safe. All right, have a few of your men drive the Humvees in my car and follow me. With that, Chen An climbed into the driver's seat of the truck. Eagle, Vulture, you 2 drive the vehicles and follow Chen An, ordered the Black Wolf. Both men nodded. Chen An then drove the truck ahead, soon stopping at an abandoned warehouse. He alighted. Eagle and the other parked the Humvees nearby. Mr. Chen An, shall we stop here? Eagle asked. Chen An nodded. Someone will come to transport them later. You can leave now. Hearing this, Eagle didn't think much of it. After exchanging farewells, he and his companion drove off in the pickup truck that had followed them, slowly leaving the area. Once they were out of sight, Chen An first entered the truck's cargo hold. Gazing at the vast array of equipment before him, he waved his hand, and everything vanished. In the next instant, it all appeared in the backyard of Residence No. 8, where Emily stood. After transporting the gear, Chen An approached the two Humvees. These were fine pieces of machinery, he mused. The U.S. military's standard tactical vehicles with bulletproof exteriors that could effectively withstand explosive damage. He had witnessed the defensive capabilities of such vehicles back at the Durrell Pier. So when he saw that the Black Wolf's own ride was a Hummer, he had thought to acquire a few for himself. He hadn't expected to actually succeed. He then waved his hand again. The two Humvees and the M134 minigun vanished, reappearing in an abandoned warehouse where the figure of Chon Yo was present. This warehouse was on Cripple Gang turf, so there was no worry about discovery. It was relatively safe and would serve as a transit point until Carl and his team arrived in Thailand. With everything done, Chen An got into the Toyota Tacoma, also delivered by one of the Black Wolf's men, and drove toward Los Angeles. He soon arrived home safely. Now all that remained was to wait for Carl and the others to reach Thailand. According to the Black Wolf, it would take a day or two. During this time, he needed to begin his offensive against the Carey family. He had amassed enough strength for the task. In the blink of an eye, the clock struck 2 a.m. Chen An, who was fast asleep, suddenly jolted awake. He quickly got up, dressed, and made his way to the living room. Just then, Chun Wan was also roused by the commotion. Rubbing her eyes, she asked, "Brother, what's happening?" "The Carey family has made a move against us," Chen An explained. He had just received word from his loyal retainers moments ago. Over a dozen figures had appeared around the residence. Fortunately, Emily and the others had already dealt with them, and the survivors were now in custody. It was this news that had startled him awake, but he was grateful for the precautions he had taken. "Brother, we need to be careful," Chen Wan said. Upon hearing that the Carey family had launched an attack, Chen Wan drew her Glock 17 from her waistband and warily fixed her gaze on the doorway. Seeing this, Chen An smiled. "No need to worry. Since I know about it, it means they've already been dealt with. Follow me." "Oh." At his words, Chen Wan slowly lowered her gun, and the two of them proceeded to Residence No. 6. Their 7 or 8 corpses lay silently on the floor. On the other side, several figures knelt, their bodies trembling violently as they were consumed by immense terror. Witnessing the scene, Chen Wan's face turned pale and her throat tightened. She struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. In her heart, she kept telling herself that these people deserved to die. It was nothing. Chen An, however, had long grown immune to such sights. Calmly, he walked over to the sofa beside Emily and sat down, looking down at the 3 survivors. "You were sent by the Carey family." The 3 slowly raised their heads, but upon meeting Chen An's icy glare, they quickly lowered them again. One of them stammered. We were hired by the Carey family. We're not members of the Carey family." Chen An pressed on. "Then what was your purpose here?" "This." The 3 hesitated. Seeing this, Chen An waved his hand. Emily immediately understood and delivered a powerful kick, sending one of them flying. He crashed to the ground and lay still. The remaining 2 could feel the force of the kick and hear the crack of bones. They hastily began to speak, vying to be heard. "The Carey family told us to capture you and bring you back. They promised us $30,000. Hearing this, Chen An was almost certain that the Carey family had grown suspicious and had now resorted to direct action. "What else?" The 2 shook their heads frantically. "Nothing else. Please spare us. This is our first time doing something like this." "Heh." Chen An found this amusing. "You came to capture me, and you expect me to let you go. Do you take me for a fool?" Emily finished them off. As Emily moved forward to execute them, Chun Wan's voice suddenly rang out. "Brother, let me do it." Chen An was taken aback. "Sister, you don't need to get involved in this." "No. Brother, if I don't kill a few of these people, I won't feel at ease. Not just them, but also Chris Devon and Chris Weddle. They'll kill them all." Chun Wan spoke with hatred, her eyes once again blazing with murderous intent. Seeing this, Chun An said nothing more and simply nodded. "Emily, give my sister the gun." "Sister, this gun has a silencer, so it won't be too loud. Use this one." Chun Wan took the pistol Emily handed her and slowly walked up to the 2 men. She raised the barrel and aimed. By now, the 2 men had wet themselves in terror. Hearing the discussion around them about how they were going to be killed, their fear reached an unprecedented peak, and they began to struggle desperately. But the 2 loyal retainers held them down firmly, making resistance impossible. A muffled shot rang out, and one of them went limp, collapsing to the ground. Muffled shots followed one after another. Then Chun Wan began firing wildly at the last man, her face a mask of fury and madness. She was determined to vent all the grievances she had suffered before. Only when the gun was empty did she finally stop, letting out a long breath. She felt much better. Emily cleaned this up. Seeing that his sister had vented enough, Chun An gave the order. "Yes, sir." The loyal retainers immediately began to erase all traces of the scene. Meanwhile, Chen An had already left residence No. 6 with his sister and returned home. Only then did Chen An lose her composure. She rushed to the bathroom and began to vomit violently. Chen An came over and patted her on the back. "It's okay. After today, you'll get used to it. Brother, are we going to make a move against the Carey family now?" Chen An wiped her mouth with water and turned to him with an eager look. "Yes, but we need to plan it out," Chen An said. Afterwards, they each went to their rooms to sleep. Chen An couldn't fall asleep because of the night's events, but Chen An was already snoring away. Meanwhile, in the villa of Carter Fondy of the Fondy family, a core member meeting was urgently convened to discuss a major decision for the family. Patriarch Carter Fondy spoke. "I have received reliable information that the attack on the Carey family was carried out by a gang from the South District, led by a man named O'Neill." Hearing this, one person scoffed. "Just a gang. It'll probably be wiped out by the Carey family soon enough." But the second-in-command Callion shook his head. "The real threat isn't O'Neill. It's the group of mercenaries behind him. They were the ones who did the job. Don't underestimate them." At Callion's words, everyone fell into deep thought. They had essentially understood that today's invitation was for a meeting to discuss a plan against the Carey family. So someone spoke up. "Patriarch, just tell us what you've called us here for. As long as it's against the Carey family, we won't oppose it." Seeing this, Carter Fondy smiled calmly. "Callion and I have discussed it. We plan to invite O'Neill and his people to collaborate on an operation against the Carey family. If we succeed, we will completely destroy the Carey family. If we fail, we'll only lose a bit of business. What do you all think?" At this, everyone's expressions varied, but a consensus was quickly reached. They were in. "No problem, Patriarch. I also think this is a great opportunity. It's time to show the Carey family who's the real boss of the Los Angeles underworld." "Exactly. The Carey family has been getting more and more out of line these years. It's time to teach them a lesson. Patriarch, whatever you say, well follow." Carter Fondy nodded. "Good. He'll contact O'Neill tomorrow to discuss the details. The specifics will be decided later. You may all return now." The group rose and left without delay, leaving only Carter Fondy and Callion. "Callion, do you think allying with O'Neill is the right decision?" "Absolutely, Patriarch. Based on the current situation, O'Neill's mercenaries are formidable. Combined with our own forces, the probability of completely dismantling the Carey family is 99. Callion adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with a smile. Soon the clock struck 9 a.m. Chen An rose from bed and went to the living room, savoring the breakfast Emily had personally prepared. He began deploying today's 9 death warriors, instructing in Xing to escort them to the dock. Suddenly his brow furrowed. He activated the shared perspective, focusing his gaze on Chen Long. At that moment, Chen Long was clad in a sleek, well-tailored black suit, his short hair neat and sharp. His eyes were deep and fierce, exuding an intimidating authority without a hint of anger, a commanding presence that seemed to hold the reins of power. O'Neill was also dressed in a custom-tailored suit. They were so formally attired because they were about to meet with members of the Fondy family. Chen Long had already relayed the message to him, revealing the existence of the Fondy family, an underworld force on par with the Carey family. "It seems this family is also eager to destroy the Carey family," Chen An murmured. "Now they're seeking cooperation with Chen Long and the others." Yet he also sensed this might be an opportunity, a crucial chance to eradicate the Carey family entirely. So he began to closely monitor the movements of Chen Long and his companions. Chen Long, Mao Tu Wei Yang, and she followed O'Neill to the meeting. They got into the car and headed toward a villa district in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Over 10 minutes later, the vehicle arrived smoothly at the villa's gates. As they stepped out, they saw a member of the Fondy family already standing there. Upon seeing O'Neill and the others, he greeted them with a smile. "Gentlemen, the family head has been waiting for you in the reception hall. Please follow me." O'Neill nodded. "All right, let's go." He then led Chen Long and the other 3 into the villa. On the way, O'Neill asked, "Chen Long, should we agree to the Fondy family's request for cooperation?" Chen Long replied indifferently, "It depends. If there's no conflict of interest, then yes." O'Neill gave a slight nod, indicating his understanding. Although he was the leader of the Crips, he still relied on Chen Long and his men. Besides, a few days ago, the latter had brought in 6 more people, all of whom possessed formidable martial skills and deadly marksmanship. In fact, he could decide on minor matters within the gang, but when it came to major issues, he needed the approval of Chen Long and his crew. Before long, they arrived at a resplendent reception hall. An opulent crystal chandelier hung silently overhead, while the walls and floor exuded an air of luxury. A suffocating yet majestic aura washed over them. At that moment, several figures sat serenely on chairs, their eyes scanning O'Neill and the others appraisingly. Though O'Neill was a gang leader, he couldn't help but feel nervous under such pressure, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Chen Long and his 3 companions had no such qualms. They were devoid of emotion, acting only on Chen An's orders. The four casually walked over and sat down on the nearest chairs, their gazes calm as they met the other's eyes. Callian, sitting beside Carter Fendi, smiled. His guess had been correct. O'Neill was merely a puppet, and the real power lay with these mercenaries, or soldiers. The four exuded a formidable aura, showing no trace of timidity. In fact, they even gave him a faint sense of danger. "Hello, I'm Chen Long," Chen Long said with a faint smile. "Hello, Mr. Chen Long. I'm Carter Fendi, the current head of this family." Carter introduced himself with a smile, then gestured beside him. "This is Callian, the second-in-command of the Fendi family." Callian then took over, introducing the other members one by one. Through Chen Long's covert observation, Chen An's expression shifted. He hadn't expected the Fendi family to rival the Carey family in scale, perhaps even surpass it. "All right, no more beating around the bush. How do you plan to deal with the Carey family, and what help do you need from us?" Chen Long asked directly. Callian replied, "Simple. They'll have my men strike at the Carey family's various businesses, forcing their members to leave their heavily guarded estate. That's when you step in and eliminate these Carey family members. Simple enough, isn't it?" Chen Long raised a few questions in response. "What if the Carey family doesn't come out and instead gets the LAPD involved?" Carter Fendi chuckled. "If they dare to do that, the Carey family's reputation in Los Angeles would be ruined. A family needing police help to reclaim their businesses, what a sign of utter incompetence." Chen Long nodded and asked a second question. "In this operation to destroy the Carey family, what benefits do we get?" At this, the Fendi family members exchanged glances. Callian spoke first. "There are many benefits. Considering you already have a grudge against the Carey family, our actions are indirectly helping you. The Carey family has many businesses in Los Angeles, including docks, bars, smuggling, and drugs. You can choose 2 of these to manage afterward. Also, you're expected to receive $10 million from the Carey family's liquid assets." Chen An, who was listening to the benefits, felt a jolt of shock. $10 million. That meant he had the funds to upgrade the system. Plus, the docks and smuggling businesses would provide a steady stream of cash flow. Given that he needed to eliminate the Carey family anyway, there was no reason to refuse. Meanwhile, Chen Long, having received Chen An's orders, smiled faintly. "The terms are quite satisfactory. You can discuss the specifics with O'Neill later." "Mr. Chen, does that mean you agree?" Callian asked uncertainly. "Yes," Chen Long nodded. "We agree to cooperate. As for dividing the Carey family's businesses, we can discuss that later. Is that all right?" Carter Fendi stood up, smiling as he waved his hand. "No problem. Then I wish us a fruitful cooperation. Just let us know when you're ready. We won't keep you any longer," Chen Long said, leading O'Neill and the others away. "Callian, see Mr. Chen out," Carter Fendi instructed. Callian nodded and followed Chen Long out of the reception hall. Once their figures had disappeared, only the Fendi family members remained. One of them spoke up. "Head of the family, why are we giving so many benefits to a gang? It doesn't seem like they're doing much of the heavy lifting." Carter Fendi replied, "You don't understand. Giving a little more is fine, as long as we destroy the Carey family, we'll earn even more. Besides, these people have a mysterious background. It's best not to offend them lightly. Callian and I have already decided on this. Does anyone object?" As his words fell, Carter Fendi's icy gaze swept over everyone present. The reception hall fell into silence, and even those who had been dissatisfied earlier dared not speak further. On the other side, Chen Long and his group, escorted by Callian and others, reached the villa's exterior. "Mr. Chen, just wait for our signal. It'll take at most a day, or at least 2, to launch the operation." Chen Long nodded, then got into the car and drove away. Witnessing this scene, Chen An began to make arrangements as long as he could join forces with the Fendi family to eliminate the Kelly family. Not only could he avenge himself, but he could also carve up the business and wealth of this century-old family to a great extent. $1 million was already a considerable sum. It would allow the system to upgrade once more, elevating his overall strength to a new level. He had been pondering how to acquire this million, and unexpectedly someone had delivered it to his doorstep. After all, with his meager background in Los Angeles, even if he could take down the Kelly family, it would be impossible for him to claim their business for himself. The emergence of the Fendi family precisely solved this dilemma, which was why Chen An had Chen Long agree immediately. There was nothing to deliberate. All that remained was to guard against the Kelly family making a move against him and wait for news from the Fendi family. Taking a moment, Chen An observed the situation of Carl and the others. After a day and night of travel, they had left America and were now aboard a transport ship sailing across the Indian Ocean. It seemed they would reach Southeast Asia before long. Time slipped by slowly, and soon it was noon the next day. Sitting on the sofa watching TV, Chen An received word that Anton and the others had safely arrived in Thailand. He was about to use the shared perspective when Black Wolf's call came directly. He picked up and answered. My men have successfully sent Carl and the others into Thailand. Have your weapons arrived? Don't tell me there's been a hitch. Hearing this, Chen An smiled faintly. I told you not to handle the transport. Your men are too slow. I delivered them yesterday. Let Carl and the others pick them up shortly. Rest assured I have things under control. So fast. Black Wolf's tone was surprised. Of course. Without some skill, how could one survive in America? Chen An said. All right then. They'll wait for your good news. Black Wolf then hung up. Chen An rose and went to the bedroom, lying down on the bed, focusing his attention on Anton. In the border region of Thailand, the scorching sun hung high through dense branches and leaves completely obscured the blazing sun, and the air in the forest was stifling, making it unbearable. Anton and his 12 men were now walking through the thick jungle, the ground muddy and pitted. Carl and the others' clothes were already tattered. Damn it, Black Wolf, is this what you call a way into Thailand? This is too miserable, such a cheapskate. He could already guess that Black Wolf had used the cheapest and most economical method. Fortunately, Anton and the others were strong enough, so there were no major issues. Carl, however, was having a much tougher time. Although he was physically fit, the sweltering environment was tormenting him beyond endurance. Anton, when we get back, I'm going to give Black Wolf a beating. Even if we had to sneak into Thailand, he could have chosen a better route. Not mountains, then muddy roads. Here, have a Coke to cool down, Anton said, handing him a bottle. Carl's face lit up with surprise. Anton, where did you get this? Carl reached out and took it, his eyes brightening. It's even iced. Awesome, got any more? Anton shook his head. No, just this one. Drink up. This bottle of Coke had naturally been delivered to Anton by Chen An via long-distance transport. Seeing Carl so overheated, as the leader, he felt he should lend a hand. Coincidentally, he had an iced Coke fresh from the fridge. Carl opened the bottle and gulped down the cold soda into his parched mouth. Oh, that's refreshing. This is the best Coke I've ever had. Thanks, Anton. Anton nodded without speaking. Afterward, they walked another 3 kilometers and finally saw the city and roads. Anton took out a map, studied it, and led Carl and the others in a certain direction. Soon they entered a bar. Their white skin was still too conspicuous, drawing wary glances from many. Coupled with their ragged clothes, it only fueled more suspicion. A security guard at the bar stepped forward and asked, "What are you doing here?" He spoke Thai, which Carl and the others couldn't understand at all. Seeing that they didn't respond, the guard lost patience. "Please leave. You're not welcome here." As the guard reached out, Carl reflexively grabbed his arm. The immense force made the guard gasp in pain. Someone's causing trouble. At his shout, more than a dozen armed thugs quickly emerged from around the bar, glaring fiercely at Anton and the others. Chen An frowned at this scene. Where was the contact Black Wolf had arranged? Weren't they supposed to be at this bar? Where were they? He didn't speak Thai either. Stop. Fortunately, a voice rang out. A man in his 30s of Asian descent hurried over, exchanging a few words in Thai with the security guards. The guards lowered their weapons. The man then turned to Anton's group and spoke fluent English. "Hello, Mbong. You're the one sent by Black Wolf, right?" "Yes, that's us," Carl nodded, releasing the guard's arm. The guard's pupils contracted as he saw the bruising on his wrist. Bong continued, "Please follow me. Boss Shin's people are waiting for you in the private room." He then handed a few bills to the security guards and led Anton and his group deeper into the bar, where a row of private rooms lined the corridor. They stopped in front of room 120. Bong opened the door. "Please go in." Once Anton and the others entered, Bong glanced around cautiously, then stepped inside and closed the door, shutting out the noise. "You were in great danger just now. This is the Thai border, full of ruthless people. If I hadn't stopped them, they might have killed you," Bong said. Carl waved dismissively. "Those guys couldn't manage that." Anton looked at another Asian man already waiting in the room, wearing a floral t-shirt and shorts with slick back hair and a greasy face. Bong quickly introduced him. "This is Wang Dong, one of Boss Shin's men. He knows where the captive is held and is familiar with the details." Anton and the others nodded. "Mr. Wang, these are the people sent for the rescue. Are you all up to it?" Wang Dong said, clearly doubting whether Anton's 12 men could pull off the rescue, given the enemy outnumbered them 20 times. "You can rest assured. Numbers aren't everything. We 12 are more than enough. Your job is to provide as much information about that Saria as possible," Carl said confidently. Wang Dong sighed. "All right, I have no choice but to trust you. We actually attempted a rescue before, but it failed. So I'm a bit sensitive. Please don't mind." Carl nodded. "I understand." Just as they were about to discuss how to deal with Saria, a commotion of footsteps and screams erupted outside the room. Everyone present tensed up in alert. "Basin, what's going on? Have we been exposed?" Wang Dong asked with a vigilant expression. Basun shook his head. "I'm not sure. Normally Salia doesn't seem capable of tracking us here." Anton and the others remained impassive. "You? Go check." A death soldier, upon hearing Anton's command, nodded and rose to walk toward the door. Reaching it, he extended his hand to open it. As the door swung open, a fist suddenly hurtled toward him. Reacting swiftly, the death soldier raised his hand to block the punch, then countered by gripping the attacker's fist and yanking hard. The person outside was stunned, never expecting such immense strength from the man before him. His entire body was instantly pulled into the private room. He executed a tactical roll to regain his footing, his gaze sharp and wary as he surveyed his surroundings with a grim expression. The room was packed with people. Bosun and Carl now got a full view of the intruder. He was clad in a standard camouflage combat uniform, fitted and sharp. His boots were desert high-top combat boots, instantly suggesting he was either a mercenary or a soldier. However, he wore a mask obscuring his features. "Who are you?" Bosun asked in Thai. The man replied in fluent English. "Which one of you is Wang Dong? I need to speak with him." Wang Dong's expression shifted upon hearing that the man was looking for him. Could this be an old enemy? He decided to ask, "What do you want with me? Tell me where Celia is. I need to find him." Wang Dong frowned. "Sorry, I can't tell you. Please leave, or I won't hesitate to deal with you here." The man shook his head. "You must tell me where Celia is today." With that, he began to close in rapidly. At a glance from Anton, the nearest death soldier struck, swiftly kicking the man back. He tried to resist, but was effortlessly subdued by two death soldiers, pinned and helpless. Wang Dong and Bosun's eyes widened. They hadn't expected such formidable martial prowess. Wang Dong was especially astonished. These white men were using Dragon Kingdom martial arts. Who had taught them? Anton drew a Glock 17 from his pocket, aiming it at the man. "Move again, and he'll shoot." At his words, the figure struggling on the ground slowly stilled. One death soldier pulled down the man's mask, revealing a Caucasian face. "FCK, right? What are you doing here?" Carl suddenly exclaimed, his face a mask of surprise. Hearing his name, Wright looked up in disbelief. He quickly spotted Carl sitting in the corner, his own expression mirroring the shock. "Carl, what are you doing here?" He had been on guard against the others with no time to scan the entire room. Seeing Carl here was an unexpected twist. Bosun and the others frowned at their exchange. "Carl, you know him?" Anton asked. Carl nodded. "Anton, don't shoot. He's a friend of mine. Let me talk to him. There might be a misunderstanding." With that, Carl approached Wright. The death soldiers released their hold, allowing Wright to slowly rise, a smile spreading across his face. "Long time no see, Carl." Carl smiled faintly. "After you left the military, I heard you became a mercenary. I thought you were dead." Wright sighed. "Not dead, but close to it." Seeing Wright like this, Carl couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" A flicker of sorrow passed through Wright's eyes. "After I left the service, I did become a mercenary. But it didn't last. My entire mercenary squad was wiped out. I'm the only one left, and I'm wanted in several countries. Oh, no wonder I never heard from you again. We used to be the best of friends. I thought you just cut me off after leaving the service." Carl punched Wright's shoulder lightly. "So what do you want with me?" Wang Dong interjected, a note of confusion in his voice. At this, Wright's eyes grew redder. "My wife and children were caught in the crossfire. I had to hide them in Thailand, but because of my negligence they were killed in the street during a firefight between Celia and other gang members. So I need to find Celia and avenge my family myself." Carl felt a surge of sympathy for his old comrade. Even after retiring, he had to become a mercenary to survive, leading to this tragic chain of events. "What about you, Carl? Why are you here? I thought you still had a few years left in the military." Wright asked. "I got discharged." Carl recounted his own story to Wright, who listened with growing fury, his fists clenched. Those damned bastards. They betrayed their country so easily. Those were his comrades too. He never imagined that after 2 years away, Carl would be the only friend he had left. Through Anton Chen An observed the two men and couldn't help but feel they were kindred spirits in their suffering. Anton asked the boss if Wright can join our operation. He's strong and won multiple championships in the military. Carl said, looking at Anton. Wright looked puzzled. "Are you all after Celia too?" Carl nodded. "Yeah, what a coincidence, Wright." Anton then nodded. "The boss says it's fine. He agrees to let him join." "Thank you, boss." Carl expressed his gratitude. He wasn't surprised, knowing Anton had a covert device for long-range communication with their leader. With the misunderstanding cleared, they all sat down again. But then another commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. "Who now?" Bosun asked. Wright scratched his head, looking sheepish. "I might have roughed up a few people when I came in. They've probably regrouped." Bosun sighed inwardly. What a handful. Was everyone this violent? They always seemed to throw a punch first. Bang. The door was kicked open with force, and a crowd poured in, surrounding Anton and the others. A path cleared, and a figure strode in. From his flashy attire and the gold chain around his neck, he was clearly the boss of this bar. "Batama, it's me," Wang Dong said. Batama looked over, startled to see Wang Dong. "Wang Dong, what are you doing here? We're friends. Why did you attack my men?" Wang Dong laughed. "A misunderstanding. They didn't know. We're willing to pay compensation." Bosan handed over a stack of US dollars, a hard currency on the Thai border, more useful than local money. For the money, sake, ill let it slide. Enjoy yourselves. Call me if you need anything. Bottomos' eyes lit up at the sight of the cash. He led his men away, and the room fell silent once more. The crisis had been averted swiftly. Anton, where are your weapons? Are you going to take on Surya and his Bantara with just these pistols? Wang Dong said. Anton calmly replied. The firearms have already been transported to Bangkok. We can retrieve them there. Don't worry. Hearing this, Wang Dong nodded, though he still felt these men seemed somewhat unreliable. He could only wait and see how things would unfold. All right, since that's settled, let's set off. We'll reach Bangkok before dark, pick up the gear immediately, and move out tonight. The sooner the better. With that, Wang Dong rose and strode out of the private room. Anton and the others followed, with Carl and Ryder bringing up the rear. Ryder, since you're seeking revenge on Surya, where's your weapon? You didn't even have a pistol earlier. If I hadn't shown up, you'd probably be dead. Ryder sighed. Alas, it's shameful to say. I rushed here in such a hurry that I didn't bring a gun at all. I was just about to find someone to buy a firearm when this happened. Blinded by rage in that moment, I completely forgot about it. Carl, without you, I really would have died here. How foolish of me. Carl patted him on the shoulder. I understand. Who could stay calm when something like this happens? But rest assured, with us here, Surya is as good as dead. Hearing this, Ryder looked curious. Carl, what kind of organization have you joined? The men I fought earlier were incredibly strong. You know my combat skills. Carl replied. The one leading us is called Anton. He's the boss, right-hand man. The rest are his people. As for my boss, I can't reveal his name just yet, but he's an extraordinary man. Because of him, I've been living well. Seeing Carl's pride, Ryder paused for a moment before smiling slightly. It seems you found a benefactor. That's good. Unlike me running around as a mercenary, nearly losing my life. Soon everyone boarded the vehicles arranged by Wang Dong and sped toward Bangkok, the capital of Thailand. In the car, Anton asked, Wang Dong, tell me about Surya's situation now and everything you know. Wang Dong nodded. All right. Then Wang Dong began to describe Surya's Bantara stronghold in Bangkok, their influence, distribution, member composition, and daily routines. His account was remarkably detailed. By the way, since we made a move against Surya before, he's now extremely cautious, holed up in his lair. It will be challenging. Moreover, he's connected with a high-ranking Thai official, so we have limited time. Otherwise, there's a risk of military reinforcements. Hearing this, Chen An's expression shifted slightly. This Wang Dong had done remarkably thorough research. Curious, he had Anton ask him further. Wang Dong, have you been staying in Thailand all along? Anton inquired. Wang Dong nodded. Yes. As you know, Mr. Chen is a jeweler, and gemstones are most abundant in Southeast Asia. Someone needs to manage things here, so, in the local representative. It was our oversight that led to the young master falling into Bantara's hands. That's why I'm doing everything I can to help. This information cost me dearly. By the time the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Anton and his team had arrived at a hotel in Bangkok. They were covered in mud and sweat and needed to freshen up. A few minutes later, Anton and the others finished showering and changed into the tactical suits Chen An had prepared for them. Similar to Ryder's, but even better. They then gathered in Wang Dong's room. Seeing their transformed appearance, Wang Dong was taken aback. Where did you get these clothes? Sorry, I can't say. Our people here cannot reveal their identities, Anton replied. Wang Dong didn't press further and asked, so are we going to pick up the weapons? Yes, Anton confirmed. Follow me. They'll take you to where the weapons are stored. Wang Dong and Ryder were both curious about what kind of equipment could inspire such confidence in these men. After all, Wang Dong had sent over 30 men before and failed to eliminate Surya effectively. Yet this group of just over a dozen had such self-assurance. The answer could only lie in their gear. Soon they left the hotel, drove in one direction, and arrived at a massive warehouse. 2 Humvees and a truck sat quietly inside. Ryder exclaimed, Humvees? The latest model. I can't believe we're seeing such beauties here. A loyal operative had been waiting there, clearly indicating that Chen An had arranged for these items to be transported remotely in advance. As the truck's rear door opened, a dazzling array of equipment and ammunition was revealed. Wang Dong and Ryder were stunned, speechless. Holy crap! An AWM, an RPG, and M7 rifles. These are all elite U.S. military gear. How did you manage to get them into Thailand? Ryder's words were almost incoherent. Wang Dong stood there equally at a loss for words. Compared to their own gear, this was on an entirely different level, especially when he spotted a vehicle-mounted M134 minigun at the far end. If something like that could be smuggled into Thailand, he was no longer worried about whether Anton's team could eliminate Surya. Instead, he feared they might cause such a commotion that it would shake all of Thailand. Ryder, this gear is for you. Luckily, the boss prepared a few extra sets. Carl handed over tactical equipment and an M4A1. Ryder took them excitedly, caressing the weapons. It had been so long since Head used such fine equipment. Head missed it dearly. Meanwhile, Anton and the others were quickly gearing up. Their quad-tube night vision goggles boasted night vision, thermal imaging, infrared assistance, stereoscopic depth, and other cutting-edge features. Each unit cost 4,000, more expensive than the firearms themselves. Within minutes, everyone was fully equipped, their entire bodies wrapped tightly, even their eyes hidden behind the quad-tube goggles, exuding an eerie, chilling aura. The 13 men stood before Wang Dong, causing him to swallow hard. An indescribable pressure washed over him. These men were like monsters. Seeing such gear in Bangkok, he couldn't imagine what would happen next. Yet it also gave him hope of rescuing the young master. 2 loyal operatives carried AWM sniper rifles and M110 designated marksman rifles, while the rest wielded standard assault rifles. Among them, 3 carried RPGs and ammunition, with only Carl holding his M250. Then the 2 operatives began mounting the M134 minigun onto a Humvee. After some time, they finished and started loading ammunition. Take all the grenades, 5 per person. You must throw every single one. Don't leave any behind. These are the boss orders, Anton said. The surrounding operatives nodded in unison. After collecting the grenades and loading magazines, all equipment was ready. 10 operatives climbed into the 2 Humvees while Anton, Carl Ryder, and Wang Dong got into a sedan. They slowly drove towards Surya's stronghold. Inside the car, Wang Dong's nerves were frayed. He silently prayed that Anton and his men wouldn't cause too much chaos, otherwise he wouldn't be able to cover for them. Following Wang Dong's guidance, the 3 vehicles soon arrived at Salia's lair, a chaotic slum in Bangkok teeming with gangs. All manner of unsavory characters had gathered there, turning it into a haven for countless gangs and drug dealers, a place even the Bangkok police found impossible to investigate. It was nightfall, and the slum was dimly lit. Anton's convoy of 3 cars barged in without any pretense, drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers. When the onlookers spotted their gear and the Gatling gun mounted on the vehicle, fear etched across their faces as they scurried into their homes. Where exactly is Salia? Inside the car, Anton turned to Wang Dong and inquired. Wang Dong replied, deep inside there's a conspicuous villa. It's Salia's family home and his stronghold. Upon hearing this, Anton nodded. Is it really okay for us to just waltz in like this? Wang Dong asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Don't worry, leave the rest to us. Seeing the calm composure on Anton's face, he said no more and quietly observed their actions. Deep within the slum, a magnificent villa stood. Countless guards roamed outside, while snipers scouted from within a fortress of tight security. No one dared approach. Inside the villa, a party was underway. Salia and the leaders of several major gangs were gathered, savoring fine wine and the thrill of Cuban cigars. Salia was bare-chested, a cobweb of blood-dripping cobra tattooed on his left shoulder and a Garuda on his right chest. 10 gold rings set with Burmese pigeon blood rubies adorned his fingers. The clink of the rings was crisp as he flicked the ash from his cigar. Come. Welcome, everyone, Salia said with a laugh. Just then, one of the gang leaders asked, seemingly offhand, Salia, I heard you kidnapped a jeweler's son a while back. How much did you extort? Salia smiled and pointed at the gang leader. Alibu, you're always so well informed. The man is indeed wealthy. The first transaction alone was $5 million. He's my personal cash cow. $5 million. The others were stunned, aghast at the sheer fortune. He must be quite influential. Aren't you planning to release his son? One man said. Salia retorted, are you stupid? If he can drop $5 million in one go, he's got plenty more. This pittance won't do. Alibo worried. Aren't you afraid he'll send someone for revenge? Careful, you might get your head blown off on the street one day. Salia smiled faintly. He did send people after me, but they couldn't even get past my villa's gates. No need to worry. This is Bangkok, Thailand, our territory. Besides, we have General Kyukian's protection. I gave him half of that $5 million. The others were taken aback, forced to admire Salia's cunning. Sacrificing half to buy the general's favor certainly explained his audacity. It seemed the jeweler was destined to be bled dry by Salia. Footsteps approached. One of Salia's trusted men came close, intending to whisper in his ear, but Salia stopped him. We're all family here. Speak up. The trusted man nodded. Boss, we just got word an armed group is heading toward the villa. They don't look friendly. Salia frowned, then shook his head with a chuckle. Looks like another rescue attempt for the jeweler's son. How many? Not sure. Around 10 to 20 men. Salia scoffed dismissively. Even fewer than last time. They sent 30 before, now barely a dozen. They really think they can mess with me. Give the order, prepare to strike. This time I'll make sure they never leave. Yes, sir. The trusted man nodded solemnly and hurried off to relay the command. Salia, are you sure this is all right? Alibu asked. It's fine. I'll inform General Chochin later. Let's carry on, don't let it bother us. Celia remained composed, utterly dismissive of the attack. In his mind, no one could breach his villa. Meanwhile, Anton and his team drove on the brightly lit villa now visible ahead. All the Death Warriors raised their weapons. One of the warriors narrowed his eyes. His sonic detection ability instantly pinpointed a terrorist armed with an AK lurking around the corner ahead. In the next instant, 4 or 5 gun barrels aimed in that direction. As the vehicles drew closer, the ambusher suddenly revealed himself, only to freeze in shock and terror at the sight of the dark muzzles trained on him. Gunfire erupted. A hail of bullets fired at a rate of 700 rounds per minute tore through Celia's man, riddling his body before the convoy moved on. Wang Dong and Reed watched in astonishment. "How did you know someone was there?" Wang Dong asked. Anton replied calmly, "Instinct plus our inside man." They had no choice but to believe Anton's explanation, for who could imagine the sheer advantage Anton's team truly possessed. From then on, Bantala's men launched repeated attacks, but each was neutralized before they could even react. The team advanced smoothly until they were just 10 meters from the villa. 2 Death Warriors, one wielding an AWM sniper rifle and the other an M100 precision marksman rifle, leaped from the vehicle to find optimal sniping positions. Anton's car came to a halt, waiting in silence. The Humvee, mounted with an M134 Gatling gun, drove straight toward the villa's main gate, where countless of Celia's men had already gathered. A Death Warrior unleashed the M134 Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained down like a storm, blanketing the area around the gate in a massive field of fire. Celia's men were terrified out of their wits, never expecting such devastating firepower. Blood splattered everywhere as countless members fell on the spot, the scene before the gate turning into a bloodbath. Inside the villa, a sniper spotted the Gatling gun and quickly aimed, his finger tightening on the trigger. A thunderous blast rang out. The sniper's head burst like a melon, the work of the Death Warrior wielding the AWM. The 2 Death Warriors, positioned at height, continued to pick off Celia's men within the villa, the air filled with screams and howls of agony. Carl and the other 2 opened their car doors and stepped out. Anton said to Wang Dong, who remained inside, "Wait here. We'll be back soon." The 3 then strode toward the villa. 3 Death Warriors shouldered RPGs and pulled the triggers. 3 rockets streaked toward the villa's iron gate. A colossal explosion erupted. The surrounding glass shattered instantly. The 3.5-meter-wide steel gate crumpled into a honeycomb of fractured metal, revealing a massive breach. Immediately, 3 Death Warriors equipped with the acoustic positioning trait advanced first, fanning out as they continuously probed their surroundings. The 2 Death Warriors positioned at higher ground activated the Eagle Eye trait, observing the villa's interior and relaying real-time information to Chen An, who transmitted it into the minds of all the Death Warriors. Thus, despite utter silence among them, their movements achieved a flawless synchronicity, making them a veritable ghost squad. A grenade materialized in Anton's hand. He flicked the safety lever open, held it for 2 seconds, then hurled it toward the target cover. Behind that cover, a member of Bantara cowered, his face twisting in terror at the sight of the incoming grenade. He had no idea how he had been discovered, but there was no time to think. He scrambled away, only to be ruthlessly picked off by one of the Death Warriors, his body tumbling into the swimming pool with a tremendous splash. The other Death Warriors likewise lobbed grenades at the hiding Bantara members, inflicting heavy casualties as explosions roared without cease. Carl and REIT, mingling among the crowd, watched the scene unfold and swallowed hard. "Carl, are all your boss men monsters? Their coordination is incredible. And how do they know exactly where everyone is hiding?" REE asked, his face a mask of shock. Carl shook his head. "I don't know, but Anton and his team are indeed formidable. They must have come from the military, though I can't say which one." Soon the villa's front yard was mostly cleared. Anton gestured to 3 Death Warriors beside him. "Infiltration the villa and coordinate with us from inside." The 3 Death Warriors nodded. Equipped with the ghost trait, they headed toward another side of the villa. Having given his orders, Anton led the remaining men slowly toward the villa's entrance. Meanwhile, Celia and the others had already taken refuge in a safe room inside the villa, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. "Celia, you said they couldn't even get past the gate, and now they're right at our doorstep." Alebo berated Celia, his voice seething with anger. Celia's expression was equally grim. "Damn it, what the hell is going on? So many men, and they couldn't hold out for even a few minutes. Were they slacking off?" He grabbed one of his subordinates, his eyes burning with menace. "Talk. What the hell were you doing? Why did you retreat so quickly?" The subordinate, covered in blood and missing an arm, stammered under Celia's interrogation. "Boss, it's not that we didn't try. They opened fire with a Gatling gun right from the start. Our guys at the gate were mowed down before they could even pull the trigger. They also had snipers. Most of the people in the villa were killed. The rest of us had no choice but to retreat inside." and their gear is top-notch like U.S. Special Forces. At this revelation, Celia and the others were stunned into silence. Impossible. The U.S. military wouldn't be here. The neighboring Dragon Kingdom would never allow it. Alabo quickly shook his head, dismissing the possibility. So they're a well-trained, powerful mercenary outfit, Celia said gravely. Why don't you just release the hostages? If this continues, they'll kill us all. One man's voice trembled with fear. They didn't want to be dragged down by Celia. Shut up, Celia barked. I'm contacting General Chiu Qian to send reinforcements. We just need to hold the villa and keep them out. Without their Gatling guns and snipers, there's no way they can breach the villa so easily. The others were unnerved by Celia's desperation, but no one dared object. They knew that stepping outside now would mean being riddled with bullets. Also, send someone to bring me the jeweler's son. They want to rescue him, don't they? With the hostage in my hands, let's see if they dare to make a move. A subordinate nodded and hurried off to the holding area. Alabo, call your men for backup. If I survive this, I'll give you a quarter of the business. Aliba's face lit up. Celia was being generous this time, clearly desperate. He nodded in agreement. All right, deal. He then ordered his men to the villa's first floor to intercept Anton's advance. At the end of a corridor on the second floor, 3 figures slipped in through a window like phantoms. They exchanged glances, then dashed toward their respective targets, moving with uncanny silence. One death warrior scoured the second floor, using his acoustic positioning ability to pinpoint the room where Chen Tao was being held. It was on the 3rd floor, and he hurried there without delay. As he approached, Celia's men arrived at the same time. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, instantly headshotting the 3 in front. The Bantara members behind them froze. But the death warrior didn't stop. He grabbed 2 offensive grenades from his belt, pulled the pins, and hurled them with precision. The grenades, guided by an unseen hand, ricocheted off the wall corners and landed squarely among the enemy ranks. Grenade. The warning came too late. The explosion followed, instantly killing those closest and disorienting those farther away. The death warrior then opened fire, finishing off the survivors in a continuous burst. He quickly searched the bodies, found the keys, and approached the holding room. Using his acoustic positioning to confirm it was safe, he unlocked the door. The door swung open, revealing the scene inside. Over a dozen people in thin clothing huddled on the ground. At the sound of the door, they shrank back, clearly terrified. Who is Chen Tao? The death warrior asked in a flat, emotionless voice. A disheveled man with glasses timidly raised his hand. I am. Who are you? Your father sent us to rescue you. Come with me. With that, the death warrior helped him to his feet and led him out. Wait. Can you take them too? Chen Tao pleaded. The death warrior shook his head. Our orders are only for you. The others are not our concern. I can ask my father to pay more. Please, they're pitiful. Some of them are from the Dragon Kingdom, like me. The death warrior relayed the situation to Chen An. Hearing that more money was on the table, Chen An saw no reason to refuse. One more or one less made little difference. The difficulty was minimal. The death warrior received the order and nodded. Fine, but we can only get them out of the slums. After that, they can go to the embassy or find their families. Thank you. Chen Tao smiled, his gratitude overflowing. He turned to the others and waved. My father sent people to rescue us. Hurry, follow me. The remaining hostages seized this lifeline, scrambling to their feet and following Chen Tao and the death warrior out of the room. But at that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Celia's reinforcements were closing in. Seeing this, the death warrior turned his head and said calmly to Chen Tao, wait here. Don't come out without my order. Leave the rest to me. Then, holding his M7, he strode forward briskly, casually pulling 2 grenades from his waist, pulling the pins and tossing them out swiftly. The grenades landed precisely at the enemy's feet once again. Seeing this, terror etched their faces, bewildered as to where the grenades had come from. But instinct drove them to scatter quickly. Boom. The explosive force of the 2 grenades was enough to blast the nearby Bantara members into a mist of blood. The death warrior then executed a tactical roll, his eyes locking onto the remaining Bantara members, his fingers squeezing the trigger in rapid, precise bursts. One by one, Bantara members fell, struck in the forehead or chest, collapsing stiffly. The others, snapping out of their shock, opened fire wildly. The death warrior had already retreated behind cover, then repeated the tactic, tossing grenades, plunging the enemies into misery. They cursed inwardly, realizing they were up against a monster. Watching from a distance, Chen Tao's face was etched with indescribable awe. He had never witnessed such a scene before. It was like a movie brought to life. He resolved to ask his father about the origin of these men when they returned. They were utterly badass. Minutes later, the death warrior returned, neither breathless nor hurried, as if he had just been on a casual stroll rather than a life-or-death battle. Let's go, the death warrior said calmly. Chen Tao and the others nodded, then followed him along the predetermined route, swiftly making their way out of the villa. Soon they emerged from the Bantara stronghold. Along the way, Chen Tao's mind was deeply shaken by the sight of corpses and dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. The brutality of the men his father had sent was chilling. The M134 minigun at the main gate left him stunned, wondering how such a weapon had been smuggled into Bangkok, Thailand. Inside a car, Wang Dong spotted Chen Tao and excitedly pushed open the door, stepping out and hurrying toward him. "Young Master Shun." Hearing the voice, Chen Tao looked up, a smile spreading across his face. "Uncle Wang, are you all right?" Wang Dong asked with concern. Chen Tao shook his head. "I'm fine. They gave us food and drink, just kept us confined." The death warrior beside them spoke up. "Get them in the car. Once we deal with Surya, we'll move out." "All right." Wang Dong was filled with admiration for Anton and his team. They had rescued the hostages in no time. The death warrior then unleashed in astonishing speed, dashing back toward the villa. Once he was out of earshot, Chen Tao asked the question burning in his mind. "Uncle Wang, were these men sent by my father?" Wang Dong nodded. "Yes, they were brought in by President Shun, recommended by a friend. They're highly capable. At first I doubted them. Only a dozen men. But seeing this, I'm completely convinced." "Do you know who they work for?" Chen Tao asked. Wang Dong shook his head. "Not exactly. You'll have to ask President Shin yourself. Let's get in the car, it's not safe out here." "All right. By the way, Uncle Wang, these people were all captured by Surya. Can you arrange to send them to the embassy?" Wang Dong nodded. "Yes, I'll handle it." Meanwhile, in the safe room, Surya slammed his phone to the floor in a fury. "Damn it. These idiots can't even bring one person here. All of them routed by a single man." Alibu frowned. "Surya, do you mean the jeweler's son has been rescued?" "Yes," Surya sighed. "We can only hold the villa now and wait for General Chiu Qian to help us." Crack. The next second, all the lights went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Not just here, but the entire villa lost its illumination. Bantara members had to resort to their phones or flashlights, casting only feeble beams. The culprits behind the blackout were the two remaining death warriors who had infiltrated the villa earlier. They had precisely located the main circuit breaker and destroyed it. Outside the villa, Anton and his team received the signal. "Everyone put on your night vision goggles. Prepare to attack." With that, all the death warriors raised their hands, flipping down the quad-tube night vision goggles mounted on their tactical helmets, aligning them with their eyes. Inside, the three death warriors were also ready, moving in to coordinate with Anton. Deprived of light, the Bantara members' combat effectiveness plummeted. They glanced around warily, unease gnawing at them. Silence reigned, broken only by ragged breaths that set nerves on edge. Clatter. A sound of something rolling echoed, tightening everyone's hearts. The nearest member shone his flashlight toward the noise. Seeing it was a grenade, he froze. Grenade. He tried to rise, but his trembling legs failed him. The others scrambled to flee, chaos erupting. Boom, boom. Several explosions rang out, followed by screams and cries. In the shadows, the three death warriors squeezed their triggers. Without hesitation, their 700-round sperminote fire rate mowing down the Bantara members. Outside, Anton and his team received the signal and charged inside, their vision unimpaired, even enhanced. They opened fire. Carl gleefully set up his M250 light machine gun, reaping the lives of the Bantara members, as if avenging the wife and child of his fallen comrade Leda. Leda was no exception, each shot precise, felling a Bantara member without pause. The Bantara members fled in all directions, their will to fight shattered, screaming in terror. "Devils! These men are devils sent to reap us. Run! They're invincible." Gone was their arrogance and pride as Surya's men. Now only endless regret filled their hearts. Why had they joined Bantara? Why had they committed evil for Surya? Why had they come here today? But the death warriors offered no response, only cold, unforgiving bullets. Meanwhile, the safe room regained light as the backup generator kicked in. But the fierce sounds of battle outside plunged their hearts into despair. They knew the attackers had likely breached the villa. "Surya? Call General Chiu Qian again. Tell him to hurry, or we'll all die." Hearing Alibu's anxious tone, Celia quickly nodded and promptly took out a satellite phone to call General Chiu Qian. After a few seconds, the satellite phone was connected, and a roar erupted from the other end. "Bastard! Celia, what the hell is going on over there? Why are you causing such a huge commotion? It's already stirred up the whole of Bangkok." Upon hearing this, Celia looked helpless. "General Chiu Qian, I didn't want this either. Someone came to kill me, and my men got into a firefight with them." General Chiu Qian continued, "Then just deal with them. Why is the impact so severe?" "General, it's not that I don't want to, but we can't beat these people. Their equipment is far too advanced. When will your men arrive? We're barely holding on." There was a moment of silence on the other end, then he said, "Who are these people? Why are they targeting you?" "I don't know who they are, but they were probably hired by that jeweler. You have to come help me. They'll give you a 20% cut of the business profits afterward." At this moment, Celia was clearly desperate. After all, what use was money if she lost her life? All right, for your sincerity, I'll help you this once. My men will be there soon. Hold on a bit longer. That's it. Then General Qiu Qian ended the communication. Celia and Ali Bus faces lit up with joy. As long as General Qiu Qian was willing to act once he dispatched military helicopters, those people outside would be lambs to the slaughter at their mercy. Celia then picked up her phone again to call a trusted subordinate. It rang several times, but no one answered. Her heart sank instantly, and she realized her man was likely dead. Footsteps echoed. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the safe house, making everyone inside tense up. The guards raised their rifles, their faces maintaining calm, but their constant swallowing betrayed their nervousness and fear. As they expected, Anton and his men undoubtedly appeared outside the safe house. Through the soundwave positioning trait, they had confirmed that Celia and the others were inside. But faced with the thick steel door, Anton and his team were momentarily unsure how to get in. Seeing this, Chen An's mind raced and quickly came up with a plan. He ordered, "Gather all the explosive things in the villa like gas canisters. If they want to hide, well, blow up the entire villa and see how they hide then." Receiving the order, Anton immediately instructed the death soldiers to find all possible explosive items with gas canisters as the top priority. After the death soldiers left, Rhett slowly spoke in Thai. "Celia, I know you're in there. Anyone inside who opens the door for us can leave unharmed. Our target is only Celia. Think about it." The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone in the safe house. Some people glanced at Celia intentionally or unintentionally. Celia felt a chill run down her spine and quickly said, "Don't believe him. They definitely won't let us go. This is just a divide-and-conquer tactic. It shows they can't get in. We just need to wait for General Qiu Qian's reinforcements." Hearing Celia's words, some found them reasonable, but others remained hesitant, the fear of death gnawing at their minds. Seeing this, Celia's expression turned fierce. "Anyone who makes a move against me won't survive either. My people will kill you without mercy." This statement finally quelled the remaining doubts. Celia breathed a sigh of relief, though internal chaos would have been truly dangerous. Then she looked toward the door and shouted, "You've already rescued the hostages. Why don't you leave? This is no good for you." Shortly after, Rhett relayed Anton's words, "The hostages were just a minor matter. We need you dead. And the $5 million you have. I know it's on you." Hearing this, Celia cursed under her breath, "Madmen. These people are insane." After venting, she continued to persuade, "I've already spent the $5 million. There's hardly anything left. Capturing me is useless. The longer you stay here, the more the Thai police will surround you. I advise you to leave quickly." But after a long while, there was no more sound from outside. Alibo said uncertainly, "Did they leave?" Bang! Just as Celia and the others thought they had been persuaded to leave, another loud crash came from outside the door. They now understood that the enemy wouldn't stop until Celia was dead. Celia let out a bitter laugh. "Damn it. Is it really necessary to go this far, just for a jeweler's son?" Meanwhile, outside the heavy door, the death soldiers had already gathered all the gas canisters and flammable explosives from the villa, stacking them orderly before them. Seeing this, Carl muttered, "With so many gas canisters and grenades combined, I can't imagine how big a blast it will cause." Not just gas canisters, but grenades were also placed in front of the door. Soon everything was ready. Anton waved his hand. "Everyone leave and wait for my command." All the death soldiers obeyed and walked orderly out of the villa. Carl stepped forward and asked, "Anton, can you handle it? Don't get caught in the blast." "He'll be fine. You go." Hearing Anton's assurance, Carl led Rhett out of the villa. When everyone was gone, Anton also walked out. But at a certain distance, he quickly threw a grenade 100 meters away. Yet it landed precisely among the pile of gas canisters and grenades. Anton had already fully activated his super speed trait. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and a terrifying shockwave shattered the surrounding windows, sending countless fragments of stone hurtling down. Watching the entire villa tremble, and teeter, Wang Dong and the others inside the car were utterly stunned. "Uncle Wang, what did they do? Why is the explosion so powerful?" Wang Dong shook his head. "I don't know, but he knew that today's events would surely cause a sensation throughout Thailand. An explosion of this magnitude could be heard clearly within a 5-kilometer radius." Black smoke completely covered the sky above the villa. At that moment, Anton emerged and scathed outside the villa, calmly watching the scene. The massive explosion had left the entire villa in ruins, on the verge of collapse at any moment. So the group did not rush in. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a violent fit of coughing came from inside the villa, and vague figures emerged from the ruins. This immediately put Anton and his men on alert, raising their guns to open fire. Amidst the swirling dust, several figures emerged slowly, guns in hand, revealing themselves as the remaining members of the Bantara. "Don't shoot. I surrender." A desperate shout rang out from the dust as Ali Bu and other gang leaders raised their hands cautiously, their faces, smeared with black soot, their once expensive suits now tattered. Seeing this, An An scanned the surroundings, but did not spot Sulia's figure, so he spoke up. "Where is Sulia?" Ali Bu shook his head. "There is too much smoke around, we can't see the path. We're not sure where he went." Hearing this, An An coldly replied, "Since that's the case, you have no need to live." As he spoke, he was about to command his subordinates to open fire. Ali Bu, panic-stricken, shouted, "The kidnapping has nothing to do with us. We just came here for a gathering with Sulia. I am willing to pay you money if you let me go." The other gang leaders nodded in agreement. An An's expression shifted. "How much do you have on you?" "If it's in USD, I have over $1 million all at my home. I can give it all to you if you spare my life." The others also chimed in, "Me too." On the other side, Chen An was also tempted by this. The amount added up to a considerable sum. Unfortunately, he had no time, and taking the money from these people would require a lot of time, which was unrealistic. An An and the others had to leave Thailand within 12 hours, or they wouldn't be able to leave once the police reacted. However, not wanting to give up such a money-making opportunity, Chen An thought of a way to communicate through An An. Upon receiving Chen An's orders, An An slowly took out his phone from his waist and said to Ali Bu and the others, "Line up." Hearing this, Ali Bu and the others dared not disobey and obediently stood in front of An An and his group. "Smile for the camera." The gang leaders felt a bitter taste in their mouths. Even at this moment, they were being asked to smile. Despite their thoughts, each of them put on a reluctant smile. An An pressed the shutter, capturing their fearful smiles at that moment. "All right, we can spare your lives, but each of you needs to pay $200,000 as a ransom. We will come to collect this money after a while. Of course, you can try not to pay, but the fate of Sulia will befall you as well, and don't think you can escape Thailand. We will know where you are no matter where you go." Ali Bu nodded repeatedly. "Rest assured, we will hand over the $200,000 whenever you want it." He didn't dare offend these people any further. Spending $200,000 to save his life was already a good bargain, even if it meant he might end up with nothing. But he also didn't want to offend these ruthless individuals. He initially thought of pretending to agree and then seeking protection from the Thai police, but that would ultimately mean living in constant fear, which was extremely painful. As for leaving Thailand, the situation wouldn't be any better. After much contemplation, he concluded that complying with the other party was the best outcome. However, not many shared Ali Bu's mindset. Many still planned to wait for An An and the others to leave, and then seek protection from the Thai police, ready to take a desperate gamble. Chen An was aware that some might regret their decisions later, but he didn't care. Regardless of whether they complied or not, they would have to pay up. If they were unwilling to cooperate, he would take it by force. At that moment, one of the subordinates rushed to An An's side. "Sulia has been captured. We can leave now." Upon hearing this, An An nodded, took one last look at Ali Bu and the others, and quickly left with Carl and the others preparing to withdraw. Once An An and the others had walked away, Ali Bu and his group slumped to the ground, sweat pouring down their foreheads, their backs drenched. It was easy to imagine how terrified they had just been. An An and his group had nearly shot them down without hesitation. On the other side, all the subordinates squeezed into the vehicles, with Shun Tao placed in one of the Hummers, looking around at the other subordinates with a nervous expression. At this moment, Sulia was pinned down in the car, driven by Andong, his pupils widened, filled with lingering fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He was so close to escaping. Why were these people able to pinpoint his location so accurately? "Sulia capturing you was quite a hassle," Carl said with a sinister laugh. "Friends, let's talk this over." Sulia softened his tone. However, Leda punched Sulia in the abdomen, causing him to feel a sharp pain, as if the food he had just eaten was about to come back up. "If you dare to vomit in the car, it'll make sure your little brother flowers," Carl threatened. Hearing this, Sulia forcefully suppressed the urge. "Speak to us in English," Leda commanded. Sulia then reiterated what he had said earlier in English. At that moment, An An suddenly frowned and said to the subordinate driving, "Drive. Reinforcements are coming and we need to leave here first." The subordinate nodded and slowly started the vehicle. The two subordinates at a higher vantage point had already turned their guns towards the incoming enemy, noticing two police helicopters racing towards them, accompanied by numerous police cars on the ground. Bang! One of the subordinates unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The gunsmith trait played a crucial role at that moment, as he had calculated both wind speed and distance. The AWM's muzzle erupted with flames as a bullet was fired, accurately hitting the police helicopter's rotor 1,000 meters away. The pilot of the helicopter looked on in horror. "This is bad." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire police helicopter began to sway, gradually losing power and plummeting down, followed by a loud explosion. The other police helicopter, witnessing this, was also frightened and dared not approach, even increasing its altitude by another 100 meters to maintain a safe distance. However, this limited their visibility. The two subordinates quickly climbed down and casually stole a Mercedes E300 parked outside Sulia's villa, speeding away. At that moment, two Hummers led the way on the ground, followed by 5 or 6 sedans heading towards their designated location. Although the police helicopters above were closely following, they were already feeling overwhelmed. Inside the vehicle, Anong took out his walkie-talkie and inquired, "Wang Dong, where do we go next?" Wang Dong's reply came quickly through the walkie-talkie. "I've arranged the route, but there will be police pursuit. We need to hold on until we get out of Bangkok, then it will be safe." "All right, you lead the way." At this moment, Wang Dong was seated in the leading vehicle. As the guide, he quickly took out his phone to contact his contacts in the area, hoping for some assistance. Meanwhile, Anong and the others continued to interrogate Sulia. "What are the passwords for the safes in the villa? Tell us everything," Anong asked. Sulia, intimidated by the fierce glares of Carl, Ryder, and Anton surrounding him, dared not conceal anything, fearing another bout of the brutal beating he had just endured. 4511, 6522, 458,745. These are the codes for the 3 safes. Inside, there's roughly $300,000 worth of valuables. "And what about the $5 million? Anton pressed once more. Sulia forced a bitter smile. "Half of that $5 million went to General Chiu Qian of the Thai police as hush money. I used the rest to recruit and arm men. Now there's only $1 million left in the account." "That account? What's the number and the password? Spill it all," Anton demanded. "My overseas account is with a Swiss bank. The number is XXXXXXXX. You know Swiss banks have secrecy laws. It's nearly impossible to trace the owner." He spoke without reservation, divulging everything he knew. Sulia then continued, "So can you let me go now? Even if you kill me, it's pointless. You've got what you wanted. There's no need to exterminate me. Besides, you spared Alibu and the others, you can surely spare me too." Seeing this, Chen An realized he had essentially obtained what he needed, and Sulia was no longer of use. He then ordered Anton to kill Sulia, take a photo, and send it to him. After issuing these instructions, he calmly rose from the sofa, walked toward the backyard, and gazed at the 3 safes placed quietly before him. He began to try entering the passwords. Soon all 3 safes were opened. Inside were jewelry and diamonds with very little cash. However, one item particularly caught Chen An's interest. A Rolex two-tone green Submariner model 126613 LV lay serenely in a velvet-lined tray. Chen An quickly checked its value, finding it was worth approximately $90,000 to $100,000. Finding it appealing, Chen An took it out and fastened it on his wrist. It looked rather good, and best of all, it cost him nothing. The best things in life are free. He then turned his attention back to Anton and his men. Meanwhile, Ryder, following Anton's directive, personally shot Sulia dead. Despite Sulia's pleas for mercy, Ryder showed no leniency. The death of his wife and child had filled him with a burning desire to tear Sulia apart. After taking the photo, he simply dumped Sulia's body out of the vehicle. Having avenged his family, Ryder finally broke down and wept. He hadn't cried when his comrades fell, nor when he nearly lost his own life, nor even when his wife and child were murdered. But now he could no longer hold back. "Thank you, Carl, and Anton, and the gentleman behind you. I am deeply grateful. If there's anything you need, just say the word. I have no ties left and don't know what to do with myself." Carl consoled him. "Ryder, don't lose hope in life. There's still so much you can do. Don't you want to kill Major Vincent and avenge our brothers?" "You're right. But will your boss accept me?" Ryder asked. "He surely will. The boss values talent above all. As you've seen, everyone around him is exceptional. If you're not talented, he won't even take you in." Hearing this, Ryder immediately recalled the combat prowess of Anton and his men and knew Carl spoke the truth. "Attention, there's a firefight ahead. Everyone prepare." Anton's tone was grave. Carl and Ryder stopped their conversation, gripped their weapons, and steeled themselves for a life-or-death struggle. A road gradually came into view ahead, but beside it were 3 or 4 police cars and a large contingent of Bangkok police. A suicide soldier in the lead vehicle spotted this from 500 meters away, thanks to his eagle-eye ability. Wang Dong then watched in astonishment as the 3 suicide soldiers in the car reached behind their seats, producing 3 RPG launchers. They calmly loaded the rockets, leaned half their bodies out of the vehicle, aimed the launchers at the police cars 500 meters away, and pulled the triggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 rockets streaked toward the target. By the time the police reacted, the rockets were already upon them. "Take cover." All officers scrambled in all directions. Boom. Explosions erupted, several police cars burst into flames, and one somersaulted through the air, flying over a dozen meters. Thick black smoke billowed from the wreckage. Everyone was stunned. The team leader grabbed his radio and roared, "Damn it! What's going on? You said they were still 500 meters away. How did the rockets already hit us?" A reply came quickly through the radio, "No mistake. They are indeed 500 meters from you. Then how the hell did those rockets get here? The leader demanded. You saw correctly. They fired those rockets from 500 meters and hit you. They're closing in fast. Hold your ground, our reinforcements are on the way. The leader was incredulous. Are you joking? At 500 meters you can barely see a thing. How could they hit our armored cars with such precision? I think you're lying. We'll sort this out later. Right now your mission is to stop these people at all costs. They must not leave Bangkok. Otherwise, everyone involved in this operation will be a laughingstock. Nothing this outrageous has happened in decades. Helpless, the team leader had no choice but to organize his men, maintain their positions, and brace for Anton's arrival. The silhouettes of vehicles gradually appeared ahead. Seeing the lead Humvee, many officers were deeply shaken. How did a military tactical vehicle get into Bangkok? Are the inspectors all useless? The team leader cursed under his breath. As everyone prepared, the distance closed to within 200 meters. The leader was about to give the order to open fire. But a horrifying sight unfolded. From every vehicle, hands emerged, each clutching a grenade, and then they hurled them with tremendous force. Dozens of grenades rained down upon them with pinpoint accuracy. Oh my God! Everyone stared at the spectacular, terrifying scene. Screw the position. Get out! The leader shouted, jumping into his car and speeding away. The rest wasted no time, either some fleeing on motorcycles, others diving into nearby buildings. They knew that staying meant certain death. With so many grenades exploding simultaneously, no one dared remain in the vicinity. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions tore through the air. The hastily constructed defenses were obliterated in the blast. Watching this, Xin Tao and Wang Dong were at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the suicide soldiers opened fire with M134 Gatling guns. As the barrels spun, countless bullets rained down like a torrential storm, shredding everything in their path, vehicles and rocks alike. The police cars used for roadblocks were already mangled wrecks. By the time Anton and his men reached the scene, the lead Humvee accelerated, ramming through the police blockade, and sped onto the road heading out of Bangkok. The suicide soldiers provided suppressive fire, preventing any officer from firing back. All they could do was watch the convoy disappear. The police helicopter pilot urgently radioed in the situation, requesting reinforcements and reporting the terrifying capabilities of the assailants. Just then, a military helicopter roared past, pursuing Anton's convoy. Two soldiers on board aimed light machine guns, ready to open fire and kill the group without mercy. Anton and his men below also spotted the military helicopter trailing closely behind them, knowing they couldn't let it approach any nearer or they would become easy targets. In the next moment, the passenger door of the trailing Mercedes E300 was kicked open forcefully by a death warrior. With exceptional agility, he steadied himself atop the vehicle, his face impassive as the fierce wind howled around him. The death warrior raised his AWM sniper rifle, using his left hand as a pivot, and adjusted the weapon to aim at the military helicopter hovering in the sky behind them. The pilot above saw this, and his pupils contracted. Impossible. He seems to have a sniper rifle. Should we take evasive action? A companion beside him took out binoculars and sneered disdainfully. We're 600 meters above the ground with such strong winds. There's no way he can hit us. If we dodge, we'll play right into their hands and miss the perfect chance to wipe them out. The pilot nodded in agreement. Your call. He then maintained a tight pursuit, seeking the optimal firing position to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Both sides were biding their time for the perfect moment, advancing rapidly for 3 kilometers until they were about to leave Bangkok. The two gunners on the military helicopter had now found the ideal shooting angle, requesting permission to open fire. As the words fell, the intercom crackled with General Qian's authorization. Just as they were about to pull the triggers, the death warrior below had also seized the moment and pulled the trigger first. Bang! The gunshot shattered the night's tranquility. Pedestrians instinctively clamped their hands over their ears, some diving for cover. Even those who had been filming or watching in curiosity were stunned. They had assumed it was a performance, never imagining it was real. After all, who would stand on a moving car roof and fire a sniper rifle at a helicopter above? Was that even something a human could do? The military helicopter began to wobble violently, the pilot slumping forward lifelessly. Hey! His companion shook him urgently, but there was no response. The helicopter's violent swaying made it impossible for the rear gunners to aim. Damn it! Was that a fluke, or does he truly possess such skill? There can't be many in the world capable of long-range sniping like this. Fortunately, the companion had also trained in helicopter piloting. He quickly regained control of the faltering aircraft, but by then Anton's convoy had vanished. Seeing this, they could only hastily report the situation. Back at the command post, General Chen felt a dizzying shock upon learning that the enemy had shot down the pilot from 5 to 600 meters above while standing on a moving car roof with a sniper rifle. "Are you sure you're not lying to me, eh?" A quick reply came, "No, sir. We've lost pursuit capability. Request ground reinforcements." General Chen's face darkened. If ground forces could have stopped them, what need was there for you? Who exactly has this Celia offended? He can't just be a jeweler's son. No ordinary person could hire such formidable military operatives. He then ordered those around him, deploy all ground units. They must not leave Bangkok. Strengthen patrols around the city's perimeter. "Yes, sir." Several officers acknowledged and began issuing commands. General Chen asked an adjutant, "How long until the special forces arrive?" "Report. They'll be here in 5 minutes. Well, then launch a cleanup operation against these individuals." Hearing this, General Chen felt slightly reassured. But soon a troubling message came over the intercom. "Something's wrong, General Chen. Those men have already left Bangkok and are heading toward a rural highway." "What? Didn't anyone try to stop them?" General Chen fumed. "I'm not sure, sir. That area is under Officer Kuchu's jurisdiction. You might need to ask him." Hearing this, General Chen said helplessly, "Fine, keep following them. Don't lose sight. I'll ask Kuchu what this means." He ended the communication and dialed Kuchu's number. The call connected after a few seconds. "Kuchu, what is the meaning of this? Why did you let those terrorist criminals escape? Do you realize the magnitude of tonight's incident?" On the other end, Kuchu replied calmly, "I don't know what you're talking about. My men saw no suspicious individuals leaving. Perhaps you're mistaken." "Kuchu, don't play games with me. My people saw them leave Bangkok unimpeded. Your men stationed around the city didn't fire a single shot." After hearing this, the voice on the phone responded, "Apologies, I need to verify this. They'll contact you later." With that, he hung up. Though General Chen knew Kuchu was involved, he had no concrete evidence. He would have to investigate later, but for now capturing these men was paramount, or he would face trouble himself. Inside the lead Hummer, Wang Dong breathed a sigh of relief as they cleared Bangkok. He picked up the intercom and said, "All right, we're safe now. We just need to push to the border and find a boat to leave." Anton's reply came, "Good." After 3 hours of driving, they had long shaken off the trailing helicopter and arrived at the border town near Bangkok, where they had started. The group drove the vehicles back into the warehouse they had used earlier. Everyone got out. "Strip off the gear. We're leaving," Anton ordered. At his command, all the Death Warriors removed their tactical helmets and night vision goggles, placing them back in the truck's cargo hold. A few minutes later, Anton and the others, now in civilian clothes, approached Wang Dong. "Let's go. Let us out of here. Follow me." Wang Dong led them away, leaving one Death Warrior to transport the supplies back before rejoining them later. They soon arrived at a parking lot where Bong was waiting. Spotting Wang Dong, he hurried over. "You caused quite a commotion." "You know?" Wang Dong asked. "Of course. Such a stir is hard to miss. The old plan is off the table. They'll be conducting thorough searches. No strange boat will leave the Thai coast." "Is there no other way?" Carl asked. "There is. We'll take the next flight to Myanmar and then fly directly to the States from there." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Bong hesitated, but the chance of being discovered is also very high, and Shun Tao, you are very likely to be exposed since only your face was seen. Hearing this, Shun Tao's expression grew anxious. "Is there no other way? I don't want to stay here any longer. Let me think." Witnessing this scene, Chen An immediately took out his phone and contacted Black Wolf. The call was quickly connected. "And why are you calling me at this hour? I was already asleep." Black Wolf's voice came through. "The situation in Thailand is very bad. The person has been rescued, but leaving has become difficult. Do you have any way?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, during which the sound of him conversing with others could be heard. Soon his voice returned and, "I've just learned about the situation. You're still as reckless as ever. The whole of Thailand is now searching for your people. Do you think I don't know that? Is there a way or not? If not, I'll use my own methods, but I can't guarantee whether Shun Tao will return alive or dead because my methods are rather extreme and he might not survive." Black Wolf said, "Don't. I have a plan. Let me arrange it. I guarantee they will all leave Thailand safely in 3 hours." Upon hearing this, Chun An nodded. "All right, I'll wait for your news." He then hung up the phone and relayed the message to Anton. On the other side, Anton, having received the order, also spoke. "Bossong, your boss will call you soon. He'll tell you what to do." Bong looked confused, but the next second his phone rang. He picked it up and heard the voice of his boss, Black Wolf. "Take them to the place we agreed upon. A transport plane will come. Get on it with them and leave that place as well. Don't stay there." Bong nodded, "Okay." After hanging up, Bong looked at Anton and the others. "My boss just called. He said there's a way. Follow me now." Subsequently, the group followed Bong into several cars and drove towards a location. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Anton and the others all assembled on a vast open field. They could see a rather crude runway nearby, not paved with concrete, but made of yellow-brown earth, though it was relatively flat and could barely serve as an airstrip. Just then, an MC model transport plane slowly approached with a wingspan of 42 meters, a length of 79 meters, and a height of 6 meters. It quickly landed on the runway. Seeing this, Carl's face lit up with joy, as expected of Black Wolf, still so professional. He can even get his hands on this model of transport plane. Chen An, seeing this massive object through Anton's perspective, was also slightly astonished. Just then, Black Wolf's call happened to come in. He answered the call. "How about it, An? My people have arrived in Thailand. You can have your men board the plane and leave." Chen An said, "No problem. They've already boarded the transport plane you sent. But I'm curious, how did you get your hands on something like this?" Black Wolf said cheerfully, "I acquired this MC model transport plane. It was originally a stealth transport used in the Middle East, equipped with infrared countermeasures, electronic jamming, and such, but it was badly damaged. I had someone modify it, and it became my personal transport. Originally, your firearms were supposed to be transported using it." "I see." Chen An couldn't help but admire the endless array of resources Black Wolf had at his disposal. Fortunately, this saved a lot of trouble. After ending the communication with Black Wolf, Chen An watched as Anton and the others safely left Thailand, and only then did he fall into a peaceful sleep. Time flew by, and it was 9 o'clock the next morning. When Chen An woke up, he observed the situation of Anton and the others. After several hours of travel, the group had arrived in Myanmar. They were next to fly back to the United States on a civilian airliner. Seeing this, he knew they were essentially safe, so he stopped paying attention. Meanwhile, inside the Thai police station, Alibu and the others had all been arrested and locked in various interrogation rooms. General Chiu Chien first looked at Salia's body, then came to Ali Bus interrogation room. He slowly sat down on a chair and looked at him. "Speak. Who were those people, and why did they attack you?" Alibu replied, "I don't know where they came from. Their target was Salia. I don't know why. Then why were you allowed to live?" General Chiu Chien asked again. "It should be because we had nothing to do with it. After all, it was Salia who kidnapped that jeweler's son." Hearing this, General Chiu Chien's expression turned even darker. He had been involved in this matter too. Had he known that a mere $250,000 would cause him to deal with such a huge mess, he would never have agreed back then. But unfortunately, Salia was dead. Who would deliver him money now? What was even more infuriating was that the other party was still nowhere to be found. Just then, a knock came from outside the interrogation room. "Enter." As the words fell, a police officer quickly walked in from outside, approached General Chiu Chien, and said, "We just received a report. Someone saw a transport plane land in the border town of Trif, and it took off again a few minutes later." General Chiu Chien's pupils constricted after hearing this. No one detected it. No, they had stealth measures. Ordinary detection methods have difficulty pinpointing them. Upon hearing this, his face darkened. He continued, "How long has it been since they left?" "About an hour." Hearing this, General Chiu Chien looked defeated. "An hour? They've already left Thailand. How am I supposed to explain this now? What a headache." Saying this, Chiu Chien had no heart to continue interrogating Alibu. He got up and left the interrogation room. Alibu, upon hearing that Anton and the others had escaped safely, was deeply shaken. His last shred of hope was shattered. He had still harbored a sliver of hope that the Thai police could capture these people, or even kill them. But he never expected that in less than 12 hours they had already gotten away. It was precisely this kind of capability that chilled him to the bone. If they could leave Thailand like this, they could use the same methods to return next time. When that time came, it would be to settle accounts with them. In Los Angeles, Chen An was eating breakfast when he suddenly received a text message from Black Wolf. He picked it up and looked. "And part of the money has been transferred to your account. Once they return safely to Mr. Shin, you'll get the rest." Upon seeing this, he quickly opened his account to check. He saw a notification that $1 million had just been deposited. A surge of excitement ran through Chen An's face. He was already planning to do a 10 pull of the ultimate lottery, which cost 100,000 each. He was curious if he could draw a golden attribute this time. What an anticipation it was. Thus, Chen An hastily deployed today's 9 Death Warriors and used all the $1 million he had just obtained for the lottery. In an instant, the balance in his account dwindled like flowing water until it hit 0. Ding. Recharge complete. Would you like to perform 10 ultimate draws? Chen An nodded yes. As the words fell, 10 glowing blind boxes materialized before him, and he opened them all at once as usual. Then 3 beams of purple light and 1 beam of golden light illuminated the entire living room, though only Chen An could see them. His heart surged with immense excitement, for the golden light signified the appearance of a golden attribute, something he had eagerly anticipated. So Chen An began to inspect them, starting with the 3 purple attributes. Immunity filter. Upon embedding, you can resist most toxic gases, methane, and other poisonous fumes, as well as the vast majority of venoms, granting you extraordinary immunity. This attribute was remarkable. With it, he no longer had to worry much about poisoning or assassination attempts, as he could directly neutralize them, vastly enhancing his survival capabilities. He then moved on to the next one. Overclock state. Upon embedding, you will possess speed and reflexes far beyond ordinary humans, with a minimum boost of 3 times and a maximum of 5 times. However, after operating at 5 times, your body will experience neural fatigue, requiring 6 hours of rest. Chen An studied the description of this attribute and instantly understood its meaning. It was essentially a fusion of reaction master and super speed. A 3-fold burst was already formidable. A 5-fold burst might allow him to dodge bullets entirely, perhaps even sniper rounds. He turned to the third. Hacker. Upon embedding, you become a ghost in the network, wielding top-tier hacking skills to infiltrate numerous websites. Breaking into video sharing sites is a trivial task for you. This attribute was also crucial, as Hank alone was gradually struggling and needed assistance. A smile never left Chen An's face. Without a doubt, these 3 purple attributes pleased him greatly. Next, he focused on the final golden attribute, curious about what it might be. Information Shielder. Upon embedding and activation, it releases electronic interference within a 30-meter radius around you, rendering all electronic devices useless. You become a concealed entity beyond the reach of information. Chen An's eyes widened in astonishment. This golden attribute, Information Shielder, was terrifyingly powerful. In the 21st century, technology had permeated most industries, including military weaponry. With this attribute, anything reliant on signals or remote control would be rendered useless. No wonder it's a golden attribute. Such an incredible effect. Chen An was thoroughly satisfied with this lottery session, and he proceeded to test each one. First, he embedded the Hacker attribute. Instantly, knowledge of programming calculations and various hacking operations flooded his mind. Now, like Hank, he could effortlessly infiltrate nearby surveillance cameras and even remotely control their direction. Next came Overclock state. The moment he activated it, Chen An felt a tangible change in his body. A thought barely formed in his mind, and a teacup appeared in his hand, moving from the table to his grasp in less than a second. This was achieved at just 3-fold overclock. Without hesitation, he pushed it to 4-fold, stood up, and sprinted across the room, completing a lap from one end to the other in only 10 seconds. This speed was terrifying. Normally, it would take 2 to 4 minutes. With this attribute, his death warriors could now fight 1 against 10, 20, or even 30. Their prowess had transcended that of ordinary humans. Finally, it was the turn of the golden attribute, Information Shielder. After embedding and activating it, Chen An noticed nothing seemed to change around him. However, when he pulled out his phone, he found it had lost all signal. Deactivating Information Shielder restored the signal immediately. Bro, why did the signal suddenly drop? Chen Wan's voice rang out. Oh, it's normal. See now. Chen An replied. It's back. Must have been a network glitch. Time quickly passed to 7 in the evening. In San Francisco, inside Shen Qingshan's villa, Chen An and Black Wolf arrived, sitting on the sofa savoring wine. Haha, I must thank you both this time. Otherwise, I don't know when my son would have been rescued. Shen Qingshan had already received word that his son had safely arrived in San Francisco. From Wang Dong's account, he had learned many details. This Chen An was a ruthless man, someone to be befriended, not crossed. Not at all, Mr. Chen. I have some jewelry worth $1.5 million on hand. Can you handle it? Chen An asked with a smile. No problem. Shen Qingshan nodded. As long as the goods are genuine, I'll offer the highest purchase price as a token of extra thanks to Mr. Chen. Much appreciated. Feel free to contact me if anything comes up, or Black Wolf will do. Chen An felt somewhat relieved, finally managing to offload the jewelry. Certainly. As they conversed, several figures approached from outside. Carl Red and his companion Anton Shun, Tao Wang Dong, and Bassoon. Dad, I missed you so much. Shen Tao shouted excitedly upon seeing his father rushing over to embrace him, with tears streaming down his face, a testament to the terror he endured daily at the hands of Surya. All right, you're safe now. Will you still dash off without a word to Wang Dong to such dangerous places? Shen Tao shook his head hastily. No, we'll bring 4 or 5 bodyguards like Anton when I go out. Shen Qingshan promptly introduced. These 2 are your saviors, Chen An and Black Wolf. Thank you, Mr. Chen and Mr. Black Wolf. Black Wolf waved a hand. We were paid for the job and am friends with your dad. But for this operation, thankin', he orchestrated your rescue. Hearing this, Shen Tao looked at Chen An with surprise. This Chen An was about his age, yet commanded so many capable subordinates. Truly remarkable. Despite his thoughts, he voiced his thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chen An. Your men are very capable. You're welcome. Chen An shook his hand. I was wondering if I could hire your men as my bodyguards. Do you offer such services? Xin Tao inquired again. Chen An paused, then shook his head. Sorry, not yet. But if I do in the future, I'll contact you first. Upon hearing this, Xin Tao's face showed disappointment. I see, that's a shame. Your men are absolutely incredible. I was completely stunned. Can we exchange contact information? We can keep in touch. Chen An nodded. No problem. After exchanging contacts with Xin Tao, and Dong stepped forward and handed a phone to Chen An. He took it, glanced at it, and passed it to Xin Qingshan. Mr. Xin Celia is dead. You can take a look. Hearing this, Xin Qingshan reached out and took the phone. When he saw the photo of Celia's corpse, he smiled faintly. All right, I'll transfer the money to you later. Oh, Dad, I asked them to rescue the others who were kidnapped with me. Might need a bit more money, Xin Tao suddenly said. Xin Qingshan's expression remained unchanged as he replied, lightly, fine. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Add another $500,000 per person. Thank you, Mr. Xin Blackwolf said with a smile. Xin Qingshan smiled faintly. He was also interested in befriending Chen, and $500,000 meant nothing, and they might stay in touch later. Since everyone is back safe and sound, we won't intrude further. Contact us if anything comes up, Blackwolf said as he slowly stood up. All right. Xin Qingshan nodded. Chen An also rose and walked over to Wang Dong. The latter felt both fear and confusion and spoke up. Mr. Chen, is there something? Chen An asked, can you still receive updates from Thailand? Wang Dong nodded. Yes. Apart from me, everyone else is still there. Perfect. Take this. Do me a favor and keep an eye on the people in this photo. Let me know once they leave Thailand. Can you do that? Chen An handed over a printed photo. Don't worry, I'll pay you. Wang Dong glanced at Xin Qingshan, who nodded. He agreed. It's a small matter. No payment needed. Thank you then. Afterwards, Chen An along with Dong and Carl followed Blackwolf out of the villa and headed towards Los Angeles. After they left, Wang Dong approached Xin Qingshan. What do you think of this, Chen An? Hearing Xin Qingshan's inquiry, Wang Dong shook his head. Not sure, but the people around him are formidable. They possess exceptional tactical skills and coordination rivaling any special forces squad. Xin Qingshan's expression shifted. Wang Dong's assessment surprised him. If Xin Tao had given such high praise, it might have been an exaggeration. But Wang Dong was different. He had seen the world. Such a judgment proved that these men indeed possessed that strength. It seems befriending Chen An was the right choice. Wang Dong nodded. Yes. You've seen their efficiency. They get the job done, though they caused quite a stir. Oh. Xin Qingshan looked curious. Tell me more. Wang Dong immediately began recounting their ordeal. The more Xin Qingshan heard, the more astonished he became. This group had caused such chaos in Thailand that the entire Thai police force must be furious. What does he want you to watch those people in the photo for? Wang Dong said those men are mostly gang leaders like Celia. They happen to be in his villa too. As for why they survived, they didn't tell me. But I suspect he's after their money and plans to rob them. Xin Qingshan murmured, ruthless. He wants to turn all these Bangkok gang leaders into his personal ATMs. Meanwhile, Chen An and Black Wolf arrived in the small town of Orange County via 2 civilian helicopters. And when will you return my weapons and car? Don't tell me you plan to keep using them. I won't agree to that, Black Wolf said. Chen An smiled. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? They'll send them back tomorrow. That's best. Once the money comes in, I'll transfer it to you. As for the jewelry, you can discuss it with Mr. Shin yourself, right? Sure. Chen An nodded. All right, I won't see you out. Contact me if anything comes up. With that, Black Wolf walked into the house. Chen An got into the waiting car with Dong and the others heading toward downtown Los Angeles. On the way back inside the car, boss, let me introduce you to Rhett. He's also a former Navy SEL, retired 2 years ago and became a mercenary, Carl said. Rhett was extremely nervous, forcing an uneasy smile at Chen An. Chen An studied him. A mercenary, huh? Quite common. He had killed over 20 mercenaries himself. He was curious about how they made money. So he asked, Rhett, right? Yes, boss, Rhett replied. Chen An chuckled. He hadn't said anything yet, and the man already called him boss. He didn't dwell on it, though. Since he had brought him back, it meant he was interested. I heard you've been working as a mercenary for the past 2 years. Why did you stop? In response, Rhett said, because all my squad members were killed during a mission. I barely escaped with my life taken in by a kind stranger. After that, I got bounties placed on me by some countries. No mercenary group wanted to take on the trouble, so I quit. Chen An continued, how do mercenaries take on missions and get paid? It's simple. Here it's hard to find jobs since there are few mercenaries. But in the Middle East, there are plenty of organizations. Wars are constant, so finding missions is easy. I spent most of those 2 years active in that region. Chen An had some knowledge of the Middle East, perpetual war zones like Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Syria. He had heard of them all. How much can you earn per mission in dollars? Rhett said it depends on the difficulty. The lowest is $100 to $200 a day. The highest can be a one-time payment of $1 million or even tens of millions. Hearing this, Chen An's eyes lit up. This seemed like a great opportunity. With his death warriors being mercenaries would be a total mismatch in power. He was tempted. Then he spoke. Red, if I give you 12 men to continue as mercenaries, would you agree? Red was taken aback. Boss, you want to try the mercenary route? Yeah, I'm interested. You've seen my men's skills. They're perfect for it. Rhett nodded. True. He knew how powerful and Dong and the others were. Unfathomably strong. He felt that if his old mercenary squad had faced them, they would have been wiped out in no time. All right, but boss, a mercenary group needs a name. What do you want to call it? Chen An thought for a moment. How about the Zodiac Mercenaries? The Zodiac Mercenary Corps. Ray muttered. That's a good name, and I haven't heard any other mercenaries using it. It can serve as the name for our mercenary squad. All right, since that's the case, we'll call it the Zodiac Mercenary Corps. Chen An said with a faint smile. So, boss, do you want to operate around the United States or somewhere else? Ray asked. Upon hearing this, Chen An replied, let's go to the Middle East you mentioned. You're still fairly familiar with that area, right? Ray nodded. Pretty much. I've been active there for 2 years and have visited most countries. Excellent. From now on, you'll lead my 12 men to that region. Just take on as many missions as possible, but make sure the price is high. Otherwise, it's a waste of time. You've seen the strength of my people, so don't worry. At the same time, build up the reputation of the Zodiac Mercenary Corps. Ray was taken aback, thinking his boss might be oversimplifying things, but he had no intention of refusing. He nodded in agreement. No problem. When do we leave? The man had helped him before, and now that he was under Chen An's command, he naturally followed his lead. Besides, what Chen An said made sense. With the mercenaries formed from his boss men, they truly could make a mark in the Middle East. Chen An said, you can set off tomorrow. They'll give you $100,000 as startup capital. Let me know if it's not enough. Your salary will be based on mission rewards. I guarantee you won't lose out. Within 10 years, I'll make sure you earn at least $10 million. Hearing this, Ray's eyes widened. $10 million was an astronomical sum to him. In all these years, he had never earned more than $1 million, and most of that had been spent on purchasing firearms and various expenses, leaving him with very little. But after a moment's thought, Ray shook his head. Seeing this, Chen An frowned. Not satisfied. No. Ray quickly waved his hand. I don't have much use for money right now. I don't need that much, just enough to get by. Helping you is my way of repaying your kindness. Chen An understood that the man had lost his desire for wealth, but he insisted, no, you have to take the money. I don't want my people to end up unable to afford sports cars or mansions. Carl chimed in, yeah, Ray. You can use it to take care of our fallen comrades' families. I used to send some support too, though it wasn't much. Hearing this, Ray nodded. All right, I'll send my share to the families of our fallen brothers. Whatever. Chen An smiled. He then named the 12 death warriors who would become mercenaries: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Capricorn, Libra, Sagittarius, Aquarius, Scorpio, and Pisces. Using the 12 zodiac signs as their designation, this would be his second trump card. From now on, all cross-border missions would be carried out by them. Soon, everyone returned to their home in Ralph's community. Then Emily walked over slowly and said, Sir Hank is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Chen An nodded. All right, I understand. He then led Carl and the others to house No. 8 and went straight to Hank's office bedroom. Hank, I heard you were looking for me. Hearing Chen An's voice, Hank quickly stood up from his chair and said, Boss, you're here. I can't crack the CIA encrypted USB drive you gave me on my own. I need a few more people to work together to break through the encryption. Sorry, boss, I let you down. Chen An smiled. That's simple. I just found 2 more talents. They used to be hackers. They'll call them over. Really? Hank exclaimed. Yeah. With the 2 of them added, do you have the confidence to crack it? Chen An asked. Yes. With 3 of us working together, we can definitely crack it. I've already solved some basic issues, so the decryption will be quite fast. Before long, 2 death warriors embedded with the hacker trait arrived beside Chen An. Hank, these are the 2. Just tell them what to do. They'll wait in the living room for your good news. Hank nodded with a smile. No problem, boss. Then Chen An and his group went to the living room and sat down. He began checking on the status of the death warriors. Chun Long and the others remained inactive, and he wondered when the Fendi family would make their move. 2 days had passed with no news. Next was Mondo, Klein, and Hogg. Mondo had already arrived in Washington. After registering online, he went to the offline location for interviews and assessments. The waiting process was likely to be lengthy. Klein was also in the review period. However, due to his exceptional firearms and physical abilities, he had already caught the eye of an FBI director. His chances of joining were practically certain. As for Hogg, the police recruitment process was relatively simpler. He was now a Los Angeles police officer responsible for patrol duties. Though it was an ordinary role, he had successfully infiltrated the police force. Chen An was quite satisfied with the progress of these 3. As for promotions, there were plenty of ways to arrange that. Thump, thump, thump. Just then Hank came down from upstairs excitedly. Boss, the two guys you brought are top-notch professionals too. The contents of the USB drive have been decrypted. Chen An's expression shifted. That was fast. He got up to check. When he sat down at the computer and saw the data on the USB drive, he was stunned for a moment. So this is the good stuff Black Wolf was talking about. Intelligence on spies hiding in the United States. A quick scan shows 6 individuals, each representing different countries, but they all come from Europe. Carl and the others saw it too. Boss, should we sell this information to the Catholic Intelligence Network? Carl asked. Chen An shook his head. No, I have my own plans for it. Hank, make a backup of this data, and don't lose it. Hank nodded. Got it. Chen An had already figured out how to use this spy intelligence. Selling it to the Catholic Intelligence Network wouldn't maximize its value. It would be best to give it to Mondo. He was joining the CIA and needed achievements. This was perfect. It was tailor-made for him. Afterward, Chen An returned home and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he began arranging the Death Warriors. He returned the transported equipment to Black Wolf, then exchanged a few words with Shun Qingshan, handing over the jewelry and counterfeit designer bags. The transaction with Shun Qingshan went smoothly. $1.5 million was directly transferred into his account, and the very next second Black Wolf sent a message. The final payment of $2 million for the mission arrived. In an instant, the funds in his hands reached over $3 million, a figure he had never dared to imagine before. However, Chen An did not use this money for the lottery immediately. For now, the traits were essentially sufficient, and the funds needed to be reserved for various expenses and system upgrades. Moreover, he needed to establish his own company. At that moment, Carl and Wright walked into the living room from outside and sat down before Chen An. Boss, I was thinking since Wright is leaving today, how about we all get together for a meal and get to know each other? Hearing Carl's suggestion, Chen An was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. Sure, consider it a farewell dinner for Wright. You're too kind, boss. Wright smiled. Then you handle the arrangements, all right, Carl? Chen An said. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me. He'll book the hotel and the food. It'll definitely blow your mind. Immediately after, Carl and Wright stepped outside to prepare. He naturally called Andre Cameron Brooke and the others, inviting them to gather at noon. They all gladly agreed. Soon it was 12 o'clock noon. Carl and the others entered from outside and approached him. Boss, everything is arranged. We can head out. Did you notify them? Chen An asked. Yes, all of them. Cameron and Brooke should be there by now. Hearing this, Chen An nodded and slowly rose. At that moment, Chen Wan and Emily also emerged from the bedroom dressed. Let's go. Subsequently, the group boarded 2 Toyota Tacomas and drove toward the restaurant for the gathering. On the way, Chen An curiously inquired, which restaurant did you pick? Hearing this, Carl gave a mysterious smile. Boss, you'll know when we get there. It'll definitely surprise you. Seeing this, Chen An chuckled. Really? Now I'm curious. Soon the vehicles entered a street. Observing the surroundings, Chen An's expression shifted. Is this Los Angeles Chinatown? It was easy for Chen An to identify, as the pedestrians were predominantly Asian, and even the shop signs were bilingual in Chinese and English, confirming his assumption. You guessed it, boss. This is LA's Chinatown. Chen An asked, why did you think of having a meal in Chinatown? Carl laughed. Well, boss, since you're from Dragon Country, I figured we'd come to Chinatown. Plus, I wanted to see if the food from Dragon Country is really that good. And it gives you and Sister Chen Wan a taste of home. Upon hearing that, Chen An said nothing more, only thinking that Carl was thoughtful. Having a taste of hometown cuisine was more than welcome. Carl, you really get me. Chen Wan praised without reservation. It's been so long since I've had hometown food. It just came to me. Carl was delighted, seeing that both Chen An and Chen Wan were pleased, knowing he had chosen the right place. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant in Chinatown called Spring Days Grand Hotel. Stopping there, they followed Carl inside. The interior was thoroughly Chinese in style. A waiter promptly approached and asked, do you have a reservation? Noticing the waiter spoke Chinese, Chen An replied, yes, we reserved room 302. The waiter smiled and nodded. Please follow me. Under the waiter's guidance, the group took the elevator to the 3rd floor and stopped at room 302. This is room 302. Shall we start serving the dishes? Chen An nodded. Yes, start serving. With that, he pushed open the door and walked in. Scanning the room, he saw Cameron, Andre, and the others waiting, including Susan. And you're finally here. Andre stood up to greet Chen An, accompanied by a somewhat timid young girl. Andre, who is this beside you? Chen An asked. Oh, I forgot to mention. She's my granddaughter, Anthea. She's in high school now. Anthea, this is Uncle An, Andre said to Anthea. Anthea spoke softly. Grandpa, he's so young. He should be brother An. Hearing this, Chen An laughed heartily. Anthea, you have such a sweet tongue. Consider this a red envelope from your brother An. He took out $200 from his pocket and handed it to Anthea. Anthea's eyes lit up, and she took the money, her voice growing louder. Thank you, brother An. You're welcome. Then Chen An and Chen Wan took their seats, and the others slowly sat down. Carl eagerly sat next to Susan, who rolled her eyes in response. Boss, while you were away, our graffiti tower members have grown to 1,000, and we've basically cornered the scrap business in the South District. Everyone now calls you Mr. Nice Guy, Cameron said. Chen An's expression shifted. Mr. Nice Guy? Who came up with that? No idea. It just spread like that. Cameron shook his head. A dozen minutes later, dishes were brought in and placed on the table. Seeing these dishes, Chen An felt a wave of nostalgia. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried beef with peppers, lychee pork, greens, braised spare ribs, and especially the fragrant steamed rice. Andre and the others looked at the dishes with curiosity, never having tried Dragon Country cuisine before, nor even used chopsticks. Seeing this, Chen An naturally took on the role of teacher, instructing Carl and the others on how to use chopsticks and introducing the names of the dishes. Soon Brooke and the others were holding chopsticks with some skill, picking up a piece of lychee pork and putting it into their mouths. Their eyes lit up as they chewed. This lychee pork is incredibly delicious, Brooke exclaimed. For those accustomed to bread and McDonald's, such hot dishes were a novelty. Everyone couldn't help but give thumbs up in praise. Brother, and what is this called? Anthea pointed to his soup. Chen An replied, this is lotus root and spare rib soup. It's nourishing and good for the throat. You can try some. Anthea picked up a spoon, took a sip, savored it, and her eyes gradually brightened. It's good, a bit sweet. Drink more if you like it, Chen An said, and the atmosphere grew livelier. But just then, in front of the Spring Days Grand Hotel, several cars slowly came to a stop. A dozen or so people stepped out, all with Latino features. They strode straight into the restaurant. Some waiters tried to approach, but were shoved to the ground by one of them, who then headed upstairs without a backward glance. Witnessing this, the surrounding patrons quickly backed away, and even the waiters dared not approach, hurrying instead to inform the manager. Anton, who was dining in the private room, twitched his ears and walked over to Chen An, saying, Sir, about a dozen people are heading our way. Hearing this, Chen An frowned immediately, suspecting the Cree family was behind it. They were truly relentless. He turned to the group and said, Andre, all of you retreat to the restroom. We're in trouble. Seeing Chen An's grave expression, Carl and Ray realized the severity of the situation and quickly directed Anya, Susan, and the others to take cover in the restroom. Once everyone was inside, they shut the door. Only 5 remained: Chen and Carl, Ray, Anton, and Emily. Take these. Chen An handed 2 Glock 19 pistols to Carl and Ray, while he himself wielded his personal Desert Eagle. Carl and Emily each held a Glock 17. In the next moment, Chen An immediately installed the information blocker trait onto Anton, causing all surrounding surveillance and electronic devices to fail. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly installed 4 traits onto himself: Gun Master, Overclocked State, Martial Prodigy, and Tiger's Roar, Thunder's Echo. Just then, Anton's ears twitched as he heard footsteps outside the door. He promptly used his sonar positioning ability to gather intelligence on the approaching foes. According to the information relayed back by Anton, there were 16 people outside, all uniformly wielding Glock series pistols, their eyes fierce and ruthless. One of them had already placed his hand on the doorknob, slowly opening the door and revealing himself. Without hesitation, Chen An fired. A .44 Magnum bullet shot forth, piercing through both the doorknob and the hand, its power immense. An agonizing scream erupted from outside the private room. The Desert Eagle's massive recoil had no effect on Chen An. He continued firing in quick succession, the large-caliber rounds more ferocious than an AK-47's, blasting huge gaps in the door and striking the Cree family members gathered outside. After emptying 8 rounds, Chen An retrieved a fresh magazine from his waist. Carl and the others also pulled their triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets as if they were limitless. The overwhelming firepower kept the Cree family members outside from daring to approach. Outside the private room, those nearest were in disarray, especially those hit by Chen An's 44 rounds, who lay motionless, barely breathing. Fuck, weren't they here for a meal? Why do they have so many bullets? A Cree family member exclaimed in confusion. What do we do now? The cops are coming. Either we leave or we rush in and finish them off quickly. The team leader, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment, then pulled a grenade from his coat and snarled, Screw it, let's blow them up. With that, he strode toward the door, waiting for the right moment to toss it inside. Inside the private room, Anton, using his sonar, noticed this and quickly reported it to Chen An. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen An raised his Desert Eagle and rapidly fired at a section of the wall to the right of the door. The immense power blasted a large hole in the wall. With each successive shot, the hole deepened, until by the 7th round he had breached the wall. The final bullet pierced through the wall, striking the team leader, who was holding the grenade. His body was hurled backward by the tremendous impact, crashing to the floor with a gruesome bullet wound in his chest, blood seeping out as his life force slowly ebbed away. As darkness crept over his vision, his grip on the grenade slackened and it rolled away. Witnessing this, the other Cree family members widened their eyes and shouted, "Take cover." They scattered in terror, their minds racing. What kind of weapon was that? Such a massive caliber with rapid, accurate shots. And how did he know their position? Boom. The next moment, the grenade detonated, engulfing the team leader in flames and injuring those nearby. Anton, Emily, go out and finish them off. Chen An commanded. The two nodded and stepped outside, where the sounds of fierce gunfire and screams soon erupted. Carl and Ray stared at Chen An in awe, their minds reeling. "Boss, isn't that a Desert Eagle in your hand?" Ray asked. Chen An nodded. "Yes. I'm starting to doubt myself. That's a Desert Eagle, the pistol with the most recoil, harder to control than a rifle. How can you fire it in rapid succession without flinching?" Hearing this, Chen An smiled slightly. "I'm naturally gifted with immense strength. I can handle it." Of course, it was the martial prodigy and Tiger's Roar Thunder's echo traits that played a crucial role. Without them, given his slight build, even a single shot might have torn his hand. Still, it was exhilarating, like firing a cannon. Anton and Emily soon returned. "Sir, they're all dealt with." Carl and Ray were stunned. In such a short time, it was over. Today had been an eye-opener. Not only was their boss a monster, but even Emily, who seemed so unassuming, was incredibly formidable. "So, boss, what do we do now?" Carl asked. Chen An replied, "Leaving isn't an option. We came here to eat, and leaving now would only raise more suspicion. While this could be ruled as self-defense, it's not a sure thing." So hey, race the story. Two groups were in a firefight, and a few of them burst into our room. Anton, our bodyguard, fired the shots. None of us fired. "Got it." Carl and Ray hesitated. "Boss, wouldn't that put Anton in danger?" "Don't worry, Anton will be fine. We'll spend some money to get him out safely later. But we can't all end up in custody." Hearing this, Carl and Ray said no more, especially since Anton himself hadn't objected. Afterward, Chen An collected everyone's pistols discreetly, using his remote transportability to move them, then handed the Desert Eagle to Anton. He then led the group to the restroom door and opened it. Seeing Chen and Chen Wan breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine. When the police question you, just say you heard gunshots and hid in fear that you know nothing." Andre and the others nodded in understanding. "Mr. Chen, what exactly happened?" Susan asked. Chen An replied, "I'm not sure. At first I thought they were after us, but that wasn't the case. Two groups were shooting it out outside, and a few burst in. Anton hit them, but I don't know how bad it is." Susan's expression shifted. "Gunfights in Chinatown. I think I even heard a grenade blast." "I'm not sure," Chen An said. He didn't fully trust Susan, so he kept the details vague. Luckily, he had already jammed the restaurant's surveillance, making it difficult for the police to investigate. About 10 minutes later, two police cars pulled up in front of the Spring Day Hotel, and 6 fully armed officers stepped out. The hotel manager hurried over and said, "Officer, you're finally here. Upstairs there have been gunshots and even the sound of grenades exploding." Hearing this, the officers exchanged glances. One of them asked the manager, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I heard it. The gunfire was intense, like machine guns." At this, the officers' expressions turned grave. One immediately requested reinforcements via radio, unwilling to rush in recklessly. Criminals using grenades were beyond their control. They then began evacuating the ground floor. Once everyone was out, they set up a defensive line. A few minutes later, several more police cars arrived, and Ada walked over with a dozen officers. "Hey, what's the situation?" Ada asked. "Not sure. The gunfight was upstairs. We didn't charge in recklessly. They've used grenades, but it's gone quiet now." Ada immediately ordered, "Follow me. They might have escaped or still be inside. Don't spread out too much and move together." Then Ada led the squad slowly up the stairs. The officers remained on high alert, using surveillance to sweep the second floor thoroughly, finding nothing unusual. They proceeded to the third floor. As they stepped into the corridor, they immediately saw over a dozen bodies lying on the floor ahead, along with extensive signs of a gunfight. Everyone heightened their vigilance. Officers with riot shields took the lead, soon arriving at the door of room 302. Seeing the corpses on the ground, all the team members' pupils contracted. The situation was far more brutal than they had anticipated. Ada, witnessing this through surveillance, understood the severity and quickly moved toward the third floor. Meanwhile, several officers had already burst into Chen An's private room, aiming their guns at them and shouting, "Hands up! Don't move!" Chen An and the others slowly raised their hands. The officers quickly patted everyone down, finding only a Desert Eagle on Anton. Instantly, many gun muzzles pointed at Anton. "Officer, it's a misunderstanding. We came here to eat. When the gunfire started, we hid." Chen An said, "We'll investigate, but for now you're the prime suspects. What about the bodies outside the door?" Chen An replied, "I don't know either. We were eating when gunfire suddenly erupted outside. Then a few people burst in brandishing guns. My bodyguard Anton fired a few shots with his Desert Eagle. We don't know what happened after that. We stayed hidden in the room, afraid of an ambush outside." The officers were only half convinced by Chen An's story. Others began searching elsewhere or questioning people in other rooms, all receiving the same answer: they had hidden and knew nothing of what happened outside. Chen An, Ada exclaimed in surprise. Chen An, who was being questioned, turned his head and smiled upon seeing her. Officer Ada, what a coincidence. His gaze also caught sight of Hogg behind her. He hadn't expected his planted agent in the police station to show up. Why are you here? Ada asked. Officer Ada, we came to eat. When the gunfire started, we didn't dare go out. Ada scanned the group, noting the presence of an elderly person and a child. It did look like a family gathering, otherwise there wouldn't be a child. Just then an officer rushed over, saying anxiously, "Sir, the surveillance went black during that time. Nothing was recorded. It might have been tampered with." Hearing this, Ada's brow furrowed with concern. This was clearly a premeditated operation, though its purpose remained unclear. One officer also reported the accounts of Chen An and others. After listening, Ada turned to Chen An. "Did you engage with those people?" "Yes, my bodyguard had no choice but to fire a few shots." Ada pressed on. "Didn't you hear anything else?" "It seems they fired right outside your room." Chen An shook his head. "The gunfire was too intense, and there were explosions. We couldn't hear anything." "Officer Ada, my bodyguard acted in self-defense. He won't go to jail, will he?" Ada said, "We can't confirm if what you're saying is true yet. It'll take some time. And you are highly suspicious. Bodies were found near your room, and you are the only ones who had a conflict with them. So you'll need to come with us to the station." Chen An nodded. "Fine. We're law-abiding citizens and willing to cooperate." Soon the entire hotel was evacuated, and everyone from the third-floor rooms was taken in for questioning. Chen An and his group had already reached outside the hotel, where a crowd of curious onlookers had gathered. The scene was cordoned off with police tape. Ada and a few officers walked out looking frustrated. No clues at all. Most of the bodies on the ground were hit by Glock pistol rounds. A few were struck by large-caliber bullets, likely from that Desert Eagle. One officer suggested, "Maybe the perpetrators have already fled. After all, it went quiet before the first responders arrived." Ada nodded. "That's possible. Let's take these people back for questioning and see if we find anything new." She then approached Chen An and the others. "Chen An, get in my car. They'll take you to the station." Chen An smiled. "Sure." But at that moment, Emily's gaze sharpened, and she instantly looked toward a direction on the opposite building. Chen An's expression changed as well. Activating his overclocked state at full five-fold power, his speed and reflexes reached their peak. He swiftly grabbed Ada and rolled to the side. Bang! He felt a bullet was past his cheek, striking the concrete ground behind him with precision. The loud gunshot threw the entire street into chaos. People scrambled into buildings while officers took cover behind obstacles, guns drawn. "There's a sniper in the opposite building. Watch out," an officer shouted. Chen An, now hiding behind a car, was furious. He hadn't expected the Carey family to deploy a sniper this time. It had almost gone wrong. No, he had to act against the Carey family quickly. Even if it meant forfeiting the 10 million, he couldn't afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, despite his many survival tricks, he would eventually slip up. Ada quickly got up, gun in hand. "Chen An, how did you spot the sniper?" Chen An replied, "I saw the glare. I was still on edge after the earlier shooting. Lucky I dodged it." Bang, bang, bang. Hogg suddenly opened fire, shooting continuously toward a direction in the opposite building. Then, bursting with astonishing speed, he dashed toward that building. Ada was stunned and shouted, "Hogg, come back. Are you out of your mind?"